Hello. Happy Friday. Oh my god, I can't believe it's Friday already. I mean, in my mind, it's not even March yet. I don't know what happened with the time. Hello, girls. All right, so we had some announcements apparently. Some feedback for classes, including Druid. I'm good. How are you, Tango? So let's see what they say about Druid. Well, before we do the Druid thing, let's see what else they say. And PTR is not up yet, right? It's only 10.7 PTR is up. At 10.7. But let me check. Oh no, there's what? Okay, let's log on to 10.1 PTR then. Updating. I wonder if there's anything else to test for 10.0.7. I guess I could check out 10.0.7 a little bit more like on Monday. So I can make a video about it. Like updating people what's gonna be new and stuff. But I don't think there's not gonna be that much new, right? It's only the ring thing. But still. Stuck at initializing again. How was that? How did you fix that again? I guess I'm waiting a bit first. Okay, there it does something. Something is happening. Good morning. Data mined quests hints at a new support evoker spec. I mean, surely they wouldn't add that this expansion, right? If they would want that. That would be weird. A booster support spec? Netagames is a class that can take the spot of a DPS, but instead of dealing the majority of the damage, they achieve this through buffs to their allies. And generally supporting a group. Depending on tuning, having one of these in your party results in an increase in DPS, but having more than one results in a loss of DPS. Could WoW support a buff-only spec? Deciding this over to WoW could be interesting and could consist of making allies deal more damage, like a group-wide power infusion. Yeah, support classes are interesting. I was thinking about this some time ago. You know, when we talked about, I talk about this all the time, but the fact that we have too many specs in the game for much of the content, which makes everything just really complicated. And I was thinking, if they introduce another role, then it would solve the balancing issue like a little bit, but they would have to rework some existing specs into that role as well, right? Because if there's some sort of support class, like a Bard, like Final Fantasy XIV has that, if that is like a role that they want to introduce, then I feel like only having one would be a bit weird, right? Like having a singular spec that is a support spec, while all the other classes are just damage dealers. I'm not sure if that would make sense, because it almost would feel like, I assume it would almost be mandatory then, or it would be mandatory. So I was wondering if they could just maybe literally just add the role to the game by reworking some of the existing specs into support specs. The problem, of course, is that I assume a lot of people wouldn't necessarily be happy with that. Right. I guess. Like if they want to play, so let's say they would rework Moonkin into a support spec. So they do less damage, but they buff other classes somehow. I would assume that a lot of people would be pretty upset about that if they don't want to play a support class, because that would be something completely different. So, yeah. I'm not sure if that's really possible. Good morning. I mean, they could use some specs that already are a little bit supporty in what they can do, right? So, for example, which I guess, like maybe a priest spec could be a support class, right? Like either disc priest or even shadow priest. A little bit. Well, it would have to be disc priest, I guess. What else? Is there any other class that has like that plays pretty supporty? Not really, right? Most DPS specs are just DPS specs. I mean, some classes have some support stuff like, you know, Wind Fury and PI, but it's not like their main thing. It's usually just like one button. Yeah, that would be really cool for 6-man dungeons as well. I still think that 6-man dungeons would be a cool change to the game, and when it would solve some of the issues that it has. So if there would be 6-man dungeons and a support class that they're adding, then they could make it so it's like one tank, one healer, one support class, 3 DPS. That'd be kind of cool, I think. That'd be very interesting, I think. It might also solve some of the issues of the healer, because right now, the way Mythic Plus is that the healers kind of take the role of the healer, but they also have to do support things, and do damage at the same time. So right now, in Plus, the healer just kind of does everything, which is a little bit like some healers don't like that. I know that some healers are very happy about that and they like doing it, but other healers, they're like, and understand why some people don't like it is because it's pretty different to how a healer plays in the raid. Because when you play a healer in the raid, you almost exclusively heal, right? Of course, you're gonna press some damage buttons as well, and you're gonna do some damage, but it's not your main thing, and it's also not as important. It's kind of just like, if you can do it, it's nice. You don't have to though, right? But if you play in Plus, it's very different. If you play in Plus as a healer, you don't only heal, right? If you play in Plus as a healer, you heal. You deal with a lot of affixes like explosive and grievous and bursting and all of that stuff. And on top of that, you also want to do as much damage as possible. So it's kind of everything in one. And if they would add a support role to the game, the support role could take over some jobs that the healer would do in M+, which would maybe make the healing role a little bit better for M+ for some people, right? Because then the supporting role, some sort of bard role, they could be dealing with explosives, they could do this and that, and while they do that, they buff the other players with damage, right? And I think that would be a pretty cool role. Like I actually would love a role like that. And it would also give you more, I think it would give Blizzard more ways of creating affixes, right? Because if you have a person that is literally like the support role and they have the time and they can deal with affixes as like their main job plus supporting the others, then they could maybe even come up with other affixes that right now they wouldn't be able to implement, right? So that would be kind of cool, I think. Healer would be totally easy and boring then, I guess. I mean, no. I mean, healer wouldn't be boring. They could just tune the dungeons differently, right? Like if the healer if the healer's main job in M+ would only be healing and of course doing as much damage as possible, then they could just make the dungeons literally just do more damage. You know, they could literally say, hey, almost every trash pack has like ticking damage to the group that the healer constantly has to like worry about. Because right now, and plus does have a lot of damage, but they try to not like overdo it when it comes to incoming damage because the healers do so many other things. So it becomes a little bit too much for healers, right? So if you have that supporty class that backs up the healer in some of these jobs that are not necessarily healing related, then the healer, they could tune the dungeons more towards the healer actually having things to do in a sense, right? No, I'm suggesting that they would make 6-man dungeons if this support role would be a thing. I'm basically suggesting that if support role is gonna become a thing in WoW, that they would make dungeons into 6-man dungeons. So you have like a support, 3 DPS, 1 healer, 1 tank, and then everyone does their job, right? The support buffs the damage dealers and deals with affixes, what blah blah blah, you know. And the healer heals mainly, but also does damage, but doesn't have to worry about explosives or whatnot. And the tank does its usual thing. Because I do like support, like I like the idea of support roles. I think support roles would be a pretty cool addition to WoW. But as I said earlier, the problem in WoW is that we have just too many specs in the game right already. So if they would want to add a support role, then they would have to almost remake some existing DPS roles into a support role, which I think is going to be a little bit problematic, but also maybe not. I know. It would solve some issues for sure, because there's so many damage roles, like the DPS roles, specs, I mean, that it's really hard to balance them. It's really difficult to have proper DPS balancing when you have like 50 different DPS specs. I know it's not 50, but it's a lot. So if they would remake some of them or rework them into like support roles, it would solve some of the issues, I guess. But yeah, I don't know if that would be a welcome change. Some people would be pretty upset. In the raid, would you still only have one support buffing everyone or multiple? I mean, it depends, right? Like, obviously, this is not something that is going to happen. I'm just like spitballing ideas, I guess. But if there would be multiple support specs, so if they would rework some of the existing DPS specs into support specs, then I would assume that you want more than one of those in your raid. What they could do as well is they could give them all of these class buffs, because right now, every single, like right now, it almost seems like Blizzard wants this support thing to be a thing, but because there's no role, we don't have a support role, they just give existing classes these buffs, right? Like things like class buffs, PI, Wind Fury, all of these kind of cooldowns that we have right now, they were just like slapped onto damage dealers, or you know, any role. And if they would make this so-called support role, they could remove all of these class buffs and all of these individual buffs from the damage dealers and could give them all to the support roles. And then they could, you know, make it so you need multiple support roles in a raid. The number, I don't know what the number would be. It depends on how many support specs there would be in the game, I guess. And then the damage dealers, they don't have any buffs anymore, I guess. So the damage dealers wouldn't have like Margaret the Wild anymore or like Wind Fury or whatever. And they would just do damage. They would just fully focus on like their damage, right? And then the support roles would get all of this utility, I guess. At least like buffing utility. I don't think you should take away utility like stuns or stuff like that, because I mean, let's be honest here. We've had those abilities for a long time, and it wouldn't work to take away our stuns and whatnot, especially for PvP. So just taking away damage boosts and stuff like that would be fine, I think. Like, I personally wouldn't be so upset if I don't have Market of Wild anymore and I'm just like a full damage dealer or something. But I also wouldn't be upset, I guess, if my class would turn into a support class, I don't think I would be that sad about it. Because I kind of like support classes. I think it's a cool idea. Not being like the main damage dealer, like not looking good on the damage meters or whatever, also does suck. But I do like min-maxing like buffs and whatever, and helping other classes out doing more damage. Like it feels, it also gives you like a good feeling, I guess, if you like really maximize your buffs to others. So, because if they actually would rework some specs into support roles, I would assume they are just going to take hybrid specs, right? Like they wouldn't rework an arcane mage into a support role. If anything, they would take something like Red Paladin, Enhancement Shaman, Shadow Priest, Moonkin, like these kind of support classes, like, or hybrid classes that we already have in the game. They would probably remake those. And that in return, they could also buff their off healing capabilities as well, because that is always something that I'm a little bit sad about. Because in the past, support like hybrid classes were always better at doing hybridy things than they are now. And like in the past, like years and years ago, I remember as a Moonkin, you could off heal so much. Like your off heal spells actually did stuff. Like you actually would heal a lot. And nowadays they had to nerf those off healing capabilities a lot because people didn't want to be half and half, right? Because people didn't want to do less damage just because they can heal a little bit, right? Because there was no support role in WoW ever. So the fact that Moonkins would do less damage just because they can off heal seemed unfair and people didn't like it, right? So what Blizzard ended up doing is they nerfed most of the hybrids off-spec capabilities a lot, and in return, we do now the same damage as a full DPS class, right? Like any hybrid spec doesn't do less damage than a full DPS class, right? But that in return, of course, you have to sacrifice something, and that would be your hybrid spells. But yeah, sometimes I am a bit sad that our hybrid spells are not that good anymore, because I do like, or at least in the past, I would like using all of these off spec stuff, things that I had, you know? Like I liked off healing whenever it was required. I liked, I don't know, like going barefoot and taunting something and tanking it for a bit. Stuff like that I always thought was really cool about Druid. And nowadays it's more like, it's like your off healing skills are pretty much non-existent. Yeah, we have Nature's Vigil and stuff, and we can throw our regrowth here and there, but it doesn't really heal anything. Like, yeah, Nature's Vigil is not bad, but Nature's Vigil is also just a passive. It doesn't feel as satisfying, in my opinion. Because Nature's Vigil is just like you press it and you do damage. Like you don't actively support, you just press the button, right? I think it's much cooler when you actually like target a person and give them a regrowth and it saves their life. You know what I mean? And that's not really happening anymore because our regrowths heal nothing and our other heals also heal nothing. Adding support roles would add more balancing problems than fun gameplay. See, I think it's the opposite. I think adding support roles would help with the balancing problems. And the reason why I think that, okay, well, I mean, you have to distinguish between adding new roles or reworking existing specs. Because of course, if they would add 10 new extra specs to the ones that we already have and make them support roles, then yes, I agree. Then balancing would be more complicated. But if they would rework some of the existing specs that we have already now into support role, then it would help the balancing. And the reasoning is that there's less specs for each role then, which makes it easier to balance, right? Because if you have 20 different specs for the damage dealing role, then it's really hard to balance those to one another, right? The more specs there are, the harder it is to balance them, of course. But if they would rework, I don't know, like 10 of those specs into support roles, then you only have 10 damage dealers that you have to balance to one another, right? And of course, it would add some difficulty when it comes to the buffs that the support role provides, because certain damage dealers probably gain more from one buff than the others do, stuff like that. But I still think that it would make balancing, well, maybe balancing wouldn't be easier per se. Like, it wouldn't be easier for Blizzard to balance, but I think it would be like less impactful when it comes to like meta and meta perception and stuff like that, because there's just less specs available for each role, causing you to automatically have a higher chance to, you know, to get invited to things, right? Because, you know, the chances of you playing a class that isn't super good when there's 20 is much higher than the chances of your class being bad when there's only 10, right? Thanks for 20 months, Mr. Hawken. What's up? And what's your philosophy in the very beginning that a hybrid doesn't need to be as good as a non-hybrid in a certain role because they're a hybrid and can do something extra, but it doesn't work like that? Yeah, I guess that was like, yeah, exactly that. The very initial thought process in Classic was that hybrid classes wouldn't do as much damage as a full damage class and have like support-y stuff. But they never created a system around it, because if you have hybrid classes as a thing, like an actual, like if hybrid should be like an actual role, then they also need to create the game around it, right? They need to make the hybrid classes like mandatory. They need to force people to actually play with them and make them worthwhile. They need to basically say, okay, if you bring a hybrid class, your other damage dealers are doing so much more damage that it's actually worth to bring them, even though the hybrid class does less damage. So it adds up to like an equal or even more. But they never did that, right? They never played around the hybrid role. They just kind of gave up on it eventually. Thanks for 20 once again, Mr. Hawken. And happy Friday. How would they balance that in N+? So I was suggesting that if they add a hybrid or like a hybrid role, support role, whatever, I was suggesting that they turn dungeons into 6-man dungeons, which, you know, like I think that will work. Like 3 damage dealers, 1 support, 1 healer, 1 tank. They of course would have to change the dungeons a bit. Like they would have to rethink the way they design dungeons, because they would have to add more like stuff that the support role can do. You know, like think about explosive, for example. Explosive as an affix is basically the healer's job right now. If you would have like the 6th person that is a support, then the support could just deal with the explosives while buffing everyone else damage somehow. And they could add more affixes like that, or they could create more abilities in the dungeons that the support has to deal with, you know, like stuff like that. They could balance it in plus by making stuff like damage ramping and survival like shield/defense buffs for harder and plus weeks, and then easy and plus weeks you could go damage ramp. No, I haven't looked at the druid changes yet. All right. But yeah, like I think the support role is an interesting idea. But I don't think, like, if they actually want to make an evoker spec that supports, I think having only one would be awkward. What do you think about that? But, I mean, having only one singular support spec in a game would feel really weird. But I guess it would be an introduction to it, to not overwhelm the player base, and to not overwhelm Blizzard as well, because let's be honest here, if from one day to the next, they would just say, hey guys, we're going to rework a bunch of specs into support specs, and you have this whole new role all of a sudden, like that would be a bit much, right? So maybe, I obviously don't know if this is their plan, but maybe they would want to test a support role by adding one spec to Evoker, where they say, hey, we're toying with the idea to add support role to WoW, so let's just add one spec to Evoker and then see what happens, you know, like try it out, I guess. So maybe that's like their plan or something. Who knows? I think it would be kind of cool though. Yeah, Evoker's so new, so it would be a good dummy, and it also wouldn't hurt if Evoker's like a mandatory spec to bring, I guess. It's whatever. Wait, this looks like a fucking druid set, the colors, right? This looks like a tier 3 druid set. Alright, so... Hey, Skissman, thanks for 67 months. What's up, what's up? Alright, so in Embers of Neltharion, we're looking to address some of the pain points and unintuitive aspects of balanced gameplay. The 10.0 set armor bonus also rotating out, and we're keeping an eye on how the spec plays without it. Good. For this round of changes, we're targeting 3 specific aspects of balanced gameplay. Number 1, Stellar Flare and its interactions are so strong that it is best to take it in all scenarios and maintain it on a large number of targets, which is demanding to keep track of and makes balance ramp at the beginning of the fight very long. I mean, I would argue that, like, I agree that Stellar Flare is something that people don't like. I personally actually kind of like it, but I understand if people don't. I don't necessarily agree that Stellar Flare is the biggest issue why our ramp is so long, though. Right? Because if you do an plus pull and you're ramping, you're not even pressing Stellar Flare. The reason why our ramp is so long is because we have to put both of our dots to do any damage whatsoever, which in itself takes long. And then we have to enter Eclipse as well, which is like, depending on how many mobs there are, that's like 6, 7, 8 globals plus 2 wrath casts, and that's just a long time, right? I think the Stellar Flare itself is not necessarily something that you even worry about currently in like a bigger pool. So I don't necessarily agree that Stellar Flare is like a big reason why our ramp is so big. But we'll see. Number 2, Eclipse and effects that trigger and enter Eclipse are so strong that they incentivize druids to use Lunar Eclipse in all situations because it is faster to trigger. That is true. There are enough bonuses to Starfire splash damage that it's optimal to target an enemy next to your focus target. Yeah, that is a pretty big downside, yeah. Alright, it's cool that I really like the fact that they are actually so accurately talking about our issues. Like, even though I don't necessarily agree 100% with this Stellar Flare thing, like, I don't think it's the main issue why our ramp is so long. But obviously the Eclipse swing is a lot of people hate it. I personally don't mind going Lunar Eclipse all the time. It's kind of whatever to me. But I understand that it's unintuitive and weird. And not targeting your main target to cast Starfire, that is like a big deal. And I'm glad that they are talking about that too. Because I think a lot of people are not even that aware of it. Like, a lot of people don't even know that your Starfire splash does more damage to your main target gets. So the fact that they're really addressing it here is kind of cool. Alright, so addressing these gameplay factors will require significantly reducing the power of some balanced, most impactful talents and bonus. We want balance to be enjoyable to play and powerful when played well in scenarios that it's well suited for. So we will be buffing balance elsewhere to make up for those power reductions and keeping an eye on its power and tuning. Alright, so Stellar Flare. Stellar Flare's power is driven significantly by its interactions with talents like Shooting Stars, Cosmic Rapidity, and Waning Twilight. These interactions are strong enough that it's taken for all fights. Our goal is for Stellar Flare to be an optional talent that you choose if you're interested in a dot-focused build. Okay, it should be most effective against small number of targets. Well, okay. I mean, yeah. The problem with that is that I think that niche is too niche. Like, in my opinion, having a spell that is supposed to be good for a small number of targets, but they also have to live long, obviously, right? Because that's always a thing with dots. So if their goal is for Stellar Flare to be only good in a small number of targets, plus they obviously have to live long, then that almost like never happens. Or that's never a situation that happens so frequently that you would pick it up, in my opinion, right? Unless you take it on single target, of course. If you take it on single target, you would take it. And if you're raiding, there will be like council fights, I guess. But the question is if it's good. Is it good on single target? Because if it's not the best choice on single target, and it's only the best choice on like 2 to 4 targets that live for a long time, then that situation never happens, right? Like, when does that happen? That's like a council fight in the raid, 2-target fight in the raid. That's it. And that's like, you know, it's very rare, but I guess it's whatever. Unless it's also the best choice on single target, then it's fine, of course. We'll see. Because it's at a small number of targets that could also include single target, of course. Okay, we are removing Stellar Flare's interaction with Shooting Stars. This will significantly decrease how essential it is for generating astral power, especially in many target scenarios. To compensate, we're increasing astral power generation from other sources and boosting finisher damage. Okay, cool. I like that. We like that Stellar Flare makes it possible to maintain the waning bonus 100% of the time. However, we'd like to be easier for other builds to make use of Waning Twilight. I like that. So we're extending the duration of Astral Smolder stat. Oh. And creating a new choice node talent with Stellar Flare. Increases Wrath and Starfire Astral Power Generation and Crit, making it easy to trigger Astral Smolder. Astral Smolder buff. I think Astral Smolder is just a little bit too... Like, Astral Smolder is weird. It's nice that the duration is extended. But buffing crit is also, like, problematic again because it lowers our... I don't know. The more crit you can get from talents, the less valuable crit becomes, which is also, like, kind of a nerf to crit, which is a nerf to stats, which is a nerf to scaling. So that's a little bit of a problem. And then additionally, relying on crit is always... I just hate when you have to rely on something. Like on an RNG thing. Right? Because... if you don't crit, you don't have waning, right? If you crit, you have waning, but not on all of the targets. So it's like... It's a bit weird. But understand that... I mean, we already have mushrooms, which applies waning. But yeah, I don't know. Smolder. I'm not the biggest fan of Smolder when it comes to like waning uptime. Smolder is weird. I mean, the other problem with Smolder is the fact that, especially when you do AoE, because this would only be... Like, this whole waning problem is only a problem on AoE anyway, right? Because on one target, you have Stellar Flare and it's whatever, right? And this is only an issue on multiple targets. And the problem with Smolder as well is that it's reliant on your filler casts. And you don't necessarily spend so much time casting fillers because we have to do so many other things. right? Like, we have to put dots on all of our targets, which is already gonna take, that already takes a long time. We have to enter Eclipse, which takes a long time. We have to cast our Fureloon. We have to cast our Starfalls. So the amount of time we spent casting Starfire is actually pretty low, even now when Starfire is a big portion of our damage. So the amount of times you have the opportunity to even proc Smolder seems a bit low. And yeah, being reliant on casting Starfires to proc Smolder to get Waning is just like weird. But we'll see. Then entering Eclipse and Tempered O stat armor. The Tempered O stat armor 4-piece bonus is changing from a free finisher, dealing 35% extra damage, to a 5 AP discounted finisher, dealing 20% extra damage. Okay. This change will make balanced stat bonus power more comparable to other classes. It's also the main change we're making to reduce the importance of entering Eclipse as often as possible. So they're nerfing 4-piece. Presumably, I mean, okay, so the reason why they're nerfing 4-piece is because they don't want us to keep equipping it over the new set, clearly, right? Because our current set is so good that the new set would have to also be so good for us to replace the old set, and they don't want that. And I'm very happy that they're addressing that issue, because I don't want our new set to be as strong as the current set, because I hate it when set is so strong. It makes no sense to me, and I hate it. I hate it when your 4-pass is like 50% damage increase, you know, like it's just kind of dumb. Because then if you don't have it, it feels like you're not even playing a correct, like a real class. So the fact that they're nerfing 4-piece is good, as long as they compensate for the damage losses we're getting by buffing our baseline spells, which they seem to be doing, so. But yeah, so this 4-piece nerf here is literally just so they don't need to make the new set so strong. Then, Starfire AoE. Several effects increase the damage Starfire deals to nearby targets, even pushing it above its primary target damage. To change this, we are changing Soul to Force to instead increase Starfire's damage and Astral Power generation against multiple targets. Okay. That's interesting. I guess we don't have any, like, we don't really have any numbers on this one, so we don't know like how much our Astral Power generation gets increased for hitting multiple targets. Also, like, is it capped? Is it uncapped? If there's 20 targets, do we cast one Starfire and it gives us 100 Astral Power? Or, like, what is it gonna do, right? But it's an interesting concept, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem pretty cool to get more Astral Power the more targets you're hitting with it. So we'll see. Thanks to 20 months, Lehan. What's up? Thanks to 2 months, Daywalker. The rest. In addition to the above, we're making some targeted changes to underpowered or under-selected talents to make them more competitive, especially balanced and kept talents. Shit. Okay, let's take a look. Shooting stars can no longer be triggered by Stellar Flare. New talent. Wild Surges. Your chance to crit with Wrath and Starfire is increased by 15%, and they generate 2 additional Astral Power. This is a choice node with Stellar Flare. Oh, a choice node with Stellar Flare, yeah. 2 extra Astral Power. I mean, that doesn't seem that much for AoE. I mean, I guess the purpose of this talent, as far as I understand, the purpose of this talent is supposed to be that we pick this up on AoE instead of Flare, right? Generating 2 more Astral Power and a Starfire doesn't seem that great, though, but maybe... Okay, so Wrath and Starfire generate 10 Astral Power from 8. Okay, that's also good, I guess. I don't want them to buff Wrath and Starfire too much when it comes to Astral Power generation, because I don't like being so reliant on fillers, because that is literally what we did in the past. like if you guys remember, I think it was most expansions the past couple of years. I think Shadowlands was pretty obvious, but also BFA, where we were literally sitting there and not generate any astral power unless we casted fillers, and that's really bad gameplay. I don't like that. Like, I don't like it when you have to sit there and cast Wrath to get astral power. And if you can't cast because you have to move or you have to do something else, then your astral power just doesn't move. Like, it literally just does nothing. I think that's kind of how it worked in Shadowlands, right? In Shadowlands, before we had Sepulcher tier set, on AoE, we would literally have dots on like 10 targets, and we would sit there and generate nothing until we casted a Starfire, right? And I didn't like that gameplay. I think that was a horrible gameplay. So I hope they're not going too overboard with these changes, where they move the astral power generation to fillers too much. Because right now, our astral power generation seems really good. Like, we generate a decent amount of astral power without having to cast any fillers, right? On AoE, that is. And I like that. I think that's cool. Of course, it causes some other issues with entering Eclipse being too important, blah, 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 right? But yeah, there is a concern that Wrath and Starfire is going to be too important when it comes to astral power generation again, which would be horrible. Or horrible gameplay-wise. So I hope that's not going to happen. Then Moonfire and Sunfire generate 6 astral power, up from 2. Ooh, that's a big buff. Huh. Moonfire and Sunfire generate 6 astral power, up from 2. Okay. Okay, so I like the application of dots feeling more valuable. I like that a lot, because that's exactly counteracting the issue that I just mentioned earlier, where if you cast, like if the majority of the astral power generation comes from casting fillers, then we have the same situation we had in Shadowlands, which feels awful. So Moonfire and Sunfire generating more astral power on application is going to counteract that a little bit. But I guess the concern here is that it would be too much astral power, and it would be weird again. All right, because I mean, Moonfire is 6. With Twin Moons, it will be 12. So casting 1 Moonfire would give you 12 astral power. Which is more than a Wrath or a Starfire, right? So that is a little bit weird. Right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I mean, as long as the damage that the Wrath or the Starfire does outweighs the extra astral power that you gain from casting Moonfire, but yeah, 12 astral power seems like a lot for Moonfire. I guess what they could do, because if Twin Moons is the only issue with the astral power generation here, then they could technically nerf Twin Moons to not give you the astral power from the second Moonfire. Right? So they could say, hey, Twin Moon still triggers an additional Moonfire, but it doesn't give you the astral power from it. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, Stellar Flare generates 10 astral power, up from 8. Okay. Nature's Balance generates 2 astral power every 3 seconds, up from 1. Every 2. Okay. Star Search and Starfall damage increased by 20%. Cool. Star Search and Starfall damage increased by 20%. Well, I mean, I think it's good that fillers get buffed, because our fillers are really bad. Like, both Starfall and Star Search do no damage. The only reason why we are doing a lot of AoE and single target still is because we generate so much astral power and we got so many 3-star searches and 3-star falls that it counteracts the fact that they don't do that much damage. So 20% buff, I guess, is not that insane considering that they didn't really do much damage in the first place. So 20% to very little is still very little, but it's good. I like that they're buffing the spenders. Then Astral Smolder deals damage over 8 seconds, up from 4. So that's a pretty big buff, right? Double the amount. Actually, wait. It's the same amount of damage, just for longer, right? Oh no, the damage increased to 40-80% of spell damage, done up from 20-40. Okay. So that's interesting, actually, because I guess the issue with this is now as well, I didn't even think about this earlier, but so basically what they're saying here is that the Astral Smolder does its damage over 8 seconds instead of 4, which is actually a nerf. Technically. Because if you do the damage slower, that is obviously, like, bad. Because, you know, if the mobs die after 4 seconds, then you wasted half of the damage, right? No, I mean, I'm not considering this right now. I'm not considering the number buff. Obviously, the number buff is a buff, but I'm saying that the duration increase is a nerf. Of course, the number buff is still a buff, but yeah, the duration increase is a nerf. Like, it is just a nerf to the ability, to the talent, for it to be longer. It's like saying, hey, that's why Cosmic Rapidity is such a good ability, right? Cosmic Rapidity does your dots damage faster, which is better. Now, Smolder is igniting, I believe, so it's not technically the same as Cosmic Rapidity stuff, but it's still the same for when things are dying slower. That's the same issue we had with Starfall, not scaling with haste. Because Starfall is always 8 seconds, and in the past, Starfall would actually scale with haste, so the duration of Starfall used to be lower the more haste you have. And the reason why they changed that was because of our mastery that we had in Legion. Our mastery, wait, how did it work again? So if we had Starfall up, our dots would do more damage. Yeah, that's how it worked, right? So if you had Starfall up, your dots would do more damage. So the fact that Starfall's duration was lower with more haste was actually a nerf to our mastery. So what they ended up doing is they made Starfall not scale with haste anymore to buff our mastery. But then they removed our mastery. So our Starfall doesn't buff anything at the moment. If you have Starfall up, it doesn't matter how long it is. Like, it doesn't matter if your Starfall is 8 seconds or 4 seconds or 2 seconds, it doesn't buff anything. It just does damage, right? So technically speaking, if our Starfall would be shorter, that would be better, right? That would give us, like, we would be much stronger if our Starfall would do its damage faster. Because, you know, that would mean that Starfall fits into buff windows better. You would, like, when mobs die fast, it would do the damage quicker, so you wouldn't lose half of your Starfall damage at the end of a pull, stuff like that. It would just basically buff our burst AoE. And this thing with Astral Smolder is actually the exact same thing, the same issue and the same fix that we had in Legion with our mastery. So because of Waning Twilight, they're basically increasing the Smolder duration to give us a higher uptime on Waning Twilight. But in return, they are nerfing Astral Smolder to do its damage over 8 seconds instead of 4, which is a nerf for burst damage, technically speaking. In return, they're buffing the damage of the spell, which is good, but it still is a nerf to our burst AoE, technically, right? So we'll see how that turns out. Thanks for 13 months, Moondew. Thank you so much for 2 years, it's Ray. Happy Friday. What's up? And thanks for 4 months, Goldie. Thank you. Aw, thank you so much, Goldie. I hope you have a nice weekend. Yeah, again, like, okay. listen, I'm not saying that this change to Astral Smolder is an overall nerf. I'm saying that the duration increases a nerf. Yeah? Like, I understand that they buffed the number. I'm just clarifying that the longer duration is a nerf. All right, then Cosmic Rapidity increases the rate at which Moonfire, Sunfire, and Stellarfire deal damage by 20%. Down from 25. Okay, so they nerfed this a little bit. Not that much. Cosmic Rapidity. Where's Cosmic Rapidity again? I mean, you just pick it up all of the time, so... Sometimes talents that you always pick, I forgot where they are. It's here. Okay, right. So it's mandatory for Orbit Breaker, which means you always take it anyway, right? There's just no way you don't take it, so I guess it is what it is. Touch the Cosmos. Set armor now reduces the astral power cost of your first. Okay, I mean, yeah, they're nerfing the force. That makes sense. So the force, Soul to Force increases Starfire damage and AP generation during Eclipse by 30%. Soul to Force increases Starfire's damage AP generation during Eclipse by 30%. For each target hit beyond the first. Okay, up to 90. Oh, they kept it at 90 already? So that's kept at 4 targets, yeah? So it's a 4 target cap when it comes to astral power generation. It's a little bit of a low target cap, but I guess it's fine. So that means... So that means we get like 19 astral power if we hit 4 targets with Starfire. Right? Something like that? Wait, but the damage is also target capped? Or only the astral power generation? Wait, so I'm not sure I understand this. So the damage and AP generation is 30% increase? That's basically that's just a nerf to Starfire's damage, right? Quite a big nerf. I mean, this is literally like a 90%. If it's a 90% Starfire damage increase, well, actually, because it's okay. Wait, so it's the Starfire damage that is increased, not the splash damage increase, and we had the 150% bonus to Starfire's AOE splash, right? How much percent of Starfire the splash? I forgot. %65 splash. So basically, instead of having a 150% splash damage increase, we have a 90% Starfire increase. Okay, absolutely, I have no idea if that's absolutely have no idea if this adds up to a nerf or a buff. I have no idea. Did somebody do the math? Somebody smarter than me? All right, let's see. Still the forest now increase. I think I'll read it afterwards. Anyway, let's move on. In the meantime, Power of Goldrin damage increased by 75%. Okay. Interesting. Denizens of the Dream. Wait, Power of Goldrin is not percentage based, right? Power of Goldrin is just a number. Correct? Yeah, it's just a number. Okay. Denizens of the Dream Fairy Dragon's damage increased by 20%. Okay, that's a pretty big buff considering that they buffed the proc rate of it too, right? It's 2 RPPM instead of 1. Plus 20% damage increase. So I'm not the biggest fan whenever they buff passive damage. But as long as it's not a super big portion of our damage, I guess it's fine. But I don't like it that much when you look at your damage meter and half your damage spells are just like passive things that just happen. You know, like, because Denizens is a dream, they just happen. There's nothing you do. Like, it either happens or it doesn't happen, you know? And Power of Goldrin is the same. So I don't necessarily like it if that's the thing, but I mean, Power of Goldrin is not necessarily the exact same because Power of Goldrin can only proc when it casts Star Surge. So I guess Power of Goldrin is not necessarily the same. Like, it's not RNG. I mean, it is RNG, but the more Star Surges you cast, the more chance of Power of Goldrin you have. So it's okay. Like, Power of Goldrin, in my opinion, is fine. But Denizens of the Dream, on the other hand, they're not that. Denizens of the Dream are just RPPM, so they're completely passive, right? So that's why I'm not the biggest fan of this. Power of Goldrin is not an RNG thing. Like, it literally is directly correlated to your Star Surge cast, right? And thank you so much for Prime, El Hasso. Thank you so much. Then, Friend of the Fae increased arcane and nature damage by 8% for 26 and was 44% for 30. Okay. I'm not so happy about this Denizen buff. Not necessarily because I don't like Denizens that much. I mean, I do not like them that much. But I mean, the reason why I don't like this so much is the fact that when you look at our talent tree, I don't think there's gonna be a situation where we can pick those up for M+. Like, I just basically hate it if your single target talents are super strong, but you can't pick them up for AoE. Because some classes are like that right now, right? And Moonkin is not. Right now, Moonkin, if you play in Plus, you do a decent amount of single target damage. Even though Moonkin single target damage is bad in the raid. And the only reason that is because most of our single target talents, you just pick them up in your AoE spec as well. And there aren't that many important single target damage talents that you lose out on, which is good. Like, it's really good for M+, right? Because in other classes, when they go their full AoE spec, they do like 0 single target damage in return, which sucks in my opinion, right? There's just no like hybridy things. So whenever they buff talents like Denizens and Friend of Fae, which are pure, in my opinion, they're like very heavily like single target focused, right? Because Denizens don't do AoE damage. Then that's kind of creates a situation where Blizzard will balance our damage around single target talents. And if you don't pick the single target talents up, then you're going to suck quite a lot in plus single target, which for me personally sucks a little bit. So I'm not the biggest fan of them buffing these two talents because it's going to be unlikely that you can pick them up in M+, right? Because in M+, there's so many talents you have to pick, right? Just, I mean, going through an M+ build, maybe you don't pick up Stellarfly anymore in M+, but I'll pick it up anyway for now. So this is M+, right? So you pick Waning, Nature's Grace. I guess you're going to pick up Solo the Forest. I mean, you obviously pick up this. Maybe if we skip Power of Goldrin and Starweaver, but that's also like a big damage nerf, especially because they just buffed Power of Goldrin. right? So they also buffed Power of Goldrin, which in return again forces us to even to pick this up, right? We could, I mean, maybe we just don't pick up Umbral anymore. Because now that we don't have 2-piece bonus anymore from the current set, maybe Umbral is going to be less strong. I wonder. Because if we can do that, then that would be nice. But I guess there's just so many talents you have to pick up in this before you can move on. Like, I still need 2 points. What else would I pick up? I would have to pick up Umbral Intensity instead, or Smolder. It's like, oh, whatever. Let's pick this. So yeah, now we're down here. We need Orbit Breaker. We need Star-Lord. We need Incarn. We kind of need Starweaver or Rattle, considering that we picked Power of Goldrin, right? I mean, not picking something here would be weird. So now we have 5 points left. We kind of need Mushrooms in plus. I mean, not having Mushrooms is a bit... I mean, you can play without, but I don't know. It's a bit weird for sure. Then we need Fury. Standard, I guess, 1 point here. So how do you get 2 points for this? You would have to skip... I don't know, what do you skip? Have to skip this or something? Ugh. I mean, that seems bad. I don't know. Mushrooms just take so many spots. I hate I don't like this. But yeah, maybe you just play without mushrooms, honestly. Fuck it. Maybe just play without. Just play this instead. I don't know. It's weird. They also buffed Elun's Guidance, right? And Radiant Moonlight. I didn't get to that yet. Elun's Guidance now reduced the cost of Star Search by 8 and Starfall by 10. Radiant Moonlight also increases free of Elun's damage by 50%. Reduces cooldown by 20. 50% damage increase. That's kind of a lot. Radiant Moonlight increases the damage dealt by New Moon, Half Moon, and Full Moon by 25%. Thanks for 3 months, Alphonse. Thank you so much. I mean, the New Moon thing is probably whatever. I mean, maybe it's better in single target now, but... I mean, the question is... I don't know. It's all a bit weird, I guess. I don't think... I mean, I was thinking about Rattle. I think Rattle is going to get quite a big nerf without the current 4-piece. I think our 4-piece is pretty important for Rattle. So without that free Starfall or free Star Search, I'm not sure if Rattle is really going to be a thing anymore. Because, I mean, right now, people don't even play it in M+ anymore, at least on high keys. And right now, we have a free Starfall entering Eclipse. It's also, I mean, not having 4-piece is also going to nerf Pulsar passively a bit, of course, too. And not having Shooting Stars with Flare is also going to nerf Pulsar a bit. I don't know. Interesting. Let's see what the Moon can say. So the set nerf is going to be such a big nerf that it's only going to be a 5% damage increase, which is good. Oh, Jandara did a post. Let's read Jandara's post. Stars can no longer be triggered by Stellar Flare. Good change with the given reasoning, which reduces single target Astropire generation by about 6%, and 10% in something like Council or generally low AoE. New talent, Wild Surges, your chance to create a hard to estimate what kind of DPS boost this is, but it definitely does not come close to competing with Flare on lower targets pools and all current raid fights. Yeah, the only time where you'd want to pick this talent up, I mean, I was talking about this before. I think the only time you would really want to pick this up is on like actual like big AoE, like in Plus. And then in Plus, I'm not sure how good this is going to be, really. Because the amount of times we actually press Starfire is pretty low. So... I mean, I guess if you combo it with Smolder... I don't know. Rather than Starfire generates 10 astral power up to 8. This is pretty insane on single target and AoE if you include Soul Divorce changes to Starfire. 12% more astral power generation in single target on its own. Okay. I really hope this is not going to be too strong. I don't want to be so reliant on fillers again. It's annoying. Moonfire and Sunfire generates 6 astral power up from 2. Starfire generates 10. Moonfire has some mean potential with Twin Moons for Stellar Invasion generating 24 astral power? Oh, Stellar Innovation. I forgot about the talent. Something generates 20% additional astral. Oh. Wait, so it's even more than I said. So it's 12? Oh, it's 24. Yeah, it's 24 astral power. Okay, that's messed up. I mean, I assume they... If they would just nerf the Twin Moon Moonfire, it would be fine. Right? All they have to do is nerf the Twin Moon Moonfire, not generating astral power, maybe? I mean, I don't understand why this talent exists in the first place. Like, I think this talent, this Stellar Innovation talent, is literally just there. I mean, the existence of this talent can only be bad. Because you would only ever pick this up if it's actually better to cast Moonfires. And we never want that to happen, right? Like, we never want a timeline where you would rather cast Moonfire than any other spell to generate astral power. So I don't understand why this talent even exists in the first place. Because when would you ever pick this up? If it's not broken and our playstyle isn't ruined. It's there to do that while moving. But I think there's this... Sometimes I feel like there's a little bit of a misconception when it comes to Blizzard's way of thinking about the player base. Because I do see a situation where a player might actually gain damage from this talent, even though it's not the best. So there might be... So imagine a situation, right? Where there's a player that is not like super good at the game, and they lose a lot of damage from moving around, and they don't maximize their movement, blah, 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 right? So let's assume this player exists. We're gonna call them Sebla, okay? So Sebla plays Moonkin, doesn't know how to like properly optimize the global usage and GCs and movement, and ends up wasting a lot of damage moving around, right? So if this Sebla person would pick up Stellar Innovation, they might actually gain damage because they're playing suboptimally, and they would gain damage picking up this talent, right? Let's assume this is the case. Technically, or theoretically, having this option seems cool, right? But in reality, the Sebla person is not going to pick up this talent for multiple reasons. Number one, Sebla does not want to admit to himself that he's not playing the correct spec properly and doesn't want to pick up a talent that is a quote-unquote noob talent, right? Sebla's pride would not allow him to pick up this talent in the first place. And number two, Sebla probably isn't even aware of the fact that he would gain damage from picking this up because of suboptimal gameplay, right? So I think sometimes in Blizzard's world, they think, oh, if a person plays like this, they can pick up this talent and it's going to solve their issue and they just have a different play style. But in reality, this is never the case. In reality, people do not... First of all, in reality, people do not know what talents are even good for in what situations. It rarely ever happens that there's a player, a casual player, that sits there and thinks, oh, you know what? So the best Moonkins in the world tell me to play this build, but actually I think that I am not playing that well and I'm moving a lot, so I'm going to pick up this other talent. Like, how would they know? Like, people don't theory craft themselves. People look at what the theory crafters tell them to do and they just do that. They don't logically think in their heads like, oh, actually, this is pretty movement heavy and I'm going to pick up this other talent, even though it's a damage loss on Simcraft, but it's going to be better for me personally. Like, people don't think this way. That's way too complex, right? People don't do that. And I think talents like this, Stellar Innovation, it almost seems like they're aimed at this player base, this imaginary player base that they think exists, that doesn't exist. At least I cannot see a player ever thinking this way, right? I don't think there's a single player in World of Warcraft that feels like, oh, I'm just gonna pick up this talent because I am moving too much and therefore I'm gonna gain damage picking. I don't know, like, gosh, I don't think this is ever like a thing. So I think the purpose of this talent is just bad. Like, no matter what their intentions were, I don't think it's ever gonna fulfill that kind of purpose. But so well, I mean, it is what it is, whatever. As long as it's never better playstyle wise, then I'm fine. I mean, to me, they could just remove this talent. Just like delete it. Because yeah, I don't know. If this is ever a talent that you want to pick up because it's better, then it's just bad. Like, that's just bad playstyle design at that point. But yeah, moving on. Oh wait, it's here. They just balance generates 2 astral power every 3 seconds. The main problem that it has is that it competes with TM. What's TM again? Oh, Twin Moons. Yeah, obviously. TM, Flare, and Kindling, all of which are must take outside single target, and in single target it's already taken. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the only thing, like, I don't necessarily hate this Nature's Balance buff just because there are situations in a raid where I'm deciding between Kindling and Nature's Balance. So if Nature's Balance is a little bit better, then maybe I would lean more towards Nature's Balance sometimes. Because yeah, quite a few times I just pick up Kindling because I'm just like, whatever. And there's some ads here and there, so I like the dot extension. Sensor and several damage increase. Yeah. Astral Smolder. Okay. Even with the 8 seconds duration, it will still have very low uptime when you want it since you start casting Starfire after you send all of your other damage. Yeah. That's what I was saying as well. Like, that's the big problem with Smolder. It is meant to be waning alternative in AoE. Then it automatically becomes a 1-pointer, which makes it pretty fine to take. Yeah. I guess Jundara has a point that I didn't necessarily think about, that if you only take it to keep up waiting, you're just going to put 1 point in it, right? Which is whatever, because it's in this middle area. This whole middle row here has so many, like, bad talents that you can just, you know, if you have to put 1 point in Smolder, it's whatever. It's not going to be the end of the world, right? While down here, we have so many mandatory talents that we don't have enough points. While here, we have way too many points and we don't know what to do with them. Cosmic Rapidity, just a flat nerf since it's still easily must take, but maybe it's just meant to make it slightly less insane. 2% less astral power generation, okay. That is the Cosmos. It was bound to happen and fine. Just find the reasoning a bit weird because we are going to replace the set anyways. What was weird with the reasoning? Change will make balance set bonus power more comparable to other classes. Those are the main change we're making to reduce the importance of entering clips as often as possible. Oh, that is, I guess, the weird explanation. Yeah. Because saying that you change the 4-piece to not have us enter lunar eclipse makes no sense when we're going to replace that anyway. So they need to make sure that we don't enter lunar eclipse without this set. Not with the set, right? So that is a bit weird, yeah. That's the first increased starfire damage. Love this change. Casting starfire and AoE always felt bad because it generates a little astral power. Yeah, I like the astral power thing. I don't know about the damage, I guess. We'll see what that does. But yeah, the astral power thing is pretty cool that we generate more when we actually hit multiple targets with it. As long as it doesn't become too important. So that is something that I personally have a really big issue with. I don't want to sit there being super reliant on casting starfires to get my astral power. Welcome 4% single target buff. Still wish this didn't block Weaver. Rattle do it to the daughter's been the darn only strong. Yeah, I agree. Still the same issue. Minor 1.4% single target buff together with the 100% buff it received. Those two talents will definitely be a must pick whenever you want to do any relevant single target damage. Yeah, see, this is what I'm worried about when it comes to plus single target damage. Fuck. Because now we have. I mean, I guess if we don't want to like fully suck on AoE, if we don't want to fully suck on single target and plus after these changes, then we have to pick up these two plus Power of Goldrin, right? Which is just so many points. So we have to pick up this and this and this, plus Incarn, plus this. I don't know. It's just so much. At that point, we can't play shrooms anymore, and that would also be weird. Oh well, we'll see. 40% uptime at 0 haste and 61 at 40. Average haste, which is 5% damage, so it becomes a very competitive option. Yeah. Luna's Guidance. We'll have to wait for Sims, but probably fine, but not best. Radiant Moonlight also increases Fear of Loon's damage. Could actually be good in Plus, as it's usually 4 to 5% of the damage and 6% of our Astral Power generation. Yeah. Will most likely also increase Orbit Breaker damage. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about the Orbit Breaker. Yeah, that's interesting, I guess. Anyhow, it seems interesting. Like, these changes seem... It seems good. I'm just really worried about plus single target damage. That's the only thing that worries me. Everything else seems pretty fine. And of course, this whole Moonfire meme thing. They didn't address Lunar Shrapnel at all. I think they're just gonna... It's funny because they said that they want to buff some talents that are, like, underpowered. And they didn't mention Lunar Shrapnel at all. Which is pretty funny because to me that just means they just leave the talent there to rot, you know, for their whole expansion probably. I think this talent is just gonna be dead forever. I don't think they care. No, they're not baking the tier set into talent tree, you know. I mean, they could pretty easily rework the talent, right? Like, I don't think that would be that big of a deal. I think they could easily change it to still accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish without it being broken. But I guess they didn't want to. Which makes sense right now because reworking Lunar Shrapnel would technically give us like a buff in stacked AoE, which maybe they just don't want to, considering that we do pretty fine without it. I realized Aeronaut Ring is my best in slot, and I thought a max Great Vault would maximize my chances at the ring, but someone told me to just kill 2 bosses. Why is that? Okay, it's because people do not understand how the vault works. The amount of times I hear this is actually kind of insane. Let me explain this to you. So, the raiding vault only gives you items from bosses that you have killed already. So, for example, you cannot get an item from Rasagath in your vault if you haven't killed Rasagath before. But this only happens one time. So if you killed Rasagath Heroic once, then Rasagath Heroic items will permanently be part of your vault options, as long as you unlock a Heroic vault. So if you killed, let's say you killed a Heroic Rasagath, right? And then 2 weeks later, you unlock your vaults by killing 2 Heroic bosses, but you did not kill Rasagath. You could still get a Rasagath item from that 2-slot vault. There's a misconception in the player base where they believe that this is a reoccurring thing every week. Like, people believe that if I only kill Aranok and Primal Council, that I can only get Aranok and Primal Council loot in a vault. And this is not true if you have killed other bosses previously. This is only true if you've ever only killed those 2 bosses. So, for example, if you do Mythic, and you only killed 2 bosses on Mythic ever, you only killed Aranok and Primal Council, then your vault, if you unlock it with 2, so if you kill Aranok and Primal Council every single week, but you don't kill any other bosses, then the Mythic vault that you have from the raid will only include Aranok loot and Primal Council loot. But as soon as you kill an additional Mythic boss, then that loot will also be included in your loot table. Okay? So, since you have already killed Rasagath, that means there's no reason for you to only kill 2 bosses from here on out. You should be filling out your vault if you can. Thanks for 2 months, Jira. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you're just pugging Mythic, like if you're not in a raiding guild that does Mythic, then I would suggest that you only ever kill 2 bosses if you want Aranok and Primal Council loot. Like, I would suggest you never kill Taros on purpose. Like, you literally, even if you could kill Taros, I would just not do it. Because if you've never killed Taros on Mythic, then it doesn't include Taros Mythic loot, which is horrible loot, right? So if you want Aranok Ring and you want Primal Council Trinket or whatever, and you're only pugging, you're not progressing, then I would suggest that you try to never kill a 3rd Mythic boss. Unless the boss also has loot that you want, I guess. But yeah, again, if you've already killed those bosses once before, then there's no reason to do this. So if I'm benched and they bring me for Xanath and Terrace in that slot, I will get a chance for Icon, even though I did not kill that week? Yes. If you have killed Council before, you do need to have killed it once to include the loot. But yeah, this misconception is kind of like it's so far spread that there's people that actually grieve their own vault because they have this misconception that it would include less loot or something. Okay, anyway. Oh wait, okay, that was it. All right, all right. Interesting. Jandaria updated the spreadsheet with the value, talent value for the changes. Let's see. Holy shit. 6.9% radiant moonlight. 7.1% denizens as well. Wild Surge is 5.4%. Yeah, it's not that bad, I guess. Huh. What's Elun's guidance here? Elun's guidance is max 3.7% if you play with Incarnate Weaver. 3.7%, I mean... It's okay, I guess? So what would you play? You would play... I mean, you would just play Denizens, right? Yeah. And Radiant Moonlight. Jesus Christ, that's broken. So you would play something like this, I guess. Let's see. Okay, wait. Huh. Okay, wait, let's see it. Single target. This is single target, of course. How do you reset this shit? Alright, so you still play this, 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 this. Wait, what about Umbral? What about Umbral Embrace? I mean, I guess you need it for Sundered, but do you even pick up Sundered anymore when the other talents are so good? Let's see, where's Sundered? It's still 4.2. Yeah. Umbral is still bad, but... Well, shit. I guess there's nothing else you can pick up. What about Smolder on single target? 2.6. That's not that bad. Promise they only have 2 points here. If you want Sundered, I mean, is there any chance you don't pick up Sundered? I guess, wait, I guess you do not pick it up if you do, actually, wait. What's the second point in Smolder? One sec. So, Umbral Embrace is 0.9. Oh, Astral Smolder 2, we don't even have that. 1.1 is Umbral, so it's better than Umbral, I guess. And then, of course, we pick Starlord, Weaver, Fury, this. Huh. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I mean, just seems better. Because you can't, I mean, you would have to put 1 point in Sundered over these, which doesn't make sense, right? Friend of the Face 4.9 and Sundered is how much? Sundered 4.2. Yeah. So I guess you would play something like this. What is this again? Elun's Guidance? Okay, Elun's Guidance is still bad. So this is what you would play single target approximately, I guess? Wait, Ethereal Kindling is better than Twin Moons? Oh, yeah, because of, yeah. Obviously, if it's pure single target, I guess that makes sense. So you would play this instead. Oh, wait, no point in this. Wait, Starweaver versus Rattle? I didn't even look at that. I just assumed. Rattle 6.4, Starweaver 6.4. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. If it's the same thing, you always play Starweaver, right? Because it's just more movement. Something like this, I guess. Man, the fact that Radiant Moonlight is so good makes an E build even worse, though, right? Thanks for 66 months, Tracker. What's up? Thank you so much. Oof. Yeah, what do you do in plus? Oh my god. Dude, maybe you just play the same build in plus. Actually. Because, I mean, you lose mushrooms. But, I mean, I guess you kind of just do that anyway. You don't have 2 points to put into mushrooms unless you want to lose, like, a shit ton of single target, right? So maybe you just play this exact same build in on single target and in plus. Wait, that might actually be true. We might actually just play this on single target and in plus. Of course, you would change Nature's Balance into Twin Moons for in plus, right? But, I mean, everything else seems kind of... And I guess you could... Maybe you pick up the other choice node here that is not Stellar Flare. But I think you probably just pick Stellar Flare anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you just play this for everything. I don't know. Interesting. We'll see, I guess. I guess it also really heavily depends on what our 4 set is going to be. Our new set bonus. Right? Depending on what the new set does, it might change quite a lot of stuff around. All right, let's take a look. Wait, I can copy my character, right? For Peace Lets you pick 2 extra talents? That would be super strong. Actually, I mean, it wouldn't even be that strong, I guess. It would be pretty strong. It would be less strong than our current force set. Because, I mean, if you look at your talents, if we get 2 more talent points, right? For single target, we would pick up, actually, would we pick up standard then? I guess so. Then we would remove 1 point of here and do this. And that wouldn't even be that strong. Like, it would be like a 5 to 6% damage increase, something like that. So it wouldn't be like that insane. Our current set is much stronger than that. Oh wait, what did I do? Oh, and of course, if we had, so if we have 2 more talent points, we would pick up Fear of Balloon plus Radiant Moonlight, right? But what we really gained is 1 point in Umbral and 1 point in Standard, which is like a 5% damage increase, approximately.
I can't use that item yet.
Okay. Let's check out some stuff then. Have you seen some new... Have you seen the boss design of the last boss of the raid? With the mind control, or with the class mind control, whatever? I'll show you. Oh, it's not Tharian, actually, not the last boss. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bosses. Okay. Here. Neltharion twists players with a shadowy magic, corrupting their abilities, but allowing them to see beyond the veil of shadows. Neltharion takes advantage of the druid's connection to nature, forcing them to shapeshift to a random form every 6 seconds for 30 seconds. Wild Breath. Neltharion takes control of the evoker, forcing them to cast Wild Breath every 6 seconds for 30 seconds. Inflicting 41,000 fire damage to all players as they fly over the battlefield. Look at the rogue one. Neltharion corrupts the rogue's natural treachery. I don't know how to pronounce the word. Causing them to shadow step to an ally every 10 seconds and stabbing them in the back for a 166k physical damage. What the hell? Oh my. What is it? I wonder if these abilities don't apply to tanks. Because imagine a Guardian Druid gets this ability here, and they just shift out of bear form randomly. Oh. It did apply to tanks in Classic? Yeah, that's... I don't think whatever happens in Classic is necessarily gonna be true this time around. Oh my god, we're playing against a lizard person? So the evokers are just gonna fight their own people or what? Oh my god, it's Gworm. There's a lot of single target, or like no ad fights. Did you see that? Okay, now there's a lot of ads, but look at those bosses. This guy's only 1 guy, this guy only 1 guy, and this guy only 1 guy. The last 3 bosses. Interesting. And there's nothing for Neltharion yet. Neltharion doesn't have a model. Oh, this boss seems very simple, Magmarex. Oh my god, I think I like... Dude, I like simple fights. Let's see what it does. Upon reaching 100 energy, Magmarex erupts into flame and releases a powerful explosion that inflicts fire damage every 2 seconds and increases fire damage taken by 50% to affect stacks. Increases fire damage... Oh. Okay, okay. While the spittle, Magmarex covers random players and Fury Spit, inflicting 5 damage. When removal, the player explodes, inflicting 5 damage to players within 10 yards. And creating a magma puddle. A pool of magma that continues to grow during the course of the fight. Blah blah blah. Sending a pool causes it to shrink over time. Oh, you can soak it. While standing in wind, blah blah blah, violently thrashes about, gaining 5% energy and inflicting fire damage to all players every 1 second. Okay. Longworks unleashes a bellowing roar, inflicting 5 damage to all players and setting them ablaze, inflicting additional 5 damage every 1 second as effect stacks. Okay. So this seems to be like a single target enrage fight, right? Longworks unleashes a powerful stomp, inflicting physical damage to all players and knocking them back with a knockback. Longworks unleashes a fear breath, inflicting 5 damage to all players caught in the breath. Ah, it has a frontal. Has specially bites as current blah blah blah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, this boss seems very simple. So all he does is you spawn paddles on the floor that become bigger and you have to soak them. The boss does AoE damage to you all the time and knocks you back once in a while. Very interesting. And it's such a late boss as well. It's so late in the raid. Oh, wait. What's the mythic? Oh, this is mythic already. I guess they're missing some abilities. Maybe it's just missing abilities because it doesn't have any mythic mechanics here. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we already have the choice note here. Oh, so all of the changes are already implemented? Oh yeah, it is already implemented. Cool. Let's test out the stuff then. For a second. Let's test single target. Let's do this build that I cooked up. And by me, I mean, I basically just read the numbers that Jindara provided. We said this, right? No. Oh, there's a point missing. I'm missing a point. Which point am I missing? Oh, twin moons. Oh. Shit, I don't have weak grass. Ugh, can't play the game without weak grass, actually. It's impossible. I don't know how anyone does that. I mean, I don't even see how much damage I'm doing. Wait, I assume you enter solar eclipse now, right? I entered lunar in accident. Okay, this is impossible. I can't play this game without weak grass. I can't play this game. I mean, what else is there? Like the currency thing is not implemented yet, right? Where would that vendor be even? Maybe in the area I was just in? Wait, what? Is that? I guess it's not here. Oh, new zone, true. I mean, I assume it's in Valdrakken, right? I don't think it's in a new zone. But let's fly there anyway, I guess. Real quick. Taking a look. With my shitty dragon that has no points, apparently. I don't know why, but... So how do you enter this place? You just fly down here? Oh, here. That's kind of cool. Where am I? Oh my god. Oh, there we are. Ah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So is this like the main area? This Loam area here? Over here? Oh wait, I didn't see. I thought I see it. Keep of Renown? Okay, so this is gonna be the new Renown thing, right? Oh, there's the item upgrader. But it's still the wrong one. Oh, here. Flight stones. You can blah, blah, blah. Acquire 50 flight stones by defeating unique creatures, conquering dungeons and raids, completing role activities, and looting caches. These are I'm gonna get a piece of. I'm a bit worried about the system, guys. I'm a bit worried, I'm telling you. You know why I'm worried? It's just because... Like, you can get these flight stones from everything, right? You can get it from a plus, from the raids, from open world content, from everything. Which, in theory, sounds really cool. But in reality, it might not be that good if it's more efficient to do content that you don't like doing, you know? Like, whenever it comes to these kind of currencies or these kind of cross-content acquisitions, there's always going to be one thing that is the most efficient, and then everyone is going to do that. Or feel forced to do that. Which... Like, it's definitely not ideal if, let's say you're an M+ player, and you can do really high keys, but it's more efficient to do world quests instead, you know? That would be a bit annoying. Flight stones are located all over the Dragon Isles and can be rewarded by completing outer treasures, world quests, weekly events, dungeons, and raids. Shadowflame crest fragments can be acquired in similar fashion. There are 4 tiers of fragments that combine into their respective whole crests. If you want more powerful fragments, you will need to overcome more dangerous and difficult adventures. Okay, well, that sounds good. So maybe the open world quests are just worse. Most upgrades will require flight stones. The more powerful the upgrade... Maybe the flight stones are going to be more like Primal Chaos. And the crests are going to be more like... Concentrated Primal Fusion or something? The more powerful the upgrade, the more flight stones required. Upgrading a gear labeled as Adventurer, Veteran, Champion, or Hero may require you to acquire additional Shadowflame crests. These crests imbue a power that flight stones alone cannot match. Mythic gear is so powerful that even a crest cannot upgrade it. Depending on your gear level, upgrade costs may be cheaper and may not require Shadowflame crests. Our upgrade specialists are quite good at leaning on your own power to save costs when possible. And a simple example, say you wear a helm of epic quality. If you bring a helm of rare quality to Kassolf, you will only need a handful of light stones and no crests from you to upgrade it. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, what's Whelpling's Shadowflame crest? Used to upgrade higher level adventure and lower level veteran gear, or to craft an optional regen that increases crafted gear item level to 395408. So this can upgrade gear, but it can also be used as a primal infusion, basically? Am I understanding this correctly? Right? And to get this, you need a Drake's Shadowflame crest. Oh, so this is this one, the higher one. Oh no, this is just like this is just an exchanger, I guess. Or? Like, I can exchange a Worm Shadowflame crest for a Drake Shadowflame crest. But why would I want to do that? I guess it's just because it cannot be used on lower tier items. Yeah, okay. Used to upgrade higher level veteran and lower level champion gear, or to craft an optional region that increases craft. Okay. Used to upgrade higher level champion and lower level hero gear, or to craft an optional region. Yeah, so maybe this is just an exchange thing. So if I have like a really high crest, I can lower it to another crest if that's what I want. Would be weird, but maybe. Yeah, I guess we can read this. Will be available for open world raid. Will not work on PvP gear and very top end items. Will not work on crafted gear. What? But it says it works on crafted gear. Now I'm confused. Thanks for the 72 months, Popcutter. What's up? What's up? There are two forms of currencies: flystones and crests. Crests come in four different varieties: whelplings, drakes, worms, and aspect. Each corresponding to an increasing level of difficult content. When you upgrade a piece of gear, you'll have to pay a crest based on the item level that you're trying to upgrade it to. There's massive discount in the upgrade cost if any character on your account has higher item level in that slot. I like that a lot. That's really cool. Comprising about 50% reduction in the amount of flightstones needed. There's a weekly cap on the number of crests that you can obtain each week, 10 of each kind. The cap also increases over time and allows you to catch up freely if you don't reach it in a week. Crest will go into the region bag and stack at very high, will used by enchanters to make enchanted Shadowflame crest, which will be used to set the item of range of a piece of crafted gear similar to infusions in Season 1. So it does work on crafted gear. Well, I guess it works. It doesn't work on crafted gear to upgrade it, but you can use it to upgrade crafted gear, right? So I guess it's a little bit misleading, the sentence, but I guess I know what they mean. KSM, KSH will still exist but not be tied to Mythic Plus upgrades, as those have been replaced by crests. Valor will be completely removed. Bonus flightstones will be awarded if someone gets a Mythic Plus score upgrade. Okay. Makes of the system are very simple. You earn a new currency called flightstones from just about anything you do. Complete a world quest, kill a unique creature, run a mythic keystone dungeon, kill a raid boss, and so on. You also get items called Shadowflame crests, which come in 4 varieties, blah, blah, blah. And different, including other, yeah. You'll be able to upgrade almost any item in Season 2, max level gameplay ecosystem, whether it comes from a world quest, a mythic raid boss, by sending flightstones. I guess the only thing we didn't really know yet is the actual item level of it. Like, can I upgrade any item to mythic item level? Or how high does this go? I assume not. Right? There's a table? Oh. So you can maximum do 441, and max mythic item level is 450. So 9 item levels before 450, which is the equivalent of 415 right now. Okay, so it's the same as Valor upgrades. So this just means you can upgrade any item level. So if we talk about current, let's assume the system would be in place right now. That would mean that you can upgrade any item to 415, which is cool. It's basically Valor points, except it works on all of the items, right? So, well, not all of the items, but I mean, almost, basically. But nothing really changes for like a Mythic Raider, I guess. The only thing that really changes is that you can upgrade lower item levels to 415, which means that I could go and get an icon from normal mode or LFR, and I could upgrade it to 415, right? But let me look at this again. So Shadow Frame Crest costs to upgrade, and items created at this level will always have upgrade level. No, it doesn't. Okay, well then what does the system do? Fucking nothing? Okay, wait, let me read this again. There are 3 categories of gear that are not part of the system. The first is crafted gear, which will be upgraded using recrafting, much the same as it's done now. The other kind of gear not included in this upgrade system is PvP gear. Final kind of gear not available for this upgrade is very top end of gear. Anything that's an item level comparable to a mythic grade isn't going to be upgradable. If you want to bear best gear and get into Hall of Fame, blah, 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 you'll still need to earn that, yeah, blah, blah, blah. The most important thing to keep in mind is that everything here is optional. Yep. System is wide in scope, blah, blah, blah. Flightstones themselves are, as already stated, obtained from just blah, blah, blah. So weekly cap. Wait, there's no weekly cap? Oh, so Flightstones are kind of like Primal Chaos, I think. So you just get it, like, you're just going to have a million of those. And you're kept by the crests and not by the Flightstones. So the Flightstones you obtain by doing anything, and you need to use them. So it's only going to be an issue at the start of the patch, like Primal Chaos was. And then you're just going to have endless Primal Chaos or Flightstones. But you're kept by the crests because those are weekly kept. Yeah, Shadow Flame crests come in 4 varieties. If you're upgrading an item to an item level that corresponds to the equipment and blah, 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 you'll need to spend 1 Whelpling Shadow Flame crest per upgrade. Item level comparison, blah, blah, blah. Just spend crest per heroic, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so when those levels kind of sort of yeah. Upgrades cost Flightstones and Javelin Crest when you're getting an upgrade that increases your character's power. But if you're upgrading an item, yeah, then you take less, yeah. So if you already have a couple, yeah, example, yeah. Discounts rings, trinket, and one-hand weapons since you get 2 slots will track your second highest items in return, and you're just kind of, sure. Each item can only be upgraded so far. Based on its item level at creation, each item will be in a distinct upgrade track. Here's an example table to help you visualize what this would look like. Okay. Items created at this level will always have upgrade level. Okay, I'm confused. So normal mode item level would be... What's current normal mode item level? 408? I'm confused. 390 is normal mode item level right now. Really? That low? Thanks for the 68 months, Ace. What's up? Oh. Okay, so let's assume 390. Okay, so it's 1034. So it's like 416 is normal mode, right? So I assume this is normal mode. So normal mode is champion 1 out of 8. So I can upgrade a normal mode item to 437. Is that how it works, Max? Okay. And 47 would be the equivalent of 411 item level right now. So basically that means if you have let's say you have an icon right now from normal mode, a 389 icon, you could upgrade it to 411 with this system. Right? Approximately. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that sucks a little bit about this system is it makes farming lower content more important, which I'm never a big fan of. Because, I mean, what this means is that people are going to do LFR and normal modes, even though they can't get any upgrades from those, technically speaking. But if they get a trinket that they really want, like, if you get like a super OP trinket or like the hunter bow or whatever from normal mode, you can just upgrade it through the system, right? And like it's good that you have extra options to get the items that you want, but then at the same time, I just don't like it that you have to do it through content that is not the content that you want to do, right? Because if you're a mythic raider, you don't want to do normal modes, right? I don't know, it's like, but oh well. I mean, giving people an extra option to get another item, I guess, and it is what it is. The system is not for mythic raiders, it's made for low guilds who do normal. But it still affects mythic raiders. I'm telling you how it affects mythic raiders. In a negative way. So, like, I'm not saying that the system is bad. I'm just saying that there is a negative effect that this comes with. It's very similar to what we had with Titanforge, if you guys remember. Titanforge caused players to do lower difficulties to possibly get the item on Titanforge. And this is the same thing, basically. It is not the exact same thing, because once you get the item, you have it, and you don't have to try and farm it again to get an RNG Titanforge proc. So it is, like, it's definitely better than Titanforge when it comes to that regard, but it's still similar where, like, in the sense that you can get upgrades from a difficulty that is far below the difficulty that you want to do, right? I mean, you would still do LFR as well, depending on how good the trinket is, right? Because LFR would be... so this is normal mode. LFR would be 402, right? So you can upgrade an LFR item to 424, which is the equivalent of... I guess it's pretty low. It's like 398 item level, right? Right now. But it depends on how good the trinket is, right? Because if you could get a 398 Grief Torch, like, maybe that would actually be better than not having one, right? I don't know. So it really depends on the power of the item. If the item is like super strong, then you might even equip a 398, I guess. But I mean, in my opinion, an item should never be so strong that you actually want to equip a 398 over a 415 item, right? So that would be a balancing issue then, or like a tuning issue rather than anything else. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the system. I think it's interesting. It definitely helps out with these like powerful items. I still think the powerful items just shouldn't be that powerful in the first place. But oh well. Okay. If this is the case, doesn't that issue exist now without the system? For example, people being enticed to run lower difficulties for a chance at a strong item. I mean, yeah, it does, just not to this much of an extent because you can't upgrade them, right? I mean, this just emphasizes the issue. It's obviously, right? Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the system seems fine. I don't think it's really like, I don't think the system is going to be like very different than what we have with Valor right now, except that you can get Valor from other things. So this is basically the same thing as Valor upgrades, except that you can do it with other items, and you don't necessarily have to play in Plus to get the upgrades. But then the problem is, where do you get the items from to upgrade in the first place? Like this changes very little, I think. Like, what does it really change? Because you still need to have the item to upgrade it, which means you still have to do M+ to get the item to upgrade. Because M+ is the only source of infinite items, right? So this system doesn't really change anything, right? Except the fact that raiders now have an option to upgrade their items too. But it still means that if you are a raider, you would still want to do M+, because you need to have the items that drop in M+ to upgrade them in the first place, right? So it's like, I don't know, like, I don't think it really changes much at all. Yeah, it does mean that certain items cannot be upgraded as high as they were before. But I also don't think that's that big of a deal either. In fact, I think that's better. Because I mean, who did you ever upgrade an item from Mythic 0 or like Mythic +2 to 415? Like, I don't think anyone ever does that. Why? Because if you are able to upgrade an item to 415, that means you have KSM, right? On an alt, yeah, okay, on an alt it makes sense, but not on your main. Because on your main, you need to unlock the achievement to be able to upgrade them in the first place, so you wouldn't be farming +2s anyway, right? If you want a certain item, you would want to farm it on a higher item level, so you don't have to spend so much valor to upgrade it. For alts, it's a different kind of story, though, yeah. But I think it's better that you cannot upgrade items that far, because I personally think it's like a bad, like it incentivizes people less to do lower dungeons, right? Which I think is good. Because whenever people farm +2s, because it's better for valor gain and it's better to get more items, that just sucks a little bit. So the fact that they make that less or less good, I guess, is a good thing. New system doesn't fix anything. But what do you mean it doesn't fix? Like, what's the issue that you? I don't think this system is supposed to fix anything, right? I don't necessarily see an issue with the current system. Or what do you think the problem is with the current system? I think they just want to change the upgrade system to be including the raids, right? Raid items, without having multiple currencies. But it's not supposed to like fix the current system as far as I see. Because right now the Valor system is not necessarily a problematic system, right? It seems it's just like a fine system. Yeah, you can upgrade items from heroic raids to 415. I mean, to higher than 415, but if it was in place right now, you could upgrade them to 415. Problem of the current system is that you need to catalyst so much to get 415 if you can't clear mythic raids. Current system is that you need to catalyst so much to get 415 if you can't clear mythic raids. Yeah, I mean, that's not a problem with the Valor system, though. That's a problem with like the raid not having upgrades, right? So that fixes, like, it definitely helps raiders, like raid items, right? It like, because it's, we literally didn't have a way of upgrading raid items, and now we do. So that's pretty cool, yeah. But so yeah, it's only a positive thing, right? Like, there's no negative thing with this. I don't see a downside of the system, other than the downside that I mentioned earlier, where it incentivizes people to do lower content than what they can do, just to get items that they want to upgrade. That's the only downside, right? If a mythic raider ends up doing normal modes to get an item just so they can upgrade it, because then it's better than what they have otherwise, right? Which is always a little bit annoying, but we already have that anyway with tier sets. Right? Like, tier set is the exact same thing, where people do normal mode just to get tier sets, even though they could be doing mythic instead. But there's no upgrade they can get in mythic that is better than a normal tier set if it enables their 2-set or 4-set bonus. So yeah, I don't see a problem with the system, or not like a big problem. It seems just fine to me. I guess it could also maybe, because how do these crests work? Because they drop from raiding, but will you get enough from the raids without having to do any other content per week? Like, are you gonna be able to cap the currency in the raids in 1 week, you know, without doing a plus? I wonder. I guess this doesn't really matter because people are gonna do a plus anyway to unlock their vault, so who cares, I guess. I guess this is also really cool for M+ people. Well, really cool, but I think it helps M+ players a little bit if they really don't want to raid, right? Because if you're an M+ player and you really do not want to raid Mythic, but you know that Mythic has like the best items for you, you can just not do Mythic and you can just get the items from Heroic instead and upgrade them to 415, Which, yeah, 415 is not as good as 421, but it's you know, it's better than not having the item at all, I guess. I'm looking at raid cities from your guilds. You're looking at our raid cities? Where? And bombs? What bombs are we talking about? Which boss are we talking about? Okay, I don't know what guild this is. But it's definitely not mine. Oh wait, it says Life Bloom in there? Why is Life Bloom in there? And Big T. Wait, now I'm confused. Oh, so you copy pasted our assignments and you're trying to use them for yourself? Or what? Thanks for 30 months, Victoria. What's up? I can't believe you would steal our assignments and then ask me to explain it to you. Unbelievable. I still don't know what your question is, though. Can you repeat your question? Na, 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 na. Evoker 7 for each of the bombs. Okay, like I'm confused because you say bombs. I assume you mean the charges, yeah? And top of the page. I also don't know. Oh, the page. I mean, I don't know what the evoker assignments are, but I assume it's one of their defensive cities, like Zephyr. I mean, I assume it's Zephyr, right? That would make a lot of sense. No? Or what else would you think it is? As I said, I personally don't know what it is, but I assume it's Zephyr, right? Because I mean, I can't believe what else it would be. Time spare is listed a bit lower. I mean, I assume it's a defensive, not anything else. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's Zephyr, because or a healing, other healing cooldowns or whatever. I don't think it's rescue because it's bomb, like it's charge assignments, right? It's not wind assignments. Hey Daniel, you should watch my YouTube video where I'm explaining what I'm doing in a dungeon. That's gonna help you for sure. All right. What do you think about the PR? I don't know. I didn't really check much. I checked the system, like the upgrade system, and I checked this new zone a little bit. But I personally don't necessarily care about... Like, I'm not a big questing person or lore person or anything, so... So, yeah. Hey, Logic. I mean, I just don't know who published the sheet, because I was... Like, I didn't publish the sheet, yeah? I don't know who published it. And I also don't... Like, I didn't make the sheet, so... Like, I don't know what is. If it's not concerning me, then I don't know what things are. Like, that's why I'm... that's why I'm confused, you know? If it was Toe Grinder that uploaded the sheet somewhere and, like, shared it with his viewers or with his community, then I would suggest you ask Toe Grinder, because he's the one that actually made the sheet and figured stuff out, right? Like, I just can't necessarily help you, because all I can do is take a guess. And if Toe Grinder didn't actually publish it and you received the sheet some other way, then it's also not very ethical. If you published it, sure, fine, right? But if you somehow, like, stole it or whatnot, then that's another thing, yes. But I have no idea, because, I mean, as I said, I didn't publish it. It's not my sheet to publish, obviously. I didn't make it. Alright, so this side has, like, a lot of, I mean, just, like, world quests and, like, things to do, I guess. I mean, just where you farm renown. I wonder what the new renown things are. Okay, so you can't see it yet? Oh, no, wait, this is different. Wait, where did... Oh, Veldraken is here, okay. Complete the quest to Skara near the Brackenhide Hollow in the Ashes Fen. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, where's the raid entrance, actually? Yeah? Is it not supposed to be somewhere here? Or where is it supposed to be? On the top? Like here? Oh, there is no raid entrance. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. So the entrance is not there yet, but you can see the thing. Man, only having 3 vigor is horrible. Flying around in the zone is a little bit annoying because everything seems to be like at a similar level. Like the elevation doesn't go down or up anywhere, so like you can't really get any speed anywhere, it seems like. Here it goes up a little bit. Okay, Logic. Yeah, if Toe Grinder linked it, then obviously it's fine for you to have it. But yeah, again, you should probably just ask Toe Grinder whenever he's streaming any kind of questions, because as I said, I'm just taking a guess. I don't know any assignments for anyone else other than myself. So just ask Toe whenever he streams again. Oh, you get speed by flying close to the ground? Oh. And it does seem to be right. This feels a bit awkward, though. Like, it feels awkward that you don't lose speed when you fly down. And when you fly at the same elevation. This feels really weird. Okay. And so just a raid entrance. It very much does still look like Eternal Palace, like I said. Except it's not underwater. Okay, I'll be right back 1 second, and then we see if there's anything else for us to actually check out on PTR that isn't like questing or anything. And otherwise, we're gonna play some Blast. Be right back. Okay. What else is there to look at? Thanks for 14 months, Potato. What's up, what's up? Oh yeah, raid gear. True, that's in Veldraken, right? Or worsted. I guess I can just look at it in Dungeon Ding. I can't buy it anywhere, I assume. Or can I actually test stuff? Okay, let's take a look at all of the bosses. Okay, I don't see a universal token yet. Who drops higher item level? 441, 441, 441. Oh, 3 bosses, actually. Oh, 4 bosses? Huh? Everything's 441. I guess they didn't do the item level yet. Thanks for 5 months, Keith. Thank you so much. I'm not casting MDI tonight. No, I'm doing a watch party on my stream though. I'm gonna join Dorky and Growl and whoever else is there as well. So we can chill a bit. Yeah, so I assume they didn't do the item level yet because everything's 441. That seems wrong, of course. 2 end stat from the last boss. Okay. What else is there? I guess there's a lot of items missing. I don't think... Oh, this is balance only. Okay, never mind. Gloves and a belt from the last boss and a cloak. A very rare cloak. Interesting. Briefly open a pair of gates to the void to redirect the orbit of Anshul, the cosmic wanderer, through your target, dealing cosmic damage split between all nearby enemies. Damage increased for each enemy struck up to 5 enemies. 230 cooldown. What kind of cooldown window is that? 230. That's weird. Alright, see you later, Logic. Have a good one. So just a split damage, so I guess it does look like more of a single target item. But maybe it's kind of like Scoville Trinket. It's also kind of good on plus stuff. Then, of course, we have these like class trinkets. Our class trinket has the versatility. So the weird thing about these class trinkets is the difference between this and this. So look at these trinkets, yeah? It gives us a chance to proc 3.5k intellect, but it does damage to us if it procs. And this trinket gives more intellect, 5.7k, instead of 3.5. So a lot more intellect, and it slows you for 10%. Like the downside here seems a lot. Like this is a lot. The bleed is a lot much bigger downside than a slow. But it gives you less intellect. I'm not sure I understand the difference there. And then 5% damage increase is also pretty bad for Warrior, Paladin, Mage, Demon Hunter, Evoker. This trinket seems by far the best trinket. Because a 10% slow, I mean, it's kind of whatever. But it gives the most intellect for some reason. This is agility and intellect, no strength. Only gain or lose tidal lava attunement, stack increase to 45 before diminishing to 0. 45 stacks to your next harmful spell or range ability grants you crit. 0 stacks to your next harmful spell or range ability launches the lava wave, throws and blah blah blah, crushing up your target, dealing damage split between all new enemies. Okay, interesting. Resonance with the power of the chosen Dragonblood granting secondary stat. Allies with a different resonance gain 65 secondary stat. Allies with a different resonance gain 65 secondary stat. So if somebody has this trinket and I have this trinket and mine gives mastery and another person once gives haste, then I get 65 haste. That's how I understand it at least. Humble spells have a high chance to draw unstable flame sphere from the vessel, increasing your haste by 1/1. Bad damage over 15 seconds. Second to 5. Upon reaching 5, launch a shadow spike at your target and consumes as of flame stealing damage immediately and additional over 12 seconds. Okay. Thanks to the missiles have a chance to grant you ephemeral dragon wings, increasing crit. And leech. That seems to be a healer trinket. Call upon an echo of the Tharian power to crash to the ground below you, dealing shadow flame damage to nearby enemies if you have traveled at least 15 yards. 3-minute cooldown. Okay, that's a lot. That's a long cooldown. Also, this is a bit weird because it seems to be like you have to go in melee to use it, right? Because it says calls upon an echo that crashes to the ground below you. So that means that you need to be in melee to get the damage, right? Thanks for raid, Crazy Nut. Thank you, thank you. It's a leap. No, what? Wait, how's it a leap? Oh. No, what? No, I'm not sure I understand this. I read it as you have to leap 15 yards or more to get the damage. But, huh? Like, I'm not sure. Because it gives you wings. The proc gives you wings. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand this trinket. It's weird. So use a leap, and if you leap 15 yards, do damage? You think so? Yeah, I guess so. So, I guess I've read it wrong. So basically, you are the one crashing, I guess. I thought there's some sort of like dragon crashing in to your position, but I guess you are the one that is crashing into something. Yeah, I guess that might be right. Huh, that is interesting. Yeah, I guess it might be some form of leap, as you said. Huh, that is pretty cool, actually. Especially because it's not related to the actual, like, the proper power of the trinket. So I guess, well, I guess the question is, can you use the active effect of this trinket only when the proc is active? Because the proc seems to be just RPPM or something, right? So maybe you cannot actually use the trinket if you do not have the proc currently. And then it's a bit weird, because if this is a leap on a 3-minute cooldown, then that would be pretty cool. But if it requires you to have the proc to be able to use it, then it's not so good, right? Because then you cannot use it on demand. Because at that point, it's just kind of whatever. Because I could see this trinket being used... So let's say you're doing Rasagath, right? And the winds happen. Then you could use this trinket as like a leap, if that is what it is. But if it only works if you have the proc active currently, then you cannot guarantee to have that, right? So it's like, it's a bit weird, but maybe it's cool. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I read it differently the first time as well, but now that I reread it, okay, so because the way I understand it now because it says call upon an echo of Neltharion's power to crash to the ground. And I was thinking that this echo of Neltharion's power is like a thing. Like I thought it's like an actual dragon is falling from the sky. But it says call upon Neltharion's power. So your character is calling upon Neltharion's power to crash your ground. So, you know, you could read this in two different ways. Whatever it's gonna be, I don't know. But it could be that when you have the proc, because the first thing is a proc, right? The first thing says that it's like a random proc. And it says it gives you wings. It says your attacks and abilities have a chance to grant you dragon wings. So during those 15-second procs, you have wings. And I assume that whenever you have that proc active, so whenever you do have the wings on you, that you can then use the unused effect to crash down to the ground somewhere. You know? But yeah, obviously we don't know how it works exactly. Like, can you target something on the ground, or is it always just below you, or like, I don't know. I mean, I don't assume you can actually fly with the wings. Like, I assume with the stringed procs you can't actually fly, because that would be super busted. That would be incredibly broken, right? But maybe gives you the ability to glide or something. I mean, that would also be broken. I don't think you can fly or glide. Like, that would be broken, I think. But I mean, who knows? Maybe. Haste verse cloak. Mastery verse ring. That's a lot of verse. I guess these rings don't have stats yet. They all have the same stats, so they didn't do the stats yet for any of these items here. Yeah, the stats are not final. They're just random. Okay. It could be some sort of rocket jump, maybe, yeah. You can go on PTR if you want to see all of the atoms of 10.1. Just download PTR and log on. Ooh, Jindara added 4 targets as well. Ooh, let me check. Share stream rattle 1 smolder. Radiant Moonlight 4.8. Friend of A 5.8. Fungal growth only 3.3%. Mushroom 6%. Where's Umbral? Umbral. Embrace 4%. Still pretty strong, I guess. We don't know anything about if Moonkin is gonna be better or worse. Because I mean, the most important thing, or one of the most important things, is gonna be the new tier set, which we don't know yet. Right? And it also depends on, like, it's way too early to tell if a class is gonna be good in the next patch, because first of all, we don't know the new class sets yet, and we don't know the other class's situation, because it's always in comparison, right? Because right now, Moonkin, like, whenever you look at if Moonkin is good or bad, then you look at Moonkin in comparison to the other classes. And in 10.1, you're also going to have to compare Moonkin to the other classes, right? So we would have to know all of the numbers for the other classes and our class sets to know if it would be good or bad. So obviously we don't know that at all. When it comes to playstyle, it technically seems that it might be... I mean, it seems good, but we don't know, because we are going to lose 4Ps, which is a huge playstyle improvement. So not having 4Ps is... playstyle-wise a bit bad. They buffed some other spells to compensate losing the 4Ps, but I'm not sure if playstyle-wise it will also feel that good. Because not having the free Star Search at the start is like, eh. Wonder when they will reveal the set bonuses. It's still gonna take a long time for them to do set bonuses, I think. Because, I mean, the patch will come out like May or June. I do hope that they release set bonuses before they do all of the boss testing, though, because they have to do all of the raid boss testing still, of course. So I do hope that they're gonna actually release the tier sets so we can test the bosses with the tier sets, right? Yeah, and single target Star Search being a 40 astral power cost feels clunky if you don't have the 4Ps, right? The current 4Ps really makes single target feel so much better. Without 4Ps, our single target feels a little bit eh. They just don't have astral power to cast stuff. But we'll see. They changed the astral power generation a little bit. I mean, 2 said the Star Search costs 10 astral power less. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I'd like some pancakes, please. That'd be great. Don't even have Ruby. I'd be up for that. I already have a mage. I could do my 25 SVG for fun. a bunch of keys with 4 DPS. Thanks for 2 years now's the time. What's up, what's up? I did a 24 Academy without a healer. 24 Noka defensive, I think. 23 Temple or 24, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly, but I did a bunch. It was even tyrannical that we did without a healer. It was interesting. Oh. Pretty sure we did Temple without a healer. Shit, I just got a summon. Fuck. Yeah, we did do Temple without a healer. It's not that hard. I mean, obviously, whenever you play without a healer, you play with class that can heal a lot. Specifically, Prot Paladin is the main reason why any of this is even possible. Because Prot Paladin heals so much.
With protecting the life pools from the
with
I pray they have not infiltrated
the Word of Alert. I guess it's.
Ensure the eggs
I mean, the reason why it's so OP is because they can use it on other people, right? Their self-healing can be used on other people. Of course, that means that in return they heal themselves less. And they do less damage because they have to use their... they have to use their holy power to heal other people, but... Don't kill it! Oh no, it's a Fury Warrior. Alright, sounds good. Hey, Toe, what's up? Someone came in earlier and asked me about assignments of our Rasagath spreadsheet. Can I believe you published our spreadsheet and then people come to me and ask about things? As if I know anything about our spreadsheet. Ooh. Okay, I'll take it. What am I looking at in the screenshot, Toe? I don't get it. What's this picture you just posted? I'm so confused.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Oh, we're doing Fire Drake. Okay.
Alex Straza charged us with protecting the life pools from
Okay,
the
are you ready to see the Fury Warrior damage?
They have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Marked by lightning.
5, 4, 3.
Wait, where's the Fury Ward damage? I was typing it up. What happened? I need target capped or something. Oh, this guy's, I mean... Man, imagine being target capped. Awa.
Rallying cry.
I have to keep moving. Because I don't have Typhoon. This Earth Shaper was standing the Sangoon. I just missed an Umbra proc. Fuck me.
The elements answer to me!
Sanguine? Nice.
Zephyr.
Sentry's gonna die? Ooh. I do love PI. I should have mushroomed first.
Five, 4.
Where's my bloom person? There. Alright, cool. So far, so good.
If only you could have understood the rights. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
I think I just ingrained
My
this.
allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail!
Now we'll single target this boy.
Marked by lightning!
How did my twin wounds not proc?
Five,
Watch Sanguine? And this mini boss has a lot of HP. It seems. He's fighting this guy for 1.5 minutes.
The elements answer to me!
You will not interfere! Ice consume you! Be frozen and shatter!
Ow.
Ice consume you! Be frozen and shatter! I am sorry, but I need your strength, little ones! My chill will freeze your bones!
Rallying cry.
Marked by lightning.
Nice.
Ice consume you! Be frozen and shatter! Ice consume you!
I shouldn't have used Nature's Vigil actually. Actually, it doesn't matter. It lasts for so long.
Frozen and shatter!
Am I fine? Oh,
These whelps are pure.
I really didn't want to go
They
there.
will show you the truth. My chill will freeze your bones.
Sacrifice.
Marked by lightning.
Ice consume you. Be frozen and shatter.
That's bomb.
Time dilation.
Ice
The time dilation was a bit late.
consume you. Be frozen and shatter.
Alright, we're looking good. Ish.
Ice consume you. Be frozen and shatter.
Zephyr.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require
What?
your aid
It's the new
above.
car I got today that nobody wants to puke in. What the hell? I do like the car though. Very pretty. I approve. I approve the car. In case you wanted my my improvement. I'm sure you would have changed it if I didn't approve.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Wait, what did we last? Wait, we didn't last the first pool. I just realized we lasted the boss. Oh my. What is this? Tyrannical? Ooh, I like this pool though. I approve. Which sanguine though? I'm just gonna knock this guy, okay? Sorry, I was so scared of sanguine. What's the Cinder Weaver? Ah, what's sanguine? No, please. Okay, we're good, we're good. No, there's another guy. Don't perch it, don't perch it, don't perch it. Okay, we're good. Ish. This guy's standing in sanguine, but whatever. Oh.
Marked by lightning.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Give it.
Well done. You have secured the first pool.
Very nice.
Now see to the others.
Oh. Nah, never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, true. We're doing this strat where we play Flame Galay. See how that turns out. On Fortified. Flame Galay on Fortified. I can beam in a sec.
Marked by lightning.
Wow. I'll knock this guy.
5, 4, 3.
Shit, another Inferno.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the Primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
Okay, I have cooldowns.
The elements answer to me.
Rallying cry.
Five, 4, 3.
Finish up the Cinder Weaver. Yeah, nice. What's your Flame Dancer, I guess? Oh, we get.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
By lightning.
5.
Oh yeah, I didn't need to do that. It's okay though. Oh, that was close. How did I not die? Impressive.
Marked by lightning.
Time dilation.
soon as the boss or the boy. Nice. We always get one more Inferno at the very end. Ugh.
The last pool is safe.
Wait, so we're playing
She's
Thunderhead after all?
exposed. Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements.
It sucks a bit to use my cooldowns here when we do the boss right after. Can I just save it? Because I mean, I don't gain that much damage from cooldowns here. I mean, I do, but... Oh, our healer soon. I do have innervates. I'll innervate the next debuffs. Yeah, I'll innervate the next debuffs. There's nothing to heal now, right?
Rallying cry.
We're gonna get one more. Okay, we're good. As long as the boss dies now. Nice.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself!
We have everything right now. Insane.
Be overwhelmed by the flame. Fire, consume my enemies!
5,
Tend to the flame! Fire, consume my enemies!
Wait, where are we going? Should we go where I am?
Be overwhelmed by the flame! Fire, consume my enemies!
No.
And
We can go again though, I think.
were warned not to play with fire.
God, that is so dumb. That was the famous ledge that I found there. Perfect. Oh man.
Honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Be overwhelmed by the flame!
God, that's annoying.
You cannot escape the heat! Tend to the flame!
What are we doing now? Because we baited a really bad meteor.
5,
Fire, consume my enemies!
Heh. We're gonna have to go past this somehow.
Erupt with their power! Fire, consume my enemies! Tend to the flame! You cannot escape the heat! Erupt with their power!
Don't bait the meteor under Shadow Priest.
Cannot
Good.
escape the heat!
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go on the other side.
Tend to the
I'll
flame!
go in a second.
Fire,
Boulder down.
consume my
shit, we have that boulder again. Fuck. Ugh.
Be overwhelmed by the flame.
Which boulder?
Fire, consume my enemies! End to the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
Yeah, we should just move a little bit. Maybe here.
Be overwhelmed by the flame! Fire, consume my enemies! End to the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
5,
Much guy? Wait, I have to go over.
Erupt with their power!
7 minutes is probably gonna be
Fire,
too
consume my enemies! End to
Too
the
close.
flame! Fire, consume
I
my
think
enemies!
like the damage that you need on the ad seems so low. I don't know. At this point I don't even have to Star Search it anymore. That ad. Just focus the boss, I guess.
Fire, consume my enemies! End to the flame!
Marked by lightning.
Vile monster!
Hey, Nevernoon, happy Friday to you as well.
No!
Yeah, this is really annoying. Thank you so much for raid titles. Thank you so much. How was your stream? What?
Rallying cry.
Zephyr.
Sacrifice.
It hurts. Oh shit.
Elements answer to me.
The Chandler. I'm dead. Oh yeah. Woo! How are we alive?
5,
Don't
4,
let the Chandler heal again, please. The warriors are gonna heal Chandler. No. Wait, we're not. Okay, we're fine. Nothing happened. But yeah, we can't time this anymore. Unfortunate.
Marked by lightning.
These mobs sometimes move so weirdly. It's so awkward.
Zephyr.
Ow. Oh. Fuck. We do love sanguine.
Marked by lightning.
Rallying cry.
Five.
Yeah. I mean, Typhoon is nice and all, but we should lust this, right? I don't think we can kill the shield. We should have lust.
Many deals
Just
for
mini
a
boss on
friend.
45 is something else. Do they not want to continue? I always play Star Weaver, yeah. Had Moonkin business to tend to. Yeah, I was looking at the Moonkin changes earlier as well and looking at some stuff. And it seems pretty cool, but I'm still worried a little bit when it comes to like play style. To see if it's gonna be like, I don't know how it's gonna feel like to play without 4-piece. Somebody link the clip of the meteor. Link me the meteor. Generator buffs should fix most of that in my mind. Yeah, I was worried about the generator buffs because do you remember in Shadowlands before we had Sepulchre set where our main Astra Power generator was Starfire and we would generate 0 Astra Power whenever we would not cast Starfire? And I remember that felt really bad. Like, it was pretty horrible. And I don't think it's necessarily gonna happen. But that's, like, it scares me a bit when they move Astral Power generation to filler casts. It always scares me that we don't generate anything outside of casting fillers, you know? Because that's, in my opinion, just bad gameplay. Yeah, here I was a bit confused because I don't know, like, where they moved, right? Because we didn't kill the fire dragon, right? The fire dragon is over there. And then they moved the boss over here. So I didn't know where they want to bait, because the Shadow Priest is all the way over there. So at this point, I'm just like, where do we go? Because I was thinking we go left, right? So I bait the thing here, but then we have this like stupid ledge, I guess, which, yeah, I don't know. I guess I should have just baited over there. But yeah, then we get this deadly boulder here. Well, that's, I mean, I don't fucking know. I definitely could have baited the boulder further backwards, right? Obviously, yeah. But I mean... I mean, it's obviously my bad for baiting the boulder there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why it explodes. It's obviously stupid. I wish they would fix that. It exploded there because it's some sort of bug with the latch. Like sometimes this latch here, you see, has some sort of... Because the boulder explodes whenever it hits terrain that is like an obstacle. And this latch here sometimes just explodes the boulder. It doesn't happen all the time. Most of the time it goes over the latch. But there's certain areas where it doesn't go over the latch. And then it just explodes instantly, which is obviously what happened there. But oh well. We did weapon a mini-boss anyway, but I mean, I know if... At that point, the key was already depleted. I think we also lasted really weird. Like, we didn't last first pull, we lasted the boss. Which I don't think is good on Fortified. And then we didn't last the mini-boss at the end either. Which... And the warrior died to the mini-boss. I mean, I think... But yeah, maybe people were just not playing correctly anymore at that point because the key was depleted, so... Taddles, Saronic, Makes, and Dreadnoughts are casting Last Stand. Ooh, it's GB's group. They want a 2-chest court. What? Nah. Unreal. Let's do our SVG, I think. I can't believe JB just declined me like that. I will remember this. Can't believe they don't want a Moonkin for +2ing at 25 courts. Tails, I packed my way to 3.3k, you saw? Insane, huh? It was a difficult time, but I made it. I should write a book about my pugging experience. 3.3k score in a puck, the movie. Okay. When I go Temple 26? I mean, do I want to? I mean, you can try, I guess. Sure. Actually, I do want... Wait, I think I want to play my SPG 25 real quick. I want this to be a 26 Kia. You got good players in your BattleNet chats. You got 3.3k only pug. You'll never hit it. There's quite a few people that managed to get 3.3k with pugging. It's totally fine to, and I don't have people in my BattleNet that I ask ever. I only ever do LFG. I never whisper people and ask them to do in plus. People always think there's some like... People always say shit like, oh, you only did it because X, you only did it because Y, but you know, people always just find these excuses. You can totally get high score with pugging on EU. On NA, I'm not sure, because people say in NA people don't pug that much high keys, right? But on EU, you definitely can. There's a lot of people that do high keys on EU. It's definitely doable. Yeah, and I guess that's another thing. Just because you found people to play with and you added them to Battle.net and then you played with them again, doesn't mean that you're not pugging anymore, right? Because it's still strangers that you met through pugging, so it doesn't necessarily mean that... that doesn't count. But you queue up in keys of your Battle.net or how time at 26 Asher Vault. I mean, sometimes there's a really good group that queues LFG and they invite you. Like sometimes, let's say, Andy and Kennex or whatever, they are only 4 people. And then they look for a DPS and then they queue up an LFG and then sometimes you might get invited and you can time like a really high key with them. Right? Technically, that's still pugging. It's not really pugging because it's like 4 pre-mates that are really good that play together, but... Oops. I invited 2 tanks, guys. And I mean, yes. Like, I think you just have to play a lot. Like, if you want to get high score with pugging, you literally just have to play a shit ton. But it's always easier to just add people and, like, play with them again after. I think that's always going to be easier. Like, once you found a group of people that you did a key with, you just add them afterwards and, like, you ask them to join again or whatever. That's usually how people end up getting really high score. They might be pugging in the beginning, and then at some point they just find a group to play with consistently to get a higher score. I should invite a healer again. There will definitely be a meta change next patch, yep. Thanks for 2 months, Antoine. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Let's invite Flappy. And then what else do we need? Bloodlust? I guess? Heinz Shaman? Oh, I mean, I deplete almost all of my keys that I'm doing. It's a really, like, I would say like 70% or more of my keys I deplete when I'm pugging. It's part of the pugging experience. So that's why I'm saying the more you play, because I mean, let's be honest here, getting high score in M+ is not, like, you don't have to be an incredibly good player to get high score in M+. Like, yeah, you need the basics, right? You cannot be horrible at the game, of course. But I think almost any, like, decent player can get high score in M+ if you just play a lot. Because you cannot lose score. Like, once you have the score, you can't, no one can take it away from you. So all you have to do is time 1 key out of 50 and you gain score, right? So the more you play, the higher the chances of you actually timing one of the 20 billion keys that you're playing, and then you inevitably gain score, right? So yeah, you just have to play a lot, I guess. Of course, I mean, there needs to be some sort of obviously you have to be decent at the game. You cannot do like 10k DPS and never press your utility spells and somehow do the keys. Like, of course, you need to be decent at the game and you need to keep learning and like getting better at stuff. But yeah, you don't have to be Kennex or whatever to get 3.1 or 3.2k score. You'll just get it eventually. If you play a lot, of course, that is. It's always, you always have to consider the fact that you need to put a lot of time into it because you're going to deplete a lot of keys. Can we invite Pharamond? We don't have less than, but I guess it's whatever. I mean, I was thinking about an shaman for lust, but I don't think we need. I can invite Pharamond. All right, be right back 1 second, and then we're gonna do this SPG, and we're definitely gonna time it. Even though I invited 2 tanks, and now one of the tanks is healing. Be right back. All right. Yeah, getting into queues is of course a big problem, but I mean, you can always just play your own key. And yeah, it will take longer because if you deplete your own key, you have to play it up again, and then it's depleted again, you have to play it up again. It will take longer, but in the end, it will happen. Easy classes that you can get 1000 score in. Oh, I just flew the wrong direction. I don't really know much about PvP, so I don't know which classes are easy to play in solo shuffle, to be honest. Maybe someone else knows? Something about today. 500 in Shadow Priest. I don't know how difficult Shadow Priest is in M+. Oh no, Cinemic. So close. You'll get it next time. Aiko's not playing today, no. Thanks for the sub, Para. Thank you, thank you. I assume you have the OP talent, right? Mm. We can skip the first pack so we don't die to the blueberry, I guess. Thanks for 4 months, World of Runic. Thank you, thank you. Happy Friday to you as well. Um. So, if we skip... We can also pull the spiders. Like, this is what we would do, no? As long as I make the jump. Let's
5,
hope I make the jump,
4,
guys.
3, 2,
Pre-invis?
1.
I think somebody didn't pre-invis. Oh, I guess we can just invis now.
Stranger, it is best to turn back. This was once a place of peace, a place for eternal rest.
Yeah, remember to last and remember to not die to the elemental.
Rise in the name of
Remember to not die.
Rise in the name of Ner'zhul. The Shadow Moon beckons.
Last? Nice.
Marked by lightning.
Here we. Nice. It's gonna E again in a second.
5,
I'll knock these guys so we don't heal the boy. That's very good.
Leave this place, outsider. It will be your final resting place.
Watch the evade here. Yeah, watch the aggro. This guy's like evading. I'll just beam this.
The elements answer to me.
5, 4.
Maybe finish off this bone mender. Running out of interrupts. Oof. Nice.
Ancestors of the Shadow Moon, shine in the darkness. Lend me your strength. The elements
5,
answer to
4,
me!
3, 2, 1.
Yes, the perfect sacrifice!
5, 4, 3.
Switch at 30%.
For Ner'zhul!
I'm not bear forming this, right? Good. I would have been very upset if I have to do that.
Restless spirits, heed my command.
Are we killing this guy? Okay.
Marked by lightning.
Man, that was close.
Ner'zhul!
Oh.
War Mastery.
5, 4.
Oh, that's a good aura mastery because it goes into the whispering too. A little bit at least.
Yes, the perfect sacrifice! For Ner'zhul! Marked by lightning! Restless spirits, heed my command.
Alright, so far so good.
For Ner'zhul! To rise again!
Ner'zhul will not hear us. He hears only darkness now.
The elements answer to me!
Remember Sanguine? Nice. My party frames are grid 2.
Your blissful afterlife is over.
Oh, I never wondered this
The
one.
elements answer to me!
So we have to watch interrupts a little bit here.
5, 4,
Your blissful afterlife is over.
Double? Shit. Maybe I don't drop star. Skill 1 and watch Sanguine? Interrupts or Sanguine? Nice.
Your undying souls will fuel
This
my
is just what happens when you have a
ascension
Moonkin
from the
in your group.
darkness.
But yeah, we also like overlap their kicks a lot, I guess.
Yes, come closer. Your souls are strong and proud. I will feast on your terror.
The elements answer to me!
None escape the void.
We don't have to clear this thundering since we go
5,
down.
4, 3, 2,
From your
1.
former masters. You cannot flee.
Hey Rain, thank you so much for your Prime.
Marked by lightning!
None escape the void.
5, 4,
Flee from your former masters.
Ooh, nice full moon. Huge.
You cannot flee. You are just maggots.
Oh, we didn't summon this guy, right?
To the corpse of a dying god.
Or did we?
Marked by lightning!
Maybe we did. Just didn't notice.
Five, 4,
Sanguine. Nice. Beautiful. Yeah, we should move before this exhumer comes back. Nice moon. Let's hope we don't make the same mistake on interrupting these spiders. Can't have those casts going through.
Marked by lightning!
I'll just beam this. I don't have beam for the devil spiders now though.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Sanguine in a sec. Just knock those other guys. Okay, so I don't have beam for a while, so they have to interrupt them with the healer interrupt, I guess. 20 seconds on beam. Should be fun.
The elements answer to me!
Nice. Should get the bets right. I guess it's still gonna be a while until we can wait one more rotation. I can just beam this.
Marked by lightning!
We should do more damage to the bats. 'Cause,
5,
we're running out of interrupts. I need to go pull in a sec. Nice. I'll go pull after this body slam. Okay, wish me luck. I didn't make it. Well, let me try again. Don't worry, thankfully we have time. Okay, this time I can do it. We did it!
Marked by lightning!
I need to wait for our Shadow Priest to come here. Nice. I beam these guys, okay? As long as we interrupt the spiders, very good. We only have one interrupt right now. Only Faramon has. Good, so. I'll run this. Shapeshift this.
Marked by lightning!
I'll knock these spiders away. Out of bats, I mean. Nice. Okay, we get. Instantly interrupt this guy. Nice. Hey, JL. Thank you so much for buying a Naguura mug.
Let's go to the mall.
Haven't heard that song in a while.
Today.
Thank you so much. I hope you like your mug. Which volcano? Ah, shit.
The elements answer to me!
Oh, I spawned a guy outside, sorry. Oh my god. These guys are nuking me. Ooh, is he okay? Oh. Okay, refund. Or are we? Resting. I think that was Agda, maybe? Okay, they're dead. We're good now.
Marked by lightning!
Five, four, three.
I guess we're gonna last the blueberries, right? Or? I don't have cooldowns for 2 minutes though. But, oh shit. This volcano! Aw, stupid. What a fun fight. Oh man. Of course he submerges one more time. Of course. I'm pretty sure everyone hates Bomo, yes? Pretty certain. That is a shared sentiment amongst all WoW players right now.
More mastery.
I'm lining. Or outranging. First two.
Marked by lightning!
Seeing this?
Five, four.
Does hurt quite a bit. Doesn't one-shot me though. On the 26 is one-shots me. I don't have anything. And we didn't heal him with Sanguine. Oh my god, amazing. Oh, we didn't last. Yeah. Wait. Oh no, we did last. Oh no, we lasted now? We literally just last.
Shadow Moon cannot be defeated. We walk in the
okay,
realm of death itself.
Marked by lightning.
Five, four.
Kindling of bone and shadow. Army of the dead, arise! Kindling of bone and shadow.
Marked by lightning.
Oh, Fairman's dead. I'll rest in a sec.
Five,
What happened to my... Oh.
Kindling of bone and shadow. Army of the dead, arise!
Marked by lightning.
War Master.
And blue?
five,
Oh my god. I was scared.
A kindling of bone and shadow.
But it's not tyrannical after all.
Army of the dead,
I don't think I have to worry about this spawn one-shotting me. I don't have this much damage from this guy.
Marked by lightning.
Nice! Let's go!
Kindling of bone and shadow.
five, four,
Army of
three,
ripple across eternity.
Well, I got a 26 hulls. It's not great, but I can do the 25 at least, maybe, possibly. I think Shadow Priest is better than Moonkin in M+. So does TGP start at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.? 6 p.m. or 7 p.m.? You definitely feel a big difference between a 25 and a 26, yep. It's a pretty significant difference. On Sundays an hour earlier because of daylight saving, okay. I think the Neltharion Slayer boss is a lot more interesting than Bone Maw. You have to do things like there's ads that spawn that you have to kill. In a certain direction, there's a lot of AoE that happens, poison debuffs everywhere. Like, I think the boss in Neltharion Slayer is a lot more interesting than Bone Maw for sure. Let's see what Gas Tank came up with. Oh, he has the same build, except I put 1 more point in intensity rather than smolder. I don't think my camera was on the S when one of them died. I think I was looking at the floor or line of sighting or whatever. Yeah, so the last sand tournament starts in like 2 hours, guys. Are you guys ready? Pretty excited. We're gonna do a watch party. I'm gonna join Dorky, Growl, and all the cool people that are gonna do watch party as well. So I'm gonna stream it on my stream. I have to set it up. We'll set it up to stream, but I'll do that later. But yeah, it starts in like 2 hours approximately, a little bit less. It's gonna be some really good teams. I think it's gonna be really close. Because we have Legendary, Cheese, Direwolves, which are all really good. 2 teams qualify from these, and then Empyrean didn't participate. So we have the Lappan team. We have the Fem team, Pregnant and stuff. Then we have the Australians. And we have a new team. They didn't actually participate in the actual MDI. All the other teams did participate, they just didn't make it. This is Trell, Terrascend and stuff. Then we have Thunderstruck, the Lamike, Dr. J. And then we have Ducks Can Fly. Which I have a feeling they are gonna have a hard time beating the other 5 teams. But they're gonna try their best at least. It's Luca. From my guild! I remembered. You proud? Well, he has the same name as a shaman in my guild. So I'm just gonna pretend he's from my guild, okay? Smug teams gave up, didn't have time. Yeah, I don't think Smug would have qualified even if they had time, to be honest. Like, it's really hard to qualify against the teams that did try. I honestly don't think Smug's team would have really had a chance. But yeah, I mean, a bunch of teams could win this, honestly. I honestly don't know which one. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Ducks Can Fly really has a chance, right? But I think any of these 5 teams could win. Could qualify. I think they're all good enough. It just, you know, it depends on whichever team is the most consistent, I guess. Because in these TGP style tournaments where you play 5 hours a day for 3 days, I think the most important thing is always like consistency, because if you end up depleting too many keys or you end up needing too many tries to get it done, then obviously you're not gonna make it. It's interesting because in the actual MDI itself, I don't think consistency is as important, because you can practice so much upstream. Of course, you need to be consistent in the tournament, but you have like almost like infinite tries to prepare. So you can basically try a dungeon so many times until you're so consistent that nothing would happen in the tournament, right? But in this last sand tournament, you don't necessarily have the same ability to do that because you don't know the affixes beforehand. So you literally do your practice during the tournament. It's basically practice keys. So whichever team is the most efficient in practicing, I think that the biggest advantage in the last sand tournament is actually having experience in the MDI. And the reason I think that is, the more experience you have in the MDI, the more you realize how you're supposed to practice for the MDI. Because whenever you practice for the MDI, you have a limited amount of time too, right? Like you have a couple of days to practice your keys for the MDI. So you need to be pretty efficient when you're practicing to make sure you can practice every single dungeon, that you can try different routes, blah, 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 right? So I think the teams that have the most experience in practicing for the MDI, that they will also have like the best like kind of, I don't know, like they probably are just a little bit better at the last set, I think, because it's kind of the same thing, right? Hey, Tarasan, what's up? That's my main concern is that we have no MDI practice, just like 1 week leading up to this. Yeah, that's gonna be weird for you guys, right? Because, I mean, I personally I have no idea how I would even approach an MDI route, especially if you're limited in time, right? Like I have no idea what I would even do, because somehow you have to be like super efficient. You have to come up with a route super fast, and then you need to execute it super fast, which I guess the more experience you have in MDI, the better you're gonna be at judging which routes are possible and which aren't, how much time you're gonna need to execute the route, stuff like that. So yeah, that's a little bit of the downside of some of the teams, right? I guess Cheese also doesn't necessarily have, I mean, they did participate in the actual MDI and like let him cook. But they also didn't really play together that much before, so... But they have individual practice, like they have a bunch of people that did play before, so I guess it's fine. I mean, this team technically also didn't do that much stuff together, right? But I don't know, we'll see. I also wonder, they didn't tell you any keys, right? I wonder what kind of key levels they're gonna do. Like, do you think there's gonna be 23 keys and stuff? We know nothing. I also know nothing. I wonder how many... Also, how many keys do you get? How many dungeons? 4? 6, okay. And this is the same thing where a team gets eliminated first day, and then another team second day? Also, do they not announce all of the dungeons at the same time? Fuck, I just realized that I know nothing about this tournament. Fuck, I'm reading the rules. I'm opening the rules right now. Let me find this. Tournament, time trials, MDI. What is all of this? I mean, there must be some sort of like explanation, right? No? Is there not like some sort of Google Doc that explains the thing or two? I can't find it. I see TGP stuff. I assume that's the wrong thing. FAQ. Tournament page. Tournament rules. I don't know, last stand. I clicked it and opened the WoW, the Warcraft channel. Perfect. Well, is there like is there no official like page that explains how the fuck the Last Stand tournament works? Nothing? How? What's the MDI? Yeah, but that doesn't really explain anything, right? Like, it doesn't explain, does a team get eliminated the first day? Do they announce all of the dungeons immediately or not? Right? Like, those are the questions I'm wondering about. This is messed up. It's 4 dungeons day 1. Oh yeah, true. It was always 4 dungeons and then 1 additional dungeon the next day and then 1 more. Oh yeah, true. I remember now. Okay, well, I guess that's man, 4 dungeons day 1 is so many dungeons though. 4 dungeons. The first day seems fucked up. 4 dungeons in 5 hours. Yeah, a little bit more than an hour for each dungeon. That's like, you can just barely run the dungeon then, right? It's like you have 2 tries. It's like, depending how long the dungeon is. If it's a fucking Noka defensive, then you try that dungeon twice and then you have to move on or what? That is so messed up. I guess the best strategy for the first day would be to do any sort of risky pull like early, no matter which dungeon it is. Just do some fucking risky pull early on so you can reset the dungeon a few times and like execute it. And then whenever you reach the end of the dungeon, just don't do anything risky anymore. Because if you deplete a key or you like do something really bad at the end of the dungeon, then you lose so much time. That's super messed up. So I guess you just do some risky stuff early and then later you just play life route. And hope for the best. Yeah, I wonder what key level also. I mean, if it's high key levels, I actually think high key levels might be a little bit easier even. Because if they get a 23, the chances of another team doing something really crazy is pretty low, right? Because, I mean, what are you going to do in a 23 key when you only have 5 hours? You're not going to, like, do something super insane, right? So I guess, technically, 23 would be a little bit easier. Because if you have 21s, then you kind of need to do something crazy. Run it like live? Yeah. Just do a live route. Just open up the Dreadnoughts route and go. Oh. Ooh, are you gonna show us the Moonkin Terrasant if there's a 23? We need to see the Moonkin, okay? I wish. Feels bad, man. Never Moonkin. They shouldn't have reduced the key level to 23. They should have just kept it at 24. Then maybe we would have seen a Moonkin. Also, I like this new Fire Mage thing that some teams have been doing. This whole Fire Mage Disc Priest thing, it seems really good. In some keys, I guess. But I don't know if I'm just being blinded by big numbers. I don't know if it's actually good. Or if it just seems good. It seemed pretty efficient, I don't know. The bosses were just melting. While they passively cleave down some trash, apparently. Because that's just what Fire Mages do. Oh, I opened this page earlier, but I thought I didn't realize that they were the last stand rules there as well. Oh yeah, it is here. Okay, okay. The teams that do not qualify to this season, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Format: the last stand. Time trials, last stand tournament. Top 6 teams. The last stand will take place over 3 days. Teams will play simultaneously to get the fastest stand. Oh, and it will have the same rule where you can start a dungeon at the end of the timer and then still complete it, right? I guess you leave your Halls of Valors and your no-code offensives for the end. Blizzard will provide qualified teams. Some judges we use during this stage at the last stand tournament. These judges will be provided at the start of the last stand tournament. Each will have a predetermined set of affixes. The 6 qualified teams will. Then of each competition day, teams will be scored. The lowest scoring team will be eliminated, finishing 6th at the second day. Yeah, okay. I mean, they didn't. Nowhere did they specify, though, that they're not going to announce all of them at the same time, right? I mean, I guess it's implied, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to eliminate a person if they announce all 6. That would be super fucked up. Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere here. At least I didn't see it. 5 eligible players. Dungeons will be available for play during the competition window. Team captains will coordinate with blah blah blah. 25-hour tournament window each. Oh, they have to take a break as well. True, 15-minute break. The fuck's this song? Oh, there it is. 4 of these sessions will be provided to start. Okay. It says here, okay. There's also no full seems full. They also don't specify how you can switch classes and that you cannot stack stuff, right? Because that rule is still in place, right? You cannot play multiple specs. You cannot play multiple of the same spec, right? At least I didn't see it anywhere. I mean, I assume it's the same rule, but yeah. Or is it not? It should be. Hey, Annie, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up, what's up? Happy Friday. Alright, I'll be right back 1 second, then we play a few more keys before Last Stand starts. And then we're gonna watch that. 25 hulls. Alright, 1 second, be right back. Hey, Pico, what's up? right. Thanks for gifting us up to Faramond, Anonymous. Appreciate that. Can't believe I'm not getting invited to use 25s. Wow. I could queue my 26 halls. If I want to experience some pain. We could just do a random 24 for fun. Hey, Styro, what's up? You guys having fun? $26 link Kia. I mean, I do like halls a lot. I think it's a fun dungeon. I like playing it. It's just a bit long. Also melee friendly. Yeah. I guess for melee it's a bit annoying. Yeah, there's quite a few things that are anti-melee. Just to stand in front of stuff, yeah. Man, that reminds me of yesterday when I left the group. Smok did another no healer run, and one of the Shadow Priests gripped Smok to clear Thundering while he was tanking all of the Furies, and then the Furies frontaled the group because the Shadow Priest gripped him. Typical Shadow Priest gameplay. No, you never run New Moon in dungeons. In fact, you would never run New Moon ever. I personally never recommend running New Moon ever. In no situation. Some people like to play it on Taros. Full single target. But even there, I don't see a point. Making your life harder for what might be a slight damage increase if you play it perfectly. Let's read some notes that we have on the teams. Let's read about let them cook. Let him cook. Who's the one cooking, actually? We were doing a key on live, and I was telling Muchas to funnel the eagles in AA instead of pressing black powder. As he asked me if I'd ever considered turning off Starfall and just letting Muchas cook. Perfect. How did your team come together? Chell and I have played together in live. I think I've known a few years. He's a friend of ours and shows on Charles' current live team. Okay. We want to start playing together because we want to play TGP. Okay, sounds... Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. I think doing Last Stand is... I mean, it's obviously not the same as TGP, but you get a feeling for it, I guess. Because at the start of TGP, you have to speedrun keys, right? Like if you plus 3 your keys early on in TGP, it's super good. You save so much time. Have you learned anything from group stage? Yes, the time trial times will never be replicated in a tournament setting. That is correct. Pretty much 95% of our routing and weird tech. We learned a lot of new struts route. We want to lots of good tech. Our average team age is 25, but if you remove Trell and Muchas, it comes down to just over 21.5. Oh my god, you're so young! A baby team. What is your greatest concern about the upcoming weekend? Corey is an RPer? Love that. Shouldn't you believe it's the hardest? Quarter Stars, Halls, Ruby, Temple. That's like all dungeons. Which team do you see as your biggest competition? Literally any of them. I see Jesus very confident. Do you have any comments or thoughts that you'd like to share with the casters? Tedlos is a big noob. And nerf Moonkin. What the hell? I was gonna root for let him cook, yeah? But now that I hear those comments, I'm not sure I'm gonna root for them anymore. I don't know about this. Let's see what Lucas' team said. Dude, Luca is such a tryhard. Usually when we ask the team's questions, people either answer with like meme answers or they say something like really short where they like, I don't know, or yes. They just don't put any effort into answering questions, yeah? Sometimes. Not all of them, but usually. And Luca is like wrote like a wall of text for every question. Which is good, don't get me wrong. Oh, are we full? Let's go. Wait, we doing my 26 halls? Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. What's gonna go wrong? This looks good. I guess. Ah, let's do it. How could this ever be a deplete? What do you mean? Seven.
Long have I awaited noble champions to enter my realm. Behold, the hall.
You're scared to try 21 Asher Vault? Yeah, Asher Vault's not that hard. It's Sanguine is a bit annoying in that dungeon though. There's a lot of mobs you could heal. Especially the tenders. They don't like moving very much. And of course the whole frog area if you play that. All right, what race should we go with for this 26 halls? Female human, let's do it. Para. If you skip frogs, you just have to play all of the Furies and the ring area. I don't think it's the play though, honestly. Like the reason I don't like it is because I think the ring area is really hard. There's so many interrupts you need. On 45 especially. On Tronico maybe. Do these stacks drop Sanguine? They do, right? Because they bolster as well, right? That seems a bit weird. Oh yeah, we could shroud this. But isn't this the same route? Why can I not import this route? I don't understand. Thanks for 1 year, Scorpio Sam. Thank you very much. I put pulsar to 590. As high as possible. All right. I mean, as long as we don't die to Sanguine, we should be okay-ish. I mean, I guess there's a lot of things we can die to. We can wipe to Sanguine. We can wipe to any trash pool. The first trash pool already. We can wipe to Hersha, Fenrir. We can also just do it on the fence. We don't have to jump on the rock. I don't think we have to split the pool. Or, I mean, I don't know. All right. "26 House of Valor." I definitely don't have to bear from Horn of Valor, right? I'm not sure. I'll just do it, whatever. Thank you, Cheers. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think we should definitely see one Thundercaller. And we need to watch out for Sanguine on the dragon. But we have Evoker knock and Druid knock. And I guess Mage can also knock, right? With the Blast Wave or whatever it's called. There. we have to last Hersha? Yeah, I think we should last mini boss, yeah. That makes more sense, I think. Hey, Toast Farmer, thanks for the prime. Gentle Luna in the first pull of the dungeon? Depends. Sometimes, if I feel like I have time. But it's not very useful if you don't use the free starfall anyway. Also, what are we doing with the... We're not doing 4... We're not going to do 4 mini bosses, right? I guess we just do double. I don't think the tank can survive 4 mini bosses in 26. But we skip... Yeah, I think skip dragon is better. Yeah, I think this is good. Just play this pack, whatever. We can do this in one pull. And then we do... Yeah, this is good. Oh, Danny? You say that, then Lunar free starfall to 550, then CA free starfall to post extend CA, then... It's not really worth the time that you lose, depending on the pool. Because if you're gonna waste your incarn time, like if the pool dies before your incarn runs out, which happens a lot.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry. If you have infinite time, then yeah, then you can take your time and do whatever you want. But usually you also like pre-incarn anyway, and then you still have incarn up.
This place will
So you go, I guess.
And if you are found worthy, the Aegis of Agramar will be yours.
Marked by lightning.
Shit.
Five, 4.
Let me just jump out of here. I'm gonna knock this. I have to keep running for Sanguine here. Back. Dragon's gonna heal. It's okay, I guess. We had to kill the Thundercaller anyway, so it's not too bad, I guess. It's not ideal.
The elements answer to me!
5, 4, 3.
The undeserving
I guess we step here first.
Storm drakes at my side.
Okay, we don't. But I lived, so that's good to know.
I will bleed the weakness from your veins. I will bleed the weakness from your veins. Resist! Fight to the last!
The elements answer to me!
The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls.
I'll go this, make sure you clear Thundering without me. Okay, I did it.
Let your words be measured in blood.
We can innovate the healer in a sec.
Let your words be measured in storm drakes at my side. I will bleed the weakness from your veins.
The elements answer to me!
I will bleed the weakness from your veins.
5, 4,
Zephyr.
Do not let the gates fall. I will bleed the weakness from your veins. I will bleed the weakness from your veins.
One more Horn of Valor.
Drake Riders, I call upon your aid. The battle will
Bad timing.
The path forward is open.
Oh, we distracted. Nice. Huge distract.
Before you lies your
The
next
elements
task.
answer to
Defeat
me!
both Persia and Fenrir, and you will have proven your worth to me.
five, 4, 3, 2.
I'm gonna keep my knock for... I can also just beam here in a sec. Oh, I didn't hit the fucking edge targets. Okay, that knock was too early. But it works out somehow after all. All good. One more knock. Oh, interrupt! No! With nothing, I had no war and no typhoon. Oh my god, that is so bad. Fuck. Feel radiance going through. 1 HP. I really just had nothing.
The elements answer to me!
You can let this radiance just go through, whatever. Thundercaller is gonna die in a sec.
Marked by lightning.
Five, 4, 3.
Nice. Hi, Agent. Thanks for the 4 months. What's up? Lasting 3 minutes. I guess we could actually shroud this. But whatever.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rites. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
Are you nervous, Persia? It is understandable if...
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr.
And there was a class going through, right?
Marked by lightning.
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual is
5,
not yet complete.
4,
Sorry.
3.
Okay. Just knock them this way. Nice. Oh shit. Okay, I'll save my cooldowns here for frontal. For
The elements
the mini boss that we're lasting in a sec. Even though I would love to use my cooldowns here.
Five, 4, 3.
And then vortex for a sec. Watch Sanguine though. Shit, the aspirants here. I'm just gonna let this go through. Watch the frontal.
marked by lightning.
Okay, nice.
You sully this ritual with
Okay,
your
good luck.
mortal.
Oops.
Zephyr.
You will not deny Hersha's ascendance.
Shit, I guess we didn't. Oh, fuck. The rest of healing. No! Fuck. The mage took the rest. Oh, we dead. Oh my god, I did not die. We have to kill this guy or we dead.
The elements answer
Okay, we just
to
stepped
me.
back. Oh, he got double arcane bolted. And I guess the mage decided to a cast, right? Oh, he
5,
also just said to arcane
4,
bolt. Fuck.
3, 2,
Dude, this mob is
1.
insane or what? It's 12k overkill. One shot from 60%. Yeah, we would have been fine, right? Because we had a rest for the mage, but then the healer got double arcing bolts within 5 seconds. 200k hits within 5 seconds. Thank you so much for 2 months, Third Bride. Thank you so much. Can you stop doing keys? We need someone to update our spreadsheet. makes us a spreadsheet. You can use hers. It's prettier, apparently. Yeah, shit. I mean, Sanguine wasn't even that bad, though, I think. I mean, Sanguine we did okay-ish. It healed the Drake a lot on the first pull. But then afterwards it was okay. I guess the only thing that loses us quite a lot of time is one of the heals going through. And Vash had to push keys this late into a tier. The thing is, it's not even that late. Like, there's still gonna be like 2 months, I think, of this season. So you have time. You don't have to, like... You don't have to think that you have to, like, somehow get your score within a week or 2. You have more than enough time to get scores still. But I don't have any specific tips. Like, I don't really know what exactly you're looking for. What kind of tips you know, that would help you? I'm not sure. There's definitely a little bit of a radar AO wall, like a score wall, if you get to a certain score that is around 20. Like, if you do all of the keys on 20, I feel like getting to that point is okay. And going above 20 can be a bit difficult, because 20 is like the threshold for highest vaults, best end of dungeon items, achievements, stuff like that. So sometimes whenever people do higher than 21, then they look for people that have more score. Because as soon as you queue up for a 21 and somebody queues to your key that doesn't have super high score, then people think that you're not a proper and plus player. Like, people think you're only doing it for weeklies, you know? So people usually look for a higher score, even if it's only like a 21. Just because they can be picky, I guess. I'm gonna click in this link and I know what's gonna happen. Okay, it's not. Never mind. All good. Alright, so last stand starts in 40 minutes approximately. Are we ready? When does the broadcast start? The broadcast starts at 7 or already before? Hey, Suck the Track, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. I do think, I mean, we don't know. It depends how good the ring is. In 10 Open 7, there's going to be a new ring that comes out, and depending on how good that is, that will determine how much score you need for the 3-point for title. I think it's going to be around 3.3k that you need, honestly. But it just depends if the ring is good or not. If the ring does nothing, then it might stay below 3.3k. Currently, the cutoff is at 3,159. It's definitely going to go up, but not sure how much. I mean, you could easily go to 3.3k if the ring is really good. We just don't know how good it is, right? If the ring is a 5% DPS increase for everyone, then it's easily going to go to 3.3k. All right, let's see him. Hey, Corinne, what's up? Good evening. Hey, Nori. Have you seen my boulder explosion from earlier? You want to see something? Look. You like that? That was some spicy boulder. At 3,159 is still without 24s. I honestly have no idea. I mean, yeah, I just think it depends on how good this ring is. If the ring has no impact, then obviously nothing changes. I mean, I would assume that the ring is gonna be better than what we have right now, because what's the point of the ring otherwise? So I assume it's gonna be an upgrade for everyone. But then, I mean, how much of an upgrade? I don't know. Thanks for the sub, Goose. Thank you very much. The 10.0.7 ring. Kellex just said, I remember watching Locks of Macene last expansion to see how to play Feral, and I saw him casting Cyclone on the boss mid-incarn. I guess Cyclone is part of your rotation, guys. I do sometimes fat finger some random ability too, completely randomly. I think the one thing that I fat finger a lot is like Like, I sometimes just click bear form on accident when I want to buff Mark of the Wild. Because bear form is shift C, and Mark of the Wild is control C. So sometimes I fat finger my bear form, which is annoying, because then I have to spend another global. 2 other globals, when I only wanted to spend 1. My bear form was shift V and cat was V. Yeah, I have the same. My bear form is shift C and my cat form is C. But I never had issues with those bindings somehow. Like, I never go bear or cat on accident. If I want to do the other one. I know, like, that seemed to be fine. I do sometimes go out of bear on accident, but that's just because I'm casting... Because I'm not familiar with my bear bindings when I play tank. Because I never play tank. So if I play tank sometimes, I like, don't know my bindings. And then I will randomly press a spell that gets me out of bear form. Like, that happens a lot when I play tank. Because I just don't... I was like, what the fuck is this binding again? And then I press a binding and it's some sort... It's like rejuve. And I go out of bear form. I never watched the end of this Echo interview with Morgan Day. Did they say anything else interesting in that interview? We could watch the end of it since we wait 20 more minutes anyway. Ooh, so much Fairmont, like 90% probably. Speaking of being drunk, I think I have to open a bottle of wine. It is Friday after all. Bear back 1 second. Wait, I actually have to pause this for a sec. I need to listen to something else. Sorry. In the meantime, you can listen to music, I guess. 1 sec. All right, sorry. Now I can watch the rest. There's no sound? What happened?
Hills took
There
it
we
over,
go.
and that was really interesting
Sorry.
to watch. So I can definitely see what you were saying there. But you're right. You said something super interesting, that there wasn't a coincidence that the platform and the shield were both nerfed by 50%. You said those were the same error. I'd love to hear what that error was.
Right, totally. It was interesting. I was digging into this a lot after it happened, because like that's not a small number, right? Like 50% is like, really 50%? Like how'd that happen? And like, you know, ultimately I think when you take a huge step back, like with Dragonflight, we had probably the largest change we've ever had to like the tuning and systems of how our combat and classes work with the talent revamp, right? Like talents had such a huge impact here. You know, it's an exciting new system, and it put us in a territory with a lot of unknowns about like what exactly players are capable of. So we definitely made some assumptions about what was possible when it came to how much you could like optimize for single target or cleave. And when it comes to end bosses in particular, you know, a thing that we talk about a lot internally, you know, I've spoken about it as well in the past, but like we really look to test a lot of different things in an encounter. Like it's not just, you know, like Taros is like the single target fight, right? And then you might have like the cleave fight with the council, but we want to make sure that we're testing a lot of different things so that ultimately like your composition is pretty well balanced and isn't really stacked too far one way or another with specific classes. So we designed a fight that was testing your ability to do all these different things. And like really our big mistake there was we tuned assuming like, so it sounds silly, right? But like we tuned the numbers assuming like, okay, you're gonna be able to do your cleave damage on this part and your Taros damage on this part. And I think that speaks volumes about like kind of how awesome the talent system is.
Okay,
But
I get it.
you know, when we were tuning that encounter to be on the razor's edge and we're pushing against all these different damage profiles, we made some, you know, frankly, pretty bad assumptions. With that said, like, I think we've learned that lesson now, right? Like we have a much clearer picture of what the impact is there and what players are capable of in terms of, you know, what they can build and what they can spec themselves to do. So yeah, it was a bit of a painful lesson, but ultimately, you know, we're really happy with the talent system. We're really happy with how much interaction people have had with it through rating, and just kind of shows the strengths of the system. And, you know, we had a lot of lessons to be learned there.
That's
I think he's making a really good point, which makes a lot of sense. And there's multiple issues. Like, I think the reason why they weren't able to predict the damage as well for Dragonflight as they usually are, I personally don't necessarily think it had too much to do with the talent system when it comes to predicting like a specific kind of damage, because almost always when an expansion comes out, things change completely, right? But the talent system in itself specifically changes what you're capable of doing in certain scenarios, right? Like with the talent system, you can like fully focus your single target damage with your talents, and you can go like a full AoE build with another build, right? Like you can definitely change your talents around a lot, and by going a full AoE build, you lose a lot of single target damage, and like vice versa, right? So that is something that I guess does make balancing weirder. For sure, like I can see that being a thing. Another reason why they probably were not so good at predicting this time around was because they did indeed release Dragonflight pretty early, right? Like it was, everyone says it was rushed, and yeah, I mean the fact that they didn't tests, like a lot of classes and specs were changed a lot after beta was already over, right? Like beta testing was already over, the game was already released, and then a lot of classes still had lots of changes coming in. So all of the numbers they had from testing on beta were kind of wrong, right? Because I mean, almost all, like, the balancing on beta was just not final at all. And then the game came out, and then they did balancing. And when an expansion starts, people are not doing the same damage as later, right? Because the numbers they get from the start of the expansion are almost irrelevant. At least from like what the players do on the live servers. They can still, of course, do internal testing or whatever the hell, you know, you do. But whatever players did on live servers was completely like irrelevant, because all you did was open world content and Mythic Zero. You had nothing to really do where they could get proper data, right? They couldn't get any logs from any relevant kind of situation where the numbers would be comparable, on top of the fact that we didn't have tier sets. And tiers, like everything in the raid is being tuned around having tier set. So the fact that at the start you don't have tier set, it's like all of the numbers just don't mean anything, right? So that's one thing. And I guess another thing that I was thinking about, he didn't necessarily mention that, but I was thinking it is possible that the burst damage was nerfed across the board. Because I think in Shadowlands, a lot of classes had a lot more bursts than we have in Dragonflight, right? What do you... Like, I'm not sure if this is true. That's why I opened locks and I'm trying to check it now. Thank you so much for the sub launcher. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to check some numbers because, I mean, if you look at some random lock here, let's look at this. So here you can kind of see the curve, like the damage curve, and how much burst you have. And this lock only has one Moonkin. I mean, Moonkin was obviously kind of insane with burst because of Ravenous Frenzy at the end, right? So you have all of this burst here, right? And then you can see how low the curve goes. Like the average GPS is around like 220k, 230k. And the burst is 580k. That's more than double, right? And I'm not sure if you have the same thing now, but I'm gonna check. We can check Taros. See what we find. Okay, yeah. So it's pretty clear. If you look at this is some random Taros lock. And you can see the average DPS is around 1.2. And the top is 2.5. Okay, actually that is kind of double as well. Okay, so I guess the burst didn't necessarily change as much as I thought it would. I guess the burst sustains for less long though. Like this high number here only sustains for like 10 seconds. While this burst sustains for much longer, right? Like you can see that the damage curve stays this high for like 30 seconds almost. 20 to 30 seconds is where people did double the amount of DPS that they do on average. And then this is like a lot shorter, the damage curve. So I don't know if they were like, I'm not sure if that's something that they were thinking about where, because we're specifically talking about the shields on Rasagath, which require you to burst, right? So I don't know if they were just like miscalculating the amount of burst all of the classes can do. Compared to like what we had before. I'm not sure if that was like a factor as well. But yeah, I can totally see like the talent system being a thing. But in the end, I think these issues, of course, wouldn't have happened if they had more time to actually test classes on beta before the game was released, right? Because releasing a game and then tuning the classes afterwards, of course, makes all of the numbers that you got from beta irrelevant. And of course, some people still tested classes afterwards when the game was already out, but there was no raid testing anymore, no nothing, right? So they only could really work off internal numbers, I guess, which... Yeah, I mean, internal numbers, I don't think they're like... I don't think they're horrible at figuring out stuff like this, but I can see how it's not that easy, especially when you only test like full single target talents to see if they can clear a shield with it or something like that. But yeah, I mean, of course they test internally, but you always have to remember that no matter, like, people always make fun of like Blizzard's internal testing team, but having like a low amount of players that are testing stuff will automatically, like, you will automatically miss things. That's just natural. Like, even if you would bring the best players in the world, it's hard to figure out everything by, you know, just doing internal testing. I think it's a lot harder than what people think it is, because once everything is on live servers, we players don't even know what's best until weeks, right? Like, people don't start an expansion and immediately know what class are going to be the best, right? And if it was so easy to figure it out, then why don't we know that? Like, there's literally hundreds of thousands of players that play the game, and we can't figure out what the best classes are with combined effort, right? At least not 100% accurately. Of course, people have an idea. But yeah, saying that the internal testing team is like incompetent or they don't know what they're doing or whatever, I always think is a little bit much, because they don't have unlimited resources, right? They have a number of players. I don't know how many people they have that actually do internal testing, but it's not going to be like thousands of people, right? It's going to be, I don't know, like 10, 20, 30. I don't know how many people they have that actually do this internal testing. But yeah, they need to play every single spec in the game. They need to know exactly which talents are the best for these specs, which is also not easy. Like, because you have to figure out what the best combination of abilities is for every single spec in a game, which is 36. Like, there's 36 different specs. Somehow you have to figure out the best talents and the best situation for all of those. You have to figure out the best trinkets, the best enchants, the best embellishments, because otherwise you're not going to be optimizing your damage, right? And that just means that automatically there's going to be some specs that they're testing internally that are not going to be optimized, right? I'm sure that they're going to miss the numbers a lot of the times because they are just not finding the absolute best possible setup for each spec. Which, to be fair, I don't think players even figure out the best specs sometimes. Like, I'm almost certain that many times in the history of World of Warcraft, there were specs that did not play the most optimal setup. Like, I'm sure there were times where people literally just played the wrong talents or the wrong legendaries or the wrong Azerite traits just because no one figured out a better comp. I'm certain of that. So that's why I'm, saying that some sort of internal testing team should just figure out the best setup for every single spec all the time is... This weekend's casters are Naguura. I'm casting, apparently. So yeah. In Echo, like, even Echo and Liquid, they don't know exactly what talents they should be playing, even though they do lots of testing, right? Like, they go on beta a lot, they test stuff a lot, but even they are not necessarily always sure what the best is, and then they switch talents around during progression, and they figure out, oh, maybe this is better. So yeah, it's not as clear-cut as people make it out to be. It's not just like, it's not like you snap your fingers or you do like some napkin math and oh, this is the best talent setup, Yeah, exactly. Like, there's lots of trinkets that people figured out after after weeks that, oh my god, this trinket is actually good. Or another example is like the Simcraft not having perfect numbers fed either. Like, if you guys remember, there was like a huge problem with elemental shamans in Shadowlands where they had a different rank of one of their abilities in Simcraft. Like, they literally had the wrong numbers the whole time, the whole expansion long. And another example would be Legion Moonkin, where I'm very humble, of course, I figured out a better setup to play by randomly just testing it. Like, I randomly tested some meme builds with different talents, different legendaries, and different rotation. And I was like, wait a second, this seems really good. And after some weeks, by talking to the theory crafters, they're like, actually, wait, we do have the wrong numbers in Simcraft. So whenever I simmed my setup, it seemed really bad. But when I actually played with it in the game, it seemed so much better. So what ended up happening is that there were some issues with Starfall not properly giving you all of the damage that it was supposed to in Simcraft. So whenever we simmed it, we just had the wrong numbers. And then once they fixed the numbers, they figured, oh, this build's actually better. And I'm sure that happens a lot. Like, I'm sure there's many situations where certain specs are not actually doing the most damage they could do. It's probably not like a big thing. Like, I doubt there's a class that does like 5% less damage than they could do. But it's possible that some classes are like losing 1% damage here and there because they're not properly optimizing everything, which makes a lot of sense considering that there's so many iterations with these talents as well, for example. There's like millions of combinations of talents that you cannot possibly all calculate properly and implement properly into Simcraft. So I'm sure people are missing out on stuff. Thanks for 20 months, just a guy. What's up, what's up? Thanks for 20 months, Saika, as well. The new Frost Mage single target that was found recently is a 4.5% damage increase in a rate. So yeah, see, stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how complex these systems are in WoW usually. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of bugs in Simcraft, and maybe not just bugs, but just abilities not being implemented exactly the way they work. Because a lot of the times, abilities also don't work exactly like you're data mining them. Like, sometimes you look at an ability and it does something and you implement it into Simcraft, but then it turns out it actually works a little bit differently. And people maybe don't figure it out for a while. Another good example is Sunfire Mastery not applying to the Splash Sunfire targets. I'm so glad we figured it out, because holy Jesus. But yeah, the whole duration of beta in Dragonflight, plus the first few weeks of Dragonflight, our Sunfire Mastery was bugged. So whenever we Sunfired a target, the targets that it splashed the Sunfire on, they didn't actually give us our Mastery, which was a huge damage loss. But we didn't figure it out until a while later. As one of the Moonkin theory crafters figured it out. It was, I'm not sure who it was. Maybe it was Gas Tank, I don't know. But either way, he figured it out. It's like, wait a second. This is like a 10% damage loss because of some random bug. No, I'm not casting this week. Oh, I should actually, wait. Let me figure this out. Is the sound? I should probably just lower the sound. Let me do this full screen. Give me a second. I'm excited. Are you excited? Let's go. Okay, I should move my camera somewhere else, right? Probably in the middle or something. Actually, I'm not sure where I move my camera. Huh. We'll see in a second where we move it. Simcraft isn't made by the devs, so they should have better tools than something made by the community. I mean, I know what you're saying, but sometimes the same thing just happens. Like for example, the Sunfire bug that I just mentioned. That was obviously not an intentional bug. And whenever they calculated the numbers, I would assume that Blizzard did not calculate with the bug in mind. Because it wasn't an intent, like, they didn't want this bug to be a thing, right? So whenever they calculated stuff for Moonkin, they assumed that Moonkin does get the bonus for mastery, right? But yeah, obviously, they should technically have a better way. Well, a better way. I don't necessarily think that there's a much better way than figuring stuff out other than Simcraft, right? But they would probably have something similar to that. If they... And they may just be using Simcraft as well, let's be honest here. Because it's basically... I mean, what else are you gonna do? It is the only real way you can figure out stuff. But they technically should have a better way on how to implement spells into their program, right? To get the proper numbers. But that still doesn't mean that they can figure out everything perfectly with those millions of iterations that you have with all of those different combinations of things, right? Like, I don't assume they have a NASA computer that that calculates every iteration of each spec. That seems a bit much. All right, let's hear the intro. Thanks for 5 months, Hidden Matt. Thank you, thank you.
Surprised that these guys didn't play.
Hello.
Ruby, Roybin, Cyber, Shelly. Surprised they didn't go hard.
Yeah. Naguura.
Hello.
Yo, what up?
So I was trying to explain.
Did they actually not try properly, or Roybin and Shelly?
I heard they just like didn't want to bother doing this. I'm not sure what exact reason. But yeah, I heard they just dropped out of it.
Okay.
Mox team has some times too.
Oh,
they're not that high. I guess they had the same thing. Oh, they didn't even do one of the dungeons.
Welcome.
I guess they just tried doing quarter stars and it was just like not competitive for them.
Well, I know Smock had like a teammate that couldn't make it, or like got banned or something, and they were using Robin to like fill in blanks.
My understanding of that was, I think, like during practice he couldn't play, but then after he could. I don't know. I guess I don't know how competitive or how tough these times are to beat, but I'm surprised because these are really, really good players.
And I think if you look at the teams that qualified, it's 5 like super good teams that also played
not a bracket format,
the actual like group stage.
All of the 6 teams.
So I guess it's hard for anyone else to qualify anyway.
5 hours.
Yeah, that's really possible.
Trying to get the keys to the fastest that they can. It's a little bit of a mixture of the great
can you hear
push
me?
and time trial.
Oh, okay. It was just no response.
Will be having those to run the keys that we give them.
Yeah, but I just wanted to like, you guys were asking about why we didn't play or try or whatever, but we were playing with like Rupi hasn't played a lot of warrior, Kiyu hasn't played a lot of priest, like anything except shaman. So that was like obviously we just thought that we'd sign up and just try to qualify and just grab some prize money, but it turns out that a lot of the teams, like you just mentioned, have played the cups before, and that's obviously a huge advantage in terms of team synergy and practice in the dungeons from before. And then we just saw that we weren't getting close to the times that we would need in academy to be able to make it in the court the last day. So we kind of just said on Tuesday night, because I was also raiding full day Tuesday. So
yeah, I feel that.
could
Like you
really
kind
get
of
out
looked
of
at
it.
it and you were like, do we really want to spend the next 48
There
hours
it's,
doing all
there's
this?
the logo.
Or do
Well,
we
no,
call
no.
it-
I mean, we tried for the evening on Monday, right? For 4 hours, and
Are
then
they
I
loud
had,
enough for you?
I
Or
had raid from like
should we make
11
them
to 12
lower or
or
louder,
something.
or are we good?
And then we tried from 12 until 6 on
Okay.
Saturday, and then we just saw that this isn't really gonna be enough. So
If
then
they're
we
too
just,
loud, let me know, because
didn't
sometimes I
bother on
probably
the
want to like
Wednesday.
say something to you,
Feel
and you
that.
should be able to hear
Like,
me without
we
them
just weren't,
like.
we just weren't good
being
enough
too
to
loud.
qualify with all the like Cheese, Legendary, Thunderstruck. Trail's team were also doing really, really good actually.
Mhm.
And then I don't
Let me
know who
see.
ended up getting like 5 and 6, but it was we were just looking at the times people were putting up, and we were like expecting that we had to go around like 15:30
There's the affixes.
academy, and then like a 14:30 court or something like that
Bolstering Academy.
to qualify. And that
We
wasn't
got some
happening.
dungeons.
Yeah, Spiteful in Shadow Moon, Raging in Azure, Tyrannical
we jump straight
Spiteful,
into it, right?
Double spiteful. Oof.
Mm. Bolstering and Algathar.
And bolstering, yeah.
Yeah.
The gates are open, right? These guys can grab these keys and go. So the
I
way
think
it
so.
worked, if I remember before, is there was a vendor that would give you the keys, I think, or maybe you have to make them manually.
Yeah,
But either
you
way,
make the
like
key yourself.
every single minute counts now. Like as
What
soon
do you
as
think
they
they
know
do
the dungeons,
first?
they can just go.
Oh,
I
that's a
think
good
what-
question.
I think
would
what
do
you want
not
to do
good.
is you want to do something that has as similar of a route that you practice. Like for instance,
Mhm.
bolstering Algathar, you probably want to put that one off and think about it a little bit.
Yeah.
But something
Bolster's
like
definitely a last one.
Nokut is one where that one's going to be really easy, probably.
Maybe Asher Vault? No code is just so long. It's
Well,
I
but that's
don't
the thing is,
Yeah.
I feel like you just bang out Nakud just so you can kind of
Maybe.
get it out of the way. Because that way you could just kind of instantly go into it and not have to worry about like adjustments to the route. And then you could just run it.
I'm thinking it's gonna be like Nokud and Shadow Moon between those two, and then you keep Azure and AA for a little bit later.
Yeah, already teams in dungeons. Looks like NA's last hope. Let him cook is in Nokut. Oh god, look at all these POVs. What is going
There
on?
it is.
Oh, this is way too dank.
The one
So
thing I like
Empyrean
about
is not in, right?
No,
it's Ducks
no.
Can Fly. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait,
just
oh yeah,
realized
so they
that.
dropped out.
Yeah, Empyrean is not in the top 6. They made it, but they're not in the tournament.
That's interesting. Okay, so it looks like Legendary is going to Azure Vaults. That's an interesting pick. But I mean, to be fair, these guys have practice, so
Yeah.
they could honestly go for any of these.
I was also thinking that Asher Vault is like a really good key for this kind of format, because one of the most difficult pulls is at the very start. So
Yeah,
if
you
things
just
go wrong, you
in.
just reset a million times.
Yep. I like it. It's also exciting to just be able to see these types of runs.
Yeah, I think Nakud's a really good pick for Cook and Thunderstruck because there's not too much route variance. And then if anybody
Yeah.
cooks up something good for something like Azure, which can have a decent amount of variety in the later parts, then you can kind of yoink it and see what works for your team.
Yeah,
I think they're
Nokut is
mandated
really
to have
good.
like a 5 or 10 minute break. Is that still a thing?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, 15.
Oh, Igloo is snapping the Fury pack down.
Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, so I feel like the more exciting thing about this is that people can do riskier things. People don't have to hold back as much. And it's not as scripted or
I have to move my camera. I don't know where though.
because like a lot of what you guys would normally see in MDI
I don't know,
are
here?
super scripted runs that people have practiced dozens, if not like hundreds of hours on.
This is messed
But like
up.
these of course they're still practiced, but you know, like they
Where
don't
do
know
you
what
put your
exactly
camera?
they're going into this weekend. And like
Oh
that's
my
part of the beauty of a Last Stand or TGP format.
Maybe like this.
I think it's a good middle ground, right? Because it's not like
Can
you
only
can't
see my
necessarily
forehead.
go crazy because time is important. Like you lose something when you spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes in a dungeon, but at the same time, like
Here,
it doesn't
maybe,
have to
yeah.
be super scripted.
But
like,
you can't see
can
the
take some risks.
I
Like
think
you
it
can
takes
do
too
a
much up of the
50-50
screen,
strategy,
right? I
for
think it has to be
example,
here.
and
Yeah.
actually save quite a bit of time.
Yeah, Legendary is about to wipe, or it looks like they did full wipe.
Yeah, so they're just gonna go again.
Yeah.
Direwolves is doing the same thing. we're doing the same first poll and going into Azure Vaults.
Yeah, these are both pretty good strats.
I'm still jealous that you guys don't have any cameras because I have no idea where to put mine without covering everything.
Oh,
I have
Gingy
chat
made his
open.
really small.
Yeah, I have chat open. I put mine on the right side.
Oh, so you just made the screen smaller instead of full screening?
You put theater mode on, and then hit F11.
Wait.
Wow, and Cheese walks into Algathar. First run,
Holy.
just straight into Algathar. Fem is
We're
something
pulling
else.
out very comp too.
Yeah, that's their. This
I
is the
guess
same
that
comp that they
works.
ran against Thunderstruck in the cups. Was this Aflock, Shadow Priest, Demon Hunter comp, and I'm assuming that they are pretty well practiced in this, and they're probably just gonna run very similar to what they did before,
all the way at the
and just
bottom.
try and bang out a good time.
I like this.
They do have to be careful though, because it is bolstering.
Better here?
So,
I don't know.
like managing these Ravager pulls are really
Okay,
tough.
let's do this.
Like it looks like they're fighting only like one Ravager and 4 of these little foragers. This doesn't seem MDI approved. I guess they're gonna try and get the Ravager low and then drag it into boss.
Yeah. So how many of these dungeons are we expecting like +2s on, or like what's the point where you stop expecting any +2s? Are they? I don't think there's too many +2ing of like I guess 23, 24s would probably be the limit.
Well,
They're
so
+3, no?
It's capped, right? No, you don't go up in key level, right?
Yeah, they just
You
do
know,
the same
the
key level.
only time. No, yeah. Yeah, they are only going for time. This is like MDI.
Oh, okay. So that's why I thought
yeah.
it was like great.
It's the
push and
TGP
everything.
format,
you
but
were,
it's- yeah,
you
yeah.
were thinking straight up it's a great push.
Yeah, I thought it was like a straight up great push weekend that they had.
That would be sick.
Yeah, I was like, why are people more excited about this? Okay, damn.
Why are people more excited?
Despair.
It's actually interesting though that they still play this Warlock comp though, because Affliction doesn't seem that good if it's bolstering, right? Don't you like
Or
grief your
tyrannical.
team? Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I assume they probably just didn't have that much practice this week.
Maybe they were just hoping that it's not bolstering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
like-
no
like-
bolstering or sanguine.
They probably just figured like, we'll just do whatever we practice for. Like, I'm sure it's not ideal, but it's not what everyone's doing in Last Stand. Like, at least that's what I've heard from Dr. J's team, Thunderstruck. Yoda was telling me how they were not going to really do any practice at all. They were just going to qualify and get in there.
That's weird.
Yeah, so this doesn't seem nearly as sort of like time consuming, because I think there's some points, especially with only 4 dungeons on day 1, where you kind of just hit a cap for like how well you could do with a dungeon and kind of like move on.
Yeah, well, that is true just because key level 2, right? It's
Yeah.
not like Great Push where you have like these 40-minute grueling runs. You actually can bang out quite a few runs in some of these dungeons. See, Legendary looks like already wiped and had to restart. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, hold on. So there are a bunch of people who are like super confused. They've never watched this before. Can someone explain how all the rules and stuff work in TGP, in this format?
Yeah, so basically in this format, they're given, it's a full weekend, it's 3-day event, 3 days of 5 hours each. And on day 1, just now, like literally minutes ago, they were given 4 different dungeon affix combos. And these are the ones that they're running right now. They have 5 hours to put up the best possible time in each one of the dungeons. They can rerun them over and over and over again. The key levels and affixes are set. There's no like 2 chesting keys or leveling them up. It's simply just running each of the 4 dungeons over and over again. After today, after the first 5-hour session, the team with the worst times is eliminated. They're knocked out, I believe. And then there's only going to be 5 teams left going into day 2. Once day 2 starts, there's another dungeon that's added, and then teams have to try and get a good time in that dungeon as well as improving their times in the other 4. And then it repeats again. There's another team eliminated on day 2, and then there's another dungeon added on day 3. And then at the end of day 3, the team with the shortest combined times, or rather the top 2 teams, go on and make it to globals.
Hey, Warter, what's up?
Yeah. So the biggest differences between this compared to what we usually see in MDI is, one, there's no risk of, I mean, there is risk, but there's less of a risk of just depleting a key, and then it's like, well, I mean, this team already lost,
That's
right?
it.
Like you,
Yeah.
like you watch a cup where it's like, you know, say Echo versus some random 20 seed. I mean, maybe let's not call them random, but, you know, let's just call
Let's
them
talk
the
about
20th
Cheese.
seed team.
But like, let's talk about Cheese because they're very much that team that looks so good on paper, and then when it comes to you have one run to prove yourself, they would make a mistake and it's just instantly over for them, and now they're here.
Yeah, and then we get to like anytime these teams wipe, they just restart the key and then, you know, they go again, and it's just always something happening. And
Yeah,
we
it's
get
just
to
a
see a little bit more
different,
riskier strategies.
It's a different, in my opinion, it's like a different skill that you require to be good at this format rather than the actual MDI. Because I guess consistency is a little bit more important here because you cannot infinitely try your runs in practice and then just go to the tournament and execute it. Like you have to come up with a route and you cannot overdo the route either. Like it can't be too risky because otherwise you're not going to be able to do it. So you have to be smart with coming up with an efficient route that is not too risky, but also risky enough for it to be fast enough. And then, of course, you need to be executing it as fast as possible.
I hope this is going to be the new format for MDI going forward if they want to keep MDI and TGP.
I personally... Okay, so because there was one last stand before, and I honestly didn't like it that much, this format.
Okay.
Would you not like because Ambition won?
Well, I mean, I like it a lot for TGP. TGP is super fun, but for the MDI, I didn't like it that much because the last time we watched this format, there was, for like hours, people would literally just do a pull reset, do a pull reset, do a pull reset. Like it was so boring because the teams knew, okay, if something goes wrong here, we just instantly reset. So you never saw like a completed run until they got the run that they wanted or they were running out of time. And that just for the viewer, it seemed like you don't know what's going to happen until like the very, very end of the day when teams are finally like putting up their numbers. So it felt a bit weird.
I think for day one, that's definitely going to be a problem. I think today is going to be a little bit kind of all over the place. Because also keep in mind, it's not so much about getting super good runs. You have 4 different dungeons you have to place times in, and teams are going to be all over the place. It's going to be really, really hard to tell where teams are ranking up against each other until we get to, you know, the last hour or 2 of the day, and every team has a dungeon filled out.
Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense, because, like, the thing about this compared to TGP is that, like, TGP, you actually have to be leveling up the keys, and there's much more risk behind it. Like, people will say, like, oh, there's not too much risk behind these, which isn't entirely true, but I guess it's a little bit more true this time around, just because it's MDI. And, like, these keys are also much shorter, whereas the TGP keys, if you fail a run, you are potentially wasting a 30 to 40 minute long run that you have to be upgrading nonstop.
Yeah, it all comes down to that element of risk, right? Like people talk about maybe keys not depleting on live or whatever. Like how much should you be punished for a run? Like in TGP, it's, you know, your key doesn't derank, but you lose that valuable time. And then in this format, it's less risky, but it still is risky, right? Because it comes down to, you know, you're trying to beat these teams that are crazy good, and if they're not depleting and they're not messing up, then you messing up in time is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, also, we get to see their splits here.
Terry said
Compare
no.
Thunderstruck's splits to Let Him Cook.
856.
The boys are actually kind of smashing.
Ooh.
Yeah. 30-second difference.
Both of those healers, Velo
Cook
and
going in.
Tasty, are like 2 of the best evokers.
Damn
I
doers.
think they do so much damage. I've actually learned a whole lot from watching Hasty stream. He mostly plays live, but I've also been following Velo in the last cup, and that guy also just does more damage than every other healer.
So what you're saying is the damage dealers are the problem for Thunderstruck here, yeah?
I mean, it's usually the DPS that are the problem, yeah.
That's right.
For sure.
So in this format, they don't show overall damage, right? Like after the end of dungeons.
I think you get to kind of see it, but
I think they
details,
do.
But...
At least they did in TGP, I think.
I didn't think that they put like the end of the dungeon, like here's the damage everybody did. It's usually just you could kind of catch the details, update at the end, and that's it.
Yeah, they could do that. I guess on the last day. The problem with this, because there's 6 teams, right? So whenever one team finishes, you just want to show a different team, I guess.
Yeah, it's the
Ooh,
other
look
thing
at
to show more
Direwolves, too.
action.
Direwolves is actually just continuing this run.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't mind that though. They kind of just go through a walkthrough, figure out all the parts of the dungeon.
Yeah.
I'm sure they want to like look at how Azure Blade's room's gonna go, and then they could probably reset from there.
Actually, I think Direwolves had the best Azure Vault strat out of all MDI teams in the groups. They just had such a fast route.
They were really good in a lot of dungeons. That was a very, very solid team. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they can do this weekend. I feel like they, even though they weren't as consistent, they definitely innovated the most out of like the non-top 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. They just I guess they just misplayed a lot, and that's why they didn't do well. But if they would have played all of their routes perfectly, I think they would have even won.
Yeah.
Possibly.
It was actually very impressive.
Well, this is a format that even favors them, right? Like, if their best times are faster
Yeah.
than the other teams, but they're just not as consistent, as long as they're consistent enough to get those times after a few attempts, you know, they're gonna have the best times. If the other teams aren't capable of doing routes like these, like they just pulled like the entire inside. They did a really good job of grouping everything up like instantly over top of the lieutenant, the big guy with the aura. And luckily he's playing Protection Warrior, so he can just stand here in front of all these raging mobs.
Raging. Was it fortified? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, they were full
So-
screen. Ooh, we're getting a full screen here.
What are your predictions then? Who's gonna make it? Which 2 teams?
Ooh.
I like Direwolves. I
Me
think
too.
I'm a really big fan of Direwolves.
I think Direwolves is the like definite one that I would guess would win, and then I think Let 'em Cook
Okay.
is certainly a dark horse.
Yeah, I was about to say Direwolves, Cheese, and Let 'em Cook are looking all really powerful at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing that I worry about, I don't know how well Cheese can multi-class. I didn't see a lot of their runs. Like, they definitely ran some weird stuff, but then now seeing them run this exact same comp that may not be ideal for bolstering makes me wonder, like, how well they're going to be able to multi-class quickly to fill out all the dungeons. But I would say, like, probably Cheese and Direwolves, in my eyes, would be the favorites.
Yeah,
Although,
hold on,
who
look at this
knows
though,
how
from
good...
Cheese.
Yeah, this is the... Well, so this is
Look
what
at
bought them so
Cheese.
much time. So basically, the Evoker can run ahead, run around the wall, and pull all this trash. And now see the shield that's on both the Warlock and the Shadow Priest? That actually gives them a huge amount of spell haste for like 30 seconds.
50%.
And so what they can do there is pull that Restore guy down, mind control it with the Priest, and then give them a million haste and do like 90 million damage. Unfortunately, it looks like they lost the shield pretty quickly, but they should be able to get another one. I think it's even... is that the Invoker in the back that's like feared? It looks like they have one mob separated on purpose.
That
Yeah.
is
They also
the,
mind controlled one,
Invoker.
like with the Shadow Priest.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
that's
mind
the
controlled the
Restorer.
Restorer.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that shield went up right around the time where they had the bleeds on him. And so the shield just kind of like broke a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is, the shield actually has like a 1 minute long forbearance once it goes on you. So you actually have to be careful. Like putting the shield on and then breaking it, you actually lose a lot of damage. You can't reapply that shield for another minute after it breaks off.
Yeah, I wonder if they ever thought about planning for that, because like if they can actually maximize the uptime on that shield, they would be doing so much more damage. You'd have to like find
it's literally a
windows where you don't take
bloodlust.
any damage.
It's a bloodlust every time.
It's a
you
big,
get to
it's
pull
bigger
shield
than the
off.
bloodlust.
Yeah.
They would just have to time their cauterized, right? They would have to cauterize the bleed, and so the shield stays up.
Yeah, well, so the issue is the shield, because it's a mind control, it doesn't scale with key level. So it's only about a 12 to 14k absorb shield. So even just like one tick of the bleed or like one spell going off will break your shield. So it's really, really, you have to be careful with it.
If it's that low, then even the initial, like when the bleed gets applied, it does initial damage, right? Like even that would probably get rid of it.
Yeah, I think even just one tick
it would just break it.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Let 'em Cook actually finishing this run. What do you guys think about them finishing their first run here, even though they have 2 deaths?
I mean, their timer looks really good for what it is.
Yeah, I think it looks good for what it is, and then it's also just a way to build up like confidence and momentum. I think, especially for a
just to
team
get started.
that has like done MDI a couple times, all in like different teams or like different groups together. and so it
Yeah,
allows you to just to like get some momentum and get some like warm up.
Oh no, legendary wiping again.
Ooh,
2 deaths there
legendary.
on Azure Blade.
Ooh,
Very,
legendary.
very
Not
unfortunate.
looking that good in
And
this
this is
Azure
a run that
vault.
does not feel like it's worth continuing. So I'm surprised to see them actually trying to clear this. I think they should just restart here.
Yeah, this is something about the great push. Like, I mean, not great push.
18 minutes, 6
this
seconds.
formats. People think like, you know, oh, you can just like these teams have 0 risk, but like if they're inconsistent like this, it's not good for them. They got to be doing these runs much cleaner. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to even get through the first day.
I think one mistake we saw for like TGP teams was thinking that they could +2 a dungeon and kind of like resetting it and kind of going back and like working on the time, and then seeing how quickly they sort of ran out of time on day one, and that was some of the teams that like got eliminated early on. So I like it a lot for Let 'em Cook, just to be able to get on the board and get confident.
Yeah, it feels good to just be on the board, to just like have your
That's
time,
true.
like know that it's there. Because like let's say for example that it's not that good of a run and they could have shaved off a minute. But like what happens when
Grandma
they
Sue.
restart this and then
Glad
they
to have
can't get
you
a run
here.
going again? And they, you know what I mean? It's like that's the stress that you don't want to have happen in a tournament. Whereas 18 minutes is like they know they probably could have shaved off maybe 30 seconds or whatever, but at least it's there and they know that they'll never lose that time. Oh, and
Hey, 10 mil. Thank you so much for Prime.
That's the thing. Is like they have points on the board, not perfect, but you don't even need perfection on day one. They can worry about that later. It's like Direwolves is like struggling to try to get something that could probably be an insane run if they're able to execute on it.
I guess you could also argue that Ducks Can Fly, that team didn't even know they qualified until like a few days later. So I guess every team on the first day can just assume that they're probably going to be the ones eliminated. So you don't necessarily have to try and get runs on the board. Like you can literally just optimize for day 2 already.
That would be toxic. Be like, these guys, they're going to lose. We'll be fine. I don't know.
I think so. Also, like, what's the point of putting things on the board if your goal is to qualify for globals? You have to get top 2, right?
True.
So I think you have to get good times instead of wasting your time just finishing runs, right?
I think to be fair, on the first day, there is like a little bit of homework to do because the big difference between this, again, like compared to normal cups, is you don't know the affix is going into this weekend. A lot of these teams are like, half YOLOing this. You can't really have specific practice the same way you would normally do. So these guys are like, you know, sort of half YOLOing this and just feeling things out. And by the end of today, they'll probably have like so much more knowledge about what they can and can't do in these dungeons. And I'm sure they're 100% going to look back into checking what exactly the other teams have done. Like, oh, like, you know, this was the route that Cheese did, and this was the route that these guys did.
Yeah, like you might say that at the end of day 3, none of these runs from day 1 will even be there. Like every single team will have improved. So you might say that the whole purpose of day 1 is just to do as much homework and practice as you can and survive.
It depends,
obviously
though, right?
It's good if you get a perfect run, but
because it's possible that like it depends on the affixes, right? Because if Direwolves practiced like an Astral Vault, for example, and they think these affixes are not changing their route whatsoever, and that's like the fastest route they can do, then they could argue, well, we're gonna set the perfect time already day 1. Like I think it's possible, but it's pretty unlikely.
Yep. So 2 no-crit times have been posted already, and
we see the mage.
Surprisingly, Let 'em Cook with the few devs is actually still like 20 to 30 seconds faster than what was it, Thunderstruck?
Yeah.
Dranaco mage. Let's go.
Oh, they're going to Shadow Moon.
Pulse Champ, they actually brought out the mage for this.
Oh yeah,
I think it's mage is super good in SPG, I think.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we were saying for the entire, like, anytime Shadow Moon popped up, I know Max liked to bring this up. Because, like, anytime, like, the teams were playing Fire Mage, they seem to be just significantly ahead on progression. Oh, Ducks can fly, though. These guys are...
Luca!
Oh, that's a bad time to be wiping.
Fuck.
Like, halfway into the dungeon.
Yeah, Legendary also wiping on the first pull as well. They're really struggling getting some momentum going in Azure Vaults.
See, that's the thing, is we're half an hour into the day, and, like, that's not a lot so far, but if you see these teams get stuck in the same spot over and over and over again, it adds up really quickly.
Yeah,
I don't think it matters as much here compared to TGP, right? Like TGP, if this would happen to a team, we would be like, what the hell? But for this, it doesn't matter as much. But it's still, of course, like a big, like it does matter if you deplete a key like over and over. It's also for your motivation, I guess.
Like ultimately, it just comes down to can they do the run, right? Like if Legendary just comes out and bangs out that great time, then none of this really matters that they took so long. Whereas in TGP, you heard so much from losing that time.
Hey, Aya, what's up? I know, right?
I think this is also really good for Cheese. I mean, it just goes to show that they actually put in the time to improvise and do things different.
Yeah. I think Shadowmoon's also a really good dungeon for this format because a lot of it is going to be on this first pull as well.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We'll have like this pull and then Nalish.
Let's take a look at Cheese.
It's not that bad.
Oh,
well, you say that, but a lot of teams are.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's like two really tough.
Just go again.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like there's two super tough pulls, and then after that, like I think the pressure is significantly lessened.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Let Him Cook was only like 20 seconds faster in that no cut though. Like all of their splits look so much faster.
Well, it seemed like they were pretty scuffed. They had 2 deaths. I assume there were like some things that were not ideal.
I can take a look at the actual MDI terms.
Just from seeing it so far, it feels like Azure Vault's gonna be the dungeon that just like gums up everybody.
Yeah, everyone's just stuck here.
Yeah.
Is no cut tyrannical or 45? Do you guys remember?
Yeah, I think it was tyrannical.
Okay.
It was 20 tyrannical.
Guess we have a little bit of a comparison from Group A, if you care.
Yeah.
It was
okay. Yeah.
It was 22 tyrannical, and Echo had the best time, 21 minutes. So.
Oh, and it was Sanguine too, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Sanguine, yes.
It was like Sanguine and Explosive.
Yeah, Sanguine and Explosive. I think
That's
Spiteful slows you down a
big.
little bit too, though, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. But I think Sanguine in no cut particularly is very rough.
Yeah.
Like it's good here to note the splits people are having for Azure here, since it seems like people are getting stuck a lot. Thunderstruck 254. Direwolves is a lot slower on their split, but I assume maybe they have more counts. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, they have a lot of count. They're at 50 right now.
Yeah, they pulled everything in the first room, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they gotta be fast as hell because like Legendary is just pulling the boss. Oh, actually, well, they have 3 deaths, and they're still continuing this run.
Yeah, they were having deaths to like the raging trees. People just like standing in puddles.
Yeah.
I think they actually like rezzed Igloo into a puddle and he instantly died again.
Oh god.
Ooh, Let Him Cook is also going into Azure Vaults, and Cheese doing the first pull again.
Yeah, where's this cheese pull? Oh, there it is.
If you compare Direwolves to Let Him Cook, the splits are actually super similar, and they also have a lot of trash. Let Him Cook looking so good. Damn.
Yeah.
And this is first try too, right? Because all the other teams wiped so much.
Wiping.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I do know they put in a lot of practice though. Oh, Thunderstruck, dude.
Oh,
I feel like it's
right as they get the full screen.
The full screen for that?
Yeah.
Come on,
I am very worried for Thunderstruck. Like
Yeah,
I was watching some, like not exactly watching the time trial, but like, I was like keeping track of their time trials during the first time trials for MDI, and they were not having a good time putting up times. They seem to be struggling with this type of format.
I do think like Let Him Cook is actually doing this. They have the smartest strategy, right? Because I think qualifying through groups is like infinitely harder than qualifying through Last Stand if there's 2 teams that make it out, right? Because all of the good teams are gone, like the one like Echo and so on. They're just gone.
Oh god,
I mean,
damn.
well,
Naguura
I'm just
unleashed
saying.
the chat on the official
crap teams
broadcast.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, like the super good
They
teams,
work
you know.
so hard.
Holy.
Pretty easy to qualify
It's
when all the
true.
other teams suck.
True.
It's true. She doubles down.
But if you if you put a lot of practice into Last Stand, I feel like you have a good chance of qualifying there versus, group stage where the seeding matters.
Yeah.
Because you literally, like the 24th seed has to play against Echo or whatever, like...
Yeah. Okay, here's the real question, Vo. Would you have said that on broadcast?
Of course not.
What? Oh, God.
I mean, I probably would have said it, but worded it a bit differently, maybe.
Yeah, you can just insinuate it. You can just insinuate it.
Okay, this is good. We need the non-filtered. Dude, hold on. Let him cook, Vo. First try, and they're already all the way over here. I mean, here comes the hard part, I guess, but...
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is where...
Wait, actually, okay, I spoke way too soon. Holy
Wait,
moly.
what? Oh, no.
Did they miss the
Trell
grip?
just
Fell to his death.
I think, yeah, Trell just fell to his death.
Trell pulled the door key.
No. I
Happens to the
don't
best of
die
us.
here, man. I have the toy. I have the secret tech. For those
Wait,
of you guys who don't
oh,
know...
he had to release. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Despair.
Made a mistake.
Now we get to really see if Let Him Cook is going to finish this run, because this is a huge time loss.
Yeah, I wonder if they continue from here. I wonder if they're, like, discussing about it. Direwolf's only one death, and they're about to finish Azure Blade. That's good.
Ricky Farrell.
Room, see how I feel about that pull, and then just reset. Because think
not
about
bad,
it, that's the last challenging pull. Then you have like frogs.
Well, there's the Froggers too, which could be hard, but
I'm watching with Dorky Growl and Automatic Jack.
You could probably live a fortified stomp from a frog, couldn't you? I wouldn't know because I never stand in it, so but.
Oh yeah, wait, so people were asking about the toy. So there's a toy you can get from the Venfear area back in Shadowlands. It's called like Stylish Parasol or something. And this toy is a complete hack in this dungeon. It makes your life so much easier as any class in the game. You literally just hit the parasol and you jump off and you can just like float down. Like some Mary Poppins.
All right, here's the Frogger pull out of Direwolves. Oh, see, I said it was gonna be fine, and then chat.
Okay, yeah.
I'm owning up to it. Okay, I'm owning up to it. I think he got meleeed for what it's worth.
Cheese had a really clean second boss. They cut him off a little bit, but they were able to do both of the packs on top of second boss for this route. They did have one death to like the weird fixate thing, but it didn't really cost them much time. I think Ricky went down and they just rezzed him. So they're already, I feel like a 5-minute split going out of second boss is pretty dang good. And they're already probably going to put up a time for this dungeon. I don't know what other hard parts are left in Shadow Moon.
Yeah.
And Chaz had died again and they got him back up.
Well, I mean, actually, you say that.
Everyone dies to that boss.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, there were a lot of mishaps. In that,
they're 6 minutes into the dungeon and they're approaching Bone Maw.
Yeah, pretty good.
Wait, yeah, I mean, this is really fast, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's 22:45.
It's super good. And they've only been taking maybe 20 minutes of pulls in Shadow Moon.
Yep.
Let me see the best Shadow Moon time.
So Let Him Cook actually finishes out the run. They're fighting Azure Blade now. They just decide, I guess they really are valuing getting to see the whole dungeon and putting up timers in each dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so here's what they want to do: is they want to do Azure Blade and the boss at once. So while they're finishing that intermission, that's when they're going to keep on pulling more trash. They might just leave after they kill Azure Blade.
Could be. I mean,
or
they just exactly they'll do. They might try more.
Yeah, or they might stick with their objective of just like finish the dungeon and worry about perfection later.
Yeah, I'm chaining this back into Azure Blade Monka.
Yeah, I like that.
Look at their time though. Their time is not amazing so far. I mean, granted, they were just like waiting for Trell.
Yeah.
But like Direwolves, they finished Azure Blade at 9:08 or 9:05, which makes them
thank you so much
really
for the sub.
impressive compared to what's going on here.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job purging all these buffs off the Azure guards, which is nice. Mooches is just getting them like insta.
I hate it when I'm puggy and no one ever purchased them.
Because you won't play with the priest.
Oh, Trell. Ooh.
1% on Azure Blade. Hey, they got it.
Wait, there's so okay. This is like a discussion that people had where Echo had now dying at the end of this boss, and people were saying that he did it on purpose to get the speed buff, but that's not actually a thing, right? Like that's just there's no way you're faster.
Doesn't it end when you get into combat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that makes any sense.
Is Let 'em Cook going kind of slow on these Froggers, or it seems like they're kind of taking their time? They gotta get going.
They just got here.
They've just had some like poor and like time-consuming deaths on Trell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't really exactly see what was going on with them.
Yeah, so he died because he didn't have the Parasol hack. And
Yeah,
then
exactly, Remy.
Oh no, I meant this area specifically. Like
Oh
the
yeah, they like
Froggers.
just got to
I was
it.
like, yeah, like well, I mean, because like one of the things that people don't really see is that like grouping efficiency matters a lot. Like you gotta get going in MDI. There's no dilly dallying around waiting for things to group up.
What I don't understand here, because on this frog area, right? If you're in the air and the frog targets you with a jump, then the swirly is invisible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
That
I
is
see these
definitely a
teams
problem.
jump around all the time. Like I see the evokers like double jumping, gliding around all the time. It's like, what are they doing?
They can't help it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
It is very true, but they should not be doing that.
It's like telling a demon hunter to stand still. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just stop dashing all over the place.
Telling a feral druid not to ASD or whatever while they're standing still.
No. It's telling Ferojers not to rake stun things before they even group up.
Oh yeah, that's also
the
really
real
annoying.
challenge. Yep. Also, I didn't realize how awkward it was for me to see Corey or Tarasant on Feral Druid. Like, I'm so used to seeing a Boomkin that like this is the first time I've seen him on Feral.
I think their time still looks pretty good though, right? Let him cook.
Yeah, I mean, for what has happened, it's pretty solid.
Yeah. Like 3 very
definitely
impactful deaths.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Dire Wolves does have the stronger Azure Vaults. I mean, they're going to finish this out pretty strong.
Yeah, look at Cheese about to finish up Bone Maw.
We're just gonna struggle with the Grievous, I guess, with a Disc Priest.
They kind of left the ads up the entire time.
Oh, here comes Automatic Jack.
Getting beat up. What?
They up Disc Priest talk.
All right, let me start talking
What else
about
do you have to
tanks,
say
and then
about
you
it?
won't say anything. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Ellie. So,
I'll just say some
about
tanks.
Holo.
stuff.
Jumpy died.
You can't challenge me.
Is
There
he
you
playing
go.
Halo? He's playing Halo, isn't he?
I don't think so. I'll have to go back
Can you
and
tell us
see.
more about Halo? I'm just
Dorky's
kidding, please
expended
don't.
his knowledge of Dispriest already.
Yep.
I mean, I've heard many different things from Jack about
1531.
Disc Priest.
1531? Pretty good. Oh, we have
Do you have
a.
any time comparisons?
Let me see. I only have a 21 Tyrannical. So I guess it's not really the same, but they had 1649 in groups, and then we
Wait,
have
isn't that from, like-
23. 45. 2345 was 18 minutes. 39 by Echo.
Okay,
Yeah,
not bad.
Seems like Cook will have 17 minutes or something like that. By the time they finish this, just got to do last boss.
Yeah.
Their time is definitely questionable, but they're just in the business of finishing the runs and getting the homework in. Because, I mean, they sat around for at least like a full minute waiting for Troll to release and come back.
Yeah.
Thunderstruck is finishing their Azure Blade here soon. It's actually interesting to see. They are quite a bit slower. I didn't see what exactly happened with those 2 deaths. But they're going to leave this area at like, what, 940, 950 maybe? We have to see if they one phase here. They do some pretty interesting things. Last time we saw Thunderstruck, they had like this weird thing where there was like snapping breakers onto the last boss. I'm curious if we can do anything similar. Oop, Cheese is finishing up here on the last boss. Yeah, this has to be a mega fast run, right?
Cheese, yeah.
Cheese,
They
yeah,
had,
100%.
Their one death was pretty small. I didn't see the cooldown status, but it was just like a guy got fixated and they rezzed him. Otherwise, the big pulls, the 3 big pulls, the one with first boss and then the 2 with second boss all went pretty smoothly from what I saw.
Yep.
Hmm.
At this point, they don't even have to really stress about going into this dungeon again until like, I don't know, late Saturday, maybe late Sunday or something.
Cheese one is
Yeah,
super
well, there's
good.
something to be said too about dungeon length. So this is going to be one of the shortest dungeons, I assume. And it's all about time, right? And so if you look at a dungeon like this, it's probably going to be harder to shave off 1 minute in this dungeon versus trying to shave off 1 minute in a dungeon like Azure Vaults or whatever. So even if they could improve their time, it's going to be...
Thanks for Prime Blue Knot. Thank you very much.
Unless they have something specific in mind, it's going to be one of the least time-efficient things for them to do is to spend more time in Shadow Moon. So it is kind of nice for them to knock it off. And like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if they just call it here, at least for this day.
This is really fast.
For, in this dungeon.
Dude, cheese is fucking banging.
That is so fast. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've already got 2
13,
solid
11.
runs in.
Yeah, that's the thing is I want to see Let Them Cook go to Shadow Moon after this. And like not get caught up in Azure Vault forever. Come do Shadow Moon, that'll take, 45 minutes or something along those lines. If they have some mistakes or wipes or whatever, then they can go into Algathar and they can kind of like come back to Azure Vault and try to get a good time there.
Yeah, Legendary finishing up here too. Not bad. I mean, they are quite a bit slower than Direwolves, but not too bad.
Dust and Fly actually is a pretty good run too. Look at them.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Dux is dead. 15:30. They just pulled the boss.
Well, I mean, it's not that. It's probably better than Let Him Cook, I guess.
Well, I mean, but to let him
They have
cook
less
has
as
more
well.
potential. I think that's the big thing.
Yeah,
so Let Him
that's
Cook
can
finished
fly
17-17, but Direwolves is the best at 15:30.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
so
I mean,
Direwolves
like,
right into Shadow Moon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess
Wait,
everyone
your
agrees
DC
on the
again?
Mage Disc Priest comp here.
Poor Direwolves. These guys just have the worst Aussie internet.
That is so
Yeah.
true.
They were having a hard time.
It is really tough for them having to play with that 5th affix for the entire tournament.
I think we've DC'd twice now.
Ooh, there's a nice quick little look on how Tournament Realm is. Basically, you get the same Veldraken area that you have in town, except for there's like secret NPC vendors that you can like buy keys and buy gear and stuff around the middle.
Yo,
Thunderstruck.
though. They're doing their strategy, I think. Where are the breakers at?
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I thought they're super fast, but then I realized I still have to do a pull afterwards.
yeah. It's like, wow, these guys are the last boss at 12 minutes, but hold on. Count check.
What do you think about this strategy? Because I personally don't think it's faster. I don't know. It doesn't seem good because they have to walk so much.
Yeah, I don't like the backtracking strat at all.
It's cool.
It
like
is
it's a
kinda
cool
weird.
idea, but I don't know. It doesn't seem really worth it.
It is very Dr. J-esque. Like, he likes doing all these fancy things that it can be questionable at times, unless they pull it off perfectly.
Yeah, so
I mean, I'm
Let 'Em
surprised
Cook
they didn't snap
actually not
anything.
happy with their time, so they went right back into Azure.
Oh yeah, I
Vault.
mean, Trell straight up just like was gone for like an entire minute or something.
Oh right, I'm just
So-
saying that they're
Yeah,
gonna keep knocking on Azure Vault instead of just putting a timeout in every dungeon.
Yeah.
Does not look like this pull is going that clean. Feels like these last couple mobs are taking so long to die. But we kind of saw some splits. I think it was like, what, 2:45-ish for the smaller pull that they're doing here, and then maybe 4 minutes first boss if they're doing everything. So we can kind of take a look on that timer to see how they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, they finished at what, 17-17, and Trell was probably gone for like a minute.
Jeez, goodbye.
And they had like a couple of deaths outside of that, which would probably bring them down to like high 15s, I would say, maybe low 16s.
Direwolves doing
Not
their
bad.
SVG now?
It's not Direwolves time, but honestly, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for just running the dungeon over and over. You really get a feel for when to use your cooldowns and all. Oh, wow. Something.
Yeah.
It almost looked like they're trying to die on purpose. They kind of just like stood in those puddles. But I guess not.
Let them cook? No,
I
no,
guess-
people
yeah.
are getting... They miss kicks on...
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
Oh.
it's because they had kicks and they're like combining the
Oh,
spells in a
Jack.
weird way.
No.
Direwolf's gonna wipe.
Oh,
Looks like
no.
they're trying.
Oh,
Jumpy
actually,
playing
it's
bear
all
tank.
spitefuls. Yeah, it's all spiteful. Sorry, I thought that was like full health mobs.
Goodbye.
They're
Hollow's dead.
living. Oh no, Holo's dead.
22 fortified. Chop?
Yeah,
Thunder
it's
truck
just
finishing up their run here.
it is. It's
They
great.
should just go again.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Hold on, let's look at the time for Thunderstruck if they finish this. How long will this take?
Do you know if Lucas Spottis
21:45.
in Mist
There's
is
only me,
dependent on
right?
his performance this weekend? Oh yes.
Probably a minute at least.
Yeah, everyone in Mist is watching right now. He's actually, by the way.
Seems not particularly fast. They need so much count here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just one poll. It's just one poll, but it's like, you know, a long run,
Yeah.
long grouping.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
here we
that's the
go.
thing is it takes so long to gather. They're doing a really good job here, though.
Yeah, great
chain
gather vote.
CCing all the
Yeah, look at
frogs.
all those CCs. Dang, I bet Dr. J is calling all this stuff here. He's like, okay, Yoda Roar, IDB. Okay, I'm gonna fix this.
Dr. J special.
Yeah, so,
glad,
it seems like they're gonna finish at like 16 something. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so glad mages aren't super meta anymore in life keys because the Frost Novas that they used to do
True.
were something.
Unsanguine weeks. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they messed up count, unless this is on purpose.
Oh.
They're actually pulling the two breakers
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah,
There's
like, I'm
no
pretty sure
way
these
this
were
is
supposed to be
intended.
snapped.
What the?
They were 100% supposed
Oh,
to be
oh yeah,
snapped.
they're snapped on one of the bosses, right? I
Huh.
remember this actually.
So they would have finished at low 16
Yeah.
with 3 deaths. Honestly, not bad.
Oh, so the reset, I guess, somehow. Well, that makes
Wait,
the
who?
strategy even worse. The breakers, right? Because they did
Oh,
pull them
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
Umbral. Like I did see them, but maybe they reset somehow.
Oh, I didn't notice. Snapping has definitely been quite weird in this expansion. There's a lot of weird stuff where like mobs snap and then snap back. And there's I've been seeing stuff in Shadow Moon too, where like you try and pull that pack up top of spiders like down by the worms, and then like sometimes they'll just like reset up back to the top.
Oh, Zara,
Yes,
welcome.
definitely.
Welcome to the Castro Squad.
Hello. Hello.
What's going on?
Oh, you know, just watching teams break their face in Azure Vaults. We love it.
All right, Legendary made it through the first boss. They had a pretty nice split. It's around the same as Cheese's. And now they're gonna have the next two hard pulls where they're essentially you have to drag the second boss over and then pull these two caster packs in during this weird RP phase realm thing. And all these mobs are coded like in a really silly way where they just AFK because they don't want it to like reset or something. So you'll see they'll like pull it in, they'll have like one round of AoE stops and kicks, and then they'll get phased, and then the mobs will just kind of like sit there and they'll just go AFK. And they need
Wish
to
there was a
dupe
better way
down
for
in
them to
the-
cast
the
this. It's
time
too
frame that
chaotic.
they're there. But they'll have that damage buff from
Like
the boss,
how?
which I think is like what 40%
Do you have
or
any,
something. So they can usually do that really quickly.
I guess the problem is when you're
I'm
commentating
surprised
like
we aren't
this,
seeing teams do the double
you don't know
dominator
which
pull
team we're
into
talking about,
Narf.
right? I guess that's the problem. Because whenever we were casting that, like when it was actually cast, because right now we're just watch partying, right?
Cheese did it, right?
But whenever we were
I don't
actually
think so. I
casting,
didn't see if I did it or not.
we specifically always mentioned which
I wanna
team
see
we're
some
talking
teams
about,
do that.
which makes sense, you know, where I'm saying on the top left,
Dire
you can
Wolves-
see
Dire Wolves is
blah, blah,
slow
blah,
motion.
right?
Little bit
Or on the
slower
bottom
than the
right, you can
first
see blah,
boss
blah, blah, right?
than
Because
the other two teams.
it can be confusing, especially now when we do a watch party and people
Let
are
them focus on
talking.
getting
Oh no, Dire Wolves is definitely.
You don't
a
know
double
what they're
dominator.
talking
They skipped
about
the first trash
specifically,
pack.
I guess.
Yeah, here we go.
Can be confusing for sure.
He's gonna be pulse champ.
You mean the stream is chaotic? Yeah, the stream is chaotic, but
Usually
that's just how the format is, right?
Packs?
Both packs, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cheese
The
did both
format
packs
just
as
works
well.
this way, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Well, the way the format works is
Thunderstruck
that
looks like
there's 6
they're
teams,
maybe not happy with, but they're just
and they're
gonna
trying
move
to
on
run
from
the
Azure
dungeons as
Vault,
fast as
and they're
possible
gonna get a time down in
within that
Alcatraz.
5-hour
You can see
time
them waiting
frame.
outside.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
So at the end of the
I think it's
day,
a lot
after
better for
5
teams
hours,
just to like not get dragged
Blizzard
down
will look
into
at
the
the
depths of Azure Vault
combined
forever.
times of every team.
Yeah, it's really good
and
for us too, because
the,
then
the,
as
the
soon as we get a
slowest team will
leaderboard
be
filled out, we
eliminated.
can get a sense of
So
what
each
teams
team
are
is
in
trying
the
to
lead,
get
you know, how
the dungeons
far,
done
where
as
they
quick
can
as
improve.
possible, and
So
they
I
have
feel like
infinite tries.
even if
They
it
can
might
do
not
every
be
dungeon as
best,
many
I feel like
times as they
from a
want.
spectator POV, it's really good and Cheese is just walking into Azure Vaults, just getting slaughtered.
And the affixes in
immediately
the key
first
level has
pull and
been
walking
given by
right back out.
Blizzard.
Yep.
It seems like Azure Vault.
And they didn't know the key level on the
But
dungeons
it seems
before.
Like Azure Vault is the graveyard.
It was
so
only
far for the
announced
teams.
Yeah, but this is their
at
third
7 p.m.
dungeon
today, so
now.
50
And so,
minutes
like,
ago.
Oh, Cheese is
instead
doing
of-
great. Oh yeah. Cheese is on very good pace right now.
Yep. That's like that. This is like a great time for them to be able to do it because then they can. I guess the idea is they want to have not good last because it's like the longest dungeon, and that way they can kind of cut into like the bonus time. As long as you start a dungeon or are in a dungeon when time runs out, you can like take all the time you want to finish it.
Oh, Chumpy, no!
Oh no,
Yeah.
Chompy going down. Dude, this setup from Direbolt is actually sick. Cause like, look at this. They tank it like right in between the two pillars, which we haven't seen any other teams doing. Oh my god, that Void Blast though, it literally almost aimed straight into Chaz's face. He was probably like, "Oh, what the fuck, mate?" He had to be a bit like, he had to have been like wilded out there.
Accurate impression.
He would have definitely used a much worse word than mate.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
That's not a bad word.
Turtle Creek listening from Dorky there to hear their comms.
Wait, this is a really bad downstairs space to get to hear Direwolves, right?
Yeah, because they can't do anything with this buff. So when they come out of this downstairs phase, they do have the buff, but the problem is they've already cleared out all this trash. So being sent downstairs is only going to be a waste of time. And their split was actually looking better than we saw Cheese's, but then they had the downstairs phase, and they're almost neck and neck with Cheese's time now. With even that one death happened as well on Cheese too.
It was actually the same. Like the second bus split is the same. It was 5 minutes exactly for the other team. But the first bus split was faster, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. It was like low twos. It was like 210, I think.
If you actually wanted to get a listen in from that particular team, I believe 2 of them are streaming this weekend.
Oh shit!
I believe Hollow and Jack are both streaming. It's Jack _OCE and Hollow
That's really cool.
_OCE.
All right, I'll do some research. I'll find them.
I guess that's like another really cool thing about this format. I mean, is this just Last Stand that you're allowed to?
No, you're allowed to stream during MDI too.
Oh,
yeah, nobody
does.
Yeah, that's true. That
Whole full stream for us.
Oh, I have a question actually. If you would participate in the MDI, would you like it if they quote unquote like force you to stream? Like that one team member has to provide like a POV?
That's hard. I mean, there's no problem for like us, for example, but like I could imagine there's a lot of players who do not want to be forced to stream.
Yeah, like, I can see it being like a positive thing because I'm sure a lot of people would like to stream. They just know it's a disadvantage, so they can't.
Yeah, like
but I'm sure
what
other
if you
teams
just
also
force
wouldn't want
everyone?
to. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before too. That would be a good way to like. Yeah, I mean, like it would definitely get more people into doing this as well, because there would just be less of a gap. Like I've talked with the Echo Boys about this.
Thanks for getting us up, Nuggy. Thank you.
It's like
welcome to Friendly
the
Future.
skill gap isn't as large as a lot of you guys might think. Like, yeah, like obviously they're build diff, but a large part of what makes Echo so insane is their ability to just come up with these strategies quick and be super consistent with it.
Yeah.
And if other
what
teams
makes
were
them
able
different
to...
is that they're fucking insane. Yeah, I mean,
no. I'm talking about like mechanical.
Gingy doesn't even understand how much better they are than everybody else.
I mean, you definitely don't. But like what I'm saying is like it's not like a mechanical skill diff. It's not like they're just like doing so much more damage and they're just like
Sometimes they are
all these things. Sometimes obviously they are, but like nowadays if you compare them to like teams like Monka or Aster before or Ambition.
Yeah. Like historically,
they're not that
closer.
Yeah, they're really not that far ahead. It's just they have the better strategies most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see this argument, right? But they would never force them to stream practice, right? You would only be able to stream the tournament. And at that point, if somebody copies your strat during the tournament, it's too late anyway, right? At that point, you're going to be faster anyway.
Okay, so all right, then I guess that changes everything. Because, like, I was thinking, like a lot of teams wouldn't want to play because they cannot stream their practice. So, like, streaming player POV is not as big of a deal. As,
I don't think you can force them to stream practice. Like, I think that would be awkward.
Yeah, that would be very awkward. I don't know how they would.
But I think the
enforce that.
secret really is this format. I think is better than head to head, and I think that they should just limit practice time drastically. Like have practice time be literally like 2 days, where you just set your character up, like get used to things. Like I don't think this whole like spamming tournament realm for 3 weeks before your Cup C is good for the game, and I feel like that's what makes it so inaccessible and why a lot of people don't play. Whereas like you were talking about earlier about how much better it is for Let 'Em Cook, because they literally are just like, yeah, we want to play, but we're just gonna show up for last stand, practice for a few days, and like these other teams, yeah, they had a lot more practice, but like not on these specific affixes, and you can see that they're on at least somewhat of a level playing field just by being good players, not having because the other teams couldn't practice these affixes for 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
And a lot of just making sure that esports is going to have like good longevity, is going to make sure that it's accessible to people, it's relatable to people, people can get into it easily. The watch parties helps a lot. But did you guys see what happened with like Hearthstone? They like gutted all the funding for like their tournaments because it did so poorly on YouTube. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna... Yeah,
but it did worse than World of Warcraft esports.
Yes,
World of Warcraft actually had the highest viewer retention across every single one of the esports that got swapped to YouTube.
Like, WoW actually did really well.
I mean, I've seen Overwatch streams and they're like absolutely popping off.
Oh yeah, but
Even,
Overwatch
like,
gets all the money. But that's the thing is Overwatch gets like drops every time. They get all the hype. They're in like the browser. The video game has a pop up whenever Overwatch League is live. Like,
because I remember watching some like random tournament one day that just appeared on my YouTube feed and it just had like 50K viewers.
Yeah, I mean, I personally do think that the Last Stand tournament, I don't know, if every MDI would be like that, to me, it's more boring than the 1v1.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it depends.
I agree from one point. I've been trying to push for this for a while, ever since we started TGP, but like they don't really want to like commit to a weird thing. I think day one should always be this, and then you can seed people. You can seed people into the bracket based off of this.
Oh.
And then day two, you just start with, 4 teams upper bracket, 4 teams lower bracket.
Because day one MDI, like regular MDI,
one
it's always imbalanced games.
Yeah. Well,
it's always
more
just like a
specifically the
stomp
cups.
fest. Yeah, the cups. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
not
the
the
globals
grand
I think
finals.
are fine. Yeah, globals are fine.
But that's the thing is like the cups are going to take up a third of all the broadcast time that you have in a season. And so if you already have the first day, which is always imbalanced matchups, and now this season it was like the same 2 dungeons every cup weekend. Like I get that they wanted to highlight certain dungeons, but like I don't think that was good at all for the viewer experience. You see Temple of the Jade Serpent 12 times in a weekend, and Algathar once or twice, maybe. It was weird.
Legendary actually putting up a 1309 in Shadow Moon. I think that beats Cheese's time actually.
Yeah, by 3 seconds.
The reason for the similar dungeon pools on day one is so that we can actually draw a comparison between the top end teams, because we're not going to see them actually play each other. And I understand how that sucks from a viewer perspective, but I don't know.
I just want TGP to be the main thing, because that's more interesting for everyone too. It's just so much more relatable than MDI stuff. It's like most of the players, especially like casual players, they don't even understand the difficulty of some of these pulls. When they watch like the actual MDI, you can see it a bit better in Last Stand when you see them wiping. But when you watch the actual MDI, people just see them pull 50 mobs, and if it's executed perfectly, it looks easy, and they're like, "Oh well."
Yeah. Well, you can tell by some of the things people say. Like one thing that I hear a lot is, "Oh, MDI would be more interesting if there were bans."
Yeah,
like you could ban classes.
bans.
It's like, you can tell that people have no idea the way that the game is played if they like think that you could randomly ban one of these classes and then just go in and do the same thing. Like it would completely change how you play the game.
Yeah, I heard a take where somebody said Blizzard should just tell them which comp to play.
Oh yeah, great.
It's funny, as you mentioned that, a guy in Dorky's chat says, MDI would be more interesting if there are bans. Never mind.
Never mind. Sorry, guy in the chat.
Oh, no.
I do agree that the TGP is a more interesting format, but I don't agree with the idea of it being something that's more easily relatable. I feel like both MDI and TGP to the average player are both completely unrelatable. Like they both have completely BIS gear. They're both doing higher or faster keys than your average player will ever do.
Yeah, but like in TGP, they're trying to achieve the same goal as you do on live servers, right? Like live servers, you never try to do a key as fast as possible. And then TGP, they're trying to push the key, which is definitely something. It's like in a sense, it's more relatable. Of course, it's obviously not. It's the same as watching Race to World first. Like that's also not really relatable to any normal raider because they do different bosses that are with lower gear and everything. But at least the concept of it is the same, right?
Yeah, no, and I'm just saying I just don't agree with that particular argument. I do think that TGP is altogether just a better format and easier to digest compared to MDI.
Yeah.
I think one big thing is looking at like esports in general for how like the average viewer can figure out what's going on and understand that like, oh, this team's in the lead. Okay, well, how do you like know? And I like that they're having like the rank system that you see where like Let 'em Cook is rank 1. And you can kind of see the times and kind of see the scores. But that's one thing I would kind of like emphasize is some esports like StarCraft are like insanely difficult to know who's ahead, who's winning, whatever. Whereas like a shooter is super simple, but WoW is kind of in this weird offshoot of its own.
I mean, WoW in general is just really hard for anyone to understand. Like it's just it's never going to be like a super good esport, no matter how good the format is. Yeah. Because a player that does not play the game will not understand what's happening, and even a player that does play the game has a hard time understanding what's going on sometimes.
Yeah, I was having this argument with Shelly yesterday about something completely different but similar. You know, the whole take that's been the take that's been going around on Twitter. Like everyone's just like super pissed about the simultaneous release and how like because like me and Grau's take was more along the lines of like, oh, who cares about the race to world first? You know, just like let them do what's the best for majority of players. And a lot of people disagreed, right? Especially from the high end community. And Shella was coming in here. He was talking about how like, oh, you know, it matters for the competitive players, and like this is a big deal because like they're the ones who like if they quit, it would be like a very bad thing for. I don't know. It was a long ongoing discussion, but like.
Raider
basically,
talking.
the point was
Darky's bringing up raid conversations.
Oh no!
Hell frozen over.
Liquid Darky confirmed? Question mark.
Wait, is that Max?
I'm becoming Max.
Well, see, that reminds me of so during Razageth Prog during Phase 2.
Oh, like.
Oh, dude, Dorky take is such a good one.
I understand what the point you're trying to get across, that like making some changes to benefit high-end raid community can actually be good for everybody else, because Race to World First is basically just like a big marketing event for Blizzard that they don't have to put a lot of money into. But they could also just make things not annoying for Race to World First players and like make the show
look at
not boring.
Oh, they had such a good run. I think a cast went off from a spider or something.
Yo, Let 'em Cook is on a banger of a run here, though.
Yeah, Let 'em Cook too.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let's stop talking about raid for a second.
They're gonna be like 2 minutes faster.
Fuck direwolves! Nay.
Give them an okay run.
It'll be the fastest run of the weekend.
I don't know if it'll be the fastest. Wasn't there a
15:30? I thought.
Yeah,
I don't know.
15:30.
It'll be top 2, top 3 for sure.
It'll definitely be a good run. I mean, how long is this boss gonna take?
Let him cook.
Yeah, true. Let him cook.
Let him cook. I think they do this in like 2 minutes.
You know, one thing that I'm very impressed by with Let 'em Cook is their multi-classing capabilities. Because like these guys literally just stepped into TR less than a week ago.
Yeah.
And we have Corion Pharaoh, which I mean, I guess maybe it's not too different from Boomkin. It's just another druid, right? And then we have Sho. He normally plays Warlock, and now he's playing DK.
Like, that's interesting.
I'm just like playing whatever.
I'm surprised that Sho isn't actually or isn't like going to be the focal like class switcher, because he's played Disc Priest and like Raid Prog. I played Warlock with him in Great Push in Season 4, and he was always like able to be flexible, but Warlock was so good. So like he has crazy potential.
How do you pronounce the priest's name?
Muchus.
Muchus. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised that Muchus isn't playing the melee, right? Because he plays rogue as well, right?
He's more well known as a warlock player,
Oh,
so he's
okay.
ranged is more.
He's actually been
comfortable for him.
playing rogue recently.
He has been playing a lot of rogue.
He's a Fodom reroller. He was playing
Okay.
Mage, and then
He
he was
plays
playing
whatever,
Demo
Dopey.
or Destrolock. Now he's playing Rogue.
Zyra, what the hell? You timed out one of my guildies.
I don't care.
Owned.
Dude had a terrible take, and I'm not getting baited.
Baited by Thor.
Another
Nothing
thing
like the race to world first, thinking they are the main characters of the game.
Oh my god.
Another thing that I was like annoyed by earlier was the fact that I was trying to find TG last stand rules somewhere, like an explanation of how this tournament works.
Yeah.
And it's nowhere.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out before we started.
Yeah. I found the rule set, like the rule book, but it's like buried all the way down on like the 10th page. I was like, how is anyone gonna find out how this tournament works? It's so weird.
It's definitely kind of weird. I mean, like I've been getting that question all day today. Like people are like, "What is going on? Why are there so many different dungeons? Like, how does this work?"
Yeah.
And
They don't even
what is-
have like a lower third to like tell people what's going on.
Yeah.
That's okay. Playing with Dorky, he didn't even know the rules of the tournaments when we were in the tournaments, so don't really blame him. We'd be like going into a match, and Dorky like, "We gotta ban this map," and I'm like, "Dude, we don't have bans."
I never said anything about bad. Okay, dude.
Oh.
Wait, so what's been happening with direwolves? We were so close to finishing this dungeon, and now we're just back in the beginning.
Yeah, did a spider cast go off on the bridge, I think.
Yeah, they had a really good run, and they wiped in the big pool. They might be doing a slightly different route. I know. Well, no, they have a disc priest, so they can't really do it. We saw Echo run all 5 of the spiders into the worms, and it saves some stuff earlier. But I don't think they're doing that. I guess they just are having trouble grouping that pull.
Oh, Thunderstruck is also doing the pull through the wall.
Oh,
I mean, we didn't see a lot of it during the cups, but I assume it's too risky / not enough practice.
Yeah, well, keep in mind they don't have that priest for the mind control, so although this does help them get a little bit more funnel and kind of like clear trash, they're not actually like helping their boss damage too much.
One thing that Cheese was also doing that a lot of people didn't notice, or like teams weren't doing, is they feared one of the invokers, and they were actually using the bombs on these mobs or the boss.
Does it cast while feared? The bombs?
No, it doesn't. But they
they would just
managed
let
to
it
get
cast
extra
forever,
bombs.
yeah.
Yep.
Do the bombs actually do a lot of damage? I feel like they do nothing.
I don't know if they
It's
changed
not
it,
a
but
lot,
it was
but I
doing
mean
a
it's free
ton.
damage.
I mean, it was like 100 or 200k per explosion, which is pretty significant. Direwolf's cleaning this up. Very clean.
Yep,
We
they're
saw
really
Chompy
fast.
having some issues earlier. Yeah. Straight up 0 deaths. I'm about to finish this.
It's actually crazy. Legendary actually looking really shaky in Azure Vaults, but they managed to turn out a sub 16. They went right into Shadow Moon and got a really good time. And now they're in Noka. They're almost halfway through, and they are on 0 deaths, which seems like a pretty good pace. I don't remember exactly where the other teams were, but Legendary actually turned around their day real quick.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's good. It's like who is like stuck right now? We're only about an hour into it.
Nobody's super stuck, but there's definitely some sus times. Thunderstruck put up a not so good Azure Vaults time, and they just kind of let it rest.
Yeah.
And then I want to say, I mean, Legendary's Azure Vaults time was not great either. So I think, but I think a lot of teams did realize that you can get trapped in that dungeon for a long time. So they put up an okay time. They're probably going to go around and clean up all the other times. But I assume once they have times on all of them, they're probably going to realize that the most time to be saved is in that Azure Vault. So we're going to see a lot of teams return there before the end of the day.
What do you guys think is going to be like an okay Azure Vault time that is going to be good enough to like prevent you from being eliminated?
I mean,
low
so
low
far,
15, high
Direwolves
14?
has a very good one.
Yeah, if you're like
it just
15
depends on-
minutes, I think you should be in pretty decent shape.
Yeah. Direwolves definitely has some time they can squeeze out. I'm sure they could probably go for like a sub 15, but I feel like they're probably pretty satisfied with what they have for now.
Bro, that 15:30 that Direwolves has, though, like there was so much that went wrong.
Yeah.
In that
Yeah,
run.
but I mean, they're also significantly faster than any other team doing Azure Vaults.
Like they could probably go an entire minute faster. They had 2 deaths early on that they had to use battle resist on. They had a death during the frog pull where their priest ran back while the pull was being done. Then they had a death at 40% on the last boss that just didn't have a battle res for it. Like they could go so much faster.
Yeah, their route is insane.
Thunderstruck is surprisingly not that fast. I mean, Cheese had a 1741, and these guys are still on the boss, 0 deaths.
Yeah, and
They're
Cheese is
approaching
running
8
Affliction
minutes.
Warlock on Bullstring.
They don't have
Tyrannical,
count.
so.
What the hell? You have
Wait.
to go back and kill a mob.
Oh.
Wait, what? Oh,
Again? Oh,
they forgot their route. That's not good, Dr.
Maybe they
J.
messed up the blind vanish thing? Actually, you don't vanish.
Maybe.
A very short 7 count, so it's like a very specific number. I assume it's like 2 mana worms. I mean, what else could possibly be 8 count, roughly? It's gotta be like 2 mana worms they missed.
Did they just fuck up the blind? Is that what happened?
I mean, I don't think you want to do the blind thing on Bullstring, but maybe they didn't realize until the end. Like maybe he blinded him up, pulled the other or something, and then realized, oh, it's Bullstring, we don't want to delay this, and then vanished or something, and then only one of the mobs came. I don't know.
Direwolves right now in the bottom right is on nasty pace. 4:37 done with the second boss. This is the fastest pace we've seen, I think, by about 10 seconds.
Holy moly.
Cheese
So
just
they have
threw a run
13,
on
11 to beat.
Azure Blade.
Yep.
Cheese had a banger run. They were on Azure Blade going into intermission phase at 640. That is stupidly fast.
Poor Femi actually got the damage reduction in slow. Okay, finally wore off.
Oh, the mobs actually reset on Direwolves, but I guess it might not matter that much if they can just pull onto.
Did they kill the spiderlings?
The 2, yeah, like I think they killed the spiderlings, right? I think their count is probably fine. I mean, if it resets, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal though if they can just pull the rest onto the blobbies.
Girl, who is Rainbow Unicorns? Do you know who that is?
I don't think so. Is that a chatter?
I feel like it's got to be a chatter that doesn't like you.
Did you see? Sorry, but did you see Cheese literally pulling Azure Blade on top of the lieutenant and every other pack there in the dungeon?
Hey, no way.
They literally pulled the room with Azure Blade.
That was so much for that run.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm not streaming right now, right?
Okay.
I get a notification on my phone
Rank
that I get a
Thunderstruck?
$5 donation
There's no ranks,
from PayPal, and
so
I look at my Streamlabs. Rainbow Unicorn has tipped $5.
Sorry, I'm gonna be dead for a second. The way this works is that the 6 teams qualified through time trials that happened in the last couple of days, right? The seeding doesn't matter. Basically, the first day they try to do the 4 dungeons as fast as possible, and 1 team gets eliminated the first day, so the slowest team. Thunderstruck is looking okay right now, but I mean, at the moment we know nothing. At the moment, literally any team could be eliminated because it's so early in the day. Because they have 5 hours, right? They still have 3 hours and 45 minutes, so we'll only really know at the end of the day who gets eliminated. And then they have 2 more days, and then the first 2 teams will be qualifying for finals.
I wonder if this guy's banned in your chat. What'd you do to him?
Let me check him out.
But yeah, Thunderstruck is doing okay. They're not doing great. Like, they're definitely not the best right now. But they're doing okay.
Yo, so how's Legendary's time looking?
Let's see. They're on good pace. Low 18s is good, right? They should be on pace for that.
Yeah, their splits look good. They're a little
For
bit
people-
slower than Let Him Cook.
So I'm
Actually, a bit
fairly
faster.
certain there are going to be people that are watching in chat that still have no fucking idea what's going on because I see somebody saying, why are people in different dungeons? For those of you who aren't aware of how this works, essentially there are 4 dungeons that they
Igloo.
are trying to complete, like time trial style.
I'll be right back 1 second while he
And
explains,
at the end of the day, the team that has the highest combined time gets eliminated. So this is essentially just like live time trials. You're seeing the teams go through the time trial process in 4 dungeons over 5 hours.
Wait, Rainbow Unicorns is a long-time Yumi TV sub. This is fake news.
What the hell?
Hello, subscribe to my channel instead. How about that?
What is the username? Rainbow Unicorns does not show up for me.
Underscore.
Oh.
But how do you not know your own subscriber? He's been subscribed for so long in your channel. You don't know him? Unbelievable.
Wait, how many months has he subbed?
16.
Not
Jesus
anymore.
Christ.
Jesus Christ. He literally who Omega load you. That's respectable.
Rainbow Unicorns, Rainbow underscore unicorn, Rainbow underscore unicorns. none of
Rainbow
these are-
Unicorns underscore.
Oh,
Pretty sure.
Yeah, just type /user and then it'll pull it up, and then you can hit the ban button.
I've noticed.
ban button.
I've noticed that both Growl and Dorky's chats are very similar. They both just shit talk Growl a lot.
Dude, Dorky's. I've been saying this, but Dorky's chat has been getting really riley against me lately.
Dude, there was one guy. Actually, I don't even want to talk about it, man. Yesterday, holy. I was out here blaming me for what happened. Yeah, what happened?
Dude. All right, I'll say what happened. So, I'm trying to remember.
It's the start of group therapy.
Dorky had the lead, and we were all sitting at the start of the dungeon.
Well, Direwolves also has the #1 time at the moment. They actually beat.
Wait, did they finish the Shadow Moon 1305?
Yeah, 1305, 1310, 1311.
Yeah,
That's
Azure
actually all
and
the way
Shadow Moon. That's huge.
Oh, here you go, Growl. I'll give you an olive branch. Check your DMs.
Dude, Dux is like Omega stuck.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
It's the same link minus like 2 letters.
Yeah, I was trying to doctor it. I couldn't get it figured out. I knew it was something similar.
Yo, what about this no good? Is this good? Also, they did a different.
What was their time? Did they finish? Eh.
The best no good time is 1807 from Let 'Em
It was
Cook.
fine. They need to go
That's
faster.
not too bad. Yeah, 2 deaths.
I think this team. I mean, this weekend is going to be stupidly competitive. Like the top 5 teams are all teams that are stupidly fast. Ducks Can Fly. I think they're definitely like probably 1 tier behind, but I think also like they kind of got thrown at the last second, right? I think Empyrean was supposed to be that last spot, but they had to.
All right, Legendary.
drop out.
Oh, they're kind of slow, I think.
Does anyone know why?
I don't think we
Actually,
have any
no,
idea
they're
what
not
the
that
reason
slow.
is. We just know they did.
Okay.
1853. That is slower than the other 2 teams.
Dude, Trell's team. What was the best Shadow Moon we've had? It wasn't like 13 minutes or something out of Direwolves.
All 3 of our Shadow
What
Moon
was it?
times are really close. 1305,
Oh, yeah.
1310, 1311.
Okay. Yeah. So Let 'Em Cook is probably going to be like
This might be the
14 and a half, 15.
No, yeah, their
it's
splits are
kinda
not
slow.
good.
Yeah.
They lost a
Yeah,
lot
it's
of
not
time on
great.
second boss. So ideally, you want to have a sub 5-minute second boss split, and they're at 540. So they lost.
Were
almost
they
a full
also
minute there.
doing double or was it single?
Actually, they lost like 30-something seconds on first boss.
So headset
too.
with glasses,
I'm not
I
really
always
sure.
feel like that
Maybe
it's
they had a
different for
death there?
everybody.
I don't know.
I mean,
This
we
is
also
Because
have
also-
Fire Mage.
your glasses
Yeah.
sit on your
It's
ears,
that,
and
and
your
it's
ears
also
are
this is the
different.
first
Like
run,
every
so
person has
just like
different
it is
ears
with
and
the
different, like the way the glasses sit.
Yeah, that's the Fire Mage.
So for one
Maybe,
person,
but
a
they-
headset can
Look
be
at like
good
Ashen,
with
for
glasses, and for
example.
another
They
person
did
cannot
catch
be
up
good.
a lot to Direwolf's
So
time. They didn't beat it, but they got a lot
I mean, this
closer the
headset
second
works
time
for
they ran
me.
it.
It's
wait,
fine, but I don't know if it's gonna
and
be
then
Why
fine
go
for
don't they
again.
everyone, right?
just... Yo, Dorky, go 6-man them. Tell Muchas to play Fire and have Hasty play Disc. Hasty plays. Hasty's a Disc main.
Yeah, huh?
Why would they not know that?
Maybe he doesn't play Halo or something.
What is with you and Halo?
I don't know. I don't know.
Where is this coming from?
Anyways, Grell,
Yeah,
finish
yeah,
your story.
Priest.
I don't remember how it started, but it was something along the lines of I got blamed for us not starting a key for like 10 minutes when I don't even remember what happened.
No, it
But
has nothing to do
somehow
with starting a key. No. It was basically, you were the first one to zone into the dungeon, and you're just literally streaming. You're answering some stupid Mistweaver question.
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay, so
hey, well, I would like to ask, how is Mistweaver in 10.1? Is it gonna be good or bad? And then
That's what
you're
my
out here
chatter
just
sounds
chatting
like.
your ass off.
Okay, so we go
And
into
then,
the dungeon.
who was
I
it?
go
Who
into
was
the
that
dungeon. It
zones
wasn't
in?
reset.
So somebody zones into the dungeon, and the guy was wait, was it fuck, who was it? I can't remember who it was.
Okay, while you're thinking of that, you notice something wrong
was
with
dry.
Let Him Cook here?
You don't have mage for
they don't
distress.
have no, they don't have count.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wait,
Wait, what happened? They're missing so much. That's more than the spiderlings, right?
Yeah, that's much more than Spiderlings. They
Alright,
didn't have
well-
a round for this place.
Yeah, they might as well just go again then. I think they were going to anyway.
I mean, who would even play Fire Mage in this comp? It's got to be Show, right?
It has to be Muchas.
Muchas, but then they need a. Well, actually, I guess they wouldn't have a Shadow Priest. Never mind. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true. Just Hasty plays priest, I think.
Yeah,
I think
Hasty
Hasty goes.
he
literally
is a
mains
priest
Disc
main.
last expansion and the expansion before.
I was gonna say it's like been multiple expansions of Hasty
He
playing
was
priest.
passing town portal. They didn't even realize they were missing out.
I mean, I don't really blame him. This is
Let's
you
just
know.
pull this. I don't know about this around here.
This is like a.
It's whatever.
It is
Hasty's
about-
not gonna let him die. So 22.
Dude, it's crazy how scary this is on a 22. Actually,
Maybe they were missing some spiders in the first pull as well.
Surely we got an inner communion. Okay, there we go.
They need the Dratty route on the other monitor next time.
yeah, unbelievable. Wait, is there a leaderboard link?
He got killed by the spiteful. All right, there's a leaderboard. Okay, so they could easily shave off 2 minutes.
But is there like a link to it where you know how there was like a thing?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Maybe Raider.io.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, ever since MDI started, Raider.io has just carried a lot of this like back end stuff, leaderboards and brackets.
There is a link, but I'm only giving it to people who deserve it.
Oh,
Dang.
Dax can,
So
can fly playing
Grell has
Shaman
it?
in SPG.
Oh yeah, do you mean like the Zyro?
It's the same link as last time, minus like 2 letters. You have the old link, right, Dorky?
Oh yeah.
Just remove the EN.
What the hell?
I like how I DM'd Dorky to try and keep it a little bit on the DL. He's like, yo, what's the link?
Yo, what's the link? I mean, why? I just want to know the link.
The cheese is doing the same pull again. I think this is actually intended. They are pulling Asher Blade
Yeah.
onto all of this.
I mean, this is a banger. I respect that. I guess they figured
That's
it was
pretty
like only a
insane.
21 fortified and should be kind of free.
So, anyways, the story. Dorky, did you remember who it was?
Oh, dude, who cares about the story?
Chat cares, man.
Why do we
Why
care about the story? We're
enraging?
doing an MDI last stand watch party.
Listen, the healer is getting bullied. That's all you need to know.
No, it was actually
Okay, the
quite opposite.
TLDR
I was
is
getting bullied.
we're doing keys. I walk into the dungeon and the dungeon isn't reset, and I'm like talking to chat, and like 10 seconds later, someone else walks in, and they're like, "Why didn't you say the dungeon wasn't reset?" And then I'm getting gaslit by my entire team that it was my fault. That
And then
Dorky
somehow
didn't
you
reset the
put it on
dungeon.
me.
You were the party leader.
Yeah, but how was I supposed to know? You didn't say anything.
And then the worst part, right, is so then the next key, Dorky like sneakily passes me leader when I don't notice.
Okay, I did not sneakily. I literally said in the key itself, I was like, all right, fine, then you have lead. I'm gonna give you a lead. Here.
Yeah,
you
and
do
then
all
I
this shit.
immediately gave it back to you.
Sneakily pass.
I immediately get so okay. So
Dude,
I
look at
immediately
Cheese.
give
Their
Dorky
strategy's
back lead, right?
insane.
So you
We
were
finished the
sneakily
key.
passed it.
That is
Listen,
so
we finished the key.
insane.
We go into the next key,
That's
and we're
faster
sitting there
than
at the
Direwolf's
start of the key
strats.
for like 10 fucking minutes.
That's
And then I'm
crazy.
just like,
5 minutes, and I'm like, yo, are we ready?
No, and then I
We good to
realized that
go?
I have leader.
They're gonna
as
get
the
another
healer.
intermission.
Dorky does this thing
Ooh.
where he just, if he doesn't have leader, he just AFKs at the start of the key until you notice that you have leader.
I was not.
I was
Fuck, they're
honestly
getting another
joking
intermission.
because
So maybe it's not
that's
faster
one of
anyway.
Dorky's
If they do get another intermission.
That's not the first or second time that Dorky's done that to me. That's like one of his moves, and I was like pretty bummed that I fell for it because I should have been ready.
Oh my god.
It
Also,
just
look at
passed you.
Cheese. Dude, Cheese actually missed their intermission by 4%. Like, I wonder if that's
Yeah.
actually worth it. Because, I mean, they could have just killed this boss, but them just, like, pulling straight into the boss caused them to probably miss 4%.
I bet they blame their healer for it.
It's still looking at splits. Direwolves and Let Him Cook are both 9 minutes on Asher Blade split,
Yeah.
so they're still faster.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is giga fast.
Wait, 8:15 with a second? What the hell?
Yeah, if they actually managed to beat that intermission, they would be, like,
They'd be sub
ultra
8.
fast. Easily. So I'll be like, maybe even like 7:30 almost. I don't even know. I mean, that's a huge time loss having to do that extra intermission.
Why are they using Shackle? I keep seeing people use Shackle on those mobs in Shadow Moon on the other side of Let Him Cook, but it doesn't do anything.
Oh, no. You shackle so that you can get by because they don't have a shroud.
You go in combat and
that's
then
not
you
how that
Shadow
Shackle
Meld.
works.
That is how it works.
Oh, no.
Oh, I guess they're
Yeah.
Shadow Melding it, but you could walk by. Like
Jack,
you don't
you're
need
the
it.
Shadow Priest.
No,
Wait,
no,
Jack
I'm not.
is the
How do you
priest
walk
of the
by?
call.
No, you could just
Or
walk
you're
by
the
it.
priest.
Jackal isn't like a sap.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but-
they just, normally they just use Halo.
Ginger explained this. God damn, this is peak killer talking. This is peak killer. Okay, so
I don't know. Shadow's
you
known
don't-
for like
you don't
Jack is known
need-
for squid discs. It's pretty much
No.
Shadow
So
Priest.
basically, they
Thank you.
shackle the mob, and then
Okay.
so one person gets in combat by walking through.
Yeah, but
and
you don't
then
need to.
everyone else gets through. Well,
You
how else
just
do they
hug-
get through, man?
You just hug the wall.
Yeah, you
Ain't
don't
no
need
way.
it, but
Yes,
it's
you
risky.
do.
It's risky
You
because
just
I've
hug the
seen
wall.
teams pull it on accident, so that's why I think they just played safe by doing the.
Because every single team has
Shadow
been
Meld.
doing that so
Turn your
far.
camera into the wall, walk into the wall, and slide around.
I refuse to believe it.
No, I've seen teams not
100%.
do this. Like I've seen teams just walk by, but
Oh,
I've also
no,
seen
look at
teams walk by and then
Thunderstruck.
pull it. So
Typical tank gaslighting.
What is happening in Thunderstruck's run right now?
Don't worry about it. They're just getting rendered a little bit.
It's just a Thunderstruck run.
After they decided the run was over and Dragon's Breath, the two dominators.
And their cup is just worse, though, right? With the Shadow Priest instead of disc.
Yes. It should be disc unholy. That's way better.
Speaking of which, was it you, Naguura, who was saying how Let Him Cook and like these guys they can just like jump into this cup and we'll just be able to like face off against the noob teams?
Okay, I didn't mean noob teams.
Yeah.
But I mean, not noob teams, but like
I was just
like,
saying, Echo and Moonkin and stuff are
basically
not in
that,
this
right?
cup, right? Yeah.
I was gonna say like it would actually be still good to play in the cups because you could do the ambition strat. Because like when ambition played, what they did was they came in third place, they got free money, and then they came into last stand and they got more money than someone who would have won the cups. It's actually a hack.
It depends what your goal is, right? If you only care about globals, then in my opinion, just doing last stand alone is better. because it's less time investment and it's easier, in my opinion, to qualify there. But if you want more
Yeah.
prize money, then I'm sure participating in all of the cups is
Yeah,
makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, WoW esports prize money.
Woo! Big money crab.
Wow.
No, that's the hack. You just come in third place, and you do last stand also.
Infinite money machine.
Ambition had the strat last time around. What is Cheese doing, by the way? You see?
Yeah, very short count.
What's going on?
They're snapping mobs 100%. Unless
Breakers are not enough, though, right?
This route from Cheese is full of holes.
I guess that's why they were so fast, because they were missing out.
Yeah, maybe that's why.
No, we did not just do that. Nah. He said their route's full of holes and they're cheese.
Not all cheese are full of hole, right?
Yeah, just this team.
Feta cheese and ricotta does have holes.
Yeah. Oh, well, Fem just straight crumbled.
No, this is part of the route.
That's on purpose. No, that's on purpose for sure.
Oh, yeah, that is on purpose. He's going to snap. Wait, that's so cool.
Oh,
he's going to snap elementals.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see what they got here.
Ooh, the Furies. He's going to snap the Furies.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Because they didn't play them at the start.
I think you snap the patrols on the ring.
They're taking a long time.
This strat smells funky.
Oh, and Zatu's going to pull the breakers too?
I don't know about this.
Hold up, let them cook. Let them cook. Let them cook. Hold up.
Yeah.
This is about to burn. They're cooking way too long.
No way this is
gonna burn the cheese.
They saved the bloodlust.
I gotta say, this is
gonna
the
burn
coolest
the
thing I've
They've
ever
got
seen.
the bloodlust. Hold up.
Oh
just
my
let them
God.
cook. You have
Are we filling the whole ring?
All Fem has to do is just
No
jump
way,
down the
ain't
center
no
at the
way.
last second.
Ain't
All he
no
has to
way.
do is jump down the center too. This is
Ain't
sick.
no way he's about to do this.
Yes.
Oh
do
my
it, Fem.
God.
Yes. Yes. All the way. Yes.
I love it.
I mean, but this took them like an entire minute.
No, this is
took
sick,
so
man.
much time.
This is sick.
This
Let's
is
fucking
sick,
go.
I
They got
gotta
the
say.
breakers too.
Wait, they have the
Bro,
breakers, so there's so much damage actually on a group. What the
They've got
fuck?
lust.
Man.
This is easy. This is easy with lust.
Man, we're gonna start seeing this in pug keys.
Yep.
There's a breaker in here too. 2 breakers. So Zatu actually snaps his, yeah. Zatu's getting millied in the head by the breakers.
Bro, what the fuck?
This is literally what happens when you nerf bosses. People will just pull more garbage into it until the pull is actually deadly.
Okay, I mean, there is no way this is worth it time-wise,
Yeah,
but it's kind
yeah,
of fun.
right.
It's funny as fuck.
I'm surprised this is not a Dr. J route. This looks
Yeah, I
like
was
a
about
Dr.
to
J
say,
route.
This
is
is
like
a
something
Fire
Dr.
Mage
J
route.
would've
Actually,
done.
Fire Mage is kind of sick in this key.
Yeah.
It's not even about Fire Mage, it's about Dr. J.
Yeah.
True.
Well, it's a bit of both, you know. They go in hand. They're both part of the conversation.
Man, and we were thinking like, holy hell, these guys are blazing fast.
They were only fast because they were missing like 20% count.
I mean, I think
This
the
one's still
route
gonna be
actually is
okay.
faster if they don't do this shit at the end here. Because the Azure Blade room, they
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that
yeah,
super
yeah.
fast, right? So
Yeah. Although, I mean, maybe it requires more CDs, like did they commit Lust or something? I'm not sure.
and they have to two-face the boss instead of because they got the third one on
Yeah.
Azure Blade, right? Somehow, if they make that, then they're super quick.
What's this time going to be? Like
Yep.
15, 40, something like that?
Probably
I mean, it's
something like that.
fine.
I mean, yeah, it's still very
Still
fast
really good.
considering
Yeah.
Darbo's 15.
It's good enough that they don't have to spend extra time in here if they don't want to. Focus on other stuff.
Yep.
I think that's like the most important thing right now. Like being able to go into dungeons because you want to, not because you have to.
Honestly, I think the big thing is teams are probably looking at this and they're like thinking about all
Are
the
they not missing
possibilities in this dungeon. It's actually pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Like I'm very excited to see
Oh, no,
what's
they're
going
not.
to be done in the
1543, yeah.
globals.
15.
Second fastest time.
This is definitely one of those dungeons where if we had like MDI style seasons like back in BFA where it was just the same
Only
dungeons every
Direwolves is
season,
faster.
Azure Vault would be like the most broken down dungeon there's ever been because teams would just start snapping entire wings onto the last boss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thankfully not. But yeah, Lemon Cook still has to work on their Shadow Moon.
Yeah.
Getting up to Bone Maw.
But I mean, look at their knowledge split. It's a minute slower than the fastest teams. It's just this comp is not it.
So
It
in
really
the next
isn't.
like 30 minutes, we'll be able to see the full board filled out for like 3 teams.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. So this is actually
Also-
like surprisingly good with the format. everybody's gonna fill out all of their dungeons with plenty of time to be able to see how everybody can like refine them.
I feel
Yeah, I
like
mean, how much
Dusk
time do
and
we have
Fly
left?
is not looking good today.
Yeah, they need like to immediately change or start destroying dungeons to be able to get back into this.
I mean, to be fair, they probably weren't even supposed to be in the tournament
Yeah.
since Imperium dropped out. You know, for lack of a better word, they're just a noob team.
Yeah, like
In the infamous words of Naguura.
Hey, I didn't say that. Also, Luca is in my guild, so I can't flame them.
No, that means you can flame them.
That means you absolutely flame them.
Yeah.
It means you have free reign to do so.
His raid spot is on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So how much time do they have left? They have like 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
And they still require 15-minute break. Doesn't seem like any of them took 15 minutes yet.
I thought Direwolves took 5 because Jack was like running around in circles and Valdraken.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's doing Veximus first, of course.
Ooh, so this is Direwolf's first no crit, right? You get to see some exciting times possibly from these guys.
3:23, yeah. Not that fast. Also, everyone is doing Veximus first, right? Because that's just always faster, no? Because I swear to God, everyone on my life keys always goes tree and lasts the lasher pool, and they think it's like somehow the most efficient thing.
Well, it's for less timings, I think. I think if you go tree first, you would have it line up for Bird and Veximus. Whereas if you go Veximus first, you have to clear a bunch of trash, and then your first lust on Veximus would be like 3 minutes in, maybe 4, something like that. Which would lose a lust. I think that would be like the biggest reason.
I mean, you can lust quicker, no? Because if you go Veximus first, you wouldn't lust the boss. You'd lust the double trash pull on 45, no?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that for fortified. That's definitely a thing. But yeah, I mean, most people have just been caring more about the lust timings rather than speed in this dungeon. Which, I mean, usually is what happens in high keys until timer starts to really matter. But to be fair, people are starting to snap stuff. Like, people are snapping mobs onto Sentry.
Yeah.
Some people even snap stuff into the flowers.
All right. Let's see. Let him cook. SPG. Yeah. SPG not looking too hot for let him cook.
Mage comp, I think it just ain't it.
They need to get back in the kitchen. That's for sure.
This is going to be like a big problem for them unless they can fix it for like the next 2 days.
Yeah, it feels like this is just a straight out 45-second to a minute time loss versus every other team that's done Shadow Moon so far.
Oh no, Igloo.
Yeah,
hovered into a tornado.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The curse of mobility.
Bro, healer movement this expansion, especially on evokers, has been just it's been atrocious. Healers don't know what to do when they have access to those movement tools. I'll say it.
I wish I knew. No, I know what you mean, because like when I play my evoker, I'm just like ADing like crazy because I can.
Isn't it partially because of like the whole charge mechanic or whatever?
What?
I think Grau talked about this before.
With hover, the fact that you can.
No. Like the whole AD movement is like partially because.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you're like cancel. Oh yo, Thunder! Actually, they failed Thundering on the Direwolf side. GG. Holy hell.
No.
Oh.
Jack actually.
Oh, they don't have a rest.
No good second boss.
Who didn't purge boss?
No.
They died to Thundering. People got stunned.
Oh, he just got stunned. Oof.
Wait, can they kill us without a tank?
Yeah, they could.
I mean, it is.
He's channeling the storm.
Yeah.
And then Chompy could take over in bear form, and they got
Can he
time dilation. Yeah, they got time dilation.
Oh, he actually shadow melted.
Bro,
He's like,
is
fuck
so
you.
dead here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, 40.
40? Time dilation?
All right, so time dilation's up.
Oh, he's in red.
Dwarf
Stagger.
for physical.
Deathstrike.
Dwarf.
A dwarf. Oh, red stagger.
No, dwarf.
He's getting whacked in the head.
Those are some big death strikes.
Yeah, as long
Any
as he doesn't get
dwarfers?
crit.
No shot they're killing
Nah,
at the
ain't no
boss this
way.
way.
Ain't
No,
no
they're,
way.
no, they're fine
Yo,
for sure.
I used to do
Oh,
this in
he
DFA.
dwarfed.
This
I was
was
gonna say
sick.
Dorky's done this plenty of times. I have full faith.
I remember soloing like a 23 last boss Motherload.
Let's fucking
On
go.
Holy DK, whatever.
I mean,
was
honestly,
that.
he's probably about as
cosmetic.
tanky as Blood DKs are, anyways.
Pretty much.
Man,
Wait, tank is a cosmetic role? True.
Yo.
Let's see, Thunderstruck SPG.
Try your
Yeah?
first
Real
guess.
tank is Unholy DK. God, I miss Unholy DK.
Oh,
tank.
Thunderstruck's
Thunderstruck
pretty
on
fast.
Ner'zhul at 11:15.
Yeah, pretty fast.
Should be a
With lust too.
mid to low 13, probably. So pretty much on pace with the runs what we've seen from people running Fire Mage.
Yeah, and let him cook. 0 deaths, and I didn't see any major blunders, and they still finished this key about a minute behind the other teams.
Yeah.
This is definitely
Not
something
playing
that they're
Fire
gonna need
Mage
to go
is
back to the
messed
drawing
up.
board for.
I mean,
don't think
they
it's
can't
quite
just.
enough to get them eliminated, but
But I mean, I just don't know if they can even get top 2 unless they
Right.
like actually make drastic changes. But I mean, there's no shot they just pull out a Fire Mage in the middle of the tournament, right? Like that'd be.
you don't think so?
Crazy.
You don't think? I mean, I feel like after this, you just have Muchas make a fire mage and just start blasting the dummies until
I
you
mean, I
are good at
don't.
it again.
Maybe.
The thing
I
is,
mean,
you cannot
tournament round was
practice
close, right?
anyway. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Well,
you
you
have
can't
time
practice
to practice
dungeons.
mage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can just go hit a fire dummy.
You can make the characters overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
could,
can make
but-
characters.
Dude,
I
that
believe.
seems so daunting having to just like suddenly play something that you haven't been playing.
I'll say it. Fire Mage isn't that hard.
Sure,
Muj-
but I
Muj-
mean, it's
Muj
still,
just
like,
can-
you have to know
Muj
your
just can learn it.
timings and like I don't know. I'm sure there's like a lot of things to consider.
And they also have different interrupts then, I guess, because Disc doesn't have anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, they could do what Thunderstruck is. Oh, actually, no. I mean, that would require 2 DPS to swap. Also, Disc Priest as well. Like, how much has Hasty even been playing Disc Priest?
Didn't he main it for like raids and stuff?
No, I'm pretty sure he plays Evoker in raid.
Well, he'll be able to catch it up quickly. I've got a bunch of guys on
Thunderstruck's
YouTube
really
that he'll be
fast.
able to check
Oh,
it out.
true. Yeah, just check
Actually,
out.
they're not that
guys'
fast.
videos
They're the
over and
slowest.
over to
Oh my god,
compare.
SPG's so fast. Well, they're not slowest, let him cook, but
So do you think he should run
And the-
Divine Star or Halo in here?
they're still slower than
For
Cheese,
this key level, you probably
Legendary,
just run Divine Star. He'll did
and
Halo
Dire
for like
Wolves.
extra healing. And like some of the Giga pulls they were doing in regular MDI.
That's fair. And every Giga pull they're gonna have Nature's Vigil, VE, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, D-Star's just really good damage.
You know what we haven't talked a lot about today, though? We haven't talked about raiding that much today. Let's talk about raiding.
Oh, true. So
They tried talking about it earlier. We shut them down.
Darky was trying.
That's all I got.
All right, glad we had this chance to talk about raiding. Back to M+.
And actually, we're getting my good friend Limit Maximum on the line. He's gonna help us out direct this rating conversation. One sec, let me wire him into the call.
What are you doing with Lust here, Legendary, that is? Guess you can only get 2 Bloodlust anyway. Are they last in the last poll?
I think it's pretty cool that Shadow Priest is still suffering for being the best class the game has ever seen 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't it literally just dead in like not long from now? 0.7, right?
10.1 Shadow's dead.
Twist was
Oh,
having a
thank
Menti
God.
B yesterday. We were trying to
Bro.
do keys, and he's just like, we didn't know what was happening to him.
Same with Seth. Seth was like complaining and shit, and like some guy, he was just having a battle with somebody in chat yesterday.
Can't believe they just removed Mindseer from the game. That's kind of wild.
Do they
I
have
mean,
Halo though?
Shadow is pretty fucking ridiculous. Actually, yeah, they still have Halo, right?
That is true.
What is with this Halo stuff?
I don't know.
You know what I miss? I miss Cascade. That was a sick ability.
That was a sick ability, especially when it went to water
Like, this
elementals.
Ravager is the biggest bolstered guy I've ever seen for Let Him Cook.
No, just Cascade.
Oh.
It's just called Cascade.
No, it's these like balls of light that would shoot out of your character and then bounce
Let
to
him
other
cook,
people.
no!
And
I
then
have no
bounce to
idea
other
what you're talking
people.
about.
Yeah,
It would bounce
I know.
between
That's
doing
why I'm
damage
explaining
and
it to
healing.
you.
I remember Infernal Cascade.
Yeah, it was a dope ability. You also had to like stand at max range with Halo to hit the most damage back in the day.
I remember the Halo rangefinder aura.
I think
that had,
Legendary is
like,
a little bit
Halo
slow.
Pro.
Well, not slow, but
Halo
not as
Pro,
fast as
that
other
was the one,
teams.
yeah.
Yep.
Told you when you were at the exact right distance.
Mm-hmm. There's also a radar that you had for Holy Nova back in late MOP, where you Dispriest just spammed Holy Nova, and that's how you healed for like the last 4 weeks of MOP.
Let's just go back to Cataclysm. Give Holy Priest Lightwell.
Dude, hey, they had it back in WAD as well.
Wait, did they actually have it in WAD?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No shot.
But you didn't have to click it then, right?
You didn't have to click it. It was a major
Auto
glyph
went
for
off.
Light Spring. Yep. Yeah, I progged Mythic Archimon as Holy
I mean
Priest.
the
too.
one that you had to click to get healing from.
Yeah.
Every single priest had their click the Lightwell macro whenever they put it down.
Yeah. I think
Yo,
in
so
MOP
for
you had to click, and it was a major glyph in WAD.
Legendary.
Cataplayers was Vortex awful or what? Because I walked into that dungeon and I was like, looking at the layout and the dungeon and the mobs and stuff, bosses.
It was not great.
That dungeon does not seem hot.
Aren't there like
I'm gonna be
shields
honest.
that mobs
Yes.
are like immune in? Am I think? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that stuff sucked. That was like terrible. If you the mobs
I don't
would take
remember
0
that
damage
dungeon
unless
one
you moved
bit.
them in really specific
Oh,
ways.
boy.
And they were
Nothing.
impossible to move.
And
So
there's just like 50 million casters and like the bosses just seemed.
What is
there weren't a
Legendary
lot of,
doing?
like, there were some casters, but there wasn't that much like mob density.
Hmm.
It was kind of like a lot of like 4 to 6 mob pulls, but it was just difficult to like drag everything around and position it properly.
Also, holy
So,
hell,
Legendary,
Legendary's wiping
yeah.
it.
Yeah, Legendary was very close to being able to put up their final time in the 4th dungeon, but they maybe pulled off a bit more that they could chew with all of the guys from up top.
Yeah, that looked a bit sketchy. Also, they had wouldn't they last this pull?
Not sure. I feel like safety wise, but it's always tempting to want to lust the last boss because of all the damage amps.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, Let 'Em Cook has seemed like they got something
Yeah, they're having
going
a
down
spicy
there.
start.
They're
Muchas also playing his rogue.
Oh yeah, Muchas on the rogue. Interesting. We're still seeing the same thing from Let 'Em Cook, where they're feeling out the dungeon and wanting to get a time down. Even though this is like, oh no, okay, they're portaling. Muchas just had to assert his dominance on that Ravager.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
honestly,
the second time they attempt this pull where they pull like the whole Veximus room plus the Ravager pack.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's a thing with bolstering.
I mean, if there's a thing, like if there's ever a spot to try it, it's right now at the start of the dungeon, right? So that's fine. I think.
It just seems like to me it seems like it's not efficient. Because you're
Because you just
bolstering
don't
up
want
the
the boss
Ravager for
anyways.
no reason, and then you have to wait until the bolster stacks run out, and it's like, I don't know. Is it even worth it?
Just let him cook.
Okay.
Hold up, let him cook. Let's see how it goes.
No, don't let him cook. So Dire Wolves is finishing a little bit slow here, but they had some mishaps. Even then, it feels like maybe they're too slow.
Yeah, they're too slow. This is not a good time. I mean, they lost probably 30 to 40 seconds on Raging Tempest alone.
Yeah, but like even counting that, that's
Even-
still pretty slow, right?
No. They need to be in the low 18s at this point.
Yeah, minimum.
What about Chiefs? First play through
Oh
345.
boy, poor ducks can fly. I didn't even realize
Not that
that poor
great.
Shadow Moon time 1629. Oh no.
Yeah, Ducks
Hey,
Can
man, they're
Fly
trying.
definitely has a tall task this weekend.
Oh, let him cook it. They're doing it. Some big Ravagers, though. Oh, the Ravagers
Look at that
charge
thing.
one shot.
Oh god damn.
That's literally a raid boss. Look at that thing.
Don't let him cook.
Foragers.
No, surely if they focused the
who
Ravager
let 'em
just a
cook?
little bit more.
It wasn't even a Ravager, it was the
okay.
Foragers one-shotting them.
Surely
There's
if
the
they
town
focused the
portal.
damage just a little bit better.
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't hate them going for this. It's only costing them 2 minutes at a time. They've already got solid times in the other dungeons, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
like
I
I
think
don't
it's
hate
okay.
them going for it, but I'm not sure if it's worth it, even if they can execute it. That's what I'm saying. Because they could just pull it on top of something else later if they want, like on top of Veximus or whatever. All right. What is this? 921 on their second bus split? That's actually really good.
They might have to call up the black powder police. Give
Not
a
as
little
good as
pat down on Muchas,
Legendary,
making
and,
sure he's doing his job.
but better than Direwolves. And better than
Muchas can be
Thunderstruck.
quite the black powder ability.
I guess a lot of teams are just taking their break now.
Yeah, some teams are definitely taking their breaks. Thunderstruck's taking half of their break.
I do like
taking some.
I do like the break that they had pushed into it, because there's a lot of times you kind of just get lost in grinding the same dungeon or pushing over and over and over again. You need to like step back and take a breather and get everybody back on the same page.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
the break.
I've talked about this before. What?
I was gonna say maybe this sounds a little wild, but I wish the force break was even a little bit more.
Me too. Yeah. From when I did it, I wish it was like 20 to 30 minutes of break instead of the 15 minutes, because you're just like exhausted Saturday and Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Your brain is like
it
straight
is.
fried.
Yep, I had this discussion the other day, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it was kind of random, but like it was just brought up in my chat about like how dungeons can be too long, like 40 minutes. Dungeon sucks.
Would you
And then I was-
rather?
What?
Would you rather us like bump the break timer up to like, I don't know, 30 to 40 minutes and just add an extra hour on every day?
Oh, they did
No,
what I
just
said.
make it like a
let them
30-minute
cook.
break. That's you can split up however you want.
They're
but
just
then
pulling
keep
the
it, like,
Ravagers
5
of the
hours.
boss
Yeah,
now.
specifically for TGP.
I like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be rough because you would only have 4.5
You would have a lot
hours
less time to push. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But when you have a lot of long dungeons, it's something like TGP. It's not
Oh, but they
5
also
hours a
saved
day.
lust.
You have the end of the
So they're
day,
now
which can
lasting
usually be like
Veximus.
20
It's
to
still,
40
I
extra
mean,
minutes.
still,
Huh.
like even then, you're trying so hard to squeeze out all of these like every last.
Yeah.
They're lasting
little push,
Veximus without
especially on the first
cooldowns.
day. It's super rough.
I mean,
Well,
even
I
if they
don't know,
had a
army, I
half
guess?
hour of like break time, you'd still get 5 hours of gameplay because of that extra time you have if you start a dungeon before the timer runs out.
But yeah, like I was having this discussion in my chat, and then there were just like these wild chatters who were like, "Oh, like people nowadays can't even focus for like 5 hours. Like, what do you mean?" Like, I'm like, are you kidding?
These
I'm like, bro,
TikTok
it's not-
kids.
I'm like, dude, it's 5 hours of like hyper focus. You're like, it's so much more exhausting doing TGP than it is just like pushing live keys for 14 hours a day. Because like when I'm pushing 14 hours a day, there's like so much downtime. There's me just either taking breaks or like we're
Streaming.
doing homework keys or like sometimes like Growl's just answering misweaver questions in chat. Like that's
during
I
TGP.
always, I
No,
always
we're
stand
talking
up
about
and walk around
live.
between keys.
Talking about like the
as
difference
well.
between live and TGP. Whereas TGP is like hyper focused the entire time, trying to make sure everyone's on top of everything, making sure everyone knows there's assignments, and like the slightest thing that goes wrong,
Now they're
you
pulling
just
more
like,
foragers.
are completely
I
out
like
of the
this now
tournament.
from Let Him Cook. I think it's a good change in
And-
strategy.
I was like, having this argument, and there's just like a bunch of chatters who
Just
are
for
like,
just a little
"What do
bit
you mean? There are jobs where you focus for like 5 hours
slow,
and
though.
straight, and like saying how this is like a super regular thing, and how people nowadays
Not
can't
that
even
bad, though.
focus for doing some dungeons." Oh, like holy hell! Like,
Yep.
Goddamn
Standing up
chatters.
and being healthy for a video game tournament that doesn't really pay you a whole lot of money is actually a good thing.
Yeah, fuck us for trying to make sure people are having healthy habits.
Yep. Also, Direwolves
mean-
died to thundering on Granith.
Of course, you would say
No.
such a thing because you are a streamer, right?
True.
Try having a real job.
True. Try having a job that contributes to the economy.
J Omegalo B. W Omegalo RK.
Actually, their split is pretty good. They're not as fast as Cheese and Legendary though, but only
Also,
by a few
Tyrell is
seconds.
just going straight back into it. I mean, their timer sucks in this dungeon. Holy.
Oh, they had the bug
1940.
control where he jumps backwards. Oh my god.
Well, that is a problem.
Oh no, maybe he was just snapping them actually. Nah, I'm sure that was the
Alright.
rogue.
I've seen that way too many times in live.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. I don't know what's causing it actually.
Cheese is kind of on a tear here. We'll be pulling Belikar probably about the 16-minute mark. Something
Yeah,
like
I'm trying to
that.
math it out. So a good time in here is what, low 18s? And they have, they're going to finish the boss, but they still have to fly all the way. I don't know. Feels like they're a bit slow.
This is probably
Not
slow,
bad,
but it's
though.
a good. They'll be the first team to set a time in all 4 dungeons, which definitely is nice.
See, they're split here. Other teams had the split here at 14:30-ish. So yeah, they're a little bit slower.
How long has this last boss been taking?
2.5 minutes ish.
It's random,
Does they pull
Virtue.
too many bosses with it?
It's just random. Can target anyone really. Let them cook. I think they look good, but this back on trial cost them a few
This could
seconds.
actually be pretty
for sure.
fast.
Ooh, look at the root from Let 'em Cook.
Why are they
This
mass
is
routing the
something we've
first
seen.
though? Oh, they're
Bolstering.
snapping.
No, this is the second, I believe.
No, it's the first. They only have one
Well,
alpha
there's
eagle.
there's
right?
only one alpha eagle, yeah.
So I guess they wanted to do that because of Lasher snap.
Wait, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
Because only the
first is
vial.
all.
Yeah, the first
is all
one they
smallies,
killed.
right?
Yeah, they killed
Yeah, the
all the
first one they
smallies in the
killed.
first wave, and then they mass routed the second wave so that there's one alpha eagle, one vial lasher, and those are the only 2 things that bolster.
Well, that
Dude, this
one
is
that's
so
rated
weird
close
having
will
only
get
one
bolstered.
vial lasher.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is this vial lasher is going to get insanely bolstered.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
still
yeah,
not.
it
It's still
absolutely is.
evading. Look at that.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So
Oh.
like here they come.
There
Okay.
it is.
They just
But
saw
that's the
it
thing
and
is-
they killed it all.
Well, they have another wave though, but that's okay. They have to mass route the 3rd wave, and then they'll be able to kill the.
I mean, the
bolstered
problem is
vial
this,
lasher.
Oh my God,
this
they're
guy right
big.
here, Bo.
I don't think it actually matters that they bolster though, because
Yeah,
it just
it-
runs
it'll
out
fall
as
off.
long as Trail doesn't die.
No,
Exactly.
Trell is absolutely gonna get destroyed here. Holy mo-
He's got time dilation
no
on.
way.
One
Let
thing
him
you want
cook,
to
man.
notice,
Let
though,
him cook.
Dorky, he has selected the Protection Warrior specialization.
That's
So
right.
he
But
will
did
be
they
able
snap
to
all
knock out
3
any amount of
lashers?
damage.
Debolster. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 21. It's tyrannical.
But did they
Alright.
snap all 3 lasher packs or just 2? Because it's hard to tell
I
with these
see-
overlapping nameplates.
I think 3 of them are here
There's
now.
at least 2.
I think there's 3.
Yeah, they
But
killed one,
Blizzard
one of the big
nameplates.
ones.
Yeah, we asked them to do stacking and they're like, nah.
Wait, Cheese's time here might actually end up being pretty solid. They're in the last phase, 17-15.
Yep.
I think
It's gonna
I
be
like.
good
I
for
think
sure.
I like the
It's competitive.
snapping.
I don't know if it's gonna be the fastest, but
It's
it's
weird
100%
with bolstering,
competitive.
but I think I like it because
They'll probably be
as
low
long as
18.
Trail doesn't die from this
Damn, so they've got
bolster stacks.
4 relatively good times.
Yeah, Cheese
Shadow
looking
Moon-
good.
Cheese is strong.
Shadow Moon is good. The Knockhood will probably be good. Azure could use some work. Algathar is the fastest so far, but nobody's really completed Algathar, so.
Definitely a good spot for them to get this time, call a break.
I like this let him cook strat. I think this is gonna be really fast for them.
Decide where they want to start
I
going
think it's gonna
with
be
the rest of
super
their day.
fast.
Dude, Lepon, Bo. These guys are struggling.
Yeah, I
They
think
are
let him
Doge.
cook strategy, like the snap, the bolster snap. I think this is super good for them. They're gonna have an
there's the
insane
time
time.
for
I think.
Cheese. 18-12. That's actually really
Oh,
good.
yeah, really good. Yeah, I do think Let Him Cook's time in here should be pretty good. It was a little messy with the lashers. Maybe if they
Yeah.
would have got a little luckier with the way they snapped, it would have been even more clean. But I feel like it still should save a full pull, the fact that they did that. So we'll hopefully see on the back end how much time they saved once they get into Overgrown Ancient. Because then they can just pull a bunch of... I'm wondering if they're going to do the same thing where they send Hasty up top and then pull a lot of the Echo Knights or whatever downstairs.
That would be insane. Then they do this dungeon in like 4 pulls.
Yep.
5, I guess. 4 bosses and mini boss.
Yeah, so far Cheese looking like a very solid first.
I
Where
like
the hell's
this.
Direwolves at?
Direwolves is back in Algathar, I think.
Yeah, Direwolves is looking good. Now, keep in mind, Direwolves has the best Azure Vault time and the best Shadow Moon. And now they're working on their no-code. I think they're going a little bit slower in the sense that they're making sure they're getting a little bit better of a time going. But we have seeing some teams like Lapon's team struggling in Algathar, so I would say probably Azure and Algathar are the 2 difficult dungeons of the week or the weekend.
Yeah, it seems to be that way.
Snapping means that you pull mobs. Okay, so the way snapping works is that
Oh, here they are. They're back.
if you're in combat with any mob,
Yeah, so they're on like 3 or 4 different
and they
polls
cannot
lately
reach
for
you.
not good. In the
So if
past, like,
there's no
30
path
minutes.
available,
Yeah, let them Cook's going for the
for them
Omega
to
burn
reach you,
strat, the
then they
Wowhead
will
strategy.
teleport on top of
They
you.
have wins first, it looks like, and they're grabbing
So
the haste
that's
orbs,
what
and
they
then
do
they're gonna
sometimes.
dunk 'em
So
in to
sometimes
get the
they will-
fire
That
damage jam.
was
The rogue, for
very
example,
sick
will
strat.
use tricks of the trade on a tank, and then they
Charles
will
actually getting his ass
walk
kicked
somewhere
for
and
carrying
attack
those orbs
some
in.
trash,
Monka.
and then
Oh,
they
there it
vanish.
is. Here's the burn right here.
And then all of the mobs only have the tank as aggro target, and since there's no path available to the tank, they will just teleport to them.
Yeah, Ducks
And
finished
this,
their,
there's
no-code,
many
2044.
snapping spots
Poor
where
guys.
whenever the tank is aggro, they just
Very,
jump
very slow.
somewhere, and then the mobs will
I'm
teleport.
actually surprised Let 'em Cook actually just like one shot the fastest time for no code.
Yeah.
They're gamers.
Considering they had some deaths too.
Well, that's the thing is, I don't think too many people. I mean, it's super impressive they did it on like their first try, but I don't think a lot of people have invested much time into not good.
I mean, we've seen some time investments, especially from like Direwolves, and some of these teams have wiped.
Dude,
once
I
or
like
twice.
Let Him Cook's
I think Direwolves
academy
is the most
strategy so
already,
much.
or,
I
like,
think they're
most
gonna
at
be
the
so
moment,
fast.
but, like, before
if
that,
they pull
I don't think there were
Aconites
that
into the
many.
boss,
Oh,
ooh, hasty
they're
dad
hasty.
get there.
Retorch reset.
Steed wagon.
Maybe he was in combat
No,
with
no, I think
Skitterflies.
yeah, I think he had to die.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Might have been the
Yeah,
combat
we've
thing.
seen that before.
Yeah.
Well, if he's gonna do the climb up thing, right? He
Oh,
wants
that's
to
it,
die
yeah.
here so
Yeah.
that he can get to that side of the room.
Ooh,
so
I
he
want
can
them to do
jump up.
that. I hope they do that. The Aconite pool.
This is part of the cool thing in MDI where you get to see strats develop, and they're just like starting to do all these strats that we weren't really seeing the first few teams or
Oh, I
first
guess
few
it's
clubs
just
doing.
all
Oh, weird. All
Skitterflies.
6 of those Skitterflies were just like perfectly patrolled together. That was
Yeah.
really
Yeah, that's a
convenient.
hack.
I wonder if they. There's no way to set that up properly with the
No,
rogue
If it had to do with
beforehand,
like
right?
the snapping or something.
No shot.
Yeah.
Notice Hasty is with the group though. Hasty is not. No one's going to grab any Echo Knights or anything.
So they're
They're
not
just
doing
doing.
it.
They're just doing 6 Skitterflies with boss.
It was probably
Can they do it afterward?
It was probably just a combat reset, honestly.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm guessing.
So, I mean, that means that they're not actually saving a pool, though, right? Because of the snapping.
No.
Because they,
yeah,
they have to do one
yeah.
trash pull afterwards. Then.
They have to do a big Echo Knight pull too because they're gonna need 33% count, and they're gonna pull. They're probably gonna pull 2 packs on the boss. So that means
It might
they're
still be
probably gonna need,
faster, though.
3 or 4 Echo Knight packs.
I think
Yeah,
it might
is
still be
production listening
faster.
to us, by the way?
Their route.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're making pretty good pace. They're gonna finish this at like what 13:30 maybe, and they need to beat 17:40.
Yeah.
Or at least be like comparable. Ooh, Direwolves.
Yeah,
I think Let Him Cook is gonna win this dungeon.
They don't even have a res.
What did they have to beat? 1740.
Is this actually hard? I feel like there's no way this is like a hard part of the dungeon.
Yeah, I
right?
think
It
they can
seems
do
kinda-
that.
It's
You
really
still
kind
have
of
lust
just
as
all
well.
on Trell, right? Because of the missiles. No, that's
No,
about
I'm
it.
talking about Direwolves.
Oh, Direwolves. I mean, that dude, Direwolves is playing with an extra affix. I don't know if you guys remember, but they're from the down under, which means it's what like
Kate, thank you so
8
much for
a.m. right now
16
for them?
months.
Something
What's
crazy
up,
like
what's
that.
up?
No, it's way
Thank you.
earlier than that.
It's
That's perfectly normal time.
Sydney time. It's 7 a.m. right now. So they
Yeah.
started the
7
competition
a.m.
at 5 a.m.
Yep.
Oh my god.
That'd be ideal for me.
That's rough.
So Thunderstruck not doing the Wowhead strat. They're just playing the fight normally. They did the fire first, and then I guess saying they're gonna throw the wins in
I
soon.
mean, technically,
just
Let
so
Him
that
Cook.
works.
Yeah, they probably didn't
Nah,
practice
it's full
for it.
string. They're not gonna do anything insane here. I mean, they're gonna do a big trash pull.
Like knowing Thunderstruck, I've talked with Yoda. They really didn't
Yeah.
practice for Last Stand.
Well, it's cool though that
They are
Let 'Em
pulling
Cook
a
did,
lot,
because
though.
They didn't play in any of the cups.
Well,
They
but
just
yeah,
started
those guys are
practicing this
actually
week.
practicing. Yeah, they're like, they're doing the latest and greatest technology.
This with bolstering?
These are still stuck in the past.
All right.
So the Algathar time to beat is 17:41 from Cheese. And so that means they have 3.5 minutes for this trash pull and then whatever on the boss. I feel like they're gonna be really, really close.
Well, they're definitely not gonna beat the time, but I think they'll at least put up competitive time.
Yeah.
Dude, bolstering those Echo Knights are not, unfortunately. Like
They have Blust, right? This could end up being pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, this poll is gonna take him like a while with bolstering.
Yeah, it's just bolstering
They had
slowing
to
them
play it so
down
much
here a
cleaner
lot.
on bolstering for sure.
Yeah, a couple bolstering mishaps, a couple of deaths. The Lasher snaps were a little bit messy. They're definitely it was a decent run, but there is stuff to improve. I think we'll definitely see them back in here.
17-17. Yeah, they're probably not beating that. But
Yeah, speaking of improving, Cheese is going back into Azure Vault now.
Yeah. We definitely know like mid 14s is possible here with the fastest run and good execution.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of like what could be the biggest area to catch up on. I guess you're only going to get like maybe 20 seconds or something out of something like Shadow Moon. You're not going to get that much.
I think Academy, you can.
They have the
be
best time for
faster.
Academy. Otherwise,
Yeah,
I would
but
agree.
there's only one more team that played it so far, so hard to tell.
I think part of it's like the bolstering management that you have to deal with, and they figure they just work on something else.
Yeah,
Maybe.
bolstering this dungeon is rough.
A really good job grouping all these mobs from Let 'em Cook.
Yeah.
It's really, really important because they need to kill everything.
So
Like,
1740 is what they have to be. Okay, they can definitely do that.
This might get a little bit. Okay, never mind.
Oh, they staggered the pack.
They're not bolstered yet, though. They're not bolstered yet.
They're not bolstered yet. These two missed the initial bolstering, so it's okay.
Yeah, the most important thing here is they just need to focus all their damage on the boss. They need to not like have to worry about the other mobs.
Yeah, they have like what, 2 invokers, I think. But they have so they have the double astral bomb going off, and now they have more missiles. They have really good kicks for this, though. They shut both of them down, and they got a huge stun on the end of other invoker to stop the cast.
Yeah, surprised they're not being a bit more greedy with the buffs. I mean, since it's only a 21, they know the boss fight isn't going to last long. I'm surprised Muchaz or Show hasn't picked up any of the buffs from the boss, because each stack is, what, 5% damage?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Like during the MDI, they never did that. Like I never saw anyone pick up stacks on purpose.
Well, it's really hard to manage that, right? Because you don't want to overload the room with orbs, and also there's just some random damage coming out from the boss that if you do camp 2 stacks, that it could very easily just get taken away. So I don't know
You can
if
pick
it's
up
like
one
really
pretty
worth it.
easily, right?
You can camp 1, yeah.
So I don't. And I mean, these are good teams, right? So they could handle multiple, or like zones on the ground, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's just like the benefit. How much extra time are they getting out of it? So what were we seeing out of the best Algathar times?
17-17 is the best time right now.
1741.
1740.
They're not beating it actually.
Oh yeah,
So
so
this
this
is
could
actually
be.
I
not
think they
gonna be that
can
bad.
beat it
Yeah, this
though.
could be right on top
Yeah,
of
it's
that.
gonna be really good.
What dungeon was 17-17? Oh, that was
You're
Dust
thinking
Supplies
of-
AV.
yeah.
Okay.
I think had they pulled the boss a little bit sooner, they would have definitely saved more time. Because like they were actually a little bit slow on pulling the boss, waiting for everything to group up first.
Dude, the buffs on this boss are like so random that I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't even know about the buff. People don't
This
know
boss?
that those. Yeah, people don't actually like. There are definitely people that don't know that that's
Hey,
actually a
no
buff on your
way.
character.
That's like one of the first things on beta.
Dude, guy in your
'cause
chat right
normal
now.
people play
This
beta.
boss has buffs.
What the hell? You guys really not know that there's buffs on this boss?
I wouldn't
I
be
mean-
surprised if people don't know.
Yeah.
What buffs?
People probably only think that it's like a failure mechanic. Like if you get to 3 stacks, you spawn a void zone. They don't know that you get damage amp when you have it.
And what are they doing here? Legendary
baiting
the
out.
Mastery on the Ravagers?
Surely. Basically, if you
Ah,
get
they're
hit by a
pulling its
mechanic,
back
you get a
boss.
stack. How much does it increase by? I think it was like 10%.
Pretty sure it's
per
10.
stack or something.
It's 10 per stack. I'm pretty sure.
Hey Swifty, thank you
Yeah,
so much
so
for
if you
10
just sit on 2
months. Appreciate
stacks,
that.
That's ideal. But if you do get hit by one more mechanic, it'll drop a puddle.
Let's see die
Or
rolls.
5%.
Is it 5?
347.
Did it get nerfed? It was definitely 10 at some point.
I remember it was either 5 or 10. Wait, are people talking about the Tempest boss now, bro?
We're talking about Echo of Nargosa, man.
I mean, to be fair, there was a Tempest fight going on too.
I swear to God, Cheese had fragments dying on this first tender pull, like every second attempt. Need to give him time dilation.
Yeah, it's because he's pulling so much aggro because he's ripping so much damage. Them just can't keep up, and Holy DK is too powerful.
True.
I like seeing this from Cheese though. Like they have the potential for one of the strongest Azure Vaults. Like it's exciting to see if they actually execute it.
Yeah, I agree. And they're probably also the most comfortable because the affixes are the least impactful, maybe.
Yep, that's definitely a big thing.
So maybe that makes sense.
Oh, yo, did you guys get your codes?
Codes?
Oh, I forgot to sign up for that.
No shot, you forgot again.
Yeah, I forgot to sign up for that.
Which
Wait,
code?
for what?
For the influencer Viridian Face Hunter mount giveaway.
Yeah, I forgot.
What the hell's that?
I thought you were talking about like a coat.
You guys
like
need
a
to check that
jacket.
Discord more often.
No. I'll tell you what happened. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. So the one before this was like a pet or something, and I signed up for it instantly, and they literally didn't give them to me. I signed up like instantly when they pinged us, and so now for this one, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna do it right away because I don't know, maybe that's like bad or something. So I
you
was
snooze,
gonna
you
wait.
lose. There are just people who are way faster. Dude, where's my Diablo 4 code?
The supply of digital items ran out.
What do you mean?
Wait,
you
can you
just
give-
gotta get a double down from KFC.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I was watching Asmongold watching a video to that.
Oh, is that one good? That one
Actually, I've actually never had a double down.
What is Legendary doing? They're
Bread
doing
is
a
so good. I don't
Ravager
understand what's the point of taking the bread off the sandwiches.
They're like,
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna
more
reduce
of-
calories.
Sure, like this.
It's more of the good stuff.
Okay, well, just
Look
put
at
a bun on
Legendary.
that then.
Do you
Yeah,
see
but
what's
how
happening?
can you have like? Okay, yeah.
They do have
Americans
Ravager
are
solo
here.
trash pull. Sorry, I distracted
Yeah,
you with
normally
that.
this is snapped, right?
With last stand talk.
No.
Continue.
It's good. It's good.
Sure, the chat
I
appreciates
would have been
someone
thinking about
trying
food
to-
way too much otherwise.
Yeah.
Wait, Thunderstruck actually wiping on the last boss.
Oh my god.
Wait, huh?
We're having a hard time, man. Wait,
There's
they
no
did
way
the same
the
route.
legendary thing
Did they
is worth,
not?
right?
Yeah,
Before
they're short
43
count
count?
again.
What is going on?
Man, so does Lotus. He's literally looking
Oh wait, they
for
are
the
snapping
missing
now.
count.
Okay.
They're
I
not.
mean, I
He's
don't
not
know.
even like
Maybe
TPing
it's not that
back or
bad.
anything. Like they actually don't know what count they're missing.
Yo, what is actually going on?
And who's
Dude, I
missing
can only
count?
imagine their comms.
If this guy's lying, he's banned. By the way,
What?
he says cheesy tots are back, but I know he's lying and he's banned.
Why is Starwolves lasting this? Does it make sense to last this? I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, Yoda
can see it
says
makes
we
sense.
reset because no count. Yeah, but like, what is going on? Did you
Hold
guys
on,
not figure out?
we need to get Yoda in here for a player interview.
Yeah. On his 15-minute break.
I mean, it's fine. The start's easy anyway. He can just go for the start of the key.
Apparently, one Echo Knight locked out,
Oh.
so something's not coming in. Interesting.
Oh, look at Cheese doing their Asher Blade pull in a sec.
Okay, so the best time is 10 seconds faster than what Cheese has already done. So they have to believe they can go even faster than that.
Even further beyond.
Yeah, because they're 5 seconds slower than the
And
best.
look at Cheese right now, bottom right.
And they're 6
Because
seconds
they're
slower than
gathering
the best
everything.
Shadow and Burial Ground.
Yeah, wait,
And
here
they're
we
gonna
go,
pull
fam.
Asher
Wait, are they
Blade in a
pulling or
sec.
not?
Yeah,
Oh,
There it
there
is.
Cheese pull.
Bam!
fam!
Bro, you got absolutely clapped. These mobs.
No. This is such a risky
he
pull
just-
for them to do. I mean, I guess it's only 6 minutes into the dungeon.
Yeah.
But
And
exactly.
look, thinking about it,
they're
it
allowed to
seems
do
really
this.
like it seems really late into the dungeon, but I guess it's not for them.
I swear this is what makes like the Cheese like a good squad, and why they kind of like made mistakes in like their head-to-head regular MDI matchup. Like they need to see it a couple times when they're actually in like tournament play, because we saw the Shadow Moon that they had like instantly wiped like twice, and then they crushed the pull, and then they just went and got all the momentum, and they were only like 10 seconds slower than the best time.
Yeah, they have the potential.
Yeah.
Direwolves also seems pretty fast.
Oh yeah, they are pretty quick. I think it's still a little bit slower than. I mean, this is like the same pace as Cheese earlier in No Good, I believe. They land around here around like 15 minutes. I think it'll be a little bit faster than Cheese, which might actually make this the fastest time.
Do they have count?
If they pull this off. I think they're doing a different pack. Yeah,
Oh,
right,
32 is right.
They're not doing the 2. Yeah.
I thought 32 is enough still. Maybe I'm wrong.
Not for. Wait. Yeah, you're right.
I was thinking
No,
about
you're
them 2 guys.
Well,
No,
either
no,
way,
no, the
either
two
way
guys
they're
is
doing
32.
these.
Yeah.
Either
they're
way they're
16
doing
each.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like both packs are roughly the same count.
I mean, this has got to be better, right? Because you have more mobs, you're getting more funnel, and it should die faster, so you don't have to worry about it being alive in the intermission.
Yeah, I think this poll is
Yeah.
just a little bit more difficult in terms of execution, but since it's only a 20 tyrannical, it should be easy.
Yeah, I guess Spiteful makes it a little annoying, but still fine.
So, you know, they have the Reddit threads for the watch parties every weekend.
Yeah.
Somebody asked if Trell is 40 years old. Mad impressive that he's still competing at such a high level.
I mean, he is considered a gamer dad.
Oh,
He's
man.
absolutely a gamer dad.
And they did answer some questions, actually, the teams. And I think they're like, their average age is like 25.
Wait, who?
Cheese? No, not Cheese.
Oh.
Let him cook.
Let him cook?
Is
Yeah,
that-
I'm
is
pretty
that
sure
young
Trell's
or
like
old?
31.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
they
on.
said
It's
if we're-
25.
Yeah, and shows like
Is that young or old?
I mean, that's
25
pretty
is like
young.
that's pretty young.
For WoW.
Yeah.
Okay.
For WoW gamers.
Yeah, for WoW. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But like
Because
shows
my
like
team's
21.
average age was old as hell during Incarnation.
Yeah.
Our average age was like almost 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing the math. Cryptix is trying to hold it down for us, but man, I wasn't even the oldest person on the team. All right, shut the hell up, chat. Stop typing
Yeah,
old
yeah, you were.
growl. Wasn't even the
Oh
oldest
no,
person on the
40.
team.
Oh, they clicked
Oh,
on
no.
each other. Bro, we were
Direwolves.
on pace for an
Yeah.
Omega run.
Really messy res too. Don't have to wait for the circle.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
I mean, we're gonna have a good time still, but this could have been the fastest.
Yeah, they said our average team age is 25, but if you remove Trell and Mooches, it comes down to just over 21.
Holy.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I mean, their team is balanced by both the young and the old.
Yeah. They just said that in their questionnaire.
Yep. And another answer was, okay, the question was, what is your greatest concern about the upcoming weekend? And Mucha said, Corey is an RPer.
True.
Ooh, true. Oh, here's a good Reddit comment. Dr. J's team is probably close to disbanding. Yoda and Jay together on a team that's underperforming. Yikes.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Jack,
that
thank you
is
so much for
a
31
brutal
months. What's up,
comment,
what's
bro.
up?
Then
Happy
someone
Friday.
responded, to be fair, Jay's team is always close to disbanding.
Let him.
No.
Holy.
I mean,
He's got a point.
that's not incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, it's not incorrect.
Oh, man.
People always say about Dr. J and Eddie, bro. We're like
And
the
yet
two
he's
most
still back. You know?
notorious ones. I mean, hey, look,
should play
as long as they're always
together.
in the scene. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Jay has been having some pretty consistent members. Not everyone, but he's usually with Mike.
Is
When
he?
are we gonna get an Andy Brew back in the MDI?
I don't think he's ever interested in MDI.
Maybe he does TGP.
Oh yeah, he'll do every TGP, but he's just not a MDI kind of guy.
Wait, so what happened with what was that Noka that just finished? Was that Direwolves 1816?
Yeah.
And they still haven't put up a
Algothar.
Algothar. But
I
they're
assume they're probably gonna go over here next.
they're gonna be if they can match Cheese's time in Algothar, they're gonna be the #1 team. They have very good times in all the dungeons on average, but not by a whole lot. Let Them Cook is hurting really bad in Shadow Moon. They're down over a minute in Shadow Moon, and then Thunderstruck has some work to do in Azure Vault and Academy.
Wayo Cheese here. We're about to do the
Oh,
poll.
Direwolves now in
the poll.
Academy.
All right, here they go.
Yeah, the D poll.
This has got to be so nasty because they have the 2 keepers that they have to kick, and they have to group everything. They don't want to pull the boss until they're
we
ready
saw
for
only
it.
one Affliction Warlock in Academy
and
from Cheese.
Fem's just taking infinite damage right
Cheese
now.
plays Warlock in Academy.
Yeah.
Affliction.
Meanwhile, the Revoker is just kind of like walking around.
Looks
you
pretty
see
good too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Cheese
Sealer
doing
movement.
another Asher Blade attempt.
All right, here
Working
they
better.
go. Gripping that add-in. DK really,
Everything
really
should be
good for
dead
this
now.
fight.
Time dilation.
He's in deep red stagger. He just needs to. Look
Oh
for a
yeah,
tiny
Fem
bit
is
more.
taking so much damage.
Shield
No,
wall.
he's got a wall up. He should be fine for a little bit more. Oh my god.
Oh, here it comes.
Maybe
Oh
a
my
Milky
god.
Minion.
Just kite the raging.
Yeah, they had the faith.
Ragey.
65% on boss. That seems okay-ish.
It didn't seem like they had that many.
Yeah, I think 65 should be okay.
Didn't seem like they were purging off the Azure Guard debuffs as
No,
much.
no. They have to be slamming the boss because otherwise they can't make.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it was making Fem take a lot more damage.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's like more pressure onto him for the group damage.
Yeah. They have to one phase here though, or one more.
If they
phase.
one phase, they're gonna be so fast. No, Ricky.
Oh
Wait, did
no.
Was that a death?
No,
it
he
wasn't
lived.
a death.
He lived.
I think he
think.
lived on like 1 HP.
0%, yeah.
Man. Priest,
too
that class
low.
is so OP.
So OP. So good.
Alright, they need some damage.
So last time they were 4% short of phasing here, weren't they? And they had to take it into
Yeah.
another phase. So if they can kill this before the boss goes back to the middle, that'll be huge for their timer.
Yeah, last
And
time
they're doing
they
it. They have a
were-
lot of boss damage.
It's looking
they
good.
were
It's
8
looking good.
minutes and what? Like
Yeah, compare the
15 or
energy
so?
bar. Compare the energy bar to health. They're like super
Yeah, I mean
ahead.
this is absolutely gonna get killed.
Yeah.
They're gonna get out of here like almost an entire minute faster. Maybe not like an entire minute, but like
Yeah, 8:17 was
at
their
least
last
50
split.
seconds.
Yup.
8:17. Yeah, so they're basically
shit.
holy
Oh,
hell.
boy. She's
They're an
looking
entire
good.
minute faster. It's
Yeah.
gonna be exciting.
1 minute
That was
faster.
the
That's
thing.
insane.
We were looking at the dungeon timers and like how little of a difference they had in all the other dungeons, and they were going back into this one because they thought they could do it even
Yeah.
quicker.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying. Like they have the potential for like an extremely fast. Oh, holy!
What
Okay.
is? Bro, just
Well, let's-
gripping and flying everywhere.
Also, this is like what I was saying like earlier when I was
Yeah.
watching Let Them Cook. They were just like taking their time, and these guys are just booking it, man. Like
Oh,
this
yeah.
is like
Yep, to your
the
point.
echo diff. They're
What's
just
Latin
going
Cook
in.
doing?
Mhm.
408 Laymore. That's slower than what they had before,
Dranaco, Mokas,
but only by 5 seconds.
a little bit of an aggro problem. This is also really spooky because they don't have any tricks. They
Yeah.
have to. Yo, Zotzi is just flying all over the place.
No, I like
You
this.
saw that?
He's popping all the traps. Yeah, he's popping all the
Oh,
traps.
he's popping the traps.
That was a
I like
wild
that.
movement.
That was some healer movement.
All right,
Yeah.
here comes the AoE stops. Okay, Ursul's Shockwave.
Yeah, so much better. But look at also how close the range are to melee. Just like sitting there the entire time.
Ooh,
Yeah,
the
now they're
Dragon
all grouped
Breath.
up. They need to keep the frogs closer so that they can DPS them down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It's interesting
IDD.
that Let Him Cook is also going back to
It's
Asher.
like really
Vault, I
underrated how that
guess.
movement helps everybody.
But yeah, I mean, their first, the
God, I can't
1550
wait for
that
all
they
the
have
pugs
didn't,
to just
like,
copy
wasn't that
these
great.
MDI strats and start pulling froggers instead of skipping them.
This is How I hope that they copy MDI strats. Everybody staying close by.
I mean, this
People
is a meme,
hate
right? Because
Froggers.
people constantly say shit that they're gonna copy MDI, but that's not
Yeah.
actually happening,
Yeah,
right?
yes, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's a big meme that we've been having because
Okay,
a lot of our
good.
chatters have been saying. So is this? So are we gonna get the cheese special here where they pull 1 million mobs from everywhere again? Because they're still very
Yeah,
short count.
100%.
They're gonna do it again. I'm still questioning how efficient this gather is, but their timer is so good right now that they're still gonna be able to shave some time off.
Let him cook also going back to Asher Vault. What do you think about that?
They can definitely save that time too. I think that they need to go to the drawing board at the end of the day and figure out what they're gonna do for Shadow Moon.
Tarzan.
It seems like they can't really shave that time off. So I think, well, they're dead now, but
Yeah.
I think they
Cat's
need to
off.
shave time off of Azure Vault or Academy. Are there two that they need to work on for the rest of today?
Yeah, I agree. I
And
guess they're
just
not too
something to
worried
note,
about getting
Thunderstruck actually
eliminated.
did the Thunderstruck did the Wowhead strat. We noticed last time they didn't do it, and we mentioned that maybe they didn't practice it or it wasn't safe, but I guess they decided that it was worth it. They did do the early wins into fire.
Also, they have all their lashers. Was this?
Yeah,
part
maybe
of
they
their-
changed. Yeah,
Hmm.
maybe they changed up how they're playing this dungeon. Maybe they were trying that and it wasn't as fast, so they're just gonna send this.
I wonder why. Wait, did they do the strategy where they do wind and fire simultaneously?
Yes, I believe
Yeah.
they did.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I
Wowhead
like that a
strat.
lot. It's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, Legendary didn't actually have any mass root for the birds in the bottom left. So now they're having to like bolster kill really safely.
Oh, maybe they're just
Yeah,
saving it for a
according-
second because this is like the first wave, right?
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be on.
Because you get funnel. Like you don't necessarily need to root the first wave. You can just single
Mhm.
target the eagle.
No, but looking at Splat's cooldowns, it doesn't look like he spec'd for mass roots. He spec'd into
he did.
incarnation.
Wait, oh yeah, are you sure?
But he
He's
spec'd into
rooted.
incarnation.
Oh,
Wait,
the
what?
Omni CD. You can see the mass root.
Yeah, but it's not in his Omni CD.
Yeah, it's really weird because I mean I was honestly thrown off when I was casting because whenever you don't see the mass root in the Omnicity, I thought they just don't have it. But I think they have different Omnicity settings across the
Yeah,
observers.
no, they do.
So
That part
sometimes you
doesn't
see it and sometimes you don't. So it's like, do they have it? Do they
'Cause
not?
we're-
I don't know.
Yeah, because like one of the pharaohs didn't have incarnation showing, which was like you know,
Yeah.
one of their main CDs, and it has a mass root showing instead. Oh, also Thunderstruck is actually pulling in trash.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, are they? Velo did fly up.
Wait, are we
Actually,
doing the
Thunderstruck's pretty
fem
fast
snap
after
strats
all.
again?
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
here we
Here it
go.
comes. Top right.
Cheese going for the #1 time in Azure Vault.
Yep.
This is taking an awfully long time to snap, though.
Yeah, they should still be able to shave off a minute though. They gotta watch for some of these frontals.
No,
yeah,
Dranako.
Dranako gets hit by the frontal.
Yeah, Rami, you got a
me
point.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really doesn't even matter.
So 15:32 is the time to beat here, and they have Bloodlust. They popped it right here. They will definitely be able to get a low 15 or maybe even
Wait, hold on,
14.
but did everything
I like
snap?
Thunderstruck's.
Yeah, they
This
only
doesn't
need.
look.
Oh, where are the breakers?
You
There's
think an
no
execute
breaking
this?
yet.
Oh my
Yeah, but look at the
god.
percentage. They don't need that much percent.
Oh,
Why aren't they
Oh,
lasting this? I
maybe,
feel like
yeah.
this should be lasted.
I don't know if
could've
they just
changed
made the route adjustment or whatever.
I really feel like they
maybe
should
that's
last
their
this.
change.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is this enough count?
We'll
Yeah, it's
find
just
out.
like the nameplates are terrible.
Yeah, we'll find out. Because I mean,
Think.
this is only like what, 3 constructs. No shot is enough count. No,
Oh, yeah,
there's
it's
no
not.
way.
Wait, are
Yeah,
they
I
missing
think
the
they just the
breakers?
5 count each.
Yeah.
They are very far
Oh.
off.
Fuck. Yeah, I guess
They're
they
gonna
didn't
have
snap the
to-
breakers
oh, yeah.
somehow.
This would have been like a 14-minute.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, that's so unlucky.
I wonder
with
if
the
they realized it
breakers.
yet, or they're still hoping it's gonna snap, or
No,
what.
they definitely notice it.
Yeah, I guess the breakers
weird.
reset. It's really annoying. The time is really quick
This is like
though.
always the scary
Wow.
thing. With
Oh, look at the
these types of
timer. If they would,
snaps.
I mean, I know the
So
breakers
good.
would have slowed them down a little bit, but why? Like
Yeah.
they're actually gonna start back and get count and
The
still
breaker is
improve
so
their time,
good.
probably.
Yeah. if it at worst is a 14:30 or something like that, because it would take more time for breakers, it still would have been insane.
This is part of the MDI. The first two teams of this tournament are going to qualify for the global finals for the MDI.
Even with them going back, they would have more time than. Or they would be faster. But oh my god!
Yeah, they just do the stuff at the start.
Oh yo.
How did they have a frontal from a Fury on them? Oh no! It's a shard that went off.
What in the world? So the shard went off, and then it didn't get removed when they killed the boss, because usually it gets removed when the boss dies. But I guess it gets removed because the dungeons end, not because the boss died.
Huh.
Yeah.
That was something else.
That is a major downer for Cheese. But I mean, at the end of the day, it only cost them 50
good. Well, it was that's a proof of concept that they know they can
pretty good,
minutes.
It's just really sketchy because, like, I wonder how much they practice that strategy. I mean, that snap has to be consistent. Like in the MDI situation, you have to have that working at least like 99% of the time, or maybe like 95% of the time.
That's why this format's good, though.
Reliable. Yeah,
because
I mean,
they
this
did really well in other dungeons, and now they can afford to take more time in Azure Vault.
Yeah, the problem is that it's at the very end. Like doing something risky at the very end of the dungeon always seems bad, in my opinion, in this format.
But it's only a 15-minute run.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if
think
we were
it
doing
depends
like
on how competitive.
TGP,
No, that's not entirely
story.
true. That's not entirely true. I think it depends on how competitive the bracket is, or the cup, or whatever you want to call it. Because, like, let's be real here. Ducks Can Fly is definitely helping these teams a lot by giving them a little bit of like a. I'm not gonna be. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Okay, I guess Thundershock's not the fast after all.
Day, or I'm not gonna get knocked down on the first day.
They're not gonna be. Man,
Because you know that's like the biggest
really
fear when it
fast
comes to
in
TGP,
Academy
or
with
if
their
there were
Warlock
6 competitive teams. It would just be, oh crap,
It's
you know, like,
surprising
we
because
have
I
to be
thought
on top
the
of our
bolstering would
game
slow them down a lot
for the entire day. Otherwise, we're just gonna get knocked
with their
out.
comp, but maybe it
But
actually
these
didn't
guys,
that much.
yeah, like these guys have a free pass. Like they know they're not gonna get knocked out, and they're just trying to do these super aggressive things.
I guess I would just say for that though, you're able to not have as heavy of a time investment because the key levels are not super high and because these runs aren't taking super long.
That's definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like even if there are really big strats that you have at the end of the dungeon, it's okay because everybody else also has to be in that same position. And if they've already done proof of concept that they can be a minute faster than the best time if they do it correctly, if not like a minute and a half. And now they can just sit there and go again because they're already, like you said, in a comfortable, flexible spot because of Ducks likely getting eliminated today.
I don't like it.
Thundershock actually improving their time quite a bit.
The Skitterflies with the lashers just always seems
to go through. Their time is like a low 19, and they're probably going to end with like a mid 18, which not
I think they should snap the lashers and then play the
some of the time that they're going to need in this dungeon.
Skitterflies after the Echo Knights.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board after today.
Yeah, well, they
difficult,
did
but...
multiple different things. I feel like Thundershock is definitely gonna have to figure out Elgathar. I think Let Them Cook is gonna have to figure out Shadow Moon.
Yeah, I think Academy. I think they're gonna combine. Oh shit! Thundershock actually wiping their team, or at least having.
That is a tilter. Even though it doesn't really affect that much, it's still a tilter. Like I don't know, it's just annoying.
Yeah, I think in Academy they're just gonna combine a lot of the strats. I think for the next few days, like they're probably gonna snap the lashers. I think because that to me seems most efficient, and then they're also gonna pull the Echo Knights on top of Ancient. Because if you combine those two strategies from Let Him Cook and what the other teams have been doing, then it should be super fast.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna just like watch over the VODs and see who had the best runs and copy strats from all.
Yeah.
The scariest part is they're not gonna have any practice. They can't just like go back into TR and try these things out.
Yeah, that's always funny when the thing with the Plague Borers in TGP with Echo. Yeah. When the other teams saw them do it and they tried to figure out what exactly they were doing.
Hey, that was us.
That was
us.
You
actually tried it too.
We were like one of the teams that was like literally just like sitting around there trying to figure out because like we knew we were fucked. Like there was no shot we were coming back. Those guys were gonna smash some like super high Plague Fall and we just had to figure this out.
And what is it that you were missing? Like what is it that you didn't know? The misdirect thing or something else?
The misdirect thing because
okay.
What's his name? Was it Frag? Hit his UI at the start.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
they
key.
were so
They
sneaky.
they basically had like macros and scripts so that they can hide their UI and engage
Yeah.
the infinite misdirect without anyone
Legendary.
seeing what was going on.
Yeah, there
Thank
was
you.
so much speculation, dude. That was probably like an all-time chatting. People were like, "Oh,
yeah,
they just don't like pull the boss or whatever," and like they just like do this. If you just they just max range or whatever. Like there was so much different speculation going on that like nobody actually knew what was going on until Elfarian chimed in and he was like, "Oh, there's this infinite misdirect thing that the hunter can do." And then we're like, wait, oh, so this is how? Yeah, global combat. That was a very common
global combat
misconception.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was like, oh, they just global combat,
Yeah, we
The
were also
hunter just
incredibly
tags them
confused
insane.
when we were casting it. Like first we saw the hunters, like, huh? And then it's like, oh, double tank, what?
Well, there was a lot more intricacy too that we never got to because of the
Yeah.
way the whole third boss area worked. There were like
Yeah.
very specific spots where you could snap the plague borers and you would like phase out when you pulled the boss, and it was like really like there was no way we ever could have figured that strategy out just from what they were doing. There was like they had put a lot of time into that.
Did you guys have a sixth person then, or no?
No.
Yeah,
I
do you
don't
think
think
it,
anyone
like
has a sixth
especially
person,
for
aside from Michael.
for TGP and for also for this like last stand, I think having a sixth person would be so good.
Oh, dude, actually, speaking of which, I remember asking Ambition after Vega knocked out. I was like, yo, can I come 6-man for you guys? And then, like, they were like, lol, that'd be
Omega
sick.
ult
And then
you.
they just ghosted me.
What?
But it would have been
Seriously?
sick.
Why?
Huh.
I mean,
No, they
I
always
guess
do
they
that.
don't want to share. I think
No, you talk to them and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a cool idea, man. That's sick." Like one of the things that we talked about is we're like at the beginning of our cups, we're like, "Well, what if we like shared time? Like we won't share strats, but we'll just like give
yeah,
it
just like,
times
some would work
just to, like-
together.
yeah, just to like
Because
we
we're
were
like
both
sister
new to
teams too.
MDI,
Because we're
and
both,
we're like,
we're
well,
new to
we won't
MDI,
give
we're both
strats,
Golden
but we'll like
Guardians.
we'll share times and we'll at least see if we're on the right track or if we're missing something or whatever. And they're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds great. Like we'll talk."
And
to
then
the
Ellie
team," and
ghosted the
then-
hell out of you, right?
Yeah, and then Dono walled.
Well,
You know what's the worst part? And then they just like had our streams. Like so they
Oh,
had
yeah,
every-
yeah, then
they
then they
knew
had our
everything we were
streams.
doing.
That's a whole nother story.
They straight up had our times, our strats, and like our cobs and all that stuff. And we didn't even know about it. I mean, I sort of had like a
Well, I mean, we had an
sneaking
idea
suspicion.
when they were hard stuck in halls, and then all of a sudden Nerf started playing Bear, and we're like, wait a second.
And
4
Onezie's on a
minutes
character
Lamar
named
split.
Onesie Yoink.
Onesie
It's a
Yoink,
warlock.
yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's
The good
really
old
good.
days of MDI.
I don't know, sometimes.
I guess we can let some music play. Do you guys want some
Dude,
music?
Legendary is just chain wiping on this first poll.
Yeah,
This
Legendary
first poll,
is... Yeah.
Why is there no music? Oh.
I mean, I guess it just like it's the first poll, so we can just afford to do this.
No.
I do think that's part of the case, is that now that they're
I like
looking at what times they're going to need to get, they're starting to be more aggressive with resetting. Like in the first half of the day, it seemed good to just get some times in, but now it's like, okay, well, those times don't matter. We need good time. Well, also, too, I think Ducks Can Fly, showing that they were far behind, I think alleviated some of the pressure off the team. So now they can say, okay, let's actually go for some good times, because they know they can just kind of slam some times on the board to win at the end of the day if they need to.
This actually is a really cool format, but it almost feels like it'd be better if it was only 2 days. So hear me out. You know, like in TGP, you get to a point where you're not +2, +3ing any dungeons, and you just only be working on like progging one dungeon at a time. And there's only so many points you can get from it. It feels like tomorrow you're going to get one new dungeon, and then everyone's going to be looking for like fractions of seconds or like just 10 seconds here, 5 seconds there for better runs. And it's going to be
I
a
kind of
lot more
agree.
stagnant.
One dungeon being added tomorrow is not going to be that much.
Maybe.
Like, I think it might turn into... I don't know. I guess it depends. I guess it all just depends on the competition, right? Like,
well, think about it.
If they're close enough to the point where like shaving off those 10 seconds does mean something, I think it'll be really hype. But if it ends up being like, Cheese stays over a full minute ahead the whole time, then it will slow down.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if you think about it, we're halfway through day one. About half the teams already have points on the board.
Yep.
And now we're looking at like, oh, huge news. Cheese could shave off a minute out of Azurvault. And then it's like, well, what else can they do? Because we saw a lot of pulls out of like Shadow and Burial Ground. And like, 5-10 seconds of improvement, maybe.
I do see your point, but that's what MDI is, right? Like if a
Sure.
team is 5 seconds faster, then they're faster.
I just think that it's really hype right now and it's interesting right now, but I would be worried about like day 2, day 3, because there's only one dungeon getting added. And then it's just going to be about like multiple hours of like refinement and not like any big jumps or like swings, you know?
Yeah, that's
So
why I was saying that Last Stand is a little bit less interesting than TGP, because there's like more, like I think every run in TGP is like really important.
Exactly.
Well, in Last Stand, it's like they can wipe for 3 hours and then have like a really good run, and all of a sudden they're in the lead, right?
That's the thing, is like it would have to be like really close competition between 3 or 4 teams on Sunday to make sure it like stays hype. It could, but that's kind of like just the risk if any teams are imbalanced.
Well, part of what helps is there's only going to be 4 teams on Sunday.
Yeah, you have better overview on Sunday with 4 teams, and it's that's also a thing, right? And the first day when you have 6 teams and you don't even see all 6, it's a bit weird.
Yeah. I do think part of the excitement, though, is like, seeing these very last bit of optimizations and people just trying to like go for that very best. I mean, maybe it's a little bit different because I'm speaking more about like TGP. TGP was definitely very sick. Like, you guys remember during the Monka versus Echo in the workshop where they were like all trying to get that 31 or 32 workshop, something like that. Or maybe it was 33. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah.
But that was hype as hell, and that was like some of the best moments, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
And being able to like see that on the last day where people are just like trying to get these best of the best times or key level timed, that was like the most exciting part.
I also think you might be underselling a little bit the ability of the teams to improve their times. Like, it's actually crazy how when you run a dungeon, 5 times versus 15 times, how much you can save and like how much you can optimize. Just like little tiny movements here and there. Like, I think there's actually a lot more time to save than people might initially think. Just because it feels like a time is good now, I think all these times are beatable by the end of the event for sure.
Another thing that's pretty interesting is that a normal MDI weekend always has the most viewers on the very first day. Which makes no sense because the first day is almost it's the most boring one. Because you have Echo playing against a 24 seed and it's not even close.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's so
bad.
weird.
I don't know if there's a solution to it.
But that's why this like day 1 is so much better.
Yeah, but I guess the reason why the viewers are always the highest on the first day is because people are excited for the MDI, they tune in and they see, oh, it's super one-sided, I'm not going to watch the rest of this tournament. Even though the rest of the tournament is actually a lot more interesting. So maybe that's the issue. Then maybe that's why Last Stand is more interesting to people.
Yeah, I hate to be a downer about it, but I think MDI in general just isn't really that great to watch. Like, unless you have a really good understanding of stuff, or you're just like super second monitor content, like probably most of the people in this stream is doing, just kind of like chilling and listening. And I feel like, I don't know, I use the cotton candy analogy where it's like you see cotton candy, you're like, hey, this looks awesome, like I should get this, and then cotton candy actually fucking sucks. Like, wait, this is terrible. But the thing is, you like forget about it, right? And then like 2 years later, you're like at some carnival, you're like, hey, look, cotton candy. It's like that with MDI. Like, oh man, MDI, I love dungeons. And then you're watching, you're like, wait, this sucks. And then you just kind of turn it off. I think people just like forget. Or they just like want to see like what comps people are running, and they're like,
yeah.
Not to be a super downer about MDI, but that's just how it feels to me.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you can say that about like.
But do you think Last Stand is more interesting though than MDI in that regard?
A little bit. I think Global Finals is definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I think Global Finals is better than this, but this is definitely better than the Cups for sure.
Yeah, I would say Globals is the most exciting, followed by Last Stand, followed by Cups. I think Cups are just like extremely bedge. Aside from like watching the first 2 games where it's like, I just want to see like Echo do what they do, and then I just go back to bed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's also the way they changed the format for there to be so many teams qualifying, which is good for. I don't know. It's always like difficult because the more teams qualify, the more the barrier of entry is lower, right? So it's cool for teams to be able to just qualify to the tournaments, but then you obviously have teams that are like nowhere near as good as the other teams, and then it's just so one-sided.
Yeah. Also, I think it depends on the dungeons. Like I think these Dragonflight dungeons are fine for the most part for like just playing, but for MDI, these dungeons are significantly less exciting.
You think so?
Especially no good.
Yeah. Okay. No good is a
I
big
don't know.
outlier. That one is really boring,
Yeah.
and it sucks that it's so long too.
There's just not like a lot of innovative strats or like anything super cool people can do.
Yeah, temple as well. I guess there's really just not much you can. I mean, they do really cool pulls, like pulling the
Yeah,
courtyard.
there's like only
is
like one or two
something.
cool pulls, and then like
Yeah.
everything else is kind of just whatever.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Astral Vault is like one of the more exciting dungeons because you can do a bunch of stuff, and
Oh, yeah.
Academy too, I guess.
Yeah, those are definitely the two most exciting ones this expansion. Dude,
I think the
next
hardest
season
part
though
is
is gonna
just-
be sick.
Dude, next season is gonna be freehold. Holy.
Yep.
Yo, are we doing
Under
MDI
on
next
2.
season?
Oh my god, there's no MDI.
Oh, true.
Great
Wait,
push,
great
you
push,
know.
great push, freehold. Holy. Dude, you and Timmermar are gonna do so well.
Brackenhide's gonna be sick.
Wait, are you memeing or are you serious?
No. I think it's gonna be actually sick. Like
I also think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everyone said it's so bad, and I think it's actually gonna be good.
Well, I mean,
But
this is
that's
going
why.
from like M0 experience, right? Like I'm sure it's gonna be completely different.
I
than
think.
most.
Well, so what they said in the interview, did you read where he specifically mentioned that there was too much going on in Brackenhide and they wanted to thin down some of the mechanic. For me, I was a downer on Brackenhide until I read that. But that is exact like if they just cut out some of these stupid range mobs and some of these casters and like they just let you pull a bunch of gnolls, I think it's gonna be a sick dungeon.
Yeah.
Also, one more
quick
thing.
interruption. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thunderstruck just pulled some stuff on top of Grey Wing. How cool is that?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, this
I
is
mean,
this is
Yoda
the
did tell me
Omega
there was
fancy
some-
Dr. J shit. 'Cause look at their
Yeah, I
percent.
mean, I like this.
Look at their
Yeah, and
percent.
it
They're
was,
61%.
I like it though because I feel like people aren't pulling stuff onto Grey Wing, and this guy is kind of easy. Like you might as well just pull some stuff onto him just to
Yeah.
make it a little bit easier. And there's a lot of downtime in this fight.
Okay, sorry. What were you gonna say about Breckenite?
Yeah. So one more thing too is the PvP change. You guys know about like how like they've
The lockouts.
reduced lockouts, and I think they said specifically like how like it's not going to really affect PvE encounters because PvE encounters already have specific cooldowns on
Cooldowns,
kicks or
yeah.
something like that. Yeah. And that has me optimistic about potentially redesign of how mobs will be doing their cast, because like currently you have mobs that are like that spam Cinderbolt, right? You have Cinderbolt spammers,
Yeah.
you have Hydro Lance spams, a couple other things that I can't really think of off the top of my head, like the bolts in the beginning of
Cinderbolts.
Ruby Life pulls. Yeah, I'm just hoping they completely remove that design and just have mobs that will only cast like once, like the Fishmancers in Gambit. Those mobs I think were completely fine. They cast fish bolts or fish. Yeah, fish. What is it? Fish bolts? Water bolts?
They cast
Water
fish
bolt, yeah.
bolts.
What is a
count-
fish? What is a fish bowl?
All right,
They
well,
just
they
shoot a
cast
fish at you.
sticks. All right,
Fish
Fish
sticks.
bowl.
Yeah, I
water
remember that.
bolts, whatever. They cast water bolts once every I don't know, like 8 seconds or something. And I think that's fine. You don't have to like
Hey
just like
Merlin,
constantly
you would
have some.
want to
kick
pick a
rotation
rogue then
going
if you want to
on
be
these.
useful. If
And,
we're
you
talking
know,
about
it's
a
like maybe
plus.
reduce, but however,
And the
if
raid
they don't
damage
do
would be
anything
more
about that,
useful.
and we just
Only
have
one of them,
these,
though,
like,
not 2.
3-second lockouts, that's gonna be a problem. Like, can you imagine doing Cinderbolts right now with low lockouts? That's gonna be awful.
I would die for sure.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how it feels like to have any lockouts. I have a 1-minute interrupt.
Yeah, but your lockout is super long. 6 seconds. I
Unless
think,
they're
or is it
immune to
8?
silence. Which a lot of mobs are.
No, but if you lock them out,
Yeah, well, the main
it's like
target, yeah.
yeah. Wait, so what is this time going to be like for Thunderstruck? They have a really clean run. If they finish this, it'll be like 13 minutes, and then they go back 2 minutes to kill it all, maybe?
Yeah,
I could see like
it's
a
just to
15-minute
group
run.
up. They have to group up like what 30% count or something.
It's gonna be pretty long, I think. Yeah, I think it's kind of slow.
It'll be faster than most other Azure Vaults, but it's certainly not.
The best time right now is still 15:32 in Azure Vaults from Direwolves. Although we did see Cheese was definitely capable of putting a time up in the 14s, so that's kind of where they want to be right now. And actually, they have a 17-minute time in there, so they're happy with any improvement, I think.
They're also lasting this pool. I feel like it would be better to just last the frogs now for time.
I guess we'll see how fast we go from here on.
I guess it depends, but I've always thought lust for time always to be better on single target, especially with like Unholy Army and stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like, I feel like in an MDI setting, you almost never want to lust AoE unless it's like on top of a boss or like you cannot do the pull without lust. All right, here they go. They're rushing back, taking the portal.
I think it just depends on the classes you have, right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
Let's see if they're grouping too. Do they do like the mega grip, rescue?
Wait, so
jumps,
15:32 is the fastest run
movement.
we have.
They gotta take this breaker. I guess they
pretty
need this
fast.
for count.
We're going pretty quick. Look at Lamike. This guy's booking it. Holy
Yeah, he is.
He is fast as hell.
Legendary 1036.
But yeah, like I was literally just thinking about like TJS yesterday. Do they really
bad.
need this many mechanics on these mobs? Like I was just thinking about it. Almost every single mob has like 2 mechanics. Literally, they could just like remove one from each mob, right? And that'd probably be fine.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
why do the haunting gaze mobs have to do haunting gaze and the fear? Like just make it do only fear, or like like the
Players need to be
songbird. Why does it have to do?
challenged.
Yeah, and then you have like the beetle that does 2 different things: the staggering strike and
The barrier.
shield. Yeah, and then you have
Yeah.
like the monkey that spews out things and enrages, and then the cat jumps and heals. Like just have one thing for each. I don't feel like every single mob has to have 2 mechanics.
I think like having 2 mechanics or like a lot of mechanics makes sense if you have this if you play the same dungeons for like 2 years. But since they switched out the dungeons, I don't think they have to be overly complex. Like it's pretty stupid.
I think that one of the big issues is there's basically just don't stand in fire, and that's most of the mechanics besides like kicking, stunning, interrupting. And they love having you kick, stun, interrupt like crowd control mobs, like you're
Yep.
PvPing PvE
15.
monsters.
Oh, they're still
Instead of actually having more
missing trash.
mechanics, kind of like
Wait, yeah,
Thunderstruck?
hold on, wait.
Thunderstruck?
Lamike-
Wait,
Okay,
well,
they're just not happy with this. They don't
Hello?
care. Holy moly!
no way.
they know
Wait,
they gotta
maybe
go
they were
again
missing.
anyway.
Maybe there's no trash left.
I'm guessing they might have.
Maybe, or
Maybe
it was
they
like
missed something?
breakers that were left, and again, it's
No,
like
no,
2
they-
hours.
Huh?
Yeah, they probably just
might as well.
figured that run was bricked.
They are really showing their lack of practice. This is the second dungeon where they've messed up and not had count at the end of the run.
Mm-hmm.
Direwolves, let's see. 1049.
No, I think it'd be better if they just had more mobs that were dealing like unavoidable damage, like Ruby Life Pools. I think
pretty
Ruby
good,
Life
pretty
Pool is
good.
like one of the perfect dungeons because you'll have some mechanics of like that'll always be helpful, like the living bombs. You heal the player through it. They get to interrupt more mobs. They get to deal, I guess, it's like a little bit of damage to them. Things like
But
that.
there's
I think
still
are
a lot
always
of
really
like
good.
like some things are just excessive, like the flame dancers when they die, right?
Yeah.
Do they really need to be spewing
Yeah,
out
I
crap
agree.
as they're dying?
They should
wrote
just
that
have it
in the
like
feedback every single week during beta. I'm just like, this
Yeah.
mob sucks. Stop making it do this. Eventually, they did the thing where you could purge it or whatever, but I'm still just like, dude, please.
But even then, it doesn't need a purge. Just like have it do like one bit of martyrdom and that's it.
Also, like at the start of Ruby, where they like the casters give another mob a shield and stuff. I don't know. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
you have like
And then you can't interrupt them while they have the shield
Yeah.
on them. It's not just that they take longer to die, so they also just unleash AoE upon you.
So just notice Hollow, or not Hollow, Hollow died, but Direwolves is not snapping these mobs as well.
Nope. Yeah, they
They
just
don't have a
ran
rogue.
over.
Oh, that's actually true. They straight up just don't have a rogue. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, they have a role player, right? Or do not?
I mean, I assume they have to, right? This is like a pretty veteran team. These guys have been around for a while.
Yeah, I just don't know if I remember them having played Rogue in these maps. And someone drops a repair.
It would have to be Chumpy, and I don't think, at least I've never seen Chumpy play Rogue. But he played a lot of stuff, so I mean, you would be able to learn it, I guess.
I would imagine 40 probably plays it too, but
I think it would have to be Chumpy, right? Because you replaced the Feral.
Yeah. They are pulling a bunch of stuff onto the boss though, so that's
Legendary is looking like they have a decent time here in Algathar. So they're pulling everything. They're gonna connect with the boss at about like 15:15, and the time to beat is 17:41. So they're gonna. I mean, 2.5 minutes for boss with all this trash seems reasonable as long as they don't die again.
Yeah, they don't have lust though. I don't know.
That is one downside.
Teams were lusting this. Where's
AFK for a sec.
Cheese been?
Cheese, they're in Azure Vaults, right?
Oh.
They
right now?
Or wait.
Oh yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah. Because Cheese was doing the ridiculous like snap everything down strat, but then they missed the breakers or whatever, and they were short count and they had to restart.
Oh no, Legendary is actually just wiping here.
Oh no, dude!
Dude, that's gotta be not great for them. They
That
need
is
to
a
finish
huge
an
filter.
Algafar too.
That was a pretty good time too, all things considered.
Chompy going down too. I mean, even Dunks is doing the snap quite successfully too, actually. How much longer do they have to put up times? It's like what? Let's see. Was it 6 p.m. that this ends? Yeah, right. So they have 2 more hours, and they might have to still take a break.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it's like kind of weird for MDI. I mean, this feels like they have a lot of time left. Like normally in TGP, you are hurting for time.
Oh yeah.
Like you are, yeah. You're like, oh man, like we have to be 3-chesting this, we have to be 3-chesting that. We got to be like, getting all these keys in before the end of the day. But these teams are kind of chilling, I guess.
That's why I thought maybe Jack's. I was thinking more about Jack's suggestion about making it only 2 days. It does feel like 3 days might be a bit too much for this format because it's like 15 hours and then you have 6 dungeons, but it's like you don't really. I mean, I guess I don't know, it's hard to say, but yeah, they're all just so much shorter than TGP.
All right.
And the idea of like
thank you
failing
so much for
a
rate
run
Smock.
is so much
Appreciate that.
worse in TGP
Thank
because
you.
you need to level up the key.
Have a nice
So I feel
rest
like
of your
maybe
evening.
either add another dungeon or 2 or reduce the thing to only 2 days maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what else would they do?
But then again, it's like, we were saying earlier, it is nice when teams can actually optimize and spend some time squeezing out more time in these dungeons. Because if it was too short, we wouldn't be able to see any optimization at all. It would just be teams just going in there and slamming out keys. Because we get to see cycle pulls later on, and that's like the
That
cool
was a
part
bit
of
slow.
MDI.
Yeah,
But
because
that's the
people are
first
going
run,
to
I
be in a
think.
situation where they're like, well, how do we shave off 30 seconds
not
to
that
beat
slow.
this team? And they're like, well, okay, let's just, go into Nokud and try some crazy
think it
shit
might
that
be
nobody's
first
done, or
if they
let's
finish
go into
this.
Azure Vaults and try what, Fem was doing or whatever when we snap on the last boss. And Legendary running it back. Give him respect. Cheese running it back. I think maybe Cheese took a short break there. Because I could have, unless they restarted, like they depleted a run or whatever, I feel like maybe they took 5 or 10 minutes there.
Actually, they're a bit slow now in this boss.
Looks like Thundershock's about to do the Omega pull, the second boss room.
They're not doing it with the boss though, right? I'm pretty sure.
I don't think
I
so,
guess
no.
no, yeah, you're right. Just the trash.
Is Star Wars gonna be first after this run?
I mean, this run is a little bit slow, but they might be. Let me see.
Oh yeah, this run is a little bit slow.
They're second.
Yeah,
they're only really held back by this Azure Vaults. An entire minute slower.
Or Algathar, yeah.
Ooh, when Chaz goes down at the very end.
1843, yeah. Oh yeah, Cheese is still first.
So they don't have any homework keys, but they sure as hell are going to be doing their homework after the matches tonight. They're probably all just going to look over the VODs and see what exactly teams are doing and try to optimize themselves. Which is kind of like the exciting thing about seeing day 2 and 3.
Yeah, one little thing I think a lot of people don't realize, the difference between an MDI cup and this is in an MDI cup, you know, as soon as you're done with your matches for the day, you get right back into practice and you can see like, you know, let's practice this map. Oh, this team did this strat. We need to practice this. In this format, from what I understand, the key vendors are disabled as soon as
you're not allowed to practice.
Yeah, as soon as the day's over, you cannot do any. Like you can just walk around.
I think Latin cooking not going to be much
everything
faster.
That you do it's all about just
than
like
the previous time,
planning
15,
and the mental side of it rather than practicing something. And so when teams come in with a new strategy on day 2 or 3, it's just like, you know, it's like whoa, you know, because you don't know if they probably didn't practice this. Like this is probably something that they're gonna have to pick up and figure out on the dot.
That's something that doesn't get emphasized enough. I feel like part of what I really like about this format is not requiring for practice. Well, I mean, you're still going to require practice, but it's not it's not as scripted and it's not as specific.
Oh yeah, like way better for the players.
Yeah, it's way better for players for sure.
It's interesting because like I competed in the very first MDI in Legion, and afterwards they asked us for feedback. And I suggested, like I told them that this whole practice thing is pretty dumb and that it would be much better if they would just give us like random keys. Like they just announce the keys on the tournament day.
Yeah.
So I literally like suggested basically TGP or like last stand. And then they like didn't do it until now, I guess.
I think the problem with that is like, I don't think it would work if you had one-on-one matches. Because like if it was just one-on-one matches, it would be a complete clown fiesta.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you need to have this format for that, yeah.
Yeah. Because like the way MDI currently is, it's more like putting on a show, you know, like something that you've rehearsed many times.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this is much more YOLO.
Yeah.
But yeah, like going back to the less mechanic things, like I don't think it's actually it wouldn't really make things easier too, because like everyone always talks about how like, oh, if you just like remove all the mechanics from these mobs, then dungeons would be too easy. I mean, the thing is like, you know, if you want to challenge yourself, you just pull bigger. Like imagine if they remove some of the mechanics in Temple of Jade Serpent, and you would just be able to do crazier pulls on live. Like instead of just pulling 2 Shaws and a songbird and, you know, like a fish, what if you were just able to do all that plus the monkey and the cat? I feel like that'd be so much more exciting.
I mean, I think like, everyone likes doing bigger pulls more. Like every dungeon where you can do big pulls, people like that dungeon. But the only issue I can see from Blizzard's side is that they want different kind of damage profiles. Like they want classes to be good at 4 targets and others to be good at unlimited pulls. And if you make all of the pulls uncapped AoE, then every class would have to be good at uncapped AoE, which is a bit weird, I guess.
Man, that's so lame, Bo.
Yeah.
Every expansion they've been cutting down on doing big polls, and that's always been lame.
I mean, I agree if they force you, like, especially in BFA, no, in Shadowlands, when we had like spires where you have these like squad leaders that literally prevent you from doing AoE. Like, that is the worst part. But I think if you can pull like 4 or 5 mobs, like, it's not as horrible. As long as you don't have to pull like mobs 1 by 1 or something.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have said that they're doing that because of balance before, but I feel like they've just done so much better of a job this expansion balancing stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll get a little bit more confidence back and they'll say like, oh, well, actually the classes are somewhat balanced in AoE, like it's actually okay. It's like in Shadowlands, I would like fully agree with you. I was even on the mindset of like, oh, like I understand why they did target cap or whatever, but I mean, it's kind of just a lazy cop out to like not spend more time and energy balancing for M+. They've proved that they can do it in this expansion.
I don't think they can't balance it. I think they don't want to. Like, they want classes to have niches, you know?
They
like,
want
they
specific, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I think, at least.
For raid, though.
Well, for everything, I guess.
Yeah, probably just like, it's probably just like a blanket thing.
Well, I mean, I think for M+, like, everybody just wants to be an AoE blaster. Like, who is ever like,
course.
oh, I'm a specialist in cleave, or like, I love 3 target, like an M+. Like, no one ever says that, right?
Well,
Everyone
okay, so
just wants
there's
to be an AoE blaster.
I think, like, multi-dotting and spread cleave is kind of exciting, but that is also...
I mean, you can also see, because balance is so good this time around, you can actually see that on high keys, people prefer classes that can actually do funnel and, like, priority target damage, right? And that is also something that not every class can do, which makes it a little bit more exciting when you figure out comps, where it's like, okay, we can bring this full AoE uncapped blaster class, but then we invite 2 more that can actually funnel DPS or whatever. So you have to think about it a little bit, I guess, when it comes to what classes can do. So, like, that's their point of view, I guess. I mean, I personally would like it if everyone just has uncapped AoE and they can do big fulls, but I guess that's what they're thinking.
Dude, I was actually watching some BFA VODs last night. I was just like, looking over. Yeah. I don't remember how it got started. I think people were like, we were just talking about BFA stuff. And then, like, somehow I was just like watching some of the VODs. And I was just like looking like, man, Outlaw, when it was uncapped, was actually such a banger. And I bet so many rogues missed that. Freaking Outlaw rogues just out here like doing millions of damage in a large pull. Oh, that's like unheard of nowadays.
Yeah, it's really just Unholy DK, I guess, that has this like insane scaling thing, but you can't really replicate those pulls on live keys.
Wait, so Let 'em Cook is actually... I'm surprised they're going into no-code. They have the fastest no-code currently, and I mean, they could have still improved their time. But I feel like there's also other dungeons they could probably work on.
I think they're probably sick of Azure Vault at this point.
Well, they just did an Azure Vault, and the run looks pretty clean, and they had like the same time or similar time.
Yeah. But, I mean, they're tied right now for the best time. I'm sure they're probably just sick of it and want to see where they can improve in other areas.
I think the problem with Academy and SPG is that they have to change their strategy and maybe possibly even their comp to do better.
That's very true.
Yes,
yeah, they're probably, that's
100%.
like something they're probably gonna look over tonight instead of like worrying about it right now. I mean, these guys are actually playing clean as hell though. Like, they just don't have the times. Well, some of these dungeons, but like so far they banged out every single dungeon with very solid times.
Yeah, they're doing really good.
Yeah, fastest no good. Azure Vault is like right up there. Algafar is not too far behind. It's really just SPG.
And
Yeah,
Direwolf's
Legendary's
also
in
pulling the Ravager
last
there.
place at the moment, but they could jump over Thunderstruck, I think, with a good Algathar.
Yeah, they're close too. They had a really good run. I'm not sure if you were here, you just got back, but they actually wiped to the last boss in a
Ooh.
tragic fashion with like, you know, in contention for one of the best runs.
They play Fire Mage in SVG. And we
Yeah, I
saw
missed
one
that.
Warlock
That'd be cool
being
to see.
played in Academy so far. They actually have the fastest time. The team that
Yeah,
played
I don't
Warlock in
hate
Academy
Letterman
has the
Cook going
fastest
to no
time.
good because even though I think, like you said, a big deal is just they need to make bigger changes to win on the other two maps. But like we saw that they put up a decent time and then they also had deaths. Like if they just do that same time but shave off the deaths, they can shave off, you know, 20, 30 seconds.
At this point, they might even, because there's so much time left. If I were Let Him Cook, maybe you even consider like literally just taking a little bit of a break and looking at Academy and see what he can do better. Because I mean, they cannot change their SPG, right? They can't learn Mage randomly now. But
Well, yeah, that's sounds funny, but I was kind of wondering that. I mean, maybe they do actually like it. Funny enough, I guess the one question too is, do they have that comp made? You know, you would think that they should, even if they didn't have it practiced, like they should have the characters made. But if they don't have, like, if Muchez doesn't have a mage rolled, then there's no way that they can do anything about it right now. Like they're just
Ain't no
completely out of
way.
luck.
Yeah, they'd be hard out of this tournament if that was the case.
what they can do in Academy is they can do the Evoker pull, right? With the Echo Knights onto the tree. But yeah, I don't know how much practice that requires or if they've tried it before. I don't think there's any percentage. Well, you can check Radar IO, and if you look at the MDI, you can see.
All right, well, Legendary
like,
made
you
it
can
out of the
click
first
through
area.
the groups and see
It
what
seems
they
like
played.
the first area of
But you
Algathar
cannot
is where
necessarily
most
see a
teams have been
percentage
struggling. Either the
of
first
class, I
area
don't
or
think.
like this area with these Ravagers and these Elementals, and then it gets kind of easy from here. But oh my god, okay, as they say that, Igloo's just dead on the floor.
Mm.
And poor Legendary.
Jack died on the side of Dire.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Dire's got two of the best times, but they really need to improve on their Algathar to be ahead of Cheese.
Yeah, I'm still very happy if I'm Dire
Hey,
in their
let us
spot.
love what's up.
Like I know that they are struggling a little
tea.
bit. They've been stuck here, but you know, just like sort of what Naguura said earlier, part of the nature of the format, you can sit here for 2 or 3 hours and wipe, but if you get that one time, it's like, all right, that was worth it. And I think their Shadow Moon time is kind of in a funny spot where, like, you know, they have a few seconds ahead of the other teams, so they benefit the least from going back in there. So as long as the other teams don't go back in there, they don't need to either. And their Azure Vault time is good. I know Cheese is gonna make a run for it. I think they may have to return to Azure Vault at some point because I think Cheese is gonna bring it down
Soft
below
Pop
15
Hits.
if they keep up attempts at it.
I like it. It's pretty chill.
Wait, is Cheese? Oh, they actually got it really low this time.
Yeah, 61%. Yep. And yeah, now they killed off everything. Fem is hard chilling.
The Legendary snap with bolstering.
I feel like playing in this tournament right now would be sick.
Oh yeah.
I bet it's mad
we should have
fun.
done this. This would have been sick.
Ooh. Shield wall up. Woo! Okay, son. They're not allowed to play the same spec twice in TGP either. In Last Stand, I mean.
Correct, I think, yep.
Yeah, I think Now tried to play with Smok's team, but you know he was not allowed to put up a time, otherwise he would get disqualified or something along the lines of that.
Oh, okay. that's the idea of Fendis. It's not always true though, but it is the idea I think that Blizzard is trying to aim for. The target capped classes do more damage on the amount of targets they're capped to, while uncapped classes are supposed to do more on the bigger pulls. That's the idea behind it. But it's not always true. Like sometimes an uncapped class can also do really well on a smaller pull. Do you think that Smog's team actually would have like a no healer team in general would have done well?
No,
Because I don't think so.
no shot. Okay, so I have heard leaks about a no healer comp in specific dungeons, but we'll probably see in the globals. It's just you're not gonna be able to see it in every single dungeon.
Yeah, that's the problem, I guess.
And let alone versus these types of teams.
Yeah.
Like I figured Smog probably was thinking like, oh, the previous Last Stands hasn't been that competitive. Like this has to be the most competitive Last Stand, right?
For
most
sure,
of the
yeah.
Last Stands were not that competitive.
Yeah.
Like if there were more teams that were closer to like Ducks level or lower, then for sure Smog's team could have made it.
All right, tell you the truth. I think there's a greater chance you see a Mistweaver Monk in MDI finals after 10:07 than seeing a no healer comp.
After 10:07, huh?
After 10:07.
Well,
We
yeah,
had to add that
which is what I assume it's going to be the finals, right? Actually, it will be. It objectively will be because it's on the 21st, and then the finals are like the end of the month. So yeah.
I do think the Mystery is actually really good, right, for MDI pulls. But it's the problem
Yeah,
that
exactly.
they don't have Lust, and there's not a class that has Lust that they want to play. Unless they want to play Mage, but then you want the disc for API, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Unless
true.
they play Shadow Priest, Mage plus Mistweaver, but then the physical damage increase is kind of useless.
Yeah, you need like Enhance or something to be good.
Yeah, I was surprised a little bit why they don't play Enhance.
Yeah.
What's the downside of Enhance? Is it just too big of pools for them, or?
Yeah, according to what Gingy was saying, like it doesn't do good enough AoE or uncut AoE.
Mm-hmm.
It's super capped.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. For example, like Enhancement Shaman is really good on high
Although
keys.
it could be good in some dungeons. Like I'm actually kind of surprised it's not played
Because
in any
they are
dungeons.
target cap, but they're really good on high keys because they have so much funnel. And they're really good on smaller pulls. But in MDI, Enhancement Shaman is just not good because they don't have uncapped
change up the
AoE.
strategy. Oh my god, that is so unfortunate. The boss did the AoE and a breaker roar went off at the exact same time. And we have no BRS for Ricotta here. Oh my. Okay, I'm not sure about breakers onto this.
Yo, let them cook. They pulled, I think, one trash pack plus the other, the summoner guy. This is a big pull that Let 'em Cook's doing, and they seem to have gotten through it cleanly. This is actually really good.
Yeah. Well, but like now we're actually starting to see strategies change, right? Like, is that a new strategy? I'm not sure. Yeah, and Cheese like changed up their strategy too because they figured snapping breaker was probably too fun too.
Yeah, because they had two times the breakers like either reset or it didn't snap properly. So I guess they tried to snap it to Grey Wing. But yeah, maybe
yeah, that seems
maybe that's a bit spicy.
It turned out to be turned out to be a mistake. Or I mean, I guess they could have probably played around it, just like have defensives for the roar plus thing overlap.
Yeah, it's probably livable. I don't because the key. What is it?
21? That is true. It's only a 21. Yeah.
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 I actually can't believe they fixed this boss resetting, like the no-crit boss. Because of MDI sanguine healing.
Oh,
yeah. I heard there's new problems now, though.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. I have some experience there.
Oh,
what happened?
I don't even know, actually. We were doing Tira Maruk, and Maruk just, like, didn't die. He was, like, casting his fear, and then Tira died during his fear cast, and then he just, like, refused to die.
What the hell?
Scuffed our 25. Yep.
Nice.
It was very fun.
That's so
It seemed like not a lot of people knew about that interaction because in that match, I wasn't listening to the commentary, but neither of the team or the team who was playing didn't know, obviously. But when we had Gingy in our call, and he recognized it instantly because he said that happened to them during practice.
Yeah, that's why I was so confused too, because I was thinking, surely it would have happened to them once during practice if they always do the same pull.
They're just
And
that
it's always
good.
sanguine, then how does it never happen in practice and then it happens the first
You know,
time in a tournament? I don't know.
That's what I've said about a couple other things too. Like I asked Mode because like they failed to do the Thunderhead skip, right? I was like, wait, that's such a common skip. Like, how'd you guys not have that happen in practice or whatever? And apparently it just never happened. And the same with Echo with the boulder bugging. Like, you know how the boulder just like I'm surprised that has never happened to them because like they said that never happened to them too.
Happens
like,
all the time when we play.
Yeah, like it happens all the time on live. I had it happen on.
I had it happen the first time today. I mean, I knew that it's possible. I
Really?
just didn't see it ever before.
But I've seen it so many times. It's actually crazy.
It's the same with the birds resetting like Croft in Academy or not spawning. I heard so many people like complain about the boss not spawning, and it never happened to me.
I've only seen that like once or twice.
It's the streamer
that was like a short. It only happened for a short.
Yeah, it was a pretty short period. Yeah.
Because they introduced like a bug or something, and then they fixed it right after.
Yo, let them cook. They're about to finish. They're gonna be mega fast here.
Yep. Seem pretty fast.
Yeah, they'll shave off some time. They do have one death, but it's gonna be faster than their last time, but probably not by much.
It's gonna be a 17 something.
17.
Yeah.
Never mind, I can't guess.
Yeah, I mean this ball's gonna evaporate with spell reflect because warriors are a very cool class.
Oh yeah, true. I always forget about warrior on this boss because we don't play warrior, but yeah, phase 2 gets completely destroyed.
It's so dumb. They should have nerfed this interaction like a long time ago. Because I mean, spell reflect is fine, but if it's so good, like if it scales with key level and stuff, like that's just pretty stupid.
Yep.
Yeah, so Goob's asking about the favorites in this. He just tuned in. And right now, Cheese has a mega banger strat that they're able to do. I mean, if they pull it off, they have some insane times. Basically, what Cheese does is they leave some count for the end of the dungeon. They kill the third boss, Grey Wing, and then Fem intentionally dies to go back. He ports.
Oof.
And he pulls a bunch of mobs around the ring and snap them all down to the last
Legendary's
boss.
looking really good.
And they're the only team doing that strat so far. We haven't seen it a single time in cups or in
Look at
this
Legendary.
last stand.
Was there much more that
Legendary is
could be
really fast
doing?
here too.
That looks
Oh
pretty
yeah,
fast.
they're doing it.
In,
They
I
need
don't
this
know.
Algathar.
yeah, desperately. They have
They're
an
trying to-
hour and a half to get an Algathar on the board.
They're probably gonna be third to time this. I guess.
Yeah, actually, the leaderboard is looking very, very close.
Yeah.
Once Legendary puts up this time here.
Ooh. Slat. Oh no, they don't have a rest.
No,
This has been happening to them every time. How are they just having deaths?
No.
Wait, Moochaz is just in my chat chatting.
Are you taking a break?
What's up? Wait, also,
He's
what is
chatting?
Thunderstruck doing? Hold on, Thunderstruck, you see this? This is something I haven't seen yet. What the hell is this?
Oh, they got Frontal.
What is this?
They have the Furies.
Wait,
The Fury killed Yoda.
Yoda.
Wait, how did they get them
Dodge
here?
Frontal. I assume someone like activated a whelp and then they just like came here.
But how did they
Dude,
come here
this
after
is a
activating
strat,
it?
man.
Can you,
Good
if you pull a
question.
whelp, can you like shadow melt and still be in combat with the actual Furies?
No. So
Globals, I think.
yeah,
it
so
pulls
if
your
you
team.
if the whelp goes off, it'll just like it'll global combat. It'll just go to anyone.
Oh, so because you need to drop combat and come back, right? Which before you get in combat again, because you have to teleport and you have to take the book. No, I guess you don't need to
Yeah,
take the
that's
book
the
because you
interesting
can
part.
grip.
Wait, hold on. To interrupt real quick, we need to know, since Muchez is here right now, since he's on break, are you gonna be able to play Fire Mage tomorrow?
Yeah, good
I mean,
question.
surely you guys need a Fire Mage for SPG, right?
Oh shit.
Well, what's the plan? Your SPG sucks ass. I think you guys need the Fire Mage.
You're not wrong though.
Donawald.
Okay. No plan so far. Dude, can we watch Thunderstruck? I want to watch that poll. Okay, well, it's already over. That's a sick poll.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, no, Muchaz plays Mage. Are you gonna pull it out tomorrow? Is that the plan?
With the disc?
And hasty disc priest.
Gosh, Legendary putting a time for their Algathar that wasn't even
It's not
bad.
that fast after
They had
all,
Splat
but
dead
it's
for
still
so
pretty
long
good.
in this poll. This could have been a
They
a
could have been
top
much
time, I feel
faster.
like. The best Algathar time was 1741.
Yeah, I think they could have beaten that.
Yeah, they could have beaten it without. I mean, they had a death. No, another death. Jeez.
Oof.
That has got to be such a tilter.
All right,
Oh, they're
Thunderstruck
fourth.
is now on Umbrel School.
I can't believe Muchez dodged the question.
It's a secret.
That was an academy again?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Tommy.
they can be quite a lot faster in academy for sure. But they don't have a
Guess I
rogue.
muted.
Like, not having the rogue in academy.
Top secret.
Dang.
I mean, you don't necessarily, because I mean, Cheese also played without a rogue, but Cheese is playing their special comp, right? Like with the affliction. So
Where's Cheese at? We haven't seen Cheese in a while. I'm assuming they've probably been on break.
They just been running it down Azure Vault, I feel like.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, we just never got to really see the favorite parts. Dude, Yoda's dead again. Yoda, keep it together, man.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
we're just
the
gonna-
Feral
rest.
Druids.
Fuck.
We're just trying to die here.
Shit.
Jeez.
I like what Thunderstruck is cooking, though. I really like this whole thing where people are just like snapping stuff onto third and last boss.
Yep.
Yep.
It feels like definitely the way to go.
And it's pretty cool that they're doing all of this snapping without a rogue. It would be so much easier if they literally just had a rogue in there. They somehow figure out how to snap all of this stuff without one.
Yeah. I mean, Rogue does seem like it'd be a really weak class in this dungeon, though, since there's
Yeah.
so much like large AoE packs that like you just want all the AoE damage.
I'm sorry.
Although I guess it would be kind of good on all the bosses if you're just pulling mobs onto it.
Yeah.
You would really think this is a dungeon where you would pull tons of trash onto every boss, but these teams are finding ways to.
I mean, you could even turn this into a fire mage key, right? You could literally pull Furies on top of Laymore, pull the Asher
Yup.
Blade wing onto Asher Blade, snap stuff in
Yeah,
Grey
but
Wing.
Also the spell steal. Spell steal is very big.
Yeah.
Something that a lot of people don't know is like you can spell steal the Furies for 50% increased damage.
Hmm. Direwolves is also doing this Lasher Skitterfly pull. I mean, I really don't like it. I mean, I don't think it's bad,
I'm gonna be right back
but
real quick.
I don't know. With bolstering this pull just seems a bit slow to me. Because now you bolster all of these Lashers up. And do you delay the boss spawn? I guess it doesn't matter that they delay the boss spawn that much because they have to pull the evoker has to do the pull anyway, I guess. And it takes some time to do the evoker pull. This whole Echo Knight pull, do you need an evoker to jump around, or can you send a pet through or something as well?
Pretty sure it's just evoker because you have to go around. I don't know if you'd be able to like what kind of pet are we talking? A hunter pet?
Yeah, like I mean maybe there's a way where like a warlock pet.
Wolves. Oh no, dire wolves is dead as soon as I get the trash in.
You'd need the composition, you know.
Well, so I don't know the exact ruling, but so normally you should not be allowed to go through that gate. But the reason that you can is because technically you're going around the gate, not through it with the evoker. So I don't know if that means using a hunter pet would be not allowed because it would be going through the gate. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. They kind of just do whatever they want to do with the rules, but technically the reason that that's allowed is because you're not going through the gate, you're going around it.
I like that they allow this full, but it is a bit. I don't think it makes sense. If you read the rules, I don't think it makes sense that they are allowed to do this.
No, yeah, I completely agree. I think that their original plan was make the rules very tight, and that way they can sort of just protect themselves by default. Whereas like before, the rules were too loose, and then they didn't really like have the ability to enforce anything. Like, I don't think they actually want to, like, really stop people from doing skips or crazy pulls, but they just want to, like, if you're doing some really weird game-breaking stuff that's going to make people mad, they want to be able to at least filter it out and make you show what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they have a new rule where they basically say if you do anything that, in your opinion, is not normal, then you have to, like, record it and send it to an admin. And then they'll tell you if it's fine or not. And I think that's a good rule.
Yeah, I have the idea maybe of you had to do that, but you also had to do it in a public channel. Because I feel like, let's say you have a strat that's like seems really sketchy, like I feel like you should have to like, I don't know, it should be shown to everybody what you're trying to do.
You think so? I don't think so.
The reason I say that is because, specifically similar to the Plague Boar incident, you can sort of withhold information about how it works to the admin. Like, for example, that's how the Plague Boar thing, in my opinion, went through, right? Is because the admins didn't understand what exactly was happening, that they were abusing Infinite Misdirect, and they basically just saw, and they're like, oh, you're snapping this, like, this is fine, you know? But
yeah,
if
but
you
that's
had
what they didn't have to
players
send
that
it in back
actually knew-
then. Like, that rule didn't exist. They didn't actually have to send them, right?
Well, sort of, but I believe they did, though, right? I believe
No.
they did get the admins okay on doing it.
Yeah, but during the tournament, and I guess during the tournament, the admins have a lot less time to see what is actually going on.
Maybe, yeah.
But if
I
they
mean, I'm not
could
sure.
actually evaluate it off the tournament, then they probably would have realized, okay, this is fucked up.
Maybe, I don't know. I still,
Maybe,
I still feel like
Thanks for
because
43,
let's say you're the
Venmara.
team
Thank
that's
you, thank
submitting
you.
the thing, right? Like it's in your best interest to try and hide what you're doing, right?
Of
Like
course,
if you're
yeah.
like you're basically like if you do that, you should basically just submit a video and say, "Hey, can we do this?" and then not even explain anything about it and only answer questions that they ask you, you know what I mean? And if there's any like glitches or like secret stuff, like you just don't even bring it up because why would you? But at least
what
if
was the
other
discussion?
players can see. We were talking about how you have to submit stuff to admins in order to get it approved if you're doing anything that's like weird. And I mentioned the idea of having that be a public thing. Like you don't submit it privately to the admins, but you have to submit it publicly where all the other teams can see what you're submitting.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Which is, I mean, it's bad in the sense that it prevents people from like trying to quote unquote innovate, but I just don't have faith in the admins to like identify when things are like, you know, very, very bad.
Well, I mean,
Because
I think they can
another
always send
player
it to
will
like the
know.
casters or something, right? Then
Eh.
they'll maybe figure it out.
But people just want to ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah, I mean, I
Right,
get that, of
exactly.
course, yeah.
Yeah.
But because the problem with sending
I can
stuff
be an admin.
in publicly is always like if someone comes up with a really cool strategy and then they have to share it with everyone, it does kind of suck, I guess.
Yeah, because you'd rather like not share the strategy. Like Echo would rather just not, and then see what they can. Okay, what happens if they just use a strategy that they didn't like submit? You know.
Well, I just think that would have prevented the plague borer incident. Is all.
No.
Yeah, I mean that's why they changed the rules, right? That you have to submit stuff beforehand. I think.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess.
so-
Sorry, go ahead.
In the Race the World first, there's like a Discord, right? That like all of top teams are in, where they have to like ask about things.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it shouldn't be that big of a deal if there's something like that for MDI, right?
Yeah, I mean that is what they have, right?
Well, no, but like what you guys are talking about right now is that they have to.
Yeah, well, again, that's what I was saying, like a public forum where when you're asking about stuff,
It's not like a
But it's different for the race
but, like,
because
you know.
they're streaming it, right? Like if Echo asks, "Hey, can we do this?" and then they say yes, then they'll
But
see
they don't
them
have to
anyway.
stream it.
Yeah, well, they do, right?
Now,
Like,
they,
it just so
now they do.
happens.
Now they do.
Yeah, like it just so happens that they. Wait, what do you mean? Now they have to stream it? They don't have
Well,
to.
I mean,
stream
it's
it, right?
like they're dependent on it for like the money.
Yeah, no, yeah, like it just happens to be how it is. Like
Before they streamed it, the
MDI could
Discord
easily be
wasn't
like
a
that,
thing,
too.
so.
Yep.
True.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, either way is fine as long as. Because it's also really boring if an MDI or TGP happens and one team clearly has like some super insane strategy and they win because of it, right? Because then it also the tournament itself just becomes boring at that point too. So I guess that is also not in Blizzard's interest.
I think having the information out there so that people can try to do these snaps, they can try to do these skips or whatever strategies, and then you just have to out execute your opponent is like generally a good idea. Just tough to be able to get the admins to approve everything and understand everything.
I think it's, yeah, because if they would have to send literally every snap, then at that point, it's almost like you're giving away your whole strategy, right? Like think about Asher Vault. You're snapping like every second pull or something. So I guess it would have to be to like the admin's discretion. They would have to say, hey, this is something so crazy or so weird that we share it publicly. But if it's just like a normal snap, then maybe you don't have to.
And that's like a lot of work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like it's tough enough to be able to get like the information on the tournament from like their website and the resources that they have, but then also having everybody like approve all these strategies in advance and know everything that's happening in advance is like a lot to ask, it seems.
Because I think this evoker skip, like the evoke in Academy, where the evoker jumps around, like that is something that in my opinion they should have shared, just because it was so, like it was such a gray line thing where I'm not sure if this is allowed or not, and maybe other teams actually would have come up with it, but didn't even ask the admins because they figured, okay, this is clearly against the rules, so we're not even gonna ask.
Yeah.
I would say as a competitor, though, it definitely sucks really bad if one of the teams just has like this like super crazy strategy, like, you know, I'm talking like Plague Borer level strategy that you would stand absolutely zero chance against unless you were doing it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on one hand, it'd be like, you know, yeah, you know, just get better, just figure it out yourself. But at the same time, you know, like when you're in the situation, it's like, well, I mean, like it's already GG. Like it was over the moment Echo showed their strategy.
Yeah.
And it was allowed because like there was literally zero counterplay to it because like no other strategy could possibly have came close to beating that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a difficult question because, I mean, one good example would be, I don't think this is actually true, or I don't know if it's true, but like some team was like trying to kite the mini bosses in court instead of doing like any enforcers or playing them or whatever. And if they have to, like if it actually works, let's say they can execute this pool where the healer just kites those mini bosses and they can do it and they're super fast. If they have to like submit that in like a public Discord, then that would, you know, like that would definitely, like everyone else would just do it then, right? So I don't know.
For sure.
Like it's difficult to make these decisions.
Yeah, it's really hard. Personally, I do find it the most exciting when it comes down to like just straight up outplays or when some team does like something super risky rather than something that's like exploiting sort of. Like maybe that's like not the best word to use, but like it definitely feels like a difference of cheating versus
Yeah, I mean,
straight
I
up
think you're
having, like,
always
some
talking about
big
like
outbreak.
you're always thinking about the plague borer thing, and I agree that was.
Yeah.
I mean, that definitely wouldn't have been allowed if they would have submitted it earlier and they would have explained what it does, right? But then there's also just like other strategies like the evoker jumping around the thing or like pulling mini bosses, kiting them, whatever. And at that point, I do think it is interesting. Like if one team comes up with this strategy, I think to me that is very interesting because yeah, the execution and whatever. I feel like there's so many teams that have such good players that all of them can execute stuff. So to me, the MDI and TGP is a lot about like coming up with the routes and strategies as well. So if everyone would just have to give everything away, it would be weird.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I don't know. It's difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
especially because
like,
the history of dungeons was all about just finding the game mechanics, what exploits, whatever you're gonna call it, which is breaking dungeons.
Yeah.
It's literally just like how you did challenge mode strats back in the day.
And I also think we're gonna find out a lot less stuff about these dungeons now. Right?
That's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, I think so, because at some point it just becomes too min-maxy. And then it's like impossible to start playing in Plus if every other player has been playing the same dungeons for a year and they know every snap and everything. And
yeah, exactly. It's like, how daunting is it for new players to come into the game and then have to like figure out?
I don't think that's fair because like,
I think it's just more of a good thing that there's new dungeons so that everybody's on the same learning page at the start of a season.
Well, that's also not entirely true because, you know, there are people who are like, oh, you know, I'm going to have to learn these BFA dungeons that people have played for years and I've never played before.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like bringing back BFA dungeons and stuff is definitely going against that very thing that they're trying to achieve with rotating out the pools.
I mean, maybe, but that was also like 3 or 4 years ago. And so I think
it
it's
depends,
fair.
because if you bring back like an MOP dungeon, that's like a completely different thing. But if you bring back a BFA dungeon, in my opinion, there's people who played those dungeons for 2 years and they know lots and lots of stuff about those dungeons, like small optimizations.
Sure, how many people is that though? That are going to be also meeting up with like new players that are coming into the game for the first time. I don't think that there's that much cross contamination with it.
No.
It's like
No, I don't think that's an issue necessarily. It's just a problem for like people that actually want to do hierarchies, or also for like watching MDI and stuff as well, because watching MDI is also a thing where if you have new dungeons every season, it's more exciting.
Yeah.
But if you bring back old dungeons, then it's a little bit weirder. Because then the cast are going to be like, oh, in BFA they did this, and now they're doing it again. And they're like, huh?
I don't think that's a bad thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like, it's much better than having 2 years of the same dungeons.
No, I agree. Well, I agree.
Here we're just doing this all over again. Like, yeah, I guess it's gonna like.
Thanks for 3 months, Lalias. Thank you so much.
To like learn all these little intricacies, but that's just kind of how it always goes.
I mean, the best thing would be if they bring 8 completely new dungeons every season.
Good luck with that. I mean, I agree, but good luck with that.
Honestly,
that is a chatting take.
No,
that is a chatting take.
I would like if there was 10 dungeons total. Like, I don't care how they decide to do it. Like, yeah, I really enjoyed having 10 plus dungeons. Like, I feel like that's something I missed the most from BFA or Legion.
Nah,
really,
I want 8. I want 8
Oh,
season.
really?
Especially if you have Fort and Tyrannical IO. If they didn't have the Fort Tyrannical IO thing, then I would be fine with more dungeons.
God, I can't believe there are so many of you guys who do not like.
Bro, just don't
10
look.
dungeons.
Just don't look. Don't look. Please don't look. Just don't look.
I'm
don't
looking.
look.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
Just don't look. Don't look.
Oh my team.
Who are we watching? Cheese?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, they changed up their strategy completely too.
He changed it completely. He forgot to levitate himself, and then because he was dead, he
but not even bad. They're 100% count before they even reach the last boss.
He forgot to levitate himself, and then he wasn't alive to grip Jimmy. Oh. Oh no.
But all right, going back to the 10 thing. I mean, there's no shot. 8 dungeons is enough. I don't know. I feel like I get
for
bored
a
of doing
season.
The same.
I think it's totally enough for a season.
I
think you're a bit biased because you're not used to the dungeon pools rotating yet. Because we literally didn't have it yet, right? But I think.
I mean, I'm just thinking about it like right now. I'm just like, oh man, you know, well, back to Shadow Moon and Quarter Stars every single time.
Yeah, I think you also just play a lot, right? Like people that don't play as much,
Yeah,
they probably still don't know half the abilities in all of the dungeons, right?
Yeah.
Noobs.
Yeah, maybe play the game every day for 6-8 hours a day for 6 months with these 8 dungeons. You'll want 2 more, sure. But like,
it's perfect.
I think Temple of the Jade Serpent kind of highlights how they really like slapped in some new mechanics into the dungeons and made it a really annoying key to do. And if they actually had more time to spend on it, maybe it would have been less annoying. So I'm like hoping Vortex Pinnacle isn't going to be a massive pain in the ass because it was back in the day.
Yeah, I haven't played that, or I probably did play it. I just don't remember it. But yeah, like I think the 8 to 10 dungeons, I think is also like the way not only tyrannical and fortified, because that is obviously also really annoying for people to farm 20 dungeons.
Yeah.
But even just like, let's say you do 1 in plus week. Let's say it's a really good in plus week. Playing 10 dungeons or trying to get a good key in 10 dungeons is just a lot. I feel like, I don't know, for people that don't play that much. Because I feel like I don't even play enough.
But it just adds variety, you know? It's not like you have to play all 10 dungeons.
Listen, man,
I
people don't know the
I
mechanics to
play-
some of these 8 dungeons.
I play 5 days a week. Like I don't play the weekend, yeah. And sometimes I feel like that I literally don't have enough time to do keys, even though I play 5 days a week, 8 hours a day or something of M plus.
Well, but like, what do you mean by you don't have enough time to do keys? Like, to
I mean, not enough to get all of the times that I want. You know, like sometimes it's just
I see.
Wednesday, and then it's like, oh, I didn't manage to get this key on a key level higher or whatever. And of course, you deplete me all the keys too, right?
I know
Like-
exactly what you mean.
Yeah. You're not
we
grinding
barely
enough
play
to be able
too. We're just like casually doing keys. Also, wait, hold on. Let them cook actually improve their time by a lot for a non-fire.
Oh,
mage team,
1340.
so-
That's good.
Yeah, that's
They actually
they're
moved
second
up.
place
They're in
now.
second
Holy
place now.
moly.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, is Let Them Cook insane or?
I don't want to. I don't want to like bash anybody, but Tettles was saying Legendary ran a no fire mage comp in SMBG already. I don't want to just be like, no, they didn't on stream. They ran a fire mage, right?
They all run fire mage other than
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Well, and Ducks Can Fly didn't play either.
That's just
Legendary.
Tettles just leaving the scene of the crime, leading on the misinformation.
Committing dancing room up into this bowl.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to be like, no, they didn't, dumbass. Well, on like the official stream, I'm not.
I would have
I'm
said
not
that.
Gonna, I'm not going to do that to anyone. But like, I was pretty sure they did play fire mage.
Oh, breaking news. Tettles is actually right.
Really? They didn't run fire mage?
Legendary played the normal
Gem.
comp. Shadow Mage, Feral Druid.
Okay, so he was right. So
Shadow
I'm the
Mage?
dumbass.
Tettles was in
Okay.
fact right.
Time to go
I
on to
was
the
just
official
suspicious
broadcast.
because Tettles usually doesn't make
I
shit
mean,
up.
yeah, it's just Tettles, so you know.
Wait, Legendary didn't play?
What, did you just
Sorry?
say Tettles
Automatically
doesn't make
assumed.
shit up? You know he's a Moonkin player, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say the Moonkin complaints every season of Shadowlands.
Dude, Direwolves is getting farmed in this dungeon, by the way. Holy hell! And Thunderstruck.
Oh
It does
man.
not look.
Dude,
not looking great
bolstering
for you, right?
Algathar is not.
Yeah.
It's not
Yep.
nice.
Yeah, I mean,
not
Direwolves is
nice.
doing great outside of Algathar. Like they have to.
Yeah, letting
Do
the Mystic
something about
Blast
this.
go off.
How much longer? It's only 1 hour left. 1 hour, 12 minutes.
She spent the majority of their time just in Azure Vault. Feels like
Yeah,
it
I
has.
mean,
Yeah.
Probably.
they know this is their like, if they can nail this. Although to be fair, they've been changing strategies a lot. Maybe they're also just like cooking up strats.
Let them cook.
I just wish they would play Academy again. I want to see that Warlock thing again.
Didn't look that insane though, because like the pulls that it really shines on, the level of the key's not high enough for it to really like
It's
matter.
bolstering.
Yeah, and it's bolstering and tyrannical, right? Which is not that great. But somehow they still had like a super good time, like first try, right? Or like second
mean,
try.
I think a lot of that is the fact that they just it's what they played last weekend, so they just have practice on it.
You would think so for the other teams as well, right?
It would only be Thunderstruck, right?
yeah, but if it's 2 weeks ago, I mean, does it make a lot of difference? Maybe.
No,
I don't know.
no. I'm saying they had bolstering Academy and
Oh, I see what
the other
you're
teams
saying.
didn't
Okay.
have bolstering, so it's a little more fresh in their mind because it was last week. Also, they've got practice with bolstering, so
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yo, so globals is 100% in 0.7, right?
Yeah.
Globals is like what, 2 weeks from now, maybe more.
It's
We
like
have
the
a date for it.
31st.
It's the end of the month.
Second, yeah.
And
It's
They
3
played
weeks from now.
Affliction
3 weeks from
Warlock
today.
again, yeah.
So yeah, it's
And
after
then-
10.0.7.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks from now.
Wait, but
Or
like
a week and a half from now.
So do they only literally have like
a week and a half or two
a
to practice?
week?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, 1 week.
And it's gonna be some like major changes too.
Yep.
Like
Good
Shadowface is
luck.
just fucking gone from the face of Earth. And Prod Paladin's gonna be meta. What else is changing? Evoker's also gone, so everyone's just gonna play Resto Shaman.
Evoker's still gonna be good.
Boomkin's gonna get buffed. Warlock's
No,
gonna
what?
get buffed. Ret's gonna get buffed.
Ellie
not getting
Shaman's
buffed.
buffed.
Wait, is it not? Goop said it was getting buffed.
Oh, and pure single target for the raid. I don't think in
Oh,
the
never
plus.
mind. That's 0.1.
Yeah, that's their patch.
That's crazy.
I think you could still run Evoker for dungeons. It's definitely weakened for raids.
Oh, and Guardian is gonna be meta. Actually, I forgot. There's gonna be huge Guardian changes. Oh my god, dude, 0.7 is
Is it
gonna be
though?
insane.
Wait, isn't Demonology Warlock like stupidly strong on 10.0.7?
Why?
I'm pretty sure it is. THD's in chat. THD, can you confirm?
Dude, I should have played in this last stand. I would have just brought out Bearting and just like, look, it would have been sick.
Isn't Demo and Bisgear simming for like 110k on 10.0.7?
Seems reasonable. What the hell? Let's look at cheese. We got the levitate. We got the life grip. Come on, jump. Where's Jimmy?
THD doesn't
There he is.
pay attention to NDAs, man. Dude, they were supposed to have literally no connection to the outside world, but THD had his Chatterino on the entire time during Race to World First. I don't want to hear it.
I mean, when does he not have it on?
True.
No, legendary. Oh. Ooh, ducks can fly pretty fast. Fast-ish. I mean,
So
it's gonna be
THD
slow
said
compared to the others, but
10.1 is gonna be miserable because of the very rare items. Is this facts
dude.
or what?
I do not like the fact that they're expanding
Oh,
it without
yeah,
Denars. I don't think it's good at all.
Damn,
Time to
I
get you
hate
guys to raid.
super rare items.
wait, which one's the trinkets? You mean?
Yep.
Any of them.
Well, I mean, there's gonna be more. There's gonna be a bunch more.
It's
Super
like a
rare
cloak,
items.
I think that's very rare.
There's a cloak that's very rare that doesn't have any actual effect on it right now. But it's definitely going to have one.
It's slightly better because you can upgrade it now with the new system, right? But yeah,
You can't upgrade it all the way.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
it would
only
just be
upgrade
like a
to 415.
Yeah, that's not very exciting.
I mean, if it's like Reef Torch or something, then it's better to have it on 415 than not having it at all, I guess.
Wait, no. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think you guys read the whole post.
Huh?
You
What do
like
you
a
mean?
normal item will only ever be upgradable to heroic item level. You can't keep going
You
with
can-
that item.
Yeah, but you
Oh.
can upgrade heroic to 415, and you can upgrade normal mode to like 410. And I'm always talking about like relative item level that we have now.
Yeah, the new equivalent.
Yeah. Relative to now, no, I understand. Yeah.
Either way,
That's their way to keep
God,
people
I
interested in like
hate
raiding and stuff.
super rare items.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the biggest fan
Is,
of that.
is that
either.
a true take, by the way? If Jesus, that again. Is that a true take? If they were to remove loot from raid would just be like dead as fuck.
I don't know if it would be like
Probably, yeah.
dead, but it would definitely take a big downswing.
It probably would be that. I mean, who would want to
Yeah.
raid for no loot? There would have to be something.
Well, I mean, if you could just like have the
there's
freedom
plenty of
to
people
do...
who raid without caring about loot, right?
Yeah,
especially
like-
in other games.
But I'm just saying, if you made
you know,
it
for
so
a-
that M plus and raid were 100% equal, then yeah, most people would just prefer the flexibility.
I mean, one thing that I was suggesting, I guess, is that they have like this ultimate, you know, like the Final Fantasy 14 ultimate.
Yeah, no,
kind
yeah,
of
that's what I'm saying.
Difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you still have the best gear coming from like mythic raids or something, and then you just have like one extra difficulty that is for race to
Well, I mean, why
first
don't you
stuff
just
or
make
whatever.
that for heroic instead. Like what if like the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
month
I mean
was like
that.
heroic was only release and
Like they would
heroic
just
was
make
actually
mythic
tuned to be
easier,
hard.
basically.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'd be cool with that too. I mean, they might as well just make it heroic, right? Like you just have heroic first week or first month, I would say, and it would be
I mean,
like the challenge.
The
And
reason
then
why
Mythic
I would
comes
still want
out.
it to be mythic is because I do think people like mythic. Like people like doing mythic raids.
Like the idea of it.
Like they don't want it to be like super easy that it falls over. Because there's some
Well, no,
people
but I'm
that
saying
do
I'm saying
mythic.
like heroic doesn't have to be easy in the
Oh,
beginning.
you're saying that heroic. You're basically just saying they
Like
should
heroic
remove
is
one
actually
difficulty or something, right?
not necessarily remove, but like make heroic actually a challenge for the first month, and they can just nerf it all they want, and then keep mythic as like an unnerfed, the true challenge. Like gear won't matter as much, and it's gonna be the same difficulty. Like the race the world first will be the same difficulty as cutting edge 100th or whatever.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, just
then-
like
Pretty much same
different
thing, yeah.
variations of it. Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
why would
like,
like
you might as well
hardcore
just-
guilds do farm?
Full
Right?
parses. I mean,
Nobody cares about parses.
Yeah, nobody would do that.
I mean, if they don't care about parsing, then
You
they
would
could just
still
like
want to
call it
farm
for its year.
heroic for the gear, right?
Sure, you'd want to like farm heroic and you'd be like, curb stopping it, but otherwise farm would be like a pain in the ass if it was never getting nerfed and people would just not want to do it at all.
I mean,
That's
but
fine
who the
though.
hell
Like,
wants to
I don't
farm
think.
for gear
Yeah.
anyway?
I think people don't like
I'm just
farm
thinking.
no matter what.
Yeah. I guess they would still do it for like some sales, I guess. But even then
Yeah,
it would be
sales
like
or
crazy
parsing.
expensive.
I
A
don't
lot
know,
of
because like
guilds.
when I look at other games, there's people definitely reclear. It's not like they don't reclear ever. They just enjoy doing it, or if they do enjoy, they'll do on like alts or something. There's like definitely reasons to reclear.
Yeah, I think re-clearing stuff is only fun if it's still difficult. But that's just
Yeah.
not a thing in WoW currently. Like I feel like if you've killed a boss once,
And it's just gonna be
just
nerfed
easy.
too.
And it's gonna be nerfed, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. Like maybe like a mythic version where it's just like the true mythic version. People
Yeah,
play for the
I'd like that.
challenge.
Yeah. It'd be cool if they just did it for like the last 4 bosses or something like that. Because so many of the fights in Vault were just ridiculously like over easy. Having to deal with like Primal
Happens to
Council and
weapon.
like Aranog. It was like, okay. Rogue Razaketh way harder by comparison.
Yeah.
They
Dude, let
just
him cook
make,
can actually shave a bunch of time too. Go ahead.
Which in SPG? Or which
Yeah, I
dungeon?
mean, yeah, SPG.
I guess
They
they're
still
only
have a lot of
13
time they can
seconds
shave.
behind now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was saying that if they make raiding like a smaller raid size, it would be so good for everyone, I guess, except like the race will first, right?
Wait, you
If
mean
do
except every guild that
15-man
already has a
raiding or
roster
something.
of 20 players and that would have to cut 5 players? That would suck.
Yeah, that's whatever. Nah, that's pretty
But
much
it
whatever.
would,
That's
it would honestly
whatever?
be, it would be
They
a
did
lot
that
better
before.
for the average.
25 men to 20
I
men.
did that before and it killed rating.
What?
Wait, what? Why?
I
It
don't know
was-
about killed rating.
It destroyed participation rate at the highest difficulty. When they
I mean,
swapped
did
from
it?
when they swapped from 25 man and 10 man to just 20 man,
Well,
that
okay, wait,
lowered the amount of people
But
that did
that's
mythic
because they
content
removed
by a
10
ton.
men,
Yeah, because they removed 10 man.
not because they went from 25 to 20.
Yeah. Because 10-man groups had to go into 20, and then
All
you
these
merged
fucking
2
dumbasses
guilds.
in chat chatting, go look at the numbers from Miss Pandaria to WAD. That is what happened.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you're not
so-
listening, right? It's because they have removed 10 men.
Yeah, you're
so
not listening.
Yeah.
a guild that only did 10 men could not raid 20. So of course the numbers were lower then, right? But it wasn't because they lowered the raid size. It was because they removed 10 men.
Yeah,
It was
they-
it was a
they-
combination of the two. Yes, it was a combination
yeah.
of the two.
But like,
But 10 man participation was still lower compared to 25 man. Anyways,
I mean, isn't that
but
just
it's
like a
like-
completely different reason?
let's
Like,
say,
what
for
if they
example,
just only had one or the other?
Yeah, if you had like 60% was 25 man and 40% is 10 man, then 40% of the whole population needs to like merge teams together or massively recruit and completely reshape the face of their roster, as opposed to the 25 mans, which just had to drop a couple people. It's like an
And I
entirely
mean, 10 man
like,
was
different
just the
thing.
less competitive format, right? It just gave like worse gear and all
Yeah.
that stuff. I mean, I didn't play
Yeah.
back then, but like that's completely different reasons. Like, what if there was only 10 mans and only 20 mans? I would get I would be shocked if 20 man was more popular if there were only 2 possible modes. Like,
10
there's
man
absolutely no world
today.
where was that?
I said 10 man would be more popular today. Anything like a lower raid
Yeah.
size, more accessible, would be more popular today.
I would just go for 15 man just because 10 man is too small, I think,
Yeah, I agree.
compared to like the amount of specs we have in a game, right?
Yeah.
But I think 15 would be okay.
It would never happen, though.
I also don't think so. I mean, they could also just make an extra. I wouldn't mind if they make like a 10 man raid in addition to the 20 man mythic raid that we already have. But like make it drop higher item level than heroic, but not as high as like 20 man. I think that would already help people that don't want to commit
yeah,
to like
maybe.
a schedule, because that's like a big issue with mythic raiding.
Yeah.
That you need a guild, then you need a schedule. And 10 man, I think that's something you can just pug it and it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest appeal by far. Like, just way more accessibility. Just being able to just do it.
Thanks for the sub.
And now do that with
Jim
utility
Nailers,
as well.
thank you so much.
Not have physical and magic debuffs or burst buffs, int buffs that are all mandatory.
You just remove them all.
Yeah. Just like make cool utility, like this guy has grip, this guy has mobility. Not this guy brings 2% damage for everybody.
Class buffs are so weird anyway. Like, they clearly created them for raiding, so you can
Yeah, they
so
want
you have
some
to bring them
diversity.
all. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then they don't make
I'll bring
any
back
sense in M
scrolls.
plus and in PvP. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
weird.
those are just like afterthoughts.
That's the thing, is like
so
they could
dumb.
have scrolls for us like we had in BFA, but then they just chose not to continue that.
It's really weird how they've tried to move away from the whole class buff system we had in like MOP and Legion, you know, those types of days.
Mm-hmm.
They try to go away from that, but now they've just kind of reintroduced it with these random ass stupid things that random classes have.
Well,
like,
so
doesn't make any sense.
back then, was there more class diversity than? Because like I assume they probably looked at Legion
absolutely,
and they're
yeah.
probably like, oh, there's people are just like hard stacking and they completely ignore some of these classes. So they probably just like tried to revert it.
You brought classes based off of what their class was actually good at, not because they randomly happened to give you a buff that no other class gave.
Yeah, it's also like some class buffs are somewhat okay. Like if you look at M plus, for example, and think about Arcane Intellect, it's not like the most broken thing because it doesn't buff everybody. But then you see something like Mark of the Wild, which is just like insanely broken.
Yup.
I don't know. And then they give
And,
it
like,
to
the
Druid,
requirement
which
of
has
loss.
4 specs and never really had an issue
Getting
to be
brought to a
invited
raid
to
anyway.
raids, you know? Like,
Yup. They
It's
can't keep
really
getting away
weird.
with it.
The whole concept of having class buffs available from like 3 different specs and then also having a class like Hunter that could just fill in the gaps was always something I really enjoyed back then.
Yeah, that was very cool. Take it a step further, make Warlock pets do that too.
oh, they should bring back the
you don't
aspect
need
of
to
the
do
fox. That would be so
Yeah,
good for hunters.
Yes.
Okay, aspect of the fox and
That
what
was
was
so
what was
busted.
the mage one?
Amp
Amplification, Amp Magic. Those were so weird.
Amp Magic was
It's
weird.
weird,
Amp
but
Magic was
Fox
really
was
weird.
cool. Okay, so
I
you could
think,
use a channeled mana pot. You
Oh,
just
yeah,
like sit down
yeah.
and drink. But while Fox was up, you could move, and so you would just be sliding your butt across the floor, drinking your potion, and getting in position. It was awesome.
I think the reason why they removed Fox was because back then classes like range DPS in general were like super immobile.
Yeah, you needed it
But
for Black
nowadays,
Hand.
yeah, but nowadays classes can do so much while moving. I think it wouldn't even be that strong right now. I don't think so. I mean, you could use it during wins on
Did-
Rastagath or something.
Disc Priest would be having a ball.
Yeah, maybe like maybe certain classes, like
Disc
maybe
Priest speaking.
Warlock, Disc
I know,
Priest,
I
or
know,
whatever.
I know.
But a lot of range DPS are just very mobile.
Yo, so it looks like Cheese is just going to the normal strategy. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, they killed the boss at 9:16. That's basically how other teams have been doing the normal strat. This doesn't feel that fast, but I mean, I guess maybe they figured this would be better. Or the strat's not reliable enough.
I think they've always done this strat, and they were already like super fast. So I guess they figured they're just gonna keep doing it.
But their second boss split is just like decent at best.
Yeah, like the one thing that's pretty fast is the first pull, right? Where they pull
first pull
everything and then they snap
pulling
Furies
Azure Blade.
down and whatever.
But their split doesn't seem that fast. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's just the first split, like the
add
Laymore split. Because I think they do like 40% trash before Laymore. I thought so. At least that's what they did earlier on.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Thanks for Prime, Luca. Thank you so much. I think so. Maybe that wasn't cheese. I thought it was cheese.
Disc Priest. It didn't work.
Can he cast Halo during Aspect of the Wolf?
What do you mean, Fox?
Aspect of the Fox, yeah, there we go.
Oh,
I was watching too much Dire Wolves. 11:20, yeah. They're not that fast. Jeez, that is. Oh, let him cook back in.
So is there any chance of
SPG?
ducks can fly getting out of
No.
6th place? No shot, right?
Absolutely not. They're so far behind.
I mean, it's really just No Kuda and SPG, it seems like. Their Algafar is
6
not too
minutes
far
behind,
away.
man. It's rough.
Oof, yeah, that's a lot.
6 minutes behind. No. They are... Okay, yeah, they're almost 6 minutes behind.
Bear back 1 second, guys.
Wait. How, though?
I honestly don't know how they're so far behind, actually.
It seems like it's really just No Kuda and SPG.
Well, they're 6 minutes behind the top
Bear
10.
back.
They're only
Oh,
3 minutes.
okay,
They're only
no,
3.5
okay,
minutes
that
behind
makes sense.
Thunderstruck.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean, they just need to get past Thunderstruck at least for today.
But 3 minutes, man. That's a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cyro's just been locked into this Algathar for the past, what, like 2 hours?
Yeah, they are hard stuck here.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of the worst feelings in this type of format.
I almost think that
remember
there
getting
should be-
stuck in a couple of dungeons.
I almost think that they should have every dungeon in this format.
I sort of liked that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I figured they were too afraid of. Oh, I guess you're talking about like for like the MDI specific.
Well, it's just like if they want to continue this format going forward for this last stand, if they want to make it regular MDI, whatever they want to do, I think it'd be a little bit better if they just had 6, then 7, then 8 dungeons instead of 4, then 5, then 6.
That makes sense because these are short. No, it
Yeah.
wouldn't work for TGP though. Like the only thing with TGP is that it would be too much homework in the beginning.
That I understand. That I agree with. Because then you're like building up the keys. But now you're just constantly running this 21 and spending half the day on one dungeon to try to get a fraction of a like a minute faster, 30 seconds faster, whatever it is. And it's like start, stop, start, stop, start, stop.
Yeah, but like Cheese here, they're gonna kill this boss in like what, 2 minutes? It's gonna be a little bit slower than Dire Wolves. I mean, honestly, it might even be slower than their normal strat. Their 1544. Oh, Naguura said in chat, I think they specifically lowered the dungeon because teams said they don't have time to optimize amount of dungeons. Oh, they specifically lowered their amount of dungeons because they don't have enough time to optimize.
Cheese will definitely set a new best time here. Not by a lot, though.
I 'Cause, 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 ' Wait, is Naguura just listening from like really far away?
Naguura check?
I've noticed a couple of people do that. They just like have their headphones on while they're like walking around their house or something.
Wait, Growl
I think I
check?
know Growl does that.
Veg.
Oh, veg.
Veg.
Naguura and Growl both
Yeah.
veg.
Do you not do that?
No, I have earbuds.
No, I don't use wireless.
Yeah.
Headphones.
Wireless headphones are the goat.
I have earbuds that are plugged into my mic.
Wait, where do
That's
you
weird, 'cause,
where do
like-
you go though?
The
Just
kitchen
walk around
or
your
the
kitchen, I
bathroom.
guess. Yeah.
Just keep your headphones on. Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
we're-
Something
I'd be
about
like
that.
uncomfortable. I don't know.
I mean, if we're like in between keys and I want to go like make a
Oh
snack
wait,
and
she's
grab a
actually
drink.
quite
Like,
fast here.
oh
she's
no,
like
Fem
1-5
died.
now.
Oh, +5, unlucky.
Oh no.
But that's pretty good. They actually got the fastest.
That is the
Fire
fastest
balls.
time. That's not as fast as they could go though. We know they can go so much
Yeah.
faster. If they do their other strat.
Yeah, because like normally when people are not at their desk, I can just like talk shit about them. Like I remember when Max had his headphones off, he was like, "Hey, I can't hear anything at the moment." There's like so much shit talking that was allowed, but like if they can hear everything, that's not good.
I mean, you just shit talk me even when
Alright,
I'm
sorry.
here. Though.
I was chatting in the Discord.
Well, that's called being a healer.
Yeah, true.
Did you hear me shit talk tanks and healers on
I'm
stream
behind?
earlier?
Oh.
I've had it muted today.
I thought I'm behind in the.
Oh,
in
is that
the
what Pika was
box.
talking about? I saw Pika pop in the chat. He's like, "No way, this caster just said that DPS is harder than tanking or healing."
That's not what I
no
said.
way.
That's not what I said.
okay.
That's not what I said.
Oh, again, that's just what I read him right in chat. I wasn't
Specifically, what I said is that the healer and tank roles are far more binary than the DPS role is. Like it's a lot easier to notice when a tank or a healer does something wrong because you tend to just completely wipe. Whereas if a DPS player makes like a rotational mistake, they just do
Like,
less
I'll be
damage.
cauterized, whatever.
Or they cauterize, or they have to
Or
hop
use
a personal.
Battleism. Well, so the way I've always thought about it is the tank and the healer are the ones who
Thunderstruck
are
not that
usually holding
fast.
back the progression. Like, you know. Well, I mean, it's,
Why do
it's
they even
true.
need this
Like,
key
you know,
still?
like you are
That's
gated
true.
by how well your tank and healer can slay alive / keep the group alive.
Wait.
But like, if
And then at
DPS
some
They
are
weren't
point,
faster than
doing
before,
low
right?
damage, then a pull
well,
lasts.
no,
much
yeah,
longer.
no, but and it gets to that point. But then, like, you know, it'll get to that point where it becomes more
maybe they
about
were, I don't
DPS
know.
optimization. But it doesn't get to that point until much later. You see what I'm saying?
I think so. Like, let's say Ruby Life Pools is like an example. Back when all the Cinder Bolts were like giga deadly. If you had like a super powerful healer, like Evoker was at the start, compared to the other healers, like Priest or whatever, that could just raw heal everybody's health, you could go through multiple Infernos, even if like a cast went off on a player or two when they were getting hit for like 60% of their life. And yeah, you could like tolerate it that way. But it's like the healer role goes hand in hand with like the DPS. If the DPS are not optimizing, things take longer to kill, and then more pressure gets put on the healer to be able to perform.
No, yeah, of course, yeah. That's definitely true. But I was just saying, like, you know, for the most part, you know, like, it mostly comes down to the healer and tank figuring out like most of what is required for their survival / the team's survival.
Yeah, well,
and
DPS
then, you know,
just
it just comes down to DPS optimization afterwards.
Let them cook are kind of on a banger run here, no?
Dude,
need
Moonkin has
more
better
routines.
HP.
Oh my
Holy hell.
god.
Oh my gosh, hasty.
Yeah, I think so, right? They're on quite a banger run.
949
They might-
Bone Maw split is like tied with the fastest run.
Ah, that's pretty good.
They might beat their. I mean, dude, I wish I could tell how much HP Nerzul has here. How much HP does it have?
Well, they have base nameplates, so you can see if you just click on them, then you can't.
Base name. Yeah, this is like a fucking bar. This is the biggest thing they need to work on for the Blizzard UI. But
I
base
have
nameplates are
told them
by
in the
far the worst thing.
I have asked them in the past to install Plater. They don't want to do it.
Install Plater. Holy, that's admitting to defeat.
Well, their entire UI is add-ons. We've got Omni CD underneath the player frames. We've got fucking Relo's Mythic Plus Weak Aura.
Actually, I never really paid attention to that. But
Kick tracker.
That's actually quite funny.
ERT is the battle res. Probably Wikora for the bloodlust.
It would be really nice to have a better looking health bar that
Isn't
shows
there
HP
also like
values.
some observer add-on too, or something like that? I remember someone said something about that.
They've got their own in-house built thing, yeah.
That's cool.
Come on,
I see a
Muchas,
Doom,
flip it up.
but I guess it's fine. Evokers don't need mana.
Yeah, he's an evoker.
They've got VE in 20 seconds. Nature's Vigil's up right now. They should be fine.
Blasting.
They are
Commit
blasting this
boss?
boss.
Question
They're
mark.
No,
super
you have to kill
fast.
this wall. For sure.
I'll be sick.
Or?
Minute boss.
No. They're committing.
committing?
No
No
way.
shots.
Yeah, dude, Hasty was just
Whoa.
channeling his staff there. You saw that? He was just fucking light of creation.
No
They're
shots.
committing, dude.
No fucking way.
Wait,
Oh my
what?
god, what?
Why are they
Dude, this is
committing?
Let
why,
them
like-
cook.
Well,
Who let them cook?
dude.
kill the fucking boss.
Wait, so show's gonna be alright.
What?
Show will be fine. Maybe they can heal through this for a little bit.
They're getting the battle
Heal.
reses off. What about
Oh
Trell?
my god, one heal.
They got
Okay,
it.
I mean, yeah, I mean that could have been better, but I mean, hey,
Man,
that also
like,
could have been worse.
Watch.
what the fuck was that?
That was
that was a let
that
him
was
cook, man.
Maybe they were thinking if they kill the ad, their time is gonna be slower anyway, so they have
No,
to try.
that is a who let them cook moment.
Nah.
Ooh, we see the warlock again. Let's go.
Did they even improve their time?
I think so.
Yeah, no, they 100%.
Like
They
14
did.
minutes
They-
or something.
They
had
they were
1340.
1340 before. Yeah,
Oh,
Okay. So yeah, about 20 seconds.
it was
Also,
a 25-second
geez,
penalty from deaths, by the way.
Oh my god.
Cheese is changing it up. They're changing.
She's
pace
going to
here.
Algathar. Yeah, that's fine.
Also, Goop made a great point. If they just installed default player, it would be disgusting.
Oh yeah,
You
no,
gotta
I'd
have
have
to
to give them a profile that would make sense.
Give them the now UI. That'd be funny.
Like AUI default would be fine. Probably without colors. Like there are a lot of really good profiles they could choose from.
they could literally just
Also-
take the normal, like a profile, and just show nothing except HP numbers, and it would already be better than this.
I specifically
Yeah.
remember.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember like a few years
2.5?
ago. I asked them to put stacked nameplates on, and they put it
Yeah.
on for a dungeon, and they were using default stacked nameplates options. Right, they didn't even customize the stacking distance, so like it looked awful. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna look awful if you don't customize it.
Yeah.
They-
Yo,
they-
by the way, Legendary's timer in Nokut is Giga. Holy.
Yeah.
True.
1725.
oh, when did that happen? What the fuck?
Huh.
They just did it. They just completed it.
Okay,
just now.
sick. That's fast, yeah.
I mean, we're finally starting to see the optimizations. These times are getting faster and faster.
Yep.
The freehold music, yeah.
Wait,
Dude,
Cheese is
Dire
going
Wolves
back
suddenly
into
looking-
Algathar though.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Wait, Growl's only a VIP in your chat, Dorky?
yeah. You can ban him. God damn. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Direwolves, but this ain't hot for them.
1430 Croth is fine. 50. Yeah, they should hit that. And not crazy fast, but like it'll be an improvement for them, no?
This Equinite is so bolstered.
Wait, this
is
is gonna be
angry.
rough.
So, by the way, Sarah, you said that the spelling curse actually puts you out of cat form, and it actually doesn't.
Oh, I asked. I have no
Oh,
idea.
you asked. Okay, good.
Oh, decurse?
Yeah, yeah.
Decurse.
But I think it's kind of awkward for them to pick it up. I'm not sure. Like in the class talent tree.
Yeah, if I ever like confidently say something about Feral, that's when you know I'm making something up because I know I know nothing about that class.
Honestly, all I know about Feral is that if they bring it for the decurse.
And I know that they think they can funnel, but they don't really. Oh,
Dude, Chaz is going down. Wait, what is going on?
Bro.
No tricks?
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. This is the problem of not having a rogue in this dungeon.
Did you see the emote I added yesterday? Ain't Norway.
Or type it. Actually, I don't
They're a
even
bit
have
slow
it
now,
available.
direwolves.
It's just upside down. Ain't no way.
Oh.
Because
We need to just go
Australians
again.
say nar.
So they have to do a whole trash pull here. They should just go again, I think, direwolves.
Yeah,
They're slow.
I mean, they stay in this dungeon for the rest of the day. I think, even though it tilts, it's probably going to tilt the shit out of them. They can make up the most time here.
Oh wait, they actually changed their routes. Didn't they do a trash pull here? Wait, that... Oh no, wait, no, never mind. That was a different team. That was Let Him Cook. Never mind. Yeah, I thought they're doing an entire trash pull here before they go to boss.
Direwolves is on a decent Algathar run. I don't think this is going to be a new best. It'll be a new best for them if they finish it. Their time is really bad in here. They're going to shave off probably like 30 or 45 seconds. But I don't think... I think like 17...
They're pulling... That's a lot of trash, though, and it's trickling in the late. Those are going to get bolstered.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of teams actually die to this pull.
As long as it's not the... Oh god, Chompy.
Oh no.
Did you just do that, Growl?
Yep.
Man.
Growl caster curse?
Yep.
Lamal, if you think Growl would be a caster, he's just a cat with a waffle on his head.
True.
He's a VTuber. Do you guys think Blizzard has something against VTubers?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
When are you gonna get like a proper VTuber lineup with an actual animated cat?
Oh no. I
Dude,
feel like
Andy
that would
Brew
just
has
weird
one.
people out. I feel like it would weird people out too.
I don't know, man. Andy Brew has one and it's a banger.
Wait, he does?
Wait,
I
Andy
could see
has one?
Growl doing that. Dorky, you probably wouldn't want to spend that kind of money, though.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm sure if Dorky just asks long enough, he'll just get one given to him.
Nah, that shit is expensive.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
I will not accept some mediocre one.
I hear a donation goal.
I don't understand when people think VTubers are cringe. I don't think VTubers are cringe. I think the culture around VTubers can be very cringe, though. Like, that's not exclusive
to be fair, you can
VTubers,
say that about many things.
Yeah, that's not exclusive to VTubers. It's like, you know, same thing in K-pop.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. Like, usually whenever you dive into, like, you know, the deep fandom, regardless of, like, it could just literally be like World of Warcraft too. People are just like, oh,
I was just about to say that, yeah.
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 Yeah, and I guess it's just like less normal, so people are more weirded out by the fandom. Because I mean, if you look at any kind of real life sports and the people that are like super passionate about it, those people are fucked up, yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
But it's just it's more normal, so I guess people just accept it.
Normal to flip over the cars and jump on telephone poles and everything like that when your team wins. And when my brother was in college in Kentucky, they would like set fire to couches in the streets.
Oh, bro, I do not want to be in Philly if there's ever a finals going on and their team's in it. Holy shit! Have you seen the things that happen there? They grease the poles before the finals of any sport that they're in the finals of.
Oh my god!
Just to make sure people don't climb up them.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Philly is something else.
Yeah, greasing the poles doesn't stop them though. They still do it.
Have you seen this evoker tech in Nokid where you just jump up the pole to prevent the war spears from charging?
Oh, yeah, I've seen a little bit of that.
Apparently that's fresh mode tech.
Yeah.
There's some new spots that people are slowly discovering.
Oh, shit, fresh tech?
Or no, fresh Thaner tech. No, Thaner has one too. He was talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, I've seen some spots.
Oh, Cheese finally back in the Algathar.
Yep. Man, where you been? We were here for like
I don't know. I've been talking about
20 minutes or
fucking
so.
stan culture and shit. I don't pay attention when I'm not casting. As hard, anyways.
Good save,
So
good
you're
save.
just like full on streaming.
And this is so much more chill. When you're casting, you constantly have to think about things to say, and then sometimes you just don't know what to say, so you just say something completely random.
Yep, you just say
I'm
random
constantly
Make it up.
thinking about things to say, but I'm just saying random things.
Yep.
On the bright side, we don't have to necessarily talk about the match-related things. Also, wait,
And
I
that's
just
a
realized
good thing. It's like
you can banish the forager. What the hell?
Oh, that's a
But-
few.
Yeah, they're elementals.
True, true.
Oh, they're beasts. Neat.
Yeah, why
Yeah, I
are
mean, that's
the
like a good
druids
thing is you don't have
cycloning
to-
stuff? What the hell?
I didn't see it. But yeah, that's like a nice thing. It's like a positive side of it, though. It's like you don't have to like hype up moments that are not hype in a format like this. You can actually have
That-
like the low moments, and then you can hype things up when it deserves it.
That bothers me when people say that the casters could hype stuff up more. It's like, I mean, yes,
Yeah, I'll
we
be
could
like, what is there hype
if we pretend that it's hype, but we know
Yeah.
it's not. So
Exactly. And there's nothing worse than like the false hype.
yeah.
Is this when the casters reveal their true colors?
Yeah. See, the hard thing for me is that the only time I'm ever like legitimately hyped when it comes to MDI is either when we see new 6 strats, which I think everyone's hyped for,
Yeah.
or if we see like 2 teams that are actually playing out of their minds and are like neck and neck. That shit is fun.
Or when you're watching Let 'Em Cook about to commit to the boss and they're just like about to go for the best time.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that's the thing is like with this format, you can be like, oh man, Dire Wolves have been grinding away at Algothar for 2 hours, and they finally got this time. Or like, oh, they had this catastrophic failure, and now they're going to Azure
I guess
Vault
they
because
also don't
gave
want to
up.
spend too
Like,
much
you
money,
can
because if you
have some
can
authenticity to
spend a decent amount of money,
like have good
anyone
stories,
will do
but
the
it's
work,
also
right?
you can stop
I
for a
guess it
second
doesn't
and just
matter
talk about
who the
random
work
things
is
if
for
there's nothing
if you get
exactly
paid
super
enough.
hype.
But maybe they just looking
Whereas
for
if you
for
like a
something
head-to-head
cheaper, which
matchup,
would
you
make
couldn't really
sense
do
if they're a
that.
smaller streamer, right?
What if you guys started talking about like rating stuff in the middle of
Oh shit!
casting?
I think we should
Oh, we
talk
should.
about
Like,
raid stuff.
you guys should try that.
Should
We
we have Max
somehow
dial into the
correlate
official
this
stream?
like
Where's
random
Max
poll
today?
that they're doing to
Yeah, well,
like
that reminds me
he's
of
doing
this.
that
So,
stuff.
so back in phase 3 Razageth, you know, the thing about unholy DKs.
I was raid leading fired up, and you know he was fired up. He's the best mage in the world. He makes other mages look bad. We call it the fired up effect.
I can also imagine there aren't many VTuber artists around, so maybe it's just a little bit harder to find somebody then. At least I could imagine.
Yo, can cheese improve their time like crazy, though?
Oh, 100%. Dude, they just one banged that time earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, man, this comp kind of weird.
It works though.
Yeah, it actually surprised me that it works so well.
Like Affliction, it's not the same Affliction it was last expansion, right? It actually does pretty solid single target damage, and it can do good focus damage too, which is good for bolstering.
I think the thing that maybe surprised me a bit more is the Demon Hunter rather than the Affliction. But I mean, I guess it buffs all of their damage, right? They're all magic damage classes, so I don't know.
Yeah, it just goes to show that Feral isn't that much better than any other spec. And it could even be Demon Hunter could be better. The fact that it's buffing all the magic, because it was not only just the 2 DPS, but it's also the Evoker too. Like in this dungeon, the Evoker's gonna be doing like 50 something K overall. It's all magic.
Yeah, you lose the Market of Wild, I guess. But I don't know what the difference
Ooh,
there
that
is
is
between those
true,
two buffs.
Dude,
Yeah,
Mario
Mark-
Wild is
that's
a
why you bring Feral.
big one.
Yeah.
And decurse, I mean, that's probably the biggest
Decurse.
reason.
Poor Naguura. It's probably like, what the hell are they talking about?
Wait, what?
Huh?
Huh?
Decurse.
What about the curse?
Oh.
I don't get it.
Decurse.
Well, that's why, yeah.
Somebody explain to me, but I don't get it.
why not DH tank, and then you could run like Fire Mage or Unholy DK. Well, the thing about DH tank is it's not Prot Warrior.
It
Well, I
will
mean,
die.
the DH tank is a $2 spec, so it's
It
actually
will
big
die.
value.
Wait, is Prot Warrior a $5 spec?
What is Thunderstruck
Yeah.
pulling? Like all of these neutral mobs? Where the hell are they coming from?
Oh, wait. Funnel?
Yellow mobs?
This is a hack.
This is Velo.
What
Wait,
the
that's actually a
hell?
hack.
Big hack.
Those mobs don't do anything.
Huh.
It's actually a really good funnel. This is probably like Jay's probably like just pull these mobs. I'm about to have like huge Fester might. This
He
is definitely
reset
it.
his details before the
Yeah, oh
digits pull.
yeah, absolutely. He has that on the keybind. In fact, he could probably somehow reset the observer's details too.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see this in the Dragonflight Manifesto.
I feel like even with somewhat of a clean run, Thunderstruck doesn't really look that great. Going into intermission at 17
The
minutes.
Super City emote artist counts. That's from Discord service. Yeah.
It's a little bit.
I'll shave off, I think.
Oh,
maybe a little
that's so
bit of time,
stupid.
but I don't know if
Like
I'll
on
be
Twitter,
happy
you
with
can't
this.
post anything about any sort of artist stuff
Yeah.
because you'll just get bombarded by
Like
bots and
18
stuff.
at best.
The worst.
Oof, legendary. Struggling to get
Oh,
anything
no.
going.
And surprisingly, they're not that far behind. That knockout run really puts them in a good spot.
Yeah, the
they
standings
needed
are
that.
actually crazy right now. In that the top 5 teams are within 1 minute and 10 seconds of each other from first to fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Ducks struggling a little bit, but tomorrow should be a banger.
Dude, who do you guys think will make it out of tomorrow?
You mean who do you think's gonna get eliminated?
Or who's gonna get eliminated?
Thunderstruck,
That'd be
right?
the easier
I
one.
don't know.
I think it's definitely gonna be like Thunderstruck and
It's only one team
Fireball's
that
legendary.
it's gone
One of
tomorrow.
those three.
Oh wait, you're saying Thunderstruck is gonna make it out of tomorrow?
No.
We're thinking about who is gonna be on the hot seat who may not make it through
Oh,
to
I see.
tomorrow.
I see.
Thunderstruck
That's
definitely.
hard to see. It's hard. I mean, that's really hard to guess this early on with how close they are. Right?
Oh, I agree. It's just if you had to guess, I think it'd probably be like Thunderstruck and
Well, it's not cheese.
Legendary. Definitely not cheese. I want to say that Direwolves can come back and actually make it to globals, but they are like constantly flipping the coin for that perfect run, and they just cannot land a tails
Yeah.
to save their life.
I'm actually
Direwolves
pretty
have strong runs.
They do.
Yeah, I'm pretty
but-
optimistic about Direwolves because their bad time is their
Just Algafire, really.
and
Yeah.
they also have room to shave off Anoka. They haven't been back there yet, so I'm
Yeah, but
actually
tomorrow they're gonna
pretty,
have 5 whole ass hours, and they can
Yeah.
do a lot in that time.
pretty optimistic
They
about
definitely have the highest
Direwolves.
potential.
They have a decent run going here. 9 minutes out of second boss with 75% count. This is about where Cheese was, wasn't there? Weren't they?
Cheese was 9:16, I think.
Yeah, so they're 15 seconds faster.
What dungeon?
Azure.
Azure Vault.
Azure Vault.
Azure Vault, cheese,
Azure
yeah,
Blade Split.
916.
Yep. Dire has been really fast on second boss split.
Direwolves was 905, Let 'em Cook 909, Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck was
Chompy.
813, but they don't
Oh
pull
my
trash before second
Let's
boss.
look at Cheese's split here.
Dude, that's
He's
what
a bear.
going on. Dude, Chompy's been having a rough day.
Yeah, Olive's getting wrecked right now too.
10:42. That seems a bit slow.
There is no link to the standings page. It's private.
Actually, no, it's not
Sorry,
slow
buddy.
at all. No, it's actually really good.
Yeah, only we have access.
It's faster than what they had before. They had 10:52 before.
Yeah, what dungeon do you guys think they'll add tomorrow?
I think
I'm
that
kinda
it's
hoping
going
for
to be Ruby or Halls or
I think they had Halls
Court
tomorrow.
or
No way they had Court.
Temple.
or Temple. Yeah,
I
one of
don't
those-
think
one of those
Freehold.
four.
Oh,
Here-
dude,
here's my
imagine if
take.
they brought
I
out Freehold.
Oh, dude,
Watch
that
there
would be
be
so sick.
watch there be no Court and no Temple.
Didn't we actually do that once in TGP where we just threw a fucking
Yes.
curveball at you guys and gave you a
Yes.
Legion dungeon once?
Yes.
That'd be kind of sick if we did that
Yes.
again.
That
was
was
really
absolutely not
Freehold.
sick. Bro, you know what was the worst still? When they gave Necrotic Wake on the last day. Oh my
Dude.
god,
Oh, yeah.
that was...
That was really.
We literally
pain.
controlled every TGP. The first TGP was Plague Borders, and then you guys do
That is a very
Aquatic
Blizzard
Wake on the
thing.
last day, and we had to push it up like 17 times.
It would be so cool to have a druid,
then,
like a
Junkyard
Moonkin
2 was
VT
another,
avatar. That'd be so
Heartbreaker.
cool.
That first time we did Court was pretty sick though, but then every other time after that it got way less sick.
Court, dude. Yesterday, Court made me hate that dungeon even more. The stupid searing glare bug is like unacceptable. Like I was looking back at the VODs, I was trying to figure out what exactly is 'cause
Silence.
we had like we had like
shield
literally 10 of
silence,
them
yeah.
go off. Yeah, it's like it was so many things. It was a shield, it was a knock, it was a beam. Fucking just like pressing
And beam
divine
is
soul
illegal.
ones. I don't know. Yeah, that thing is like so annoying to deal with.
And I think it pet interrupts too, right?
What interrupts?
Pet interrupts.
Oh yeah.
I think the only dungeon that I wouldn't want to see is Temple, because that does not seem like it would be a good dungeon to see teams marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Ruby would be kind of decent.
They're gonna do like
Pulse would be
Court on the
fun.
last day.
I would like
I don't
Ruby.
think we're gonna see Court. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think we see Halls and Ruby. Hopefully.
Yeah, we saw
think
so
that'd be
much Temple to
ideal.
Jade Serpent. I think they got to get rid of that, and I think that Court could have too much annoying RNG for like the fractions
So-
of seconds that people are going for.
One of the problems
yeah.
with Court that I think is very bad in a situation like this, specifically at time trials wise, is that the RP at the end is random still.
That's
Like we don't have that set on the TR.
But it's the same amount of time,
Yeah,
no matter if the
that's what I mean.
spy is down
but
or up.
yeah, I heard on Tournament Realm it's faster. It's the same time. Like if it's downstairs, it'll just like run faster.
This is looking like a pretty good time from Direwolves. They're
Does it
pulling the
actually?
last boss
yeah, it
under
absolutely-
13
absolutely
minutes.
is.
This is a banger time that they're about to put up, I think.
Yep.
This will be the fastest time if they.
It actually
do it
looks
clean.
insane.
Which I mean, it's just a 21 fortified boss. There's
Yeah,
no
just
possible errors.
Unfortunately, their time is already pretty good at 15:32, but I mean, obviously,
No,
they
they're
still-
definitely gonna shave at least 30 seconds here.
Cheese is also super quick in their academy.
Oh yeah, they
what
are.
What the hell?
If they can deal with
Oh,
this
wow.
bolstering well, yeah.
Yeah, they're blazing. This is
They're doing
all
a
going into boss,
Big
right?
pull here. Yeah, they pulled the two in
Yeah.
the back too into the boss. That's interesting.
The best Algathar is still their time from 1741. So this is
gonna be
this is definitely going to be a new record time.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a possibly sub 17.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no, never mind.
this
no
is
shot.
really fast.
No, not so.
I don't know. It could be.
Maybe.
No, it could be.
They have lust with the boss.
Yeah,
I don't know.
actually, yeah.
This
Never
could
mind.
be
Yeah.
sub 17 as long as they
Yeah.
don't die. I feel like
And
though
they're
they
gonna
don't have
the
a feral
shields
druid.
too.
Nah, they don't need a feral druid.
No, but I'm
yeah,
saying
they
the
have-
feral druid always dies on this pull on recharge.
Oh,
that's
true.
true.
Actually, true.
Not having a
But I
feral
mean, they
druid's
do
a
have
huge
two
win.
range. With range will always die to breaths.
The breath,
Watch
yeah,
for
dude,
the
the breath is
breaths.
scary.
You know what I said was the most fucked up part about this is why is this breath so much faster than Razagiev's breath?
Who knows, man?
Well, because
Mythic
that's
Razagiev
raid.
breath is like.
Oh no,
that's
I know why.
true.
I know why.
It's
I know
because
why.
she's larger.
Here's why. Because the breath can go on 20 different people in raid, but it can only go on 5 people here. So
Bro,
it has,
that breath
so
is
it has to
like-
be 4 times faster.
She literally gives like a voice line and she's like powering up like a Dragon Ball Z episode for like 3 seconds, and then she like finally fires like a tiny little cone.
And people still get hit by it every fucking pull.
Yeah.
Let's talk
Meanwhile,
about raid.
Echo of Dragosa literally just like
Dread echo damage.
instantly turns your direction and just like zaps your face off.
Yep.
The Affliction Warlock blasting.
Yeah.
I guess he also gets
Oh.
PI.
240k single target.
Oh shit,
That's
Dranaco
insane.
has the shield. You see it? Look
Yeah,
at
he's
him
got the shield.
blast.
Look, he is like, look at his unstable afflictions.
Oh my dude, this is gonna be. This
This
might
guy
be
is
1630.
Does he have
Also,
one
he's
stack?
keeping the burning rush on perma to dodge breaths. Love it.
Wait, this is
Yup.
insanely fast.
This is such a good time for cheese.
Direwolf sub 15 on the
Yeah.
AV too. Let's fucking go.
Dude, this
Oh,
Affliction
wow.
Warlock
Full
attack is
minute
so
faster.
good.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the optimizations.
Yeah.
All right.
I like
They're
it. I
gonna
like
beat the
it.
previous time by like a full minute.
Finally, the sub 15 AV comes out.
Yeah.
After a
Dude,
whole
that's
day of
insane.
struggling, a crazy AV and then a crazy AA back to back from two different teams.
An entire minute faster.
Yeah.
That's
Holy
insane.
shit. 16:42. They were the #1 time and they shaved a full minute off their time. Look at the Alcatar
Look at how far ahead they are now.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is
Oh my
huge.
god. What
They
the
gotta
hell?
be happy about ending the day with that.
Huh.
And I still got
They
time.
still have time. Yeah, they
Yeah.
still have time.
They can still queue
We're
up a
probably gonna go
no-crit
to
offensive.
no-crit next, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they ripped no code.
Maybe they do an SPG first?
SPG, how much optimization could they really do?
Well,
Yeah, just because they can do one SPG and the
Yeah.
no-crit, right?
She's saying for
That's
time
true.
purposes.
That's
The disgusting thing is Cheese can do a full minute faster in AV still. Like if they do their other strategy, their snap strategy, and it works.
Yeah. They probably need to do a little bit of homework tonight and figure out what exactly they can do there.
Thunderstruck is actually going into Shadow Moon. I think a lot of teams are probably thinking along the lines of Naguura right now to just get a run in because they know that's a 15-minute dungeon, and so every team will maybe do a Shadow Moon or two right now just to see, and then they might switch to no crit at the end of the day.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah.
Dude, what is this plunk emote? It's way too HD.
We actually have a chumpy POV. Dude, I swear I tried to find a POV of one of the people going on the other side on Shadow Moon, like the start.
Yeah.
And in the MDI, we never followed the right person. Oh, we switched. I hate this. 'Cause how do you do the pull?
So from what I saw one time.
Yoda, there was one on Yoda.
Chompy, he basically he stealths over, he grabs us skitterlings, and then he goes straight down. Typhoon the 4-pack, so it doesn't touch him, and just runs past them all.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a sprint, and then you Typhoon the 4 into the corner, and then you just keep running. And then I think somebody else has to pick up the CC, either a priest mind control or a sheep or something, because you can't have two casters on this pole because you don't have enough dispels really.
Yeah, it's usually the side with the 4.
Wait, what do you do with the caster?
You poly one.
Yeah, either poly or MC.
Or MC. You just don't want two casters in the pole.
Isn't this something that you can do in live? I mean, not on the boss, but
yeah,
doing the
absolutely
trash
can.
before the boss.
We
I
do.
feel like it's so much more efficient now.
We do one side all the way down into boss pretty often, but I don't know about both sides.
Honestly, you can probably do both into boss. It is absolutely doable. It's just
the tank
a lot
needs
of
to live,
teams
I
probably
guess.
haven't found the need. Yeah, because the thing that people don't know is that for Void Slash, you can only get one at a time. They will never sync it. The same with Ice Cutters. Ice Cutters will never do 2 at a time. That's some very secret hidden
The big
technology
thing is
that
needing to
people don't know about.
have some form of perma CC for one of the bone menders because you definitely cannot deal with 2 of those at the same time.
Yeah, you absolutely do not do 2.
Even one can be deadly. I think I saw one team wipe because a magic debuff got applied while the Whisper cast was going off of the boss, and then you just die.
We can go on the tank too, and then the tank loses half their max HP.
Yeah,
and
that
dies
is Omega
instantly.
bullshit.
Nah.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't know what exactly causes that. That's sort of an RNG thing.
I was thinking that if you silence them up, that it casts it, but I don't know.
Well, targeting the tank is
Oh, that
the
I don't know.
dangerous part.
So I don't know if he was talking out of his ass, but THD said something about it'll only cast on a mob that's in front of it, and so if you're a tank and you're on the opposite side of it, it won't. Because sometimes it just never casts. There's some sort of weird range that it has where it'll cast on you if you're in front of it and close to it, but if you're further away or behind it, it won't cast on you.
I don't know if I believe that.
I don't think I
It's
believe that because
THD.
sometimes when you pull the pack and you literally just face tank
Says
it,
it's real.
then it goes on
Yeah.
random people as well, right?
Yeah. Yo, is Legendary pretty quick here or what?
This will be mid 15s probably.
Okay, I guess not too bad.
No, yeah, not super fast.
Also, looks like more people are
SPG
starting
looks
to
kinda
adopt
fast.
this direwolf strat on Nalash.
Double
Where
trash.
they
pipe.
just well, yeah, and how they position and all that stuff. Because before they were just doing it closer to where the spawn is, right? Now they're just like right here.
Oh shit, THD's back. You woke him up. THD woke.
Looks like Luca ain't raiding anymore after this. Yeah, I don't think Luca is making it, guys.
Yo, THD joined Discord.
If you guys are playing healer and you want to find a mythic guild, we're looking for a Rasta Shaman.
Oh, we can't see this channel. I thought he had Billy.
Apply at mist.com. Actually, I don't think... What do you apply to our guild?
He definitely had Billy at some point, right?
How do you apply to this guild? I'm sure there's like a form you have to fill out that you can see somewhere. Maybe WoW progress. I don't fucking know. Ray Dario. Who knows? $4.36.
See this direwolf split 438.
Not that much faster.
What? Sub thud.
Thunderstruck kind of slow. Actually, they're faster than they were before.
Oh shit.
Oh Jesus.
Is that TG?
Right, so did you make up the thing about them only casting on targets they face, or is that
I did not make that up. That is not made up. I am a
factual,
professional Shadow Moon and Court of Stars weekly runner.
So wait, if only the tank's in front of it, will it just guaranteed go on the tank?
Oh yeah. You don't want that.
Yeah, that sounds like instant death. Okay.
You can roll the 20%.
Legendary 1416.
Last boss.
Doesn't look that great.
Nope.
70%.
I mean, it's okay.
They still have bloodlust. They've been holding it this whole time.
Yeah, we're about to blast with this army.
This could be a low 15. This could beat Jesus time, actually. They're gonna blast.
Yeah. This is definitely gonna be a low 15. And they need this
at this point, they cannot do another SPG run.
Is Thunderstruck fast?
So Cheese just wiped, and I think they don't have enough time to do another SPG and another dungeon. So maybe they just go no kit now? I don't know.
Oh no, actually. Kind of a leak, but Cheese is actually back in Algafar. Huh? Wait, no, never mind, I lied.
You lied. They're an SPG still.
Yeah.
Every team is an SPG except for Legendary, who are in this AV still.
I mean, I guess they have 14 minutes, so maybe.
Right now.
The burn, the blast, skipping.
They didn't even get full value out of their lust. They should have lost it earlier.
Jesus. 15-17. All right, Legendary. Popped themselves into second place. Not bad.
I mean, I don't think they can do another SPG, right? Jeez. They have to do no crit offensive.
At least 30 seconds faster than Thunderstruck so far.
It's 13 minutes left, and SPG takes 13 minutes.
Splits. Direwolves do have the best SPG split on second boss at 437.
But they do more count, it seems like.
Yeah, they do.
Because they are on this worm, and they're gonna pull the boss like
the third
30
boss
seconds earlier, roughly.
The third boss split is 9:30, is what we're looking at.
Holy.
Wait, they don't have to take breaks still, right?
9:30.
No, they could. As long as they skip inhales, it should be pretty easy.
Then it starts 8:50.
So for people that haven't watched a TGP style day of matches, the way this works is before the end of the day, you can still start keys. But the second that the last minute is over, you cannot start any more keys. So they can start keys up until 5 Central Time. Streaming.
This is usually the most intense part of the day. It's like, do you just restart your run because you had a slight error, just so you can do another run?
Where's Cheese?
Or do you just finish it out?
Wait, is Cheese not in a dungeon right now?
Legendary back in Alcazar.
I guess Cheese. They have 12 minutes to start a dungeon now.
They're only going to be getting 5 or 10 seconds.
So I guess they can look
if
at
they actually have to
strats
wipe a couple
and
times
routes.
in a Naguura or something to upgrade their score there, but it results in a 30 or 40 second jump.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the thing is if you're not ducks can fly, you're pretty much guaranteed to go through to tomorrow. I mean, just looking at the standings, ducks can fly is just too far out.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just trying to be as efficient as possible with time.
The same argument too. This is the only this is the best. There's no better time to do a Shadow Moon than right now. Even if you're not going to save that much more than like 15 seconds, it's like, well, that's 15 seconds that you could possibly earn. So if you're going to go for it, you may as well go for it right now.
The thing is, I think you can do it at any time, because if you needed to reset any like the not good runs, you're going to have to reset it anyway. But the idea with the Shadow Moon is it's great for like time efficiency, but that time could work at any other point of the weekend. Because if they then go from this into a knockout, go 10-15 minutes into the knockout, and then they have to reset, then like it could just be over if they're over the time.
But you always have to look at the completion time, right? Because if you go into a no-kid when there's 15 minutes left on a timer, and then you end up timing it, you cannot do another key. But if you time the SVG, you can do another one. So I think it does make sense.
Well, the way I'm thinking about it is that if you think it's going to take some time, you could just say, oh, well, if we improve on our Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, we're going to net out plus 5 or 10 seconds. But if we improve on our no-code, we're going to get like a plus 30 or 45 seconds or something like that. And then if there is that high chance of wipe or failure or whatever, we know we're going to be behind and we might want to take time to reset, then it could just be better to give it a couple tries so you have time to reset and then go from there.
Yeah, I see that point. It's just they don't have to optimize anything today necessarily when it comes to, like, you don't have to post the best times.
True.
Right?
Yeah, they have plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, it's actually super cool that the first two teams only have one record. And then Direwolves has 2 of the records and they're in 4th.
I like that a lot.
When does JPT's team play?
Good question.
Although actually Thunderstruck might get the record here. They have Lust available. The boss is at half.
Yo, what are you gonna do to skip?
They're gonna do
just stay alive,
Yoda. Around the 13 minutes. Can Yoda stay alive?
This is where it's disappointing that what was it, Imperience wasn't able to make it.
Yeah.
You know, because like Dux is doing all they can, but obviously if they're not going to be prepared to be able to hop in,
definitely would have been much closer.
Exactly. It's like the end of today kind of misses some drama that it otherwise would have had.
Yo. All right, here comes the burn, by the way. Velo's blasting
Look at Thunderstruck. They are really fast, but not...
Oh, we just need to completely nuke Ner'zhul.
Bro, did you see Velo do the rescue skip again there? That was what killed them last week.
I don't think they're going to be faster.
Oh, here it is.
They have 1304.
1302, 1303.
Oh, no, they're not going to go. 4 seconds, okay. That's
actually they did the exact same time.
Timer went down for a second. All right, we'll take it.
Yeah. Didn't it go to like 1305?
Yep. Wait, so what was their previous score?
It was
I don't know what Fierce were.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, okay,
never
so
mind. They were faster.
Direwolves? There's no shot, right?
Not in Cook could reset one more time.
Or of other team's time.
Yeah, they were 30 seconds behind on Bone Maw.
There we go. They are resetting.
Yeah, they slowed down a lot there.
We'll let him cook, wiping to the first boss of no-good. Not what you want to see.
I think they had a death and no rest, so they just reset instantly. So Cheese is like really close on their timer. Like there's only 8 minutes left, and that's approximately the same amount of time as SPG takes if they finish the key, so...
And let him cook is just going into no good.
I like the cams of all the teams, no matter where they are. It's just chilling outside the dungeon. They probably know that they only have really like one good attempt, so they may opt to now use this time to like talk about it a little bit and like, you know, discuss anything. Because they won't have much time to restart.
Yeah, I wonder if teams had like a break or something like that.
Yeah, what's a good time to take an actual break? I believe they have a rule where you have to have your breaks used up.
Yeah, you have to have.
Oh, that's right. You're right. You're
right. But it still isn't a bad time to take 5 or whatever. And
no, Ricky.
You only have one attempt.
Ricky.
Also, I just realized Hasty's
never mind, they had
name,
a rest.
Hasty Maw.
No, he released. Never mind.
Yep, Hasty Maw. Tribute to the great Timber Maw.
I missed Hasty Dwagon.
$5.16. Yeah, they're slow. I think she's slow. I mean, I guess they're just leaving now. They can only really do one more.
What is the range between first and fifth right now? It's like 4 minutes or something along those lines of time difference.
First and fifth is like 2 minutes.
First and fifth, no, it's actually
2 minutes.
It's actually very close. First
Ducks
and
Can Fly
six is massive.
You're basically
good to hear about them. Glad you like it.
Time. Yeah, I thought it was like 4 or 5.
It's under 2 minutes. It's very, very close. As a matter of fact, the time between the second and fifth teams is 1 minute exact. 1 minute and 2 seconds. Like Cheese is actually kind of crushing everyone right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cheese is insanely fast.
Algafar too.
I was worried.
Is massive.
Yeah, I was worried that they would like hard tilt after the game. Okay, yeah, here it is. What 103 versus 105.29. Yeah.
Ooh, that's actually so close. 158 difference.
Yeah, that Algathar that Cheese put out was so big.
Dude, I hate this 9-box so much. It's so bad.
The 9-box.
This is like, rough.
We only showed it 2 times. We showed it at the start of the day and we showed it at the end of the day. But for the 30 seconds,
to be fair, there's like nothing really going on right now, so
yeah, it is a really good time to show it.
It's like the same thing as if you watch Red Zone and they're like, we're going to the Octobox. And yeah, you can't see fucking anything, but it's just kind of like a funny moment where he's like, dude, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
I think it's good to show it sometimes just because you see all of the info. If someone like doesn't know, they see that it's only 4 minutes left and they see the leaderboard and like you can just check.
And mostly
everything.
just to see where teams are going.
Yeah, I guess.
Direwolf facing their arch nemesis.
Should I do the Red Zone call tomorrow at the start of the day? 5 hours of commercial-free dungeon starts right now.
If you have Twitch Turbo.
At 4 o'clock, we've entered the witching hour, where wins become losses and loss becomes wins. I fucking love Red Zone, man.
She's actually queuing another SPG.
Maybe they're just in the mood for it.
Huh. Interesting, because their no-cut is not that good. Like, I think they could save a lot of time there, right?
Yeah, but there's only one dungeon getting added tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have enough time tomorrow, too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like a spot where they would want to fire the no good, but I guess, I don't know. Maybe they, like, have an idea that's something they want to change, so they're just like, let's not show anything right now. Let's just, wait and see.
That's
we'll
true.
Pull it out tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that the SPG route is, like, they think this is, like, the best route or something. So better trying to optimize that than to play no-code where they think they don't have the best route.
Okay, this is this sounds like it's going to be a really bad bit, but probably something to cover after the thing is done. But they just released the raid interview, like the world first interview with Morgan Day. There's some interesting information in it.
With Echo or
yeah, that's been a hot
with Echo, yeah. With
Chief and
a
long time ago, no?
Oh yeah.
No, it's a new one.
That reminds me of Razik.
I saw that
Oh, was
already.
this yesterday? Oh, my bad.
Oh, it was yesterday.
That reminds me of Razik, yeah.
Bro, I was busy yesterday.
Third face progression.
Holy DK. Zyro's fucking Zyroing.
Yeah. But no, I didn't think anybody watched this because I haven't heard anything about it until now.
I watched some of it.
Yeah,
I'm playing Ivern right now.
Apparently they confirmed Omnitier though. That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like it was confirmed. It was more like they said they could try it.
And apparently, like achievements give tier pieces too. That means tier is like easier to acquire.
None of this is like none of this. He was just like throwing the idea around.
Oh, we didn't confirm it. He just
he didn't confirm any of this. No. Yeah.
Okay, man, that's fucking troll. People don't know what Omni tier is. Okay, so the thing about the way Omni tier works, essentially back in the day, the last time this happened, I think, was Blackrock Foundry, right?
Yes.
Where when you killed the last boss of Blackrock Foundry, like a
Legendary can
Conqueror
go one more
token
time.
and you could trade in that Conqueror
Direwolves as
token
well?
to a vendor for any of the slots of tier.
Wait,
on
did
Conqueror.
just see? Dude. Direwolves.
So if they do Omni, that's actually sick.
Fuck.
We should make an Omni tier for M+. That would be sick.
Yoda,
It's called a catalyst, but you have to wait 3 months until the raid is over, and then you can have it. Also, one charge at a time.
You're saying we can play the game later?
That's right. Or you could raid. Thank you for subscribing to World of Warcraft.
I have to go do my job in a second. Damn it.
Hate that for you.
Man, you have to hop on again for the last 5 minutes or what?
Yeah, we're gonna do the
Wow.
forecasters in the show thing.
Sucks to be a caster.
For real.
True. Imagine being a caster.
Yeah.
Kind of cringe.
Growl actually sleeping. He left the channel.
What happened to Growl?
Growl Gigabench. He's like not even in here.
Nothing wrong with going to sleep at 4 p.m. Did that last night. I'm eating my dinner right now.
Out of a bowl?
Oh yeah. Big bowl of rice with some chicken.
Yeah. Sounds delicious. Yeah, so I heard a take already. Like some people are saying I'm not casting because like I was benched.
Did you get
Oh,
benched?
you got benched? Okay.
Yeah, people are saying I'm not good enough to cast The Last Stand.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, but you're good enough to cast for the first stand. That's the most
Exactly,
important thing. Oh no, this is it for Direwolves, right? I
You're
believe there's
joining
no
the
more
next
time.
caster club.
Actually, I think they have like 30 more seconds or something.
Well, actually, that's true. Yeah, we're ahead of time. We're in the future.
Yeah, I think that also has one more try. No, I'm not casting this weekend at all. I'm sorry. It's my free. It's my weekend off. All right, I don't know what the timer looks like now. Like, it should be done now. I don't think any team can start a new key anymore. I
I
think.
can't believe that they actually butchered the Raging Tempest boss. I don't understand it.
Oh yeah, that's actually that was kind of
Healers don't like not healing, but healers hate healing.
Hate healing too much. I don't know. It was really
that's
weird. Of any of the
No,
fights
no.
they should have nerfed, it would have been like Heresia, but everything else was fine.
I can't believe they extended the buff duration of the orbs, and I still managed to drop it because melees take all of the orbs behind me.
True. I think that was a good change though.
Yeah, that was a
That
good
should
change.
be
That is a
to
really
fight.
good change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine what happened was people were getting farmed in this dungeon during Tyrannical Grievous week. Because I heard so
Is
many people,
Asphodel
especially
good for
on
Havoc
Twitter,
Demon
complaining
Hunter?
about how like all
Isn't
these
that an
keys are
intellect trinket?
impossible to pug and you just can't complete this key. Like I heard this from multiple people. I think Flex was talking about that on Twitter too.
Isn't Asphodel intellect?
I don't know. Like Grievous isn't even that bad anymore. I was even
It's
playing
not,
it as
but
disc.
like, but it's,
Oh, it's
still a problem. You know, like it's not bad,
Well, I
but
guess.
it's still a problem.
It's range
I
DPS.
feel like explosive and things that like
So I
take
assume
up
it doesn't
GCDs
proc for
would be
Havoc?
a bigger deal. But yeah, I mean, I like having these like high heal checks
I'm
as
not
long as
sure.
they feel like
I have no idea.
not random or just unfair
procs
the
for
way
Havoc or
Heresia
not.
does. I think that
Or
fight
if
was
it's
a
good.
banger. Yeah,
No
and
idea.
that fight is like one of the most fair because
I would assume it's not as good as the melee
hey,
trinkets
you
that we
pick up
have.
orbs. You know, you use extra defensives.
But,
extra
I mean, it's not a bad
cooldowns
trinket,
early
but
because you may not have a full amount of orbs.
surely
and then
there's
later
other
on
melee
you can
trinkets
lean
that
on
are
the
much
orbs,
better
and
than
it's like,
that.
Great.
Considering
Yeah, I think it's just
all
a
of the
matter
stuff
of
that
like
we have
healers
this tier.
not knowing how to use their CDs in this fight properly. because like it's all about healing the storms and people being spaced out and all that and collecting orbs, but it's probably just too much for pugs to handle.
I guess. I don't know. Chad thinks it's like a hot take that healers want to heal more. I think
there's
here
like different types of healers.
I guess. Yeah, I mean,
I would never look at blood mallet when it comes to
can be a lot
trinket
less
stuff.
fair than something.
I would
like
always look at the class
Tempest.
Discord and what people tell you, like the three crafters.
I wonder how true that
blood
is.
mallet is not good.
Persia versus
It
this
takes
boss.
very generalized numbers.
Because you have
For some crafts,
you have a minute of like actual real damage.
It's almost always
every
telling
minute you have
you
actual real
something that
damage
is
for,
not
15
actually
seconds or
like in
something, and then
reality.
you
It's
kinda
not
sit
actually
around and wait.
true.
And then you need to blast more healing for 15 seconds every 1 minute. Whereas you have to still deal with like expel lights, the random arcing lights that are coming out, and then the storms are just ridiculous, especially if people aren't inverting it.
Yeah. But I figure, you know, like maybe it's a
Here's
key
my
level
take.
thing.
I don't know why they got rid of the arcing bolt cast time.
Yeah, that is also pretty dumb. There's
It was
no way
a
of
really
telling
short
if
cast
it's
time
not
anyway,
okay.
though, right? Wasn't it like 0 point something?
It was a short cast time, but like at least you were able to tell, like,
Yeah.
oh,
At
you know,
least you
I
got
have
some
expel and
reaction.
I'm about to get
Yeah.
bolted in the head. But like now it's just completely random.
People
You just
probably
have
don't
to,
even
like-
know it exists because it doesn't have a cast time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very true. But what I have noticed is that people who are trying to pug this key, they're just like hard depleting on the second boss.
Yeah.
And it's
Okay,
definitely an outlier.
You mean a Raging Tempest?
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
I think Chad had a good point. Healers were cosmetic for 2x packs, so most can't actually heal. That I do agree with.
I don't even know if it's like a healer. I think it's just straight up like some
think-
bosses are just too much compared to others.
Well, it's like look at last expansion. It was like Sanguine Depths is the only like hard to heal dungeon as like a whole for healers. Like the boss fights actually all did stuff
As a whole, yeah. But I mean,
like the
not for like
entire
specific fights.
It was like
DOS, for example, almost every fight was extremely challenging.
Yeah.
Aside from the last boss.
100%. But it wasn't only like a healer check. I think
Yeah.
a lot of the Sanguine Depths dungeons were more healer check, whereas like DOS had like a lot of like mechanical checks.
Personally, I felt like Sanguine Depths was a bit more of a DPS check than healer check because you basically played for X amount of things, right? Like you just couldn't possibly live past a certain amount of like charges or a
She's
certain
looking pretty
amount
good.
of
455?
what is the second boss? You know, of
5 seconds
ads.
faster.
Like you basically relied
4
heavily on
seconds slower in
getting
the
10
first
stacks
split.
and
Okay,
lusting
maybe
the
not
second
that
boss and
fast.
just,
I don't
like,
know.
hard burning the boss
We'll
before
see.
you died.
Yeah.
At least that's what I felt like.
So I would just say like after only having limited boss fights that required you to heal compared to like BFA, that like healers are just focused way too much on like doing Giga Dam all the time to the point they're running like damage trinkets on Tyrannical Grievous week when they should be looking for like a healer trinket or two, even though there's not that many of them out there. Like people not running like the moat trinket from like Halls of Valor if they already have it on them or something like that to help them with healing difficult boss fights.
I've also
Yeah, to
seen
be fair,
some
that trinket sucks,
really cursed stuff though, like on Raging Tempest specifically, where it's not even the healer's fault that people die. Like I've seen people literally just they don't stack for the AoE, like they
Yep.
stand somewhere in China.
Yeah.
Or I've
Well, I
seen
mean,
people.
the fight is like designed to like force people to spread.
Yeah, it is, right? So the
Yeah.
damage dealers have to be aware to stack. And I've also seen people on Tyrannical pick up the orbs right before the lightning strike explodes.
Yep.
And they just die.
That's a big
you
one.
know?
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
That's definitely a bit of a more of a high key problem though. Like
Yeah,
that only
it's
really
definitely a
happens
high-key
like
thing, yeah.
25, where like, you know, if you touch an orb and then you get hit, you instantly just explode.
Ah, Ricky died.
The other thing is like if people are just playing the game like it's a single player and they're just like pugging no voice 22 23s and like people spread off to the 4 winds so that your AoE healing might just be greater inhibited and you just can't communicate it to people.
Yeah, Cheese is
Yeah.
gone. They're
Well,
done
no,
for
like,
today.
That's definitely a common thing in EU, right? Naguura, I assume most people just a lot of people who pug higher keys, they kind of just YOLO, no comms.
Yeah, I almost never get invited to comms. And I pugged
That's-
all of my
that
keys
sounds
and I'm like
great.
3.3k score now. Like literally all of my keys are pugged. But
That
people
sounds
just join
great.
and no one even wants to go voice.
No, yeah, I like that because like it's pretty awkward when you have to voice comm with pugs.
Yeah, it is weird.
Like
Especially if no one even
my-
because they expect like you join voice and then they expect somebody to shot call and then no one does.
Yeah.
So you're just sitting there in
Yep.
voice and no one says anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember pugging a lot back in like BFA or whatever. It'd be the most awkward experience. You join call, and then like you're probably like the first one there, along with the leader who like started the group. And the guy just has like open mic, and he's just like sniffing the entire time, and like,
Oh my god,
noise,
yeah.
Like, he has his mom's yelling in the background or something.
Yep.
and then like the rest of the people join the group. Maybe one of the people don't even speak English. Half the group is muted, and then the leader's like, "Hey."
Yeah.
And then like nobody's really responding, so you're like, "Oh, hi."
Yeah.
and then you're just doing the key, and then the key goes poorly. And one of the person decides to leave the group and just like leaves Discord without saying anything, and then it's like, well, you're just like stuck in the call now. Like, what happens now? I was like,
I swear to God, like every single time I do join Voice Rep Puck, the tank is always so quiet. Like you can't hear him. He will like whisper into his microphone. It's like
I always have
give me
the
an
smoke
external or
alarm going
whatever.
off.
Huh?
The smoke alarm. There's like a little chirp of the smoke alarm. It's like beep. Like why?
It's so awkward.
I'll play Apex, and then kids will be on their phone with open mic on their console, watching TikToks really loudly.
What the hell?
Yeah.
You trying to be young,
Oh
Jack?
my god.
I just like that game, man. I don't have enough people to play with.
That's fair.
We end up solo
Let's see
queuing.
what Let Him Cook is doing.
Oh, dude, solo queue would be a banger.
I don't think they're. No, they're not fast.
Solo queue M+. That would be primo healer content. I'd have so much fun.
I mean, that would just be content straight up. Like, I would be.
I'm sure everybody would. I feel like the tank would actually have to like work, but then you'd just be able to like see. You ever play like Battlefield? You know where you had like the shock pads to like bring somebody back to life.
Yeah.
So you could just like res a teammate if they got knocked. That would be it for healers. They'd just be like trying to do everything
Well,
they
anyway,
could to
guys,
keep their teammates alive.
I'm gonna leave you for today because this
anyway.
Sick.
Yeah.
Day is basically over. We can see some. So I mean, they're probably gonna finish the dungeons, and we might see some more times, but it's not relevant, right? Because Ducks Can Fly is already out, and all the other teams are gonna move on. The difference in the timers is really close. Like I think tomorrow is gonna be incredibly close again. It looks like Thundershock and Direwolves are like the lowest, but I don't like tomorrow can change. And literally, Cheese could get disqualified tomorrow, right? Or eliminated, I guess, not disqualified. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I probably will not do a watch party tomorrow or on Sunday, unless I'm bored and I don't know what to do. Then I might do it, but probably not. Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
That's it. I'll host somebody of the other people that are still doing the watch party thing. I guess I'm gonna hang out a little bit until the tournament's over. I guess we're hosting Dorky.
Well, that was a pretty good first day. Teams are much closer than I expected.
Next to Lana, they did. Yeah, that was actually really close. The
like
interesting
nice.
thing as well is that it literally doesn't matter for tomorrow, almost.
Yeah.
Well, it does matter, but
Cheese
could get eliminated tomorrow, right? Like, technically.
Yeah, it just didn't really have like the urgency or like drama, just because unfortunately, Ducks kind of coming in last second. Yep. But it is nice to see like the rest of this is going to be amazing because everybody's within 2 minutes of each other, minute and a half of each other actually. Oh, it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. You think no one's going to pick up the Warlock tech though, right? The Affliction Warlock?
I don't think that they can.
I think it's way
Okay, so
too,
Dratno said Trell's team's going to win. Tettle, Zyro saying Dire Wolves, Make saying Legendary.
I mean, he can't pick up the AF. You can't play AF Warlock, man. You need some fucking. You need some help.
Wow, I'm surprised nobody picked Cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, look at all of it now. Tettle saying she's the runner-up, and that's the only reference they get.
The reason why I think no one picked Cheese is because when they did their weekend, they looked pretty weak. Like they just messed up so much.
They get tilted.
Well,
yeah,
you
they
want to
tilted and
practice AF?
they died a
you
lot.
go do single target for 5 hours and then AoE.
Anyway,